Demon's Diary Chapter 493 to Chapter 546. Lu Ming and the others each held a colorful disc array in their hands. After injecting spiritual power into it, the disc array flickered slightly. Chen Dang was suspended in midair at the center of the array at this moment. He threw a green jade disc array in his hand up in front of him, then he began to chant. His 10 fingers flicked continuously, and a series of symbols went into the disc array in a flash. The green jade formation plate immediately shone with a bright green light and started to rotate. A slender green light suddenly shot out from it and shot towards the formation plate in the hands of the disciple closest to him. Then, it quickly bounced towards the other disciples next to him. In a blink of an eye, the green light had been bounced more than 10 times. After each bounce, the green light connected to the disc array became thicker at the same time. When it bounced out of the disc array in the hand of the last person, the green light had become as thick as an adult's arm. But in the end, when the green light bounced back to the disc array in front of Chen Dang again, more than 20 array eyes around had all been connected. Activate! As Chen Dang shouted, a green flag suddenly appeared in his hand, then he waved it vigorously. At the same time, the arrays everywhere flashed in green light at the same time. Lu Ming and the others also made gestures at the same time and launched them into the disc array in their hands. There was an astonishing violent shaking on the ground where the array was. Countless huge runes jumped out from it, then they condensed and intertwined into a mysterious pattern above the array. A whistling sound, the pattern turned into a green tornado that rushed out into the sky, turning into a green wind sea that directly hit the fire cloud above the canyon not far away. In the next moment, the large cloud of fire immediately began to tumble violently like boiling water, and it began to quickly disperse from the edges. As the green flag in Chen Dang's hand continued to wave, red and green wind pillars were shot out continuously. In a blink of an eye, the originally dense fiery red cloud was dispersed by more than half at once. The fire aura in the canyon suddenly decreased greatly. Seeing this situation, the disciples around who were eager to try suddenly showed joy on their faces. Although the remaining fire cloud was still thick, they didn't care about it anymore. Let's go, let's rush in. Junior brother Chen, continue to activate the formation. Don't let the fire clouds gather again. The dark-skinned young man said loudly. He made a gesture with one hand, and a layer of blue light appeared on the surface of his body. He was the first to soar into the sky and rush to the entrance of the canyon. Not willing to fall behind, the dozens of famous people behind him also followed closely and rushed over. As soon as the group of people entered the canyon, they immediately released their spiritual weapons, which turned into rays of brilliance that dispersed the scorching airwaves near them. Soon, they disappeared into the remaining fire clouds. Not long after, an intense explosion came from the depths of the canyon. It seemed like the young man surnamed Lin and the others had already fought with the fire spirits and fire spirit beasts inside. As the deafening sounds continued to ring out, the roars of spirit beasts and the clashing of spirit tools could be vaguely heard. Hearing the sounds coming from inside, the disciples controlling the array outside grew excited. Since there were so many fire spirit beasts in the canyon, there was a high chance that there were rare treasures hidden inside. A few of the disciples who chose to stay couldn't help but feel great regret. When the time came to distribute the contribution points, those who stayed outside would receive much less than those who charged in. Lu Ming looked at the direction of the canyon faintly, and he kept replacing some wind attribute crystal stones that were exhausted with spiritual power. At this moment, the arrays still continued to stimulate the red and green wind pillars, impacting the fire clouds everywhere in the canyon. However, these fire clouds seemed to be pulled by a force. Once they were dispersed, they quickly gathered again. When the people inside were fighting, this cloud-driving array couldn't stop at all. The consumption of spiritual power was far beyond the imagination of Lu Ming and others. Scanning the storage amulet in his hand with divine thought, he found that there were only less than half of the crystal stones left. These wind attribute crystal stones that maintained the array were gathered by the outer disciples gathered here, then they were evenly distributed to Lu Ming and others who maintained the array. However, judging from the current consumption, the array couldn't be maintained for a long time. Once it couldn't continue to disperse the fire clouds, those who rushed in would inevitably be in trouble. Brother Lu, there are not many wind attribute crystal stones left. If this continues, I'm afraid this array can only support for about 10 minutes. At this moment, Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ear. There's nothing we can do now. Let's hold on for as long as we can. Lu Ming replied faintly. According to this trend, without the support of the array, these fire clouds will inevitably gather together again. With the buff of the fire clouds, I'm afraid the people who enter will fall into a tough battle. Xianxia looked up at the sky and said very calmly. At this time, we can only act according to the situation. I always feel that even without this fire cloud, this fire spirit tribe is probably not so easy to take down. Lu Ming replied in a deep voice. Oh, Brother Lu, did you find something? Xianxia's voice was a little surprised. No, it's just a little intuition. Lu Ming replied after a moment of silence. This made Xianxia speechless for a while. Just as the two were communicating with each other, a whistling sound suddenly came from the direction of the canyon. It came from far away, then a blue light flashed. A blue rainbow shot out and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. After the blue light faded in the air, a figure vaguely appeared. It was the dark-skinned man surnamed Lin. At this moment, he looked battered and exhausted. Most of the clothes on his body were tattered, and there were burn marks on his hair and clothes. Everyone, run away quickly. There are a large number of fire spirit beasts hidden in the canyon, and there is no lack of condensation state high-rank spirit beasts. They are extremely violent. We are not their opponents at all. As soon as the man surnamed Lin appeared, he shouted loudly. Behind him, the disciples who rushed in earlier were flying out of the canyon one after another. Almost all of them were injured. Half of their bodies were bathed in blood, and their expressions were even more flustered. Out of the 40 people who rushed into the canyon previously, less than 30 people came out now. What was even more astonishing was that following a flash of red light in the sky above the gorge, a large patch of fiery clouds rolled out. Specks of red light flickered densely within the fiery clouds, emitting frightening roars of beasts. Indistinctly, countless spiritual beasts were flocking over, closely pursuing the people who were fleeing in front of them. Seeing this, the people who stayed outside were shocked. They couldn't care about maintaining the array anymore. They threw away the disc array in their hands and cast the spiritual weapons and talismans. Although everyone didn't know what happened in the canyon that so many fire spirit beasts suddenly emerged, they naturally had no time to think about it in the situation in front of them. It was more important to escape first to save their lives. For a time, colorful escape lights appeared everywhere. Those who reacted faster had already turned around and fled. Xianxia saw that the situation was not good, and a yellow light flashed on his body. He immediately dived into the ground, and he was already 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Yan Ming and Shui Yun also immediately cast a sailboat spiritual weapon. After jumping on it, they immediately turned into a white rainbow and blasted toward the other side. Their speed was not much slower than the purple-eyed young man. However, the one who moved the fastest was Lu Ming, who had been staring at the canyon from the beginning. He had already thrown away the formation plate, and with a black cloud beneath his feet, he turned around and left. However, he didn't subconsciously follow the young man surnamed Lin in front of him like most people. Instead, he turned a corner and went in the direction he came from. Chen Dang, who was originally floating in the air, sighed and hurriedly put away the disc array flag in his hand. He couldn't care less about the other flags and cast a flying car. He leaped into the air and flew away. Similar scenes occurred not too long after that in the vicinity of the other fire spirit tribes. These tribes also gathered a lot of outer disciples more or less. A large number of fire spirit beasts also gathered in these tribes, madly attacking the Taiqing Gate disciples they saw. For a time, the entire small flame world was covered with a bloody shadow. Half an hour later, on a flat ground outside the fire-red forest not far from the canyon, Lu Ming was surrounded by 8 wolf-type spirit beasts. These fire wolves' eyes were bloodshot. They roared in a low voice and kept pouncing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure shook slightly, and he easily dodged several attacks. After a little observation, he discovered the strangeness of these fire wolves. On the way to the canyon previously, he also encountered this kind of wolf-type spirit beast, but at that time, although these fire spirit beasts were fierce, they still had a trace of rationality. But now, these blood-eyed fire wolves had no rationality at all. They only attacked people they saw crazily. They had completely become bloodthirsty monsters. Lu Ming raised his hand blankly, and the blue flying sword in his hand immediately flew out with a buzzing sound, turning into a long crystal rainbow that swept out. The first fire wolf was split in half by the blue rainbow without making a sound. Blood rain and internal organs flew down like dead branches and rotten leaves. But the 8 fire wolves behind seemed to ignore this scene at all. They still howled and pounced at him. The blue rainbow blurred, and it suddenly transformed into a large area of dense sword shadows. In the whistling sound, the remaining fire wolves were all enveloped in it. With a burst of tearing sound, the fire wolves were instantly slashed into dozens of pieces, and the bloody corpses scattered all over the ground. After the blue sword chi suddenly converged, the sword shadows in the sky suddenly disappeared. It returned to a small blue sword, and it flew back to Lu Ming's hand. His figure then flashed, and in a few flashes, he entered a nearby forest of fiery red trees. Not long after Lu Ming disappeared, there was a roar of beasts in the distance, then a large group of fire spirit beasts surged from all directions and chased into the forest. An hour later, in a pile of rocks, Lu Ming, dressed in a green robe, was standing with his whole body wrapped in black gas. Opposite him was a 30 meters bison-like fire spirit beast, faintly exuding the cultivation of the condensation period. These fire spirit beasts had a pair of curved horns on their heads, and their huge heads were covered with a layer of red scales. Their eyes were crimson, full of endless tyranny. Their bodies were covered with black and red stripes. Suddenly, the beast's hind hooves stomped on the ground, and its hill-like body charged forward. A dragon roar and tiger roar came out, the black gas on the surface of Lu Ming's body rolled and condensed. The mist dragon and mist tiger hovered up, and his arms suddenly became thicker. Blue veins burst out like earthworms, and he was instantly taller. When the bison-like fire spirit beast was 10 meters away from him, his figure suddenly flashed and appeared on the right side of the beast like a ghost. With a shake of his thick arm, the giant fist that was lingering with black gas hit on the beast like lightning. Bang, a loud noise. The huge body of the bison was bounced up by a punch, and then a crisp cracking sound came out one after another. Black blood suddenly spurted out from the mouth and nose of the beast. The body of the fire bull fell heavily on the ground, immediately smashing a huge pit of several 10 meters in size. But the beast immediately stood up with a roll and roared. The black and red stripes on its body began to exude a thick red light, forming a layer of fiery red light shield in a blink of an eye. Then the beast lowered its head and charged at Lu Ming again. The sharp horns on its head were extremely sharp, and its momentum was astonishing. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. His figure flickered to avoid the collision of the beast, and he appeared ghostly on the side of the beast. His arms were covered with a layer of crimson scales, then his arms turned blurred and transformed into dense fist shadows. With a few bangs, every fist shadow accurately hit the light shield on the surface of the fire bull, and an incredible force surged out from it. The fiery red light shield on the fire bull only flashed wildly a few times, then it shattered with a crisp sound. Then, there was a swoosh, a ferocious palm split its 5 fingers and tore the thick and hard skin of the fire bull like a sharp blade. After stabbing, it shrank like lightning, and there was a bright red heart in the hand. The beast let out a miserable howl, and its 4 hooves collapsed to the ground. Its body twitched violently. After a few breaths, the huge creature lay motionless in a pool of blood. And in Lu Ming's right hand, there was a fist-sized fiery red crystal core that was still bloody. Its surface exuded a flame-like red light. After putting away the crystal core, Lu Ming glanced around blankly, then he flew into the sky again and flew away. 2 hours later. On a low hill, a fierce melee was staged. Various sword lights intertwined and collided in the air. The roar of the fire spirit beast and the explosion sound were constantly heard. Lu Ming and 3 Taiqing Gate disciples gathered on a hillside. They were surrounded by hundreds of fire spirit beasts and several fire spirits, desperately resisting. The 2 people among the Taiqing Gate disciples were the red-haired young man and Chen Deng whom Lu Ming had met when he came to the canyon previously. Chen Deng held several purple needle-shaped spiritual weapons in his hand. With a shake of his arm, several purple lights blasted out, appearing and disappearing in the herd of beasts. From time to time, there were traces of blood. Under his control, the purple light scattered and merged as he pleased. It was extremely marvelous. As for the red-haired young man, he was holding a large blue flag in one hand, and he was waving it incessantly. Waves of blue light surged incessantly before him, forming a towering wall of water that shielded everyone at the center and kept the waves of fire spirit beasts at bay. The last young disciple of Taiching Gate, who was holding a painting scroll, was constantly releasing green spirit swallows to fight with two red toads that were 30 meters in size and at the condensation period early stage. They seemed to have the upper hand. On the other side, Lu Ming was silently making sword gestures. The small blue sword was flying in front of him, transforming into dense sword shadows, forcing more than a dozen goat-like fire spirit beasts to retreat. There was a whistling sound, 6 blue sword lights materialized from the sword shadows and killed the 6 fire goats by surprise. Then, Lu Ming made a gesture with one hand. The 6 sword lights combined into a 10 meters long blue rainbow. With a flash, it released an astonishing blue light and split a fire spirit that was hiding behind the group of beasts to attack with fireballs. The nearby fire spirit beasts were shocked, and they all retreated for a while. Lu Ming called back the small blue sword, and he took the opportunity to look around. As a result, his expression changed. His gaze suddenly fell on a few fire spirits outside the encirclement who had not joined the battle, but they were just watching quietly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He faintly noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, the soil slope where Lu Ming and others stood suddenly collapsed without warning, and several 10 meters long dark red centipedes rushed out from it. They instantly pounced at the 4 people of Taiching Gate. Lu Ming was a very sharp person. Almost as soon as the big pit appeared under his feet, he shook his wrist and a thick sword light struck out one step ahead of the others. Boom, a dark red centipede that pounced at him was immediately sent flying backward. After the red-haired young man and Chendang were shocked, they waved the big flag in their hands one after another, and the blue water wave immediately rolled over. The other one shot out a silver talisman from his sleeve. After a blur, it turned into a silver light that rolled back. The 2 dark red centipedes that attacked them immediately hit it, and they were both bounced back. However, the Taiching Gate disciple holding the scroll didn't have much experience in fighting against the enemy. He didn't guard against the change under his feet at all. After he stumbled, his thigh was bitten off by a dark red centipede at lightning speed. He immediately screamed, and blood gushed out from the root of his thigh. But before he could cast a spell to activate the scroll in his hand to protect himself, a dark red long tongue flashed and smashed his protective aura, and it pierced through his throat. It was a huge toad that he had avoided before, and it suddenly shot out its tongue. The young man covered his throat with one hand. His face was full of disbelief, but his body collapsed to the ground in an instant. At this time, the beasts that had retreated swarmed up again. At the same time, the 4 fire spirits that were staying in the distance finally floated toward Lu Ming and the others. Not good, let's go. Seeing this situation, Chendang's face finally changed drastically. After a groan, he suddenly raised one hand. With a loud chi-chi, dense purple light phantasms immediately shrouded the area of 100 meters in front of him. The 5 fire monkeys that had just rushed forward immediately fell down with blood all over their bodies. A white light disc appeared under Chendang's feet, lifting him up and taking the opportunity to fly away. After the red-haired man threw the big blue flag in his hand, he was also wrapped in the blue light and followed Chendang. On the other side, Lu Ming groaned. He flicked his wrist, and several huge sword lights slashed out. After slashing the group of fire goats in front of him, he also took out a green talisman and put it on his body. Poof, runes appeared on his body, and he also turned into a cluster of green light. After circling, he blasted away in the opposite direction of Chendang. The few fire spirits obviously didn't notice that Lu Ming and the other 2 were so decisive. When they wanted to chase after them, it was naturally too late. Even if 8 fire birds immediately chased after them, they were instantly killed by the 3 of them. Lu Ming flew in the air for half an hour. Seeing that there were no fire spirit beasts chasing behind him, he was slightly relieved. As he was about to take out the map to confirm the direction, his face suddenly changed. His figure blurred and landed on the ground. He then took out an emerald green talisman and patted it on his body. His figure flickered and disappeared into a nearby big tree. Not long after, a scream came from the depths of the fire clouds in the distance. In that place, he sensed an unusual spiritual power fluctuation. Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply. With the help of his huge mental power, he quietly probed in that direction with his divine thought. As a result, he took a deep breath. Through the layers of fire clouds, on a plain a few miles away, there were densely packed fire spirit beasts of different sizes. There were about 300 to 400 of them, and behind the fire spirit beasts, there were more than 20 fire spirits surrounding a giant fire spirit that was about 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary fire spirit. The strange spiritual power he sensed just now was faintly emanating from this giant fire spirit. In the distant horizon where these fire spirits were gathered, there were several streaks of light fleeing in panic. This giant fire spirit was holding an incomplete corpse of a Taiching Gate disciple in its hand, and it casually threw it to the side. At the same time, it made a low voice. When those human-shaped fire spirits heard this voice, half of them immediately divided into several teams. Each team had 2 or 3 fire spirits, chasing the escaping outer disciples. The hundreds of fire spirit beasts that gathered also split up. More than 100 of them followed those human-shaped fire spirits, causing the surrounding fire clouds to tumble. The giant fire spirit's aura is so powerful. It is almost at the crystallization period, but it can still command other fire spirits so orderly and control so many beasts. Its spiritual wisdom is almost no less than ordinary people. The many changes that happened in this small flame world are probably related to this giant fire spirit. However, not only is its strength amazing, but it also has so many guards. It naturally can't be killed by me alone. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly. He pondered slightly, turned his hand, took out an Earth Escape talisman, and patted it on his body. Suddenly, he turned into a cluster of yellow light and went into the ground, escaping into the distance. Half a day later, Lu Ming was flying in the air with a layer of green light on his body surface. Behind him, 2 human-shaped fire spirits were leading dozens of fire spirit beasts to chase him. They are really haunting me. Lu Ming secretly scolded. Since encountering the giant fire spirit, he had used various concealment methods in an attempt to hide his whereabouts. He was unwilling to continue to take the risk of fighting with these fire spirits, and he planned to delay until the outside rescue arrived. But the strange thing was that after trying several times, no matter what means he used to hide in a secret place, he would be quickly discovered by the nearby fire spirits and besieged. Just when he was feeling depressed, his expression suddenly moved. He found a crimson river a few miles away. Maybe I can try there. As Lu Ming moved his mind, the escape light instantly accelerated. In a moment, he once again left the fire spirits far behind. After a while, Lu Ming appeared above the river, and he glanced down quickly. The color of the river here was crimson, as if all 6 sides of the river were lava. Lu Ming made a gesture without hesitation, and black gas rolled out from his body. At the same time, golden light spots appeared in his sleeves, turning into a layer of golden sand mist that covered him. Swoosh! He fell directly into the river like a stone. Although the river below was extremely hot, he was naturally safe and sound under the blessing of Golden Fallen Sand's protective aura and Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. He dived to the bottom of the river for more than 100 meters in one breath, and he converged the aura of his whole body. Even the spiritual power fluctuations of Golden Fallen Sand were suppressed to the extreme. As a result, after a while, the rumbling sound came from above again, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. I hope I can hide it. Lu Ming thought secretly in his heart. However, when he thought so in his heart, the river above rolled violently. Several crocodile fire spirits stirred the river and swam toward him. Lu Ming cursed in his heart, and he flew out of the river in a golden light without saying a word. On the riverbank, the human-shaped fire spirit seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as it saw Lu Ming, it immediately screamed, and several fire spirit beasts behind it pounced at him. Lu Ming had to release the flying sword to kill several fire spirit beasts in a row before looking for a gap to escape. Not long after, Lu Ming was wrapped in a yellow light and went deep into a hill for more than 10,000 meters. Hiding so deep, even the crystallization period's divine thought power can't detect me. As soon as he kept the ball, he immediately sat down cross-legged and took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones to restore some spiritual power. Even if Lu Ming's spiritual power was far more profound than the same level, he still felt overwhelmed by the continuous battles and running all the way. However, before he could meditate, the vibration of the soil above faintly came again. Lu Ming was shocked, and he immediately released his divine thought. After a while, a wry smile appeared on his face. Over 1,000 feet above his head, 2 gigantic centipedes with hard shells were slithering their long legs, quickly digging the soil and crawling towards him. After half a cup of tea's time, Lu Ming, who was wrapped in yellow light, broke through the ground near the hill and tried to escape. However, there was a flash of fire in front of him. A humanoid fire spirit that was previously hidden actually flashed in front of Lu Ming. Courting death. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. He naturally wouldn't be afraid of a mere condensation period early-stage fire spirit. A golden light flashed in his sleeve without thinking, and a large golden sand mist rolled out. It instantly turned into a big golden hand that grabbed the fire spirit. Then he shook his other sleeve again. A blue sword light flashed. The fire spirit that was restrained by him didn't even have time to let out a cry before its head was cut off by his sword. Eh? The aura just now. Lu Ming took the essence core. When he was about to turn around and fly away, he suddenly looked back at the headless fire spirit corpse with a hint of surprise on his face. Just now, he suddenly felt a familiar aura from the remains of the fire spirit, which vaguely belonged to the giant fire spirit he saw earlier. At this moment, with a muffled bang, the headless corpse of the fire spirit burst open on its own in a flash, then it completely turned into a pile of black ashes in the rolling crimson flames. A ray of red glow suddenly flew out from it. After a flash, it was about to fly away. But what kind of person was Lu Ming? His figure flickered without thinking, then he appeared ghostly next to this ray of red glow and grabbed it. He moved his divine thought and released a huge mental power to sweep at his hand. This aura, it really belongs to the giant fire spirit. This thing actually has the ability to attach a trace of its own divine thought to ordinary people of the same kind. No wonder no matter how he hides, he can't escape the pursuit of the fire spirit and the beasts. With the powerful strength of this giant fire spirit, in this small flame world, where the fire spirit is abundant, as long as the clone is within a certain distance, it is indeed easy to find all kinds of hidden enemies. After Lu Ming understood this, he immediately rubbed his hands and extinguished this ray of red glow, then he flew away in a certain direction. After an unknown period of time, a few streaks of green and purple light flashed in a narrow valley, followed closely by a crimson cloud of fire. Wherever the fiery cloud passed, a wave of rolling heat waves attacked, and the fiery light was mixed with red sparks of sand. After a while, at the end of the valley, a few escape lights dissipated, revealing their figures. It was Xianxia and Chendang. Not good, I didn't expect this valley to be inconsistent with the map. It is a dead valley. A disciple in a green robe looked at the crimson fire cloud rolling in the distance and said solemnly. At this point, we can only fight. Chendang's face turned gloomy as he whispered. After these people met by chance, they had been fighting all the way here. Most of their spiritual power had been consumed. Therefore, after encountering a large number of beasts driven by the fire spirit again, they could only escape while fighting. They didn't expect to escape into this dead valley. Chendang flicked his sleeve, and 8 blue formation flags appeared in his hand. He waved one hand, and the formation flags flew out. After launching a series of symbols, the 8 formation flags scattered around them and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I have set up the Skywater Protection Array. Although the defensive power of this array is average, it belongs to the water element array. It should be able to resist for a while. Chendang quickly set up this array and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he spoke, the crimson fire cloud had already appeared above their heads. After a burst of fire, the fire cloud slowly dissipated. 2 human-shaped fire spirits wrapped in red flames appeared, and there were 8 crimson fire birds and 5 fire wolves beside them. The fire bird's eyes were constantly flowing, and the red spirit patterns on its body were constantly flashing. It made a few sharp chirps from time to time, and its wings kept waving to roll up billowing waves of fire. The fire wolf also spat out bursts of crimson flames from its mouth, making a low roar. Its pair of huge fangs were a few feet long, staring at the people below with a fierce gaze. Whether it was the two fire spirits or these dozens of fire spirit beasts, they all had the cultivation of the condensation period. No wonder Qiandang and Xianxia could only escape with their strength. Kill, kill. The two human-shaped fire spirits seemed to issue vague instructions, but they didn't mean to take action at all. They just looked at the people below. After the 8 fire birds beside them heard the instructions, the flames on their bodies burned brightly. They instantly turned into several crimson flames and blasted at them. There was a loud whistling sound, the color of the crimson flames in the air gradually deepened. When it was 80 meters in front of them, the color of the flames had become deep red. Qiandang chanted, and his finger pointed solemnly in the air at the same time. A light blue light curtain flashed from the place where the surrounding formation flags disappeared, shrouding them in it. The blue light flowed in the light curtain, and everyone in the formation felt a long-lost coolness on their faces. Bang bang, one after another. As soon as the fire bird touched the light curtain, it was bounced away in a flash of blue light. But the next moment, a cluster of crimson flames surged out from the place where the fire bird had collided before, then the light curtain here was boiling. Seeing this, Qiandang's gestures kept changing. A burst of blue light flowed on the surface of the light curtain, and the boiling place returned to calm. It was just that after a few times, the entire blue light curtain was half a minute smaller than before. The fire bird that was bounced away circled as if nothing had happened, then it continued to dive down with a sharp cry. In a fierce collision sound, the blue light curtain shrunk by more than 1/5 in a short time. At this moment, the few fire wolves that were still next to the fire spirit above had quietly appeared on the other side of them. At the same time, they opened their mouths and spurted out crimson fire pillars. They condensed into a crimson flame pillar that was tens of meters long. It blasted at the blue light curtain with an astonishing momentum. "Brother Zong, hurry up and try to resist it." Qiandang was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the fire wolves. He knew that this protective array was unable to withstand the attack of the wolves, so he immediately shouted. Zongxian put away the spirit stones in his hands without saying a word. He flipped his hand, and a small yellow shield appeared in front of him. As he chanted, the small shield emitted a dazzling yellow light and instantly grew to 50 meters in size. The yellow runes on the surface were constantly flowing. Boom. The yellow spirit patterns on the surface of the giant shield flashed constantly, and bursts of heat waves radiated to the surroundings. Most of the crimson flame pillars couldn't move forward for a while under the giant shield's block. Suddenly, the flames in front of the array soared into the sky, and the blue light curtain trembled slightly. Zongxian couldn't make any counterattack under the situation where the spiritual power in his body was insufficient. Seeing this, the two fire spirits in the air looked at each other and let out a roar. 2 head-sized crimson flames were spurted out from their mouths and went straight at the blue light curtain. The fireball was still more than 100 meters away from them, and a burst of hot air came to their faces. Seeing this, the other 2 outer disciples also desperately channeled various spiritual weapons to resist, but under the dense fireball attack of the 2 fire spirits, the light transformed by the spiritual weapons quickly became dim. Qiandang, who was desperately channeling the power of the array, saw this, and his face suddenly turned pale. At this critical moment, a dazzling golden light flashed in the air, and a golden sand wall appeared above the blue light curtain. Immediately afterward, a blue rainbow suddenly appeared behind the fire bird, and it surged forward with an astonishing cold light. The 2 fire birds were originally attacking the array in front. They were caught off guard, and they had no time to make any defensive moves. After just 2 whines, their bodies were penetrated by the blue rainbow, and they fell straight from the sky. At the same time, a blurred figure in a green robe appeared in the rubble pile more than 300 meters away. It was Lu Ming. As soon as he appeared, he suddenly pointed at the golden sand wall on the blue light curtain with a blank expression. Boom. The huge sand wall immediately turned into a golden sand mist and rolled down, trapping all the remaining fire birds in it. In the sand mist, golden red lights suddenly appeared one after another. The trapped fire birds kept crashing into the sand curtain, making a burst of banging sound, but they couldn't break through for a while. Lu Ming made a gesture. After the sand mist rolled and condensed, it suddenly turned into a giant sand ball. At the same time, countless spikes protruded from the inner wall, and they were spinning wildly. After the fire bird inside screamed a few times, it was twisted into pieces by these spikes. As the golden sand ball exploded with another muffled sound, it once again turned into a rolling sand mist that surged at the two fire spirits in the sky. Seeing this, the two fire spirits in the air let out a sharp scream. Their figures flickered and merged into one. They turned into a huge fireball and blasted away. After just a few flashes, they had escaped for 100 meters away. After the remaining fire wolves heard the sharp cry of the fire spirit, they also immediately retreated into the distance with a fiery cloud. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He waved in the air and immediately took back the golden luo sha and flying sword, but he didn't take the initiative to chase after them. When Chen and others saw Lu Ming appear suddenly and cast such a powerful move, they were overjoyed and shocked at the same time. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help. I will remember this person's kindness. I will definitely thank you in the future." After Xianxia took a deep breath, he hid his expression and thanked Lu Ming. The other two outer disciples also cupped their fists and thanked Lu Ming. Chen Dang also made a gesture. After the array was kept, the blue light curtain flashed away. He was also full of gratitude, and he wanted to say something to Lu Ming. However, at this moment, there was a deafening rumbling sound coming from the back of the valley. The distant sky suddenly had flames soaring into the sky, and a huge red mushroom cloud emerged. It was the large group of fire spirit beasts that chased Lu Ming before. They were flying toward the valley. "It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's talk while we walk." Seeing this, Lu Ming said with a gloomy face. He made a gesture with one hand, then he flew toward the entrance of the valley with black gas under his feet. Chen Dang and others naturally saw the strange phenomenon in the distant sky. After being shocked, they all followed closely. Within the escape light, the group of people were holding spirit stones in their hands, seizing the time to replenish their magic power. "Brother Chen, if we continue to fight with so many fire spirit demon beasts and fire spirits, we'll consume a lot of magic power. Our replenishment speed will be far from being able to keep up. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for too long. I don't know when the masters outside will come up with a solution. Do you have any countermeasures?" Lu Ming suddenly said to Chen Dang indifferently. This Chen Dang not only reached the condensation state later stage, but he was also proficient in many arrays. The spiritual weapon in his hand was also not weak. He was obviously a person with a great background. "I wonder if Brother Lu has found anything strange while escaping." Chen Dang did not answer Lu Ming's question directly, but asked so. "Could it be Brother Chen is referring to the giant fire spirit?" Lu Ming was shocked, but his expression did not change. "Yes. In that battle, the two of them fought all the way to a huge mine in the depths of the canyon. They witnessed a group of fire spirits sitting around a huge crystal pillar, and above the crystal pillar sat a fire spirit of 20 meters in size. It must be the giant fire spirit that Brother Lu saw. And its cultivation seems to be infinitely close to the crystallization period. It should be the king of the fire spirits here. And that crystal pillar may be the treasure that caused the great change in the world." Chen Dang pondered for a while, then he pointed to the other two Taiqing Gate disciples and said to Lu Ming. "Brother Chen, could it be that?" Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard this. "Instead of fleeing aimlessly like this, it's better to fight with our lives on the line. While most of the fire spirits are outside, we can enter the canyon and destroy the giant crystal pillar. If the crystal pillar falls, the giant fire spirit should be able to sense it immediately and return to see what is going on. Once we can work together to destroy it, the other beasts and fire spirits will inevitably be in chaos." Chen Dang smiled and expressed his thoughts to Lu Ming. This method is indeed worth a try. However, the fire spirits of this small flame world seem to have become the clone of the giant fire spirit. Its mental power is so strong that it can constantly lock our traces. I'm afraid it's not easy to sneak into the canyon completely without the giant fire spirit. Lu Ming's face was uncertain as he expressed his concerns. "Regarding this, Brother Lu doesn't have to worry too much. I have a spiritual weapon that can temporarily avoid the spiritual scan of the fire spirit king. Although it can't last for too long, it should be barely enough for us to sneak back into the canyon. As for the fire spirits and beasts outside the canyon, senior fellow apprentice Chen should be able to hold them back. Xianxia, who was also flying nearby, said in a low voice. He seemed to know that the giant fire spirit divine thought could possess ordinary fire spirits. On the other hand, the other two male disciples who followed closely behind were dumbfounded. Yes, I have a set of mystic light eye spirit array that can temporarily attract the attention of the fire attribute spirit beasts and fire spirits. Brother Zong and I had this plan before, but we felt that our strength was not enough, so we didn't implement it. At this moment, with Brother Lu joining us, we can naturally give it a try. Chen Deng said with a smile. Okay, then I have to think about it carefully. After Lu Ming thought about it, he realized that if he joined forces with Zhang Xian, it was indeed not a problem to deal with the giant fire spirit, so he nodded and replied. A few hours later, Lu Ming suddenly appeared in a fiery jungle not far from the huge canyon. After they discussed the plan, they relied on Zhang Xian's eyes to cast mystic arts. The group tried to avoid most of the fire spirit beasts, and after repelling several waves of pursuit, they finally got rid of the fire spirits that were chasing them. They quietly returned to a place not far from the fire spirit tribe. Zhang Xian's face was pale at the moment. Continuously casting mystic arts obviously consumed a lot of spiritual power. I have some advanced elixirs that are suitable for the condensation state. You guys should recover your spiritual power first. After the array is set up, you should quickly enter the canyon and act according to the plan. Seeing this, Chen Deng said with a painful expression on his face. He took out an emerald green bottle from his waist and poured out 5 green elixirs that exuded a strong spirit. After handing them to Zhang Xian and the others, he swallowed one himself. After Lu Ming took the elixir, he scanned it with divine thought and swallowed it immediately. This elixir was a little bitter after it entered his mouth, but it was very easy to swallow. After a while, a warm and strange feeling suddenly rose in his dantian, then waves of pure spiritual power surged and merged into the spiritual sea. As he thought about it, he felt that this elixir seemed to be by no means comparable to ordinary upper-grade spirit medicine. He immediately sat cross-legged, took out an upper-grade spirit stone, and breathed with his eyes closed. Others naturally did the same. Lu Ming then sat cross-legged, holding the spirit stone in his hand, and recovered his spiritual power on the spot. After a long time, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and his spiritual power was almost recovered. Zhang Xian, Chen Deng and others also opened their eyes at this moment, and their faces also showed joy. Obviously, the recovery effect of this advanced elixir was also beyond their expectations. Lu Ming even showed a thoughtful look. This advanced recovery elixir actually has such a miraculous effect. It seems that if I have time, I still need to practice alchemy. If I take a few more in a crisis, I might be able to save my life. He had the mysterious bubble that could slow down time, so he didn't need to be afraid of wasting any materials. He could practice a certain kind of advanced elixir. Those fire spirits will find us soon. Without further ado, I will go and set up the array. When I activate the array, you guys sneak back to the mine pit and push down the crystal pillar. After Chen Deng stood up, he took out a disc and glanced at it, then he said solemnly. Hearing this, Lu Ming and the others nodded their heads. Chen Deng quickly took out translucent formation flags from his arms and threw them in all directions. As he chanted, the formation flags began to emit white light, and they slowly rotated around him. Bursts of cold air spread to the surroundings. He took out a green jade disc array, changed his gesture, and pointed at it with one hand. Several silver lights shot out from the disc array and went into the surrounding formation flags. After dozens of formation flags trembled slightly, they flew around and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, a white array that covered almost half of the forest immediately appeared. The white mist in the middle of the array was mixed with gusts of cold wind. The surface of the trees suddenly formed a thick layer of ice. Okay. I will host the array here to attract the attention of the fire spirits. You guys hurry up. Although this array is powerful, there are many fire spirit beasts here. I can't estimate how long it can last. Chen Deng heard the faint roar of the beast in the distance, then he looked at them and said quickly. Okay, let's go. Zhang Xian groaned. He flicked his sleeve, and a purple brocade flew out. There was a strange ghost head printed on the brocade. The eyes were flickering in purple light, which was exactly the same as the purple light in Xianxia's eyes. He launched a symbol on the brocade. After it spun in the air, it turned into purple light spots, forming a faint purple light curtain that shrouded the four of them. Lu Ming only felt that the surrounding air was stagnant in the purple light curtain. As soon as the released mental power touched the purple light curtain, it bounced back as if it was blocked. It seemed that this was the spiritual weapon that Xianxia mentioned that could temporarily avoid the Fire Spirit King's tracking. The four of them immediately rose into the air under the purple light and flew straight toward the canyon. Near the huge pit in the depths of the Fire Spirit tribe, thick fire clouds were tumbling around. At a glance in the huge pit, 5 or 6 fire spirits were wantonly absorbing the red light emitted by a huge transparent crystal pillar in the middle of the pit. Every time they inhaled a red light, the flames on their bodies seemed to deepen a little. At the same time, they screamed from time to time as if they were very happy. "Do it!" Suddenly, there was a low shout, then there was a clear sound. 2 yellow and blue sword lights of several 10 meters long blasted out from the nearby fire clouds. Caught off guard, the 2 human-shaped fire spirits sitting cross-legged on the ground were immediately penetrated by the 2 sword lights. The figures behind the fire clouds flickered, and Lu Ming, Xianxia, and others appeared. Lu Ming and Xianxia raised their hands and withdrew their flying swords. The remaining 3 fire spirits jumped up in shock and rushed at them. "Brother Zong, leave these few fire spirits to me. You all push down the crystal pillar first." Lu Ming recalled the flying sword with one hand. After a voice transmission, he raised both hands. The blue rainbow and golden light spots immediately flew out, instantly turning into dense sword shadows and a large amount of golden sand mist that engulfed the 3 fire spirits. After Xianxia nodded, he led the other 2 outer disciples directly to the huge crystal pillar. A low groan, the yellow spirit patterns on Xianxia's arms flashed constantly, and his arms instantly became several times thicker. He bent down and slammed the ground. The ground trembled violently. After a burst of flying sand and stones, 100 meters tall giant yellow hand condensed from sand and stones appeared out of thin air. It clenched into a fist without hesitation and smashed at the root of the crystal pillar. There was a loud noise like a landslide. The surroundings of the crystal pillar were suddenly covered by a sky full of yellow soil, and it actually caused the mine pit to shake. The other 2 disciples next to Xianxia also threw out a black iron ruler, and the other released a green flying knife. Each of them turned into a black light and a green light to join the attack. Immediately, the surface of the huge crystal pillar flashed wildly. After a while, under the storm-like attack, a crisp sound shattered from the root. After the huge crystal pillar shook a few times, it fell heavily to one side, and it broke into several pieces on the spot in the huge pit. A large amount of red cloud surged out from the fracture, and it quickly disappeared into the distant fire cloud. Then Xianxia and the other 2 attacked the 3 fire spirits trapped by Lu Ming without hesitation. On the other side, Lu Ming also channeled golden fallen sand and sword controlling technique. After a while, the 4 of them worked together to kill the 3 fire spirits. If Qin Dang's guess is right, the giant fire spirit will soon return to the mine pit. "We should hide first." Lu Ming put away the spiritual weapon and said solemnly. The 3 of them nodded, then they found a hiding place in the fire cloud near the huge mine pit. They used the purple brocade to hide their aura again. Not far from the canyon where the mine was located, under the command of more than a dozen fire spirits, hundreds of fire spirit beasts were densely surrounding a crystal-clear ice crystal array that looked like an upside-down bowl. They were attacking it crazily. Following a series of earth-shattering rumbles from the ice crystal barrier, balls of flames exploded with great momentum, causing the nearby space to rumble. Under the repeated attacks, many cracks had already appeared on the formation, showing signs of instability. In the array, Qin Dang was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. While holding the upper-grade spirit stone in his hand to replenish his spiritual power quickly, he was also activating the green jade disc array in his hand to stabilize the array. It had only been an hour since Lu Ming and the others sneaked into the mine. At the same time, 4 flaming lights flew out of the mine. When they flew over the formation, they flew past it and blasted toward a certain direction. Qin Dang thought about it for a while, and he knew that Lu Ming and the others had succeeded in the mine pit. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a series of crisp crackling sounds came from all directions. Then the surrounding ice crystal barrier shattered at the same time, turning into white ice crystals of different sizes. They fell from the sky like rain, then the surrounding flames flashed, and a large number of things rushed in at the same time. Finally, after more than an hour, the formation could no longer hold on and collapsed. Chen Dang seemed to have expected this. He put away the green jade disc array in his hand, then he jumped on a flying car with a flash of brilliance. Before he was completely surrounded by the surrounding beasts, he flew away in a direction. With several screams, the beasts below also roared and soared into the sky, chasing after the flying car. After about 10 minutes, there was a whistling sound at the entrance of the canyon. A giant fire spirit with crimson flames flew in like crazy, and it galloped toward the collapsed crystal pillars in the mine pit without stopping. There were still 6 red escape lights transformed by the fire spirits behind, but they were obviously a long distance away from the giant fire spirit in front. In the fire cloud near the mine pit, Lu Ming's expression moved, and his lips moved a few times. Xianxia and the others were shocked. They all showed a look as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, a crimson light flashed in midair, and there was a loud noise. The entire giant pit shook, and the giant fire spirit with the size of 20 meters suddenly appeared in front of the broken crystal pillar. After glancing at it, the flame on its body immediately flourished. It raised its head and made an extremely furious voice, "Don't worry, I'll kill you." Taiching Gate, kill, kill. After another strange cry, the giant fire spirit leaped into the air. Its white eyes rolled and glanced around. Do it. Seeing this, Lu Ming suddenly groaned. His body turned blurred, and he rushed out of the purple light curtain. At the same time, the spiritual sword in his hand shook, and it immediately turned into a dazzling blue rainbow. Zhongxian was already prepared. He made a gesture with one hand, and the purple light curtain on his body immediately soared into the sky. It turned into a purple brocade handkerchief again, but after a spin, it disappeared in a flash. The other 2 Taiching Gate disciples also channeled their spiritual weapons to release a black iron ruler and a green flying knife. They made a gesture and turned into a black hurricane and a giant blade light respectively. The giant fire spirit obviously didn't expect the sneak attack of everyone. It was taken aback for a moment, then it immediately roared and waved one hand. A dark red fireball of 10 meters size burned at the blue rainbow that almost arrived in front of it. At the same time, it turned around, and the dark flame on its body surface expanded and shrank. It turned into a fire wall that pressed at the black hurricane and the green blade light. With a boom, the fireball and the blue rainbow collided together and instantly turned into 2 halos of red and blue light that exploded. The shockwave immediately swept out in all directions with a whistling sound. After the black hurricane and the green blade light were pressed by the dark red fire wall, the light suddenly dimmed in a strange sizzling sound. They immediately showed a state of being overwhelmed. At this moment, the space above the giant fire spirit fluctuated, and a purple grimace suddenly appeared. After rushing down with a strange laughter, it turned into several vague purple vines that entangled the giant fire spirit. The giant fire spirit waved its arms, trying to tear off the purple vines, but they were condensing and dispersing on its body surface as if they were invisible. It couldn't do anything to them at all. At the same time, golden light spots appeared at the waist of the giant fire spirit. After it turned blurred, it suddenly condensed into a thick golden ring, and it quickly tightened. It was Lu Ming who cast the golden fallen sand at the same time. He kept making gestures with both hands, desperately pouring spiritual power into this treasure. The giant fire spirit immediately let out a strange scream. Under the double imprisonment, its body trembled non-stop, and its vague face showed a painful expression. The golden fallen sand was worthy of being a superb spiritual weapon. Its power was so powerful that even this very powerful fire spirit King Yunhe couldn't bear it for a while. The purple vines also quickly shrank and became thicker. Looking at Zhongxian's sweaty face, it was obvious that casting this method also consumed a lot of vitality. The dark red fire wall of the black hurricane and the green giant blade also collapsed with a muffled sound. Seeing this, the other 2 Taiching Gate disciples were overjoyed. They immediately channeled their spiritual weapons to attack the giant fire spirit. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the distant sky. Several fireballs appeared in a flash. The ordinary fire spirits that followed the giant fire spirit had arrived. "You two go install the fire spirit, Brother Zong, and I will deal with this giant fire spirit." Seeing this, Lu Ming shouted at the other two Taiqing Gate disciples without hesitation, then he channeled the multitasking technique. The small blue sword that was knocked back flashed away. It once again turned into a blue light that slashed at the giant fire spirit's head. When he channeled most of his spiritual power to channel the golden fallen sand, he naturally couldn't cast the sword controlling technique. But as soon as the blue sword light hit the giant fire spirit's head, the sword light faded, and the small blue sword was immediately bounced away. Seeing this, the other two outer disciples couldn't help but show a horrified look. After looking at each other, they obediently flew toward the ordinary fire spirits flying in the distance. There was a loud rumbling sound. The two outer disciples fought with these fire spirits. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, Lu Ming's face immediately turned gloomy. He just channeled the golden ring transformed by the golden fallen sand without saying a word. Zhang Xian also did the same with a solemn face. Under the unbearable pain, the giant fire spirit suddenly screamed. It opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of bloody red flame. After a flash, it hit the purple mist vines. The origin of this bloody flame was unknown. As soon as the purple mist vines were ignited, they instantly melted away. Although the golden ring didn't have such an amazing change, it could no longer trap the giant fire spirit that was struggling wildly. The dark red flame on the surface of the fire spirit's body flourished. After waving its arms wildly a few times, the golden ring was forcibly pushed away by it. Following that, a large, charred hand moved and was about to grab the golden ring. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed mysteriously. He pointed forward in the air with one hand and uttered the word disperse. Bang! The golden ring exploded one step ahead, and it scattered into golden light spots, blasting back toward Lu Ming. Seeing this, the giant fire spirit was taken aback at first, then a bloody flame burned in its pair of white eyes. It clenched its fists, raised its head, and made a shrill roar. It took a big step and rushed directly toward Lu Ming. But at this moment, a purple light flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. After making a gesture with both hands, the space above the giant fire spirit fluctuated. The purple grimace flashed again, and it turned into a few purple mist vines that entangled the giant fire spirit, making its huge body stagnant immediately. Seeing this, Lu Ming knew that the opportunity couldn't be missed. He grabbed in the air with one hand, and the small blue sword appeared immediately. He shook his wrist and poured all his spiritual power into it. There was a loud whistling sound, countless crisscrossed sword shadows blasted out in his hand, and it instantly formed a sword mountain phantasm of 80 meters high in the sky. It pressed down on the giant fire spirit in front of him. The giant fire spirit was still restrained by the purple mist vines at this moment, so it couldn't move. In a panic, it could only open its mouth and spit out a flame ripple, condensing a flame enchantment above its head. Boom! A loud sound rang out. As soon as the blue sword mountain phantasm came into contact with the flame enchantment, countless blue sword chi burst apart. The enchantment only lasted for a moment, then it burst apart inch by inch. Sparks splashed everywhere. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's eyes flashed, and he uttered the word explode. Several muffled noises came out from the giant fire spirit, and several purple mist vines burst into purple mist at the same time. The surface of the fire spirit's body made a loud sizzling sound, and the dark red flame suddenly dimmed a lot. It hurriedly waved its hands while letting out a furious roar. It opened its mouth again and spat out a cloud of blood flame to ignite the purple mist. However, right at this moment, the blue sword mountain descended menacingly. Although the giant fire spirit broke free from the purple mist at the last moment and jumped to the side to dodge, it was too late. The dense blue sword mountain phantasm still shrouded it, and it instantly turned into countless dense sword lights that slashed down. A screech, the giant fire spirit naturally couldn't dodge the sword light at the moment when it was about to hit its body. It actually self-destructed one step ahead, turning into a raging flame. However, the countless streaks of sword chi swept through the flames, snuffing out close to half of the flames in a flash. After all the sword lights dissipated, the giant fire spirit's figure suddenly condensed in the dark red flame and reappeared. However, at this moment, its body was covered with countless dense wounds. The flames that gushed out from it were obviously much dimmer than before. It was obviously severely injured. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The small blue sword in his hand immediately made a clear sound, and it emitted a dazzling blue light instantly. Xianxia on the other side was also delighted after seeing the giant fire spirit's situation. He made a gesture with one hand. He seemed to be ready to use some kind of powerful means to completely kill the fire spirit in front of him. But at this moment, after the giant fire spirit's eyes flashed fiercely, it suddenly raised its head and made a long roar. It launched a few punches in the air, but the target was not Lu Ming and Xianxia, but the crystal pillars that fell in the sandpit. Bang bang bang, the two punches of the giant fire spirit had some mysteries in them. The crystal pillars that should have been extremely hard were all shattered in an instant, and a cloud of crimson light surged toward the giant fire spirit madly. Not good, hurry up and attack. What kind of person was Lu Ming? Although he didn't know the intention of the giant fire spirit, when he saw this scene, he immediately knew that he couldn't let the other party finish what it was about to do. After groaning at Xianxia, the small blue sword in his hand trembled and turned into a 9 meters long blue crystal rainbow. Seeing this, Xianxia's face also sank. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the huge fire spirit. Poof! There was a fluctuation in the sky above the huge fire spirit, and the purple ghost head appeared again, but this time it did not transform into a purple mist vine. Instead, it opened its mouth with a ferocious face, revealing a mouth full of fangs as it bit at the giant fire spirit's head below. Poof! The giant ghost head actually bit off a small part of the fire spirit's head in one bite. Then the dazzling blue rainbow swept past, and the small part of the fire spirit's body on the shoulder also disappeared out of thin air. Facing the attacks of the two, the giant fire spirit actually stood on the spot without dodging at all. But at the next moment, the crimson light surged into the huge wound on its head and shoulder, then the severely injured head and body instantly recovered. At the same time, a terrifying red light soared into the sky from its body. Whether it was the purple ghost face in the air or the blue crystal rainbow hovering near it, they were all forced away by this red light. The purple ghostly face even let out an anguished wail within the red light before dispersing into nothingness. Xianxia's figure shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his face was extremely pale. Obviously, the injury of the purple ghost head also greatly impacted his mental connection. The giant fire spirit, which had recovered from its injury, waved its arms and opened its mouth, sucking all the surging crimson light in the entire giant pit. After that, there was a firecracker-like sound in its body. 10 bean-sized crystal grains were condensed at the joints of its body. Each of them was bright red like blood. There were dense natural spirit patterns flashing on the surface, exuding an extremely pure aura. Spiritual power crystallization period? Xianxia exclaimed when he saw this situation. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth. For the first time, his face showed a look of horror. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was also shocked. The so-called crystallization period originally referred to a realm where the spiritual sea could no longer accommodate more liquid true spirit when the cultivation reached a certain level, and it condensed into crystal grains again. The appearance of the crystal grains on the surface of the giant fire spirit was exactly the same as the spiritual power crystal recorded in the classics. When entering the crystallization period, the more spiritual power crystal grains condensed by true spirit, it naturally meant that his true spirit and spiritual power were stronger, and his future cultivation potential was greater. In general, when a 6 spiritual pulse cultivator reached the crystallization period, he could condense 18 spiritual power crystals, 9 spiritual pulse could condense 36 spiritual power crystals, 12 spiritual pulse could condense 72 spiritual power crystals. As for the rumored heaven spiritual pulse cultivator, he could naturally condense 108 spiritual power crystals. Therefore, even if they were all in the crystallization period, the cultivation strength was very different. As for the 3 spiritual pulse cultivator who could advance to the crystallization period, he could naturally condense only 12 spiritual power crystals. However, even in a huge cultivation world like the Central State Continent, There were very few people who could reach this step with such a small number of spiritual pulses. All of them had great opportunities or had a heaven-defying spiritual body. However, the giant fire spirit in front of him only condensed 12 spiritual power crystals on the surface of its body, and there was no natural phenomenon of impacting the crystallization period. This was obviously a means to stimulate its potential and temporarily improve its cultivation to barely reach the early stage of the crystallization period. It should not be able to maintain such a state for a long time. Lu Ming figured out this matter almost instantly, and his heart was slightly relieved. At this moment, the giant fire spirit on the opposite side stared fiercely at Lu Ming and Xianxia in the air. It let out a long roar that pierced through the sky. The crystal grains on the surface of its body suddenly flashed into its huge body. At the same time, the color of the flame turned into 100 colors, then its figure blurred and disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't bother to channel the flying sword anymore. He waved his sleeves, and golden light spots flew out again, turning into a sand mist that wrapped him in it. Zhongxian's face also changed. He made a gesture with one hand, and a yellow earth shield appeared in front of him, blocking him behind. Facing an opponent who already had the strength of the crystallization period, the two unconsciously put on a defensive posture at the same time. A fluctuation appeared in front of Lu Ming, and a humanoid figure wrapped in white flames appeared instantly. It was the giant fire spirit. As soon as it appeared, it disappeared in a blur, then it appeared near Zhongxian. In this way, the huge fire spirit flickered in the giant pit, wandering and teleporting like a ghost, but it never really attacked the two. Something's not right. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's mind turned quickly and he suddenly let out a low shout. At this moment, in the mid-air at the edge of the giant pit, behind the other two outer disciples who were fighting with other ordinary fire spirits, the huge body of the giant fire spirit suddenly flashed. This crystallization period fire spirit just grabbed in the air with one hand, and the white flame condensed in his hand, transforming into two 10 meters long white blades. Then the white light flashed, and the blades disappeared from his hand. A blood-curdling scream rang out. This outer disciple, who was a little short and fat, was channeling his spiritual weapon to deal with the two fire spirits in front of him. As he was caught off guard, he was slashed in half by the white blade that appeared behind him. His protective aura couldn't resist at all, and it was instantly burned by the white flames. After a few seconds, he turned into ashes. Seeing this, the other outer disciple with a scar on his face immediately exclaimed. He couldn't care less about the other ordinary fire spirits in front of him, and he quickly crushed a green talisman. Suddenly, his body flashed in green light, and he turned into a light ball that blasted toward Lu Ming and Zhongxian. Obviously, he knew very well that only by escaping to the two powerful fellow apprentices could he save his life. But just at this moment, a white blade flashed in the direction where he escaped. With two pu sounds, the light ball and the scarred-faced disciple were easily cut into two halves. Then, the two halves exploded and turned into sparks. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming couldn't help but look a little pale. Zhongxian also looked horrified. This fire spirit king's thunderous action of killing the two fellow apprentices was really as fast as lightning, so the two of them had no time to rescue him. They immediately looked at each other, and they naturally knew that the next hard battle was definitely inevitable. After the giant fire spirit let out another long roar, the 6 human-shaped fire spirits in front of it burst open one after another, turning into dozens of crimson fire clouds. After a tumble, they all went into the giant fire spirit's body. As each fire cloud went in, the white flames on the fire spirit king's body would solidify a little. After all the fire clouds went in, its aura was much stronger than before. After Lu Ming took a breath of cold air, he immediately made a gesture without hesitation. The golden sand in front of him immediately spun wildly, forming a faint golden sand curtain to protect his body. At the same time, the small blue sword flew out of his hand, and it burst into a blue sword shadow of several 10 meters. The spirit patterns on the surface flashed wildly, exuding a cold light. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He pointed to the air with one hand, and the blue giant sword trembled slightly in the air. After the spirit patterns on the surface flashed wildly, it turned into a 100 meters blue rainbow. After a clear sword chime, it slashed at the fire spirit king. Xianxia also waved his big sleeve without saying a word, but a small green umbrella flew out. After spinning in the air, it turned into a 10 meters giant umbrella. The surface of the giant umbrella glowed with a faint green light. After another transformation, it formed a layer of green light curtain that covered the whole body. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out 6 purple flying daggers. The flying daggers swelled in the wind and became 4 to 5 feet long. They lined up in the air and emitted a buzzing sound. Go! Xianxia groaned. After the 6 purple blades shook, they turned into 6 purple lights that blasted at the Fire Spirit King. Seeing this, the Fire Spirit King groaned. 2 white flames condensed in his hands and quickly turned into 2 white flaming blades. After waving his hands, a white light whizzed toward the giant blue sword in the air, and the other went toward the 6 purple lights. As soon as the blue rainbow and the white light touched, a white flame rushed to the sword body. The blue rainbow suddenly shrank a few 10 meters and returned to the shape of a small sword. At the same time, several cracks appeared on the sword body. The Fire Spirit King grabbed in the air again, and the white flame blade burst in the air. The billowing white flame immediately drowned the small blue sword completely. Lu Ming only felt his heart sink, and he completely lost contact with the small blue sword. At the next moment, several pieces of melted and deformed broken sword wreckage fell straight from the air. On the other side, after the 6 purple lights hit the white flame blade one after another, they burst open at the same time. The purple and white flames soared into the sky at the same time. But after a short while, the white flames completely engulfed the purple light with overbearing momentum. Xianxia knew that it was bad. He made a gesture with one hand. With a few swoosh swoosh, only 3 faint purple lights escaped from the white flame in the sky and flew into his sleeve. At this time, the Fire Spirit King's figure became blurred. After the billowing white flame on its body surface suddenly separated to the left and right, its huge body was divided into 2. 2 identical giant fire spirits appeared in the air. The 2 giant fire spirits groaned at the same time. With a flash, they teleported to the front of Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. Their hands shook almost at the same time, and 4 white blades shot out. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and released a powerful mental power to try to identify the true body of the Fire Spirit King. Xianxia also activated his purple eyes mystic art, staring at the Fire Spirit King in front of him. The result surprised the 2 of them. The 2 Fire Spirit Kings in front of them were both its true body. They didn't know what kind of cloning mystic art it used to be so magical. Lu Ming snorted without thinking much. The golden sand mist in front of him suddenly rolled up, turning into a golden sand wave that rolled at the giant fire spirit in front of him. Pooh! 2 white sharp blades rushed out of the sand wall and shot toward Lu Ming in a crisscrossed manner. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly cast 2 heavy water droplets and clasped his hands together. The black water mist condensed on his fists. He actually planned to take this blow head-on. Boom! The 2 white flame blades burst open at the same time, intertwining with the black water mist condensed by the heavy water droplets. It made a sizzling sound. The billowing white flame was swallowed by half in an instant. Lu Ming took this opportunity to retreat more than 100 meters away. With a wave of his sleeve, the golden sand mist rolled in front of him again. On the other side, Xianxia activated the giant green umbrella, but he could not resist the 2 white blades. The green light curtain was shattered inch by inch. However, brilliant purple light abruptly erupted from his eyes, and the space in a radius of several tens of feet around him blurred. The 2 giant white flame blades abruptly deviated from their original course and shot past his body from either side. Pung! Pung! Loud noises could be heard as the sword slashed into the ground behind him, leaving behind 2 long and deep grooves. The people of Taiqing Gate, all have to die. The Fire Spirit King looked at the 2 coldly, and it spoke vaguely again. It stomped its feet, crossed its hands in front of its chest, and chanted a strange and obscure spell. The people of Taiqing Gate, all have to die. The Fire Spirit King looked at the 2 coldly, and it spoke vaguely again. It stomped its feet, crossed its hands in front of its chest, and chanted a strange and obscure spell. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound in the entire canyon. After the fire cloud outside the giant pit rolled, it actually gathered toward the Fire Spirit King. It turned into a billowing white fire wave that swept up from both sides, turning into a giant fire circle. It instantly trapped Lu Ming and Xianxia in it. Bursts of white fire waves immediately surged toward the two in the middle. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. They could only channel their spiritual weapons desperately to resist. They couldn't fight back against the rolling fire waves for a while. Seeing this, the Fire Spirit King separated its hands and condensed many white fire blades again. Although the size was not as big as the previous one, there were hundreds of them in front of it. With a chi-chi sound, a white light flashed, and the densely packed white flame blades disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, in the fire waves that attacked Lu Ming and Xianxia, the white light flickered. From time to time, it was mixed with white blades. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but turn ugly. While channeling the golden sand array, it spun rapidly beside him. At the same time, he threw the heavy water droplet in his hand into the air. Instantly, a layer of black mist rolled down and wrapped around him tightly. Crackling sounds of impact sounded. The billowing fire waves were blocked by the sand curtain formed by the golden fallen sand, but the white fire blades flashed out of the fire waves and penetrated the sand curtain into the black water mist. The surging water mist emitted a burst of water vapor. With the double protection of the golden fallen sand and heavy water droplet, Lu Ming finally barely resisted the billowing fire waves and white fire blades. On the other side, Xianxia was in danger. The green giant umbrella had been damaged to a certain extent. At this time, he could only use the yellow giant shield to resist the billowing fire waves, and the purple eyes channeled the space mystic arts to resist the white fire blades. However, using the power of the purple eye's foreign race obviously consumed a lot of energy. After resisting for a while, his face was already faintly pale, and his mental power obviously couldn't keep up. As several white blades mixed in the billowing fire waves came at him, Xianxia's purple eyes channeled the mystic arts to use the space distortion to change the direction of the white blades, bouncing them into the air. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of him. Divine Thought couldn't lock it for a while, but he felt a chill on his left arm. A white blade slashed down like lightning. Xianxia was also very tough. Facing this situation, his purple eyes flashed fiercely. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow on his broken arm. Puff, the blood mist instantly extinguished the white flames on the broken arm, then it wrapped the broken arm and suspended it in the air. "Brother Lu, help me delay some time." Xianxia's voice transmission sounded in Lu Ming's ears. After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he made a gesture without saying a word. After his figure flickered, he flew toward Xianxia with the golden sand mist in the sky. It turned into a golden sand curtain around him, covering Xianxia tightly. At the same time, he let out a loud shout. Crimson scales immediately appeared on several vital points on the surface of his body. Then, he formed a sign with one hand and the mist formed by the heavy water droplet surged, becoming even thicker than before. In an instant, the waves of fire waves and white blades were all blocked by the defense. "Thank you, Brother Lu, give me a little more time." After Xianxia said a faint voice transmission in the golden sand curtain, he took out a yellow talisman, crushed it, and patted on the broken arm to stop the blood from gushing out. Then he chanted, and his eyes flickered with purple light. The bright red blood that seeped out of the broken arm in the air intertwined with the purple mist. After it condensed slightly, it turned into a bone spear shrouded in purple blood mist floating in the air. The bone spear was 10 meters long, and there were faint purple runes flashing on the handle. The sharp blade at the front was pale purple. In the reddish-black blood mist, there were several small snake-like blood chi wandering around the bone spear. Xianxia's eyes flashed with purple light. He pointed at the air in front of him with one hand, and the bloody bone spear immediately trembled in the air. It looked like it was ready to launch. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a gesture with both hands without thinking. Green light spots immediately appeared in front of him. After they condensed quickly, more than a dozen pale green wind blades suddenly appeared. As they trembled, they blasted at the Fire Spirit King with a shrill sound. As soon as the Fire Spirit King saw the incoming wind blades, it opened its mouth and launched several fireballs. Rumble, the red ball of wind blades burst open in an instant, turning into billowing green and red fire clouds. It blocked the sight of the Fire Spirit King and Lu Ming. Lu Ming took this opportunity to shake his figure, revealing the hideous bone spear shrouded in blood mist behind him. Go! Xianxia's eyes instantly turned purple-red. He patted the bone spear in the air without hesitation, and he groaned at the same time. Swoosh, the bone spear was like an arrow that left the bow, turning into a bloody light that blasted at the Fire Spirit King. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It passed through the waves of fire in just a second and appeared in front of the Fire Spirit King. Facing the sudden bone spear, the Fire Spirit King was also taken aback. The flames on its body surface suddenly rolled forward, turning into a white fire wall of 10 meters wide and 40 meters high. But the bloody bone spear only paused slightly, then it penetrated the white fire wall with a crackling sound. The Fire Spirit King immediately screamed, and its figure disappeared out of thin air. But at the same time, the bloody bone spear made a sharp turn in the air. It blasted somewhere on the left without stopping, and it disappeared in a flash. At the next moment, a muffled sound came out. A white flame suddenly gushed out from the seemingly empty air. After the flame faded, the figure of the Fire Spirit King was revealed. The bloody bone spear was inserted straight into its lower abdomen, and it was flashing with a strange purple-red light. The Fire Spirit King looked down at the bloody spear on its body, and its eyes were full of disbelief. With a sudden hiss, it moved its arm and pulled out the bone spear with one hand. At the same time, the flame on its hand burned the white flame into ashes. At the same time, the billowing flame surged out from the wound on its abdomen. The edge of the wound was blocked by a few wisps of faintly squirming purple mist, so it couldn't be healed. The fire circle that originally surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia suddenly dimmed, and it collapsed after a few flashes. Obviously, this crystallization period Fire Spirit King could no longer maintain its original magical power after being severely injured. Xianxia's face was pale at this time, his body was also shaky. He was seriously injured, and he continuously cast the alien mystic arts. Both his physical strength and spiritual power were almost exhausted. You all are going to die. The Fire Spirit King let out a vague roar, staring straight at Xianxia. Two white fire blades were condensed in his hands. After they combined, they turned into a white flame spear, and it was thrown at Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia only felt that the white spear was already in front of him as the flame rolled in his eyes. It was too late to dodge, so his heart sank immediately. At this moment, there was a whistling sound in the air. Suddenly, a gust of black chi rolled over and heavily collided with the white spear. Bang! The white fire spear trembled, and it was blown away. It was Lu Ming on the side. He launched a punch in the air, and the next moment, he suddenly stepped on the air under him. His whole body rushed toward the Fire Spirit King with a series of afterimages. With just a blur, he was only 10 meters away from the Fire Spirit King. The Fire Spirit King roared, opened its mouth, and a white fire wave was spurted forward. As Lu Ming moved his mind, layers of crimson scales appeared on his hands. At the same time, he held a heavy water droplet in each hand, instantly transforming into layers of black fist shadows. A loud explosion, the white flame was almost instantly dispersed by a single blow, and the dense fist shadows all landed on the Fire Spirit King's body firmly, causing the wound on its abdomen to burst open, revealing a crimson essence core that was flashing with a faint red light. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the fist shadows in the sky suddenly retracted. A ferocious palm clawed at the Fire Spirit King's abdomen like lightning. But at this moment, the seemingly dying Fire Spirit King suddenly self-destructed with a boom, and it turned into a circle of white flame that rolled out wildly. It was impossible for Lu Ming to avoid the self-destruction at such a close distance. As the white flame rolled, Lu Ming was completely submerged in it. Xianxia, who was behind, was naturally shocked to see this situation, but at this moment, there was a swoosh. A cluster of white light rushed out of the white flame and fled desperately to the entrance of the canyon. In the white light, there was a charred figure. It was the Fire Spirit King, but its size was several times smaller than before. Its aura had also become extremely weak. After a few flickers, it had escaped for 700 or 800 meters away. Xianxia, who had just reacted, wanted to cast another spell to catch up, but it was obviously too late. However, right at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out from within the sea of white flames, and a ball of black chi had already rushed down in pursuit. In the black gas, Lu Ming was holding a black bone shield in front of him with one hand. There were 9 skull phantasms on the surface. His speed was so fast that he was even faster than the severely injured Fire Spirit King. He caught up with him in a moment. The Fire Spirit King, which was a few feet tall, seemed to know that it couldn't run away. It suddenly stopped and turned its head. It spat out a cluster of bright red blood flame from its mouth. After it swayed in the wind, it turned into a huge fireball the size of a wheel, rolling straight behind. Lu Ming's heart shuddered, but he suddenly raised the small shield in his hand. With another shake, it immediately became 10 feet large. At the same time, the 9 skulls on the surface also became the size of washbasins, and they opened their mouths at the same time. Pooh! 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 The 3 bright red fireballs didn't even explode. The moment they came into contact with the 9 skulls, they were all sucked in. Then, there was another bang. After Lu Ming's figure blurred, he appeared in front of the already weakened Fire Spirit King. His arm turned blurred, and his palm directly penetrated its abdomen, grabbing the crimson essence core out like lightning. The Fire Spirit King screamed, and its body collapsed and disappeared the moment the essence core left its body, leaving only 18 bright red spiritual power crystals hanging in the air. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, put away the bone shield, and kept the 18 crystals in his palm. He then turned around and flew toward Xianxia, who was not far away. He landed lightly in the giant pit. I finally killed this Fire Spirit King. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Lu's outstanding strength. Xianxia naturally saw the scene of Lu Ming killing the Fire Spirit King from a distance. Even though his face was abnormally pale, he was still very excited. After Lu Ming sneered, he raised his hand and collected the sand mist transformed by the golden fallen sand. He spread out his hands. There was an essence core in one palm, and there were 18 spiritual power crystals in the other palm. He said slowly, Brother Zhang's contribution in killing the Fire Spirit King this time is indispensable. These 18 spiritual power crystals of the Fire Spirit King are excellent materials for refining elixir, and this Fire Spirit King essence core is different from the Fire Spirit essence core. It is the best material to forge a fire attribute superb spiritual weapon. The 2 are of equal value. We both have the same. What do you think, Brother Zhang? In this case, then I will choose this Fire Spirit King essence core. Xianxia didn't hesitate. After thinking for a while, he chose the golden essence core in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming smiled slightly, threw out the essence core, and put the 10 spiritual power crystals into the Sumera snail. These spiritual power crystals were necessary materials for refining elixir that increased spiritual power in the later stage of the condensation period. Although they were not as precious as the essence core, they were also necessary for him at this moment. In this way, Lu Ming and Xianxia were naturally happy. They took some elixir respectively. After a short rest, they began to work separately in the pit. Among them, after Xianxia picked up some fire attribute crystal stones in the giant pit, he took out a diamond-shaped disc flashing with a faint red light and kept searching for something in the giant pit. Lu Ming also took out a light blue talisman. After throwing it into the air, it suddenly turned into a few light blue light runes that danced around him. Then, he made a gesture with both hands while chanting. As a result, after a while, their complexions changed at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other. It's so strange. The crystal pillar, which is a treasure, has been destroyed, but the fire spirit here is not weaker than before. Xianxia said with a strange expression. Indeed. In fact, it seems to be even thicker than before. This doesn't make sense. Unless the crystal pillar we pushed down is not the thing that caused the change in this world, and the real treasure is something else. Lu Ming also said with a sigh of relief. This time, Xianxia just nodded, then he pointed at the disc with one hand without speaking. Lu Ming also made a gesture, silently channeling some mystic arts. As a result, almost at the same time, the disc in Xianxia's hand trembled. It immediately flew out of his hand with a dazzling red light. After a shake, it flew above the center of the giant pit, spinning non-stop. On Lu Ming's side, several blue runes beside him also flew out and landed lightly in the air below the same position of the disc. They were also flashing a faint blue light. It seems that this is the right place. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and said faintly, This is the only place in the entire fire spirit tribe where the fire spirit is constantly gushing out. If there is a real treasure, it must be below. Xianxia also replied without any opinion. The place they were talking about was the place where the huge crystal pillar was originally pushed down. After a few flashes, they all came to the vicinity. After Lu Ming looked up and down at the ground a few times, he suddenly took a deep breath. He grabbed in the air with one hand, and a black bead suddenly appeared. After a trace of black gas came out, he punched down. After a loud noise, the entire pit shook, and a big hole appeared. Red clouds that were visible to the naked eye immediately surged out of it. It seems that we really have to go down to find out. Seeing this, Lu Ming retracted his fist, turned his head and said calmly to Xianxia. Xianxia also nodded with a strange light in his eyes. After 10 minutes, the center of the giant pit was more than 1,000 meters deep underground. Lu Ming, wrapped in a cloud of yellow light and black mist, stared at a crimson giant cauldron in front of him dumbfoundedly. The cauldron was 30 to 40 meters high. The surface was densely inscribed with red, yellow, and blue runes. The cauldron lid was wide open, and white mist floated up from the mouth of the cauldron. From time to time, tricolored flames were ejected from it, condensing the nearby fire spirit into pieces of crimson crystals, but they quickly dispersed into wisps of red glow that fluttered upward. Xianxia, who was shrouded in a layer of purple light nearby, looked at the giant cauldron in front of him with a face full of horror. The fire attribute spiritual power exuded by this cauldron is really unprecedented. It seems that this treasure must be the one that caused the change in this world. Xianxia suddenly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Why, Brother Zong, have you seen the details of this cauldron? Lu Ming's expression moved. He glanced at the purple-eyed young man next to him and asked. Brother Lu, you must be joking. I was born in the border of the Middle Sky continent. I have never seen such a treasure. However, the fire spiritual power contained in this cauldron is unfathomable. It must have a great origin. By the way, Brother Lu is knowledgeable, what do you know? Xianxia said with a laugh. After the series of fierce battles in the small flame world, and he saw the extraordinary strength of Lu Ming, he naturally put away his arrogance, and his conversation became very polite. Brother Zong is too modest. I'm also inexperienced. I can't recognize what this is. Lu Ming shook his head and said. No matter what the origin of this thing is, let's move it out of the ground first, then we will talk about other things. How about this? After the purple-eyed young man's eyes flashed, he suddenly suggested. All right. Lu Ming just thought for a moment, then he nodded solemnly. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard the words. He immediately made a gesture with one hand, and his body suddenly shone with purple light. After a while, in the big hole in the center of the canyon pit, a three-color fire pillar suddenly rushed out of the sky, then the entire ground shook violently. The crimson giant cauldron slowly emerged from the hole inch by inch. After it finally moved to the side, it landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Whoosh whoosh, two figures rushed out of the hole again. After a blur, they landed on the ground on both sides of the giant cauldron. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia, but both of them were panting and sweating. I didn't expect this thing to be so heavy. If it weren't for you and me, I'm afraid we really can't get it out from below. Xianxia calmed his breathing slightly, then he said with a wry smile. But this also shows that the origin of this thing is extraordinary. I'm worried now about how to keep this treasure. You and I have tried it underground before. Whether it is Sumeru treasure or storage amulet, we can't keep this cauldron in it. Lu Ming said with a frown. This thing is indeed extremely difficult to collect, but I know a kind of symbol that may be effective, but I need to set up an array to assist. Xianxia looked at the tricolor runes flowing on the surface of the crimson giant cauldron, but he said with a slight expression. Oh, since Brother Zong is so confident, then let's try it. Lu Ming heard the words, and he said without hesitation after thinking for a while. The purple-eyed young man saw Lu Ming also nodded in agreement, and he was overjoyed immediately. He touched his sleeve with one hand, trying to take out the array equipment to try to collect this cauldron. But just at this moment, suddenly a loud rumbling sound came from the sky several thousand meters above the huge pit, and then the space fluctuated. Immediately after, a burst of dazzling green light appeared, and countless green runes floated out. In 2 breaths, they formed a glyph formation that was several meters in size. Lu Ming and Xianxia were naturally shocked when they saw this, and they made a vigilant move at the same time. Xianxia grabbed in the air with one hand, and a yellow long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and golden light spots flew out immediately, turning into a golden sand mist that surrounded his body. At this time, after the talisman array flashed wildly in the air, several green figures appeared in the center. Each of these people was burly, and their faces were blurred. Only their facial features could be vaguely seen. They were all wearing green armor, which was engraved with patterns of dragons and tigers. There was also a big rune character imprinted on the smooth armor on their chest, exuding a faint silver light. Law Enforcement Rune Soldier, they are from the Law Enforcement Hall. After Xianxia saw these green armor people clearly, he exclaimed out loud. His face was full of surprise, but the yellow long sword in his hand dropped down unconsciously. Rune Soldier? Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard the words, but the golden sand mist flying on his body surface slowed down a little. You two are the outer disciples of Piaohong Courtyard, right? What are your names? Don't panic. We are the Law Enforcement Hall messengers. Because the small flame world is special now, we came in with the Rune Soldier's body. The green-armored seal soldier in the lead glanced at Lu Ming and actually laughed softly. However, with his blurry face, it seemed rather strange. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a square token. The pattern on it was the same as the one Lu Ming had seen when he entered the sect. It was the symbol of the Tribunal Council. It turns out to be the senior fellow apprentice of the Law Enforcement Hall. I'm Xianxia, next to me is Brother Lu Ming. In this trial, there have been a lot of changes in this small flame world. The fire spirits and spirit beasts suddenly became bloodthirsty and violent. Our teleportation jade talisman also suddenly became ineffective. Many outer disciples died because of this. I wonder if the sect has other arrangements for the next trial. Xianxia glanced at the token, and he immediately replied respectfully. Although Lu Ming didn't say anything, he cupped his fists and bowed in the air. Xianxia, Lu Ming. Your names are indeed on the list. Wait a minute. As the green-armored seal soldier heard the words, he put away the token, then he flipped his hand and took out an item. It seemed to be an ancient book. After flipping a few pages quickly, he nodded and said. Then, he put away the ancient book. After flipping his hand again, another item appeared. The green light was blurry, but it made people unable to see the specific shape. The leader of the seal soldier launched a symbol, and the green light in his hand suddenly lit up. At the same time, the ground where the giant cauldron was located seemed to feel something. Countless green runes rose from the nearby ground, vaguely forming a green light array below the giant cauldron. The rest of the seal soldiers were also chanting, constantly launching various symbols into the green light in the hand of the leader. Poof, a thick green light beam spurted out from the light array below, instantly shrouding the crimson giant cauldron in it. In the light beam, the crimson giant cauldron slowly floated up, and the tricolor flame ejected from the mouth of the cauldron disappeared strangely. These seal soldiers were collecting this treasure. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Xianxia's faces changed. If the other party didn't show the Law Enforcement Hall token before, they would have stopped them immediately. But at this moment, the two just looked at each other, then they were silent with different expressions. The green armor rune soldier in the lead looked extremely solemn at the moment. He gently tossed the item in his hand, and a cluster of green light immediately floated in the air. Then, he made various gestures with his 10 fingers and launched a series of mysterious runes. The crimson cauldron seemed to have been summoned. It slowly flew toward the green light cluster in the sky. After a while, it turned blurred and disappeared without a trace. The leader of the seal soldiers waved his hand again, and the green light flew back to his hand with a swoosh. Seeing this, the few seal soldiers next to him looked at each other. They all seemed to be relieved. At this time, the leader of the green-armored seal soldier turned his gaze to look at Lu Ming and Xianxia again, and he said in a deep voice, "This cauldron is the treasure of our Taiqing Gate. It accidentally fell into this small flame world. It is also because of the leakage of fire chi in the cauldron that caused the small flame world to change. This is a secret of the sect, so you too must keep it a secret. Don't mention it to anyone again. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. When Lu Ming and Xianxia heard this, although they had some expectations in their hearts, they naturally didn't dare to hesitate at this moment and nodded. There is a secret enchantment that I set up earlier. When you two were fighting fiercely with the Fire Spirit King, because of the mystic arts, you couldn't tear the void immediately and teleport the seal soldier here. However, the elders in the hall also saw the previous fierce battle between you two through the enchantment here. You can kill the Fire Spirit King as an outer disciple. You two have made a great contribution to the sect. After we go out this time, we will reward you handsomely. Seeing the respectful expressions of the two, the green-armored rune soldier said in a slow tone. Lu Ming and Xianxia naturally thanked him again. Okay, the matter here is over, and the teleportation array on the 8 Masters side should be repaired soon, but the original Jade Talisman is no longer useful. If you want to quit this trial now, you can go to the refined fire basin in the easternmost part of the small flame world. You can teleport directly from there. You two remember to inform the other disciples of this matter, so as not to cause more chaos. After the green-armored rune soldier finished speaking, he took out an azure jade talisman and crushed it. The azure talisman formation under his feet suddenly shone with azure light. With a flash, several green-armored rune soldiers connected to the formation and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other with a wry smile. Although the law enforcement hall promised to give them a reward, it was naturally not as good as the reward after handing in a treasure. However, since this cauldron was originally the treasure of the sect, the two of them naturally couldn't say much. They could only blame their bad luck. Now that the treasure that caused the mutation here has been taken away, and the Fire Spirit King has been killed, I think the riot of the fire spirits and the beasts will subside. We should tell the other disciples of the sect as soon as possible. Lu Ming said slowly. This is natural. But before that, we still have one more thing to do. As the purple-eyed young man said, he strode to the side of the pit and looked down. In the pit, where the big red cauldron was originally located, there were still a lot of fire attribute crystal stones left in it. They were all condensed by the big cauldron before. The color was bright red, exuding strong spiritual fluctuations. The purity was comparable to the upper-grade fire attribute crystal stones. They could make a lot of money by exchanging them. The two of them tacitly collected the spirit stones and divided them cleanly. I'm afraid those people outside will come in soon. You and I should act separately. Whether we can find other treasures depends on our own luck. Xianxia said, then he flew into the nearby fire cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he also flew up, but he went in another direction. Since the canyon here was the largest gathering place of the fire spirit tribe, the fire attribute spirit was rich, and it was naturally rich in various fire attribute spiritual materials. Now that the other outer disciples were not here, it was a great opportunity to harvest. They naturally had to divide it up as soon as possible. But shortly after Xianxia went into the fire cloud, a figure flashed. Lu Ming returned from the fire cloud like a ghost. He took a deep look at the direction where Xianxia left, then he released divine thought to check the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he took a few steps to the big hole where the big red cauldron was previously placed and jumped down. At the same time, he took out a yellow talisman and patted it on his body. Poof, a layer of yellow light wrapped around Lu Ming and blasted into the depths of the big hole. Are you sure that there are other treasures under this pit, and the aura is the same as the cauldron? After taking away the big cauldron, the pit was still filled with fire energy, and it was much stronger than outside. Lu Ming suddenly spoke faintly in the yellow light. Master, I am absolutely right. Although I just woke up, the new magical power I got tells me that there are indeed other treasures below. A very tender girl's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. There is actually a second person here. After Lu Ming was silent for a moment, he suddenly patted a leather bag on his waist with one hand. The mouth of the bag was loosened immediately, and a black gas emerged from it. After a spin, it turned into a palm-sized silver-white scorpion. It was one of Lu Ming's two spiritual pets, Bone Scorpion. Its body, which was originally half a foot long, had become much smaller, and its back was engraved with dense and strange purple patterns. The original crimson scales had disappeared completely, and the snakehead tail hook on its tail had become a lifelike serpent head. Since this ghost swallowed the troll's head in the abyss, it had been sleeping in the soul-recovering bag. However, when Lu Ming killed the giant fire spirit in the huge pit, it actually woke up inexplicably. When it found the crimson cauldron, it suddenly transmitted a voice to Lu Ming, saying that it sensed another unknown treasure under the cauldron. After Lu Ming listened to it, he was naturally very surprised. Therefore, after separating from Xianxia, he quietly returned to the giant pit. After Bone Scorpion flashed, it jumped on his shoulder. Lu Ming followed the instructions of Bone Scorpion and used the burrowing technique to dive down 1,000 meters from the original location of the cauldron. Suddenly, his expression moved. After a while, his body was light, and he appeared in a spherical space of 10 meters in size. The soil here seemed to be dug out by someone. The inner wall was very smooth. In the center of the space, there was a fist-sized dark red light cluster floating. It was flickering slightly. There seemed to be something hidden in it. There was a strange light flashing faintly. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze on the spherical light cluster. It's it. Bone Scorpion on his shoulder suddenly made a vague girl's voice. He immediately made a gesture with one hand, and a huge amount of mental power swept out, but it was blocked by the light ball, and he couldn't find out what was inside. However, the energy contained in the light ball itself seemed to be very gentle, so it should be harmless. After Lu Ming frowned, he grabbed at the air with one hand and immediately sucked the ball of light into his hand. After rubbing his hands again, the red light immediately dissipated, revealing the thing inside. When he saw the thing inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. Between his hands, there was a tricolor lamp flame floating, and the lamp flame wrapped a silver elixir. The elixir slowly rotated in the center of the lamp flame. Every time it rotated, the tricolor lamp flame shrank and flickered as if a heart was beating. After taking a closer look, he found that there were 3 unusually thin and twisted golden patterns on the surface of the silver elixir. They were squirming slightly on the surface of the silver elixir like a living thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what this elixir was, it was not an ordinary thing at first glance. It was naturally a great opportunity for him to get it. After he praised Bone Scorpion with a voice transmission, he immediately took out a jade box. He carefully put the silver elixir together with the tricolor lamp flame into the jade box. The pill seemed to have a mind of its own as it trembled in the box. The 3 colored flames on its surface flickered as if it could shoot out at any moment. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately closed the lid of the box and took out a light yellow glyph. He stuck it on the jade box with a paw sound. Only then did he put it into the sumaru snail with ease. After doing all of this, he immediately searched the nearby area, and after confirming that he hadn't missed anything, he emerged from the ground with a flash of yellow light. His body swayed, and he disappeared into the nearby fiery clouds. After the time it takes to eat a meal. In a cave under the canyon, this place was deep underground and filled with a faint red mist. In the deepest part of the cave, an underground lava river flowed slowly. There were 7 or 8 stalks of dark green light flickering on the reddish-red rock surrounding the river. There were some slender spirit herbs growing here. This spirit herb was only half a foot tall and looked like a lingji mushroom. However, its exterior was light green in color. To be able to survive in such an environment, it was naturally not something ordinary. Golden lingji. Lu Ming recognized this item at a glance. Before he set off, he deliberately read some ancient books about medicinal materials in the Taiching Gate. It was recorded that this kind of spirit herb was a high-grade material for refining fire attribute elixir. It was very valuable. Lu Ming picked all these spirit herbs with joy and packed them in a jade box. He searched the cave again, but unfortunately, he didn't find any other spiritual objects. After a quarter of an hour, somewhere in the canyon, on a mountain wall filled with red mist, a blue light flashed, and the figure of Lu Ming appeared. At this moment, he was holding a dark red or the size of a head in his arms. It was covered with spider web-like purple lines that flickered. It looked a bit strange. Violet Sunstone, I didn't expect to find such a big piece here. Lu Ming murmured, unable to hide the joy on his face. Violet Sunstone was an extremely rare forging material. It contained yin and yang spiritual power. It was an excellent material for refining advanced cauldron furnaces. The reason why he was so happy was that according to the flame cultivation scripture, if the 9 skulls shield was to be refined into the 36th enchantment, this thing was one of the auxiliary materials. After Lu Ming carefully put it away, his figure flickered and flew away. In a hidden underground cave, in a red pit full of crimson ore. Lu Ming's body was covered with a light blue water attribute shield. He was holding a golden hoe in his hand and was concentrating on collecting something. On the inner wall of the pit, there was a protruding cylindrical stick-shaped object. It was about the size of a fist. It was golden in color. The tree ring pattern could be faintly seen. It looked like a piece of rotten wood. One end was exposed outside, and the other end was deeply stuck in the mountain wall. This object was called giant sun wood. Its name sounded like a kind of spiritual wood, but in fact, it was transformed from the corpse of a kind of giant sun insect. Giant sun insect was a kind of spirit insect that lived in magma. Its appearance was similar to maggots. After death, its corpse was mixed in the magma. After hundreds of years, it slowly hardened, absorbing a lot of volcanic magma, and finally forming a piece of giant sun wood. Giant sun wood was the product of living creature essence mixed with flame essence. It was also a rare spiritual material. Once it was formed, it was extremely hard. Lu Ming waved the hoe. After a while, he finally dug out this piece of giant sun wood the size of a child's arm. After more than an hour, the materials in the entire canyon were almost swept away by Lu Ming and Xianxia. Soon after, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and a few escape lights appeared faintly. A month later, in the nameless hall, the teleportation array in the center of the hall flickered. Not long after, 7 or 8 figures appeared inside. It was Lu Ming, Xianxia, and several other outer disciples who finally walked out of the small flame world. Okay, these are the last people. This small flame world trial is over. On the 8 high platforms above the hall, the old man with yellow eyebrows of the Fengling courtyard took out a bronze mirror, checked it for a moment, and said slowly. Lu Ming and Xianxia immediately walked out of the array. After saluting the 8 masters respectfully, they quickly walked to the high platform where Jiang Zhong was and stood with their hands folded. The same was true for several others. Brother Jiang, according to the law enforcement hall, it seems that these 2 disciples of your courtyard joined forces to kill the Fire Spirit King. With such strength, I'm afraid they won't be unknown in the outer disciple major competition 2 years later, right? Among the 8 masters, a short and fat middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia, then he said with a slight smile. Mr. has overpraised. Your courtyard is also full of talents. It is still a little early for them to participate in the major competition. They still need more training. Jiang Zhong replied with a yawn when he heard the words. With their age, even if they can't make it this time, they will definitely have a great chance in the next 2 realms. Maybe there will be 2 more inner disciples in your courtyard. The short and fat man said with a sneer. This time, Jiang Zhong smiled and said nothing. Speaking of which, nephew Chen Dang also performed well in this trial. At the critical moment, he can always make the right choice. Just like Mr. Chen, he has the demeanor of a great general. Seeing this, the short and fat man changed the topic and said to the master of the Fengling courtyard. About everything that happened in the small flame world this time, they naturally knew most of it from the mouths of other disciples who came out first. When the old man with yellow eyebrows heard this, although he said a few humble words, he still smiled. Humph. This trial is just a small entrance test. What can we see? The major competition 2 years later still depends on the competition between the old disciples. The beautiful woman in red clothes snorted when she heard the words. In this way, junior sister apprentice Xiao is full of confidence in the next major competition. The short and fat middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he said with a slight smile. Humph, you will naturally know at that time. The beautiful woman raised her eyebrows and said impolitely. In this way, after the 8 masters chatted for a while, they left the hall with the last batch of disciples. An hour later, Jiang Zhong returned to the conference hall of the Piaohong courtyard with Lu Ming and the other disciples. There, the other new disciples who had finished their trials were already waiting there, having received the notice long ago. However, compared to before they entered, there were only 20 or so new disciples left. More than 10 of them had died. Yan Ming and Shui Yun were also standing inside safely. After Jiang Zhong, the master of the Piaohong courtyard, glanced at the disciples, he sighed and said slowly, "Well, there have been a lot of changes in this trial. You all have worked hard, but according to the rules this time, you must hand in 3 flame essence nuclei every time to be considered to pass the trial. Because of the increase in the difficulty of the trial, each person can get an additional 1,000 contribution points from the sect as a reward." None of these disciples who were lucky enough to survive this strange change were weak. They naturally hunted down 3 fire spirit essence cores, and when they heard that there would be additional contribution points, they were naturally overjoyed. Everyone immediately took out 3 flame essence nuclei and handed them over to Jiang Zhong. After listening to the old man's encouraging words, they left the hall one after another. Lu Ming and Zhang Xian were about to turn back after handing in the essence nuclei, but they were unexpectedly stopped. In a side hall of the Piaohong courtyard hall, Jiang Zhong sat casually on the main seat, and Lu Ming and Zhang Xian stood respectfully by the side. "I have already heard from the law enforcement hall that you two performed very well in the small flame world. You can join forces to kill the Fire Spirit King, which has brought a lot of face to our Piaohong courtyard." Jiang Zhong picked up the teacup in his hand, took a sip, and said with a smile on his face, "Master is overpraising. These are what disciples should do." Zhang Xian replied respectfully. Listening to the people of the law enforcement hall, the Fire Spirit King seems to have broken through to the crystallization period at the last moment. You two can actually kill it by joining forces. It can be seen that you do have some strength. "Tell me about the process of killing him in detail," Jiang Zhong said with a hint of interest in his voice. Lu Ming and Zhang Xian glanced at each other, then they briefly explained the process of killing the Fire Spirit King. They couldn't help but nod slightly, showing some approval as they said, "The entrance trial is over. You two are considered outstanding among the new disciples. I think you two also know that in another 2 years, it will be the major competition of 10 years. You two are quite strong. If you work hard in these 2 years, you may be able to get a good ranking in the major competition. If you can enter the top 10, not only will you get a generous reward from the sect, but you may also be favored by many masters in the sect and be directly accepted as an inner disciple." Jiang Zhong smiled and reminded at the same time. Lu Ming and Zhang Xian naturally nodded in agreement. "Okay, you two go back to rest too." Jiang Zhong nodded with satisfaction, then he waved at the two and sent them away. After Lu Ming and Zhang Xian bid farewell to the master, they immediately turned around and left the Piaohong courtyard hall. After chatting a few words outside the hall, they flew away. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming returned to the cave house. As soon as he stepped into the cave house, he strode into the secret room without saying a word. With a thought, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand, and a black gas rolled out with a whistling sound. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a palm-sized mini silver scorpion with black mist on the surface. After Lu Ming communicated with it with divine thought, he ordered Bone Scorpion to release its aura completely. The green flame in Bone Scorpion's eyes flashed, and the black mist on its body surface tumbled. A powerful aura suddenly came to his face, causing the spirit in the secret room to fluctuate violently. This made him happy. Judging from the aura, Bone Scorpion at this time seemed to have the strength of the condensation period later stage. Bone Scorpion also seemed to want to show off in front of its master, Lu Ming. Suddenly, a burst of silver light shone on its silver body, and it grew to more than 100 meters in size. It almost broke the entire secret room. After another flash of silver light, it shrank to a few inches in an instant. It jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and touched his neck with its front pincers intimately, then it flashed back to its original size. The pair of giant pincers on its body suddenly raised, and they grew several times in an instant. The surface was shining with silver light, and there seemed to be some black runes imprinted on it. It waved down forcefully. Boom, a black light flashed, and a slender crack appeared on the seemingly hard ground of the secret room. Seeing this, a strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately ordered the bone scorpion to stay where it was. He shook his sleeve and a green wind blade shot out. After a flash, it slashed the bone scorpion. Bang, the wind blade bounced off, but there was no trace on bone scorpion's back. Lu Ming was delighted again. Obviously, after bone scorpion evolved again, its physical strength had greatly increased, and the hardness of its body had at least doubled. The bone scorpion also let out a chuckle and once again jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder in a flash. What new skills do you have? Show them all. Lu Ming gently stroked Bone Scorpion's giant pincers, and he said with a chuckle. At this time, Bone Scorpion seemed to have the wisdom of an 11 or 12-year-old child. It could directly understand what Lu Ming said without the need to communicate with divine thought. Its two giant pincers collided with each other a few times, making a quang-quang sound, then it jumped down again and drilled into the ground. The next moment, black gas rolled out from the corner of the secret room. Bone Scorpion emerged silently. It opened its mouth again and spat a fist-sized black poisonous mist at the nearby wall. A scene that surprised Lu Ming happened. As soon as the enchantment on the stone wall came into contact with the black poisonous mist, it collapsed and disappeared in an instant. A fist-sized hole was silently melted on the stone wall behind, and it was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. After his figure became blurred, he appeared in the corner, and he immediately looked at the nearby stone wall carefully. Wisps of black poisonous mist slowly swam back and forth at the edge of the hole. Wherever the poisonous mist touched, the originally rather hard black stone wall would be corroded and turned into wisps of black smoke before disappearing. After a while, the black poisonous mist finally dissipated, and a hole of 5 meters appeared on the stone wall of the secret room. Good job. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming couldn't help but praise Bone Scorpion. The strength of the poisonous mist that Bone Scorpion spewed now was obviously not comparable to before. Bone Scorpion, who was lying on the ground, listened to Lu Ming's words and seemed to be even more excited. After the tail hook behind it swayed slightly, a purple halo suddenly burst out. It turned into a crystal-clear translucent appearance. Then the tail hook moved, and there was a loud chi-chi sound. Lu Ming only felt that a faint phantasm flashed on the ground nearby, and there were dense pinholes on the ground within a radius of 10 meters. Almost every inch of the ground was covered. This time, he was really surprised. With his eyesight, he couldn't even see the trace of Bone Scorpion's tail hook attack at all. It could be seen that the attack speed was too fast, and the other half was that after the tail hook crystallized, the attack became almost invisible. Okay, come here. Just as Bone Scorpion swung its tail hook to smash at the stone wall again, Lu Ming quickly waved his hand to stop Bone Scorpion's action. The purple crystallized tail hook seemed to be extremely powerful. If Bone Scorpion continued to attack like this, the entire secret room would be in danger of being destroyed. Bone Scorpion heard the words, and after a shake, it fell on Lu Ming's shoulder, and it stuttered master again. Let me ask you, other than these abilities, what other magical powers do you have after waking up this time? Lu Ming asked after a thought. Bone Scorpion heard the words and immediately replied with a delicate girl's voice. It turned out that when fighting the troll's head that day, Bone Scorpion swallowed a large number of troll's head remains and some purple crystals in its body. After a deep sleep and mutation, not only its wisdom was improved a lot, but it also obtained some strange abilities of the troll. For example, in the mine of Small Flame World this time, it could faintly sense the location of the silver elixir. The treasure hunting ability was just one of them. As for other abilities, although Bone Scorpion could vaguely feel that there were 2 or 3 more, it didn't know how to use them and their specific effects. It could only slowly explore and practice them in the future. By the way, Master, I seem to have gotten some troll memories, but they are very fragmented. I just woke up, not long ago, so I haven't pieced them together. The girl's voice stuttered as she continued to speak. Troll memories, Lu Ming was slightly startled. Although he learned a little about troll and demonization from Luo Hu, he was still quite curious in his heart. You just woke up not long ago, so you still need to rest and adjust. If you remember anything about the troll's memories, tell me. Okay, Master. Bone Scorpion replied vaguely. Lu Ming nodded and patted his waist. Bone Scorpion's figure blurred and turned into a cloud of black mist. It went into the soul-recovering bag around his waist like a gust of wind. After mutating again, Bone Scorpion's strength had greatly increased, and its demand for Yin Qi was not the same as before. The soul-recovering bag at this time was no longer suitable. It must be replaced with a higher-level one. Lu Ming scanned Demon Flying Skull Jiaoying in another leather bag around his waist with divine thought, and he found that this demon was still sleeping. Then after a slight hesitation, he took out the jade box containing the silver elixir from the Sumeru snail around his waist, gently peeled off the talisman on it, and opened the lid of the box. Immediately, the tricolor light flashed, and the silver elixir wrapped in the tricolor lamp flame appeared in front of Lu Ming again. He hurriedly glanced at it in the small flame world that day, then he put it away. Now that he returned to the secret room, he naturally had to study it carefully. The silver elixir was slowly rotating in the tricolor lamp flame, and the 3 golden elixir patterns on it were twisting and wriggling as if they were alive. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and touched the flame lightly. Suddenly, there was a warm and flexible feeling that seemed to be real. After he pinched it with a little force, there was a faint huge force coming out of it. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He slightly increased the strength of his fingers, and the resistance from the lamp flame seemed to also increase at the same time. After trying for a while, he couldn't do anything to it. It was very strange. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he released a powerful mental power, but it was also blocked by the tricolor lamp flame. He couldn't explore it at all. After thinking for a few times, Lu Ming shook his head. He didn't dare to try again. He put the elixir back into the jade box, stuck the talisman on it, and kept it in the Sumeru snail again. This tricolor lamp flame is so magical. It can be seen that the silver elixir wrapped in it must be extraordinary, and it is most likely related to the Crimson Cauldron furnace. I should consult more elixir classics in the future to figure out the effect of the elixir before making a decision. After Lu Ming thought about it, he took out a storage talisman from his waist. After making a gesture, he threw it in front of him. Dense materials appeared on the ground in a flash of light. These were all his gains from the small flame world trial this time. In addition to the 10 spiritual power crystals of the Fire Spirit King, there were more than 20 Fire Spirit Essence cores, 3 golden Ganoderma, a large piece of purple sunstone, 2 pieces of giant sun wood, and many materials such as beast skin and beast claws of fire attribute spirit beasts. After a rough count, Lu Ming was delighted again. The various materials in front of him could be exchanged for more than 300,000 spirit stones. And this didn't include the contribution points given by the Law Enforcement Point and Piaohong Courtyard in the future. This Taiqing Gate is worthy of being one of the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent. A mere outer disciple trial already has such a big harvest. After Lu Ming muttered to himself, he put away the materials. He planned to find a suitable opportunity to go to the market to exchange some of the unused materials for spirit stones. Then, he would give Bone Scorpion and Jiaoying a soul-recovering bag of better quality, and he would buy a suitable sword for them. The original Saliva attribute flying sword had been destroyed in the fierce battle with the Fire Spirit King. He couldn't use sword cultivator god communication, which had a great impact on his current strength. As Lu Ming thought about it, he sat cross-legged in the secret room and quietly adjusted his breath. At the same time, in a mysterious space of Taiqing Gate, in a building shrouded in layers of light curtain, an old man was sitting on a red rocking chair, playing with a small crimson cauldron with red light in his hand. It was the 3-taste true flame cauldron that was recovered by the Law Enforcement Hall not long ago, but its size was a dozen times smaller than the original. The old man's red robe was a little old, and his appearance was ordinary. He had messy gray hair, but his eyes were light blue. There was a faint strange light flashing in his eyes. After looking at this thing for a while, he suddenly got up and threw the small cauldron into the air. He launched a red symbol, and a red light flashed into the small cauldron. Suddenly, after the crimson spirit patterns on the surface of the small cauldron flickered, its size swelled up. It kept spinning in the air, and it turned into a 30 meters tall giant cauldron. It landed on the ground with a bang. At the same time, the spirit fluctuations it emitted also became a bit thicker, rolling in all directions. As the old man waved his sleeve, the lid of the giant cauldron slowly opened, and a white smoke rushed out of the cauldron. Then he rose into the air, squinted his eyes and looked into the giant cauldron. Suddenly, he made a slight sound. I remember that when this treasure was stolen, it was junior fellow apprentice Zhong who was using it, and there should be an elixir that has not been refined in it. It has been placed inside to cultivate spirituality. It seems to be an experimental product after he simplified some ancient elixir recipe. The medicinal properties are very unstable. But what is the name of this elixir? Sword nourishing pill or sword fighting pill? Cough. I'm old, my memory is not very good. But it seems to be very useful for sword cultivator. However, with the ability of the trader, he can't open this cauldron and take out the elixir inside. It seems that either the cultivation of spirituality failed, and this elixir has been destroyed, or the elixir has been cultivated successfully and has flown out of the cauldron by itself. It is still in the small flame world. Forget it, when junior fellow. Apprentice Zhong returns to the sect, I will just tell him. But now that this magic weapon is finally free, I can finally use it to forge that item first. The old man grabbed his hair and said with a sneer. After he pondered for a while, he turned his palm, and a small golden bottle appeared in his hand. There was also a silver talisman on it. As soon as the small bottle was opened, a pungent smell immediately filled the air. He flipped his hand and poured the green liquid into the cauldron. Then, he took out some strange herbs from the storage bag on his waist and threw them into the cauldron. After gently stroking his sleeve, the lid of the cauldron was slowly closed. The old man gently floated down and began to chant. As his hands formed gestures, he flicked his fingers continuously. Mysterious symbols surged out and went into the giant cauldron. After the huge cauldron trembled slightly, a three-colored flame suddenly sprang up from below. The raging flame wrapped around the bottom of the cauldron. The three-colored flame continuously intertwined with each other. After a burst of three-colored brilliance, the three-colored flame was divided into 3 layers. Seeing this, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He turned back to the rocking chair and closed his eyes to rest. The next day, Lu Ming was still sleeping in the cave house bedroom. The trip to Small Flame World made him physically and mentally exhausted, so he naturally needed a good rest. But he, who had always been cautious, still used the talent of multitasking. He released half of his mental power to pay attention to the situation inside and outside the cave house. Suddenly, a yellow escape light flew toward his cave house. After the light faded, the figure of a young man in his 20s in a blue robe appeared at the entrance of the cave house. Then, a faint voice transmission came to Lu Ming's ears, I'm the disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. I'm here to distribute contribution points. Younger brother Lu is in the cave house. When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately got up and left the bedroom. With a wave of one hand, the cave door slowly opened. A handsome young man stood at the door. Junior fellow apprentice Lu, I'm here to give you contribution points. Please take out your token. The young man in a blue robe glanced at Lu Ming, looked at him, and said. As Lu Ming heard the words, he immediately took out the token from his waist and handed it over. The young man in a blue robe flicked his sleeve, and a jade pen fell out. After tapping it lightly, the surface of the jade pen emitted a golden light. After a flash, it went into the token. The contribution points shown on the token had already increased by 3,000 points. Thank you, senior fellow apprentice. Although Lu Ming knew that there would be contribution points after annihilating the Fire Spirit King, it was more than he expected, which made him happy. He cupped his fist and thanked the young man in a blue robe. Younger brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. I've also heard about the performance of younger brother Lu in the Small Flame World. The young man in a blue robe seemed to know something, and he smiled slightly at him. Lu Ming was slightly startled. It seems that this young man in a blue robe is not as simple as an ordinary disciple. Then he took the token calmly and put it back on his waist. After the two just chatted for a while, the young man in blue robe bade farewell, turned into a yellow escape light, and flew toward the direction of another mountain. The efficiency of this law enforcement hall is really high. Lu Ming looked at the direction of the young man in a blue robe, muttered to himself, then he turned around and walked into the cave house. The door behind him trembled slightly and slowly closed. Lu Ming paced in the cave house hall for a while. After rolling his eyes, he immediately walked toward the secret room. 2 months later, in the secret room of Lu Ming's cave house, black mist lingered. A lifelike black mist dragon and black mist tiger were flickering in and out of the mist, circling endlessly. In the middle of the two, Lu Ming in a green robe was sitting cross-legged motionlessly. He made gestures with both hands, and a faint black light flashed on his body. He was already in a meditative state. Suddenly, his expression moved. He opened his eyes and changed his gesture. Under a dragon roar and tiger roar, the black mist dragon and tiger turned into a cloud of black gas and went into his head. Then the black gas on his body also went into his body after a slight tumble. He didn't get up, but he frowned slightly, showing a thoughtful look on his face. Finally, my spiritual power has reached the bottleneck, and I can break through to the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After nearly 2 months of recovery meditation, he had already restored his physical strength and spiritual power to the peak state. After another round of cultivation, he finally felt that the spiritual power in his body had reached saturation a few days ago. No matter how he cultivated or took elixir to increase spiritual power, his spiritual power couldn't improve at all. It seemed that he could break through to the condensation period later stage. Breaking through to the condensation period later stage was naturally a big deal. After he thought for a while, he immediately decided to go to the Hall of All Things to read some related classics to see if he could find a way to improve the success rate of breaking through to the condensation period later stage. He could also check the origin and role of the silver elixir. He immediately got up, patted his robe, and left the secret room. After tidying up the cave house, he made a gesture and flew toward the direction of the Hall of All Things with a black cloud. After about 10 minutes, outside the Hall of All Things, a black cloud flew over, and a young man in a green robe landed. It was Lu Ming. After looking at the lacquered plaque of the Hall of All Things, he walked in without saying a word. After inquiring a few words from a disciple who looked like a deputy, he walked toward a passage behind the hall. The Hall of All Things was mainly for the disciples to exchange elixir and talisman spiritual weapons with the sect's contribution points, and they could spend contribution points to read some rare classics in a small attic behind the hall. After passing through a narrow corridor with a length of more than 1,000 meters, there was a flat land with the size of an acre. In the middle of the flat land, there was a huge attic about 100 meters high. After Lu Ming looked at it for a while, he strode in. The first floor of the attic was not big, about 100 meters in size. 2/3 of the space inside was filled with layers of bookshelves. Lu Ming glanced down. There were about a dozen people among them. Most of them were outer disciples, but he couldn't feel the slightest spiritual power fluctuation from a middle-aged man. This made him startled. At the door of the attic, a tall disciple with a simple and honest look wearing deputy costume was sitting cross-legged, reading a classic with relish. When he saw Lu Ming coming in, he looked up. "Senior fellow apprentice, I want to borrow some classics about breaking through the bottleneck of the condensation state. I don't know where I can find it." Before waiting for the other party to speak, Lu Ming cupped his fist and asked. "In the bookshelf on the east side of the second floor, there should be a few classics that can be found," the tall disciple said slowly. "I also want to borrow some classics about the types and introduction of elixir." "Introduction of elixir. It should also be on the second floor. I remember it is in the southwest corner." The tall disciple paused a little, touched his head gently, and replied. "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice." After Lu Ming cupped his fist and thanked him again, he walked to the second floor. After the tall disciple glanced at Lu Ming, he didn't say much. He sat cross-legged again and continued to read the classic in his hand. The middle-aged man whose realm couldn't be sensed glanced at Lu Ming slightly, then he continued to immerse himself in the jade slips in his hand. In a bookshelf on the east side of the second floor of the attic, Lu Ming really found a jade slips about improving the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck, but the surface was covered by a layer of white light shield, and it was marked that it required 120 contribution points to consult. He took the token from his waist and shook it gently above the jade slips. A green light shot out from the token and went into the jade slips. Pooh, the enchantment above the jade slips suddenly disappeared in a flash. Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged, put the jade slips on his forehead, and studied it carefully. A few hours later, Lu Ming walked out of the small attic with a calm face. At this time, the contribution points on the token on his waist had been consumed by hundreds. After some searching, he really found several ways to increase the success rate of breaking through the condensation period later stage. First, according to the records in the classic, there were several kinds of elixirs that had the effect of increasing the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck of the condensation period later stage. They could be purchased in the sex market. Each of them required more than 100,000 spirit stones to exchange, and they were extremely rare. They were often priceless, and when breaking through the bottleneck, one could only take one at a time. Second, Tai Ching Gate had a unique pulse-connecting spiritual talisman. Once it was blessed on the body, it could stimulate the meridians in the body to expand in a short time, increase the impact of spiritual power, and increase the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck. The blessing effect of this talisman was even above the previous elixirs, but each talisman required 20,000 contribution points from the sect to exchange. Third, Tai Ching Gate had a magic weapon, yin-yang separation and reunion mirror, which could transform the nearby aura of heaven and earth into yin and yang chaotic qi in a short time. It was even helpful for breaking through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. However, this treasure could only be used by the inner disciple and above with astronomical contribution points. The last method was not what Lu Ming could use at all now, so he could only try to use the first two types of external means. Lu Ming looked at the sect token on his waist. After thinking for a while, he shook his head again. In a short period of time, it was naturally impossible to collect 20,000 contribution points. He wouldn't rashly take on some extremely difficult sect missions because of a lack of contribution points. After all, the number of contribution points was directly related to the difficulty level. He didn't want to die inexplicably. As for the life and death list, he wouldn't even consider it at all. On the one hand, the evil cultivators above were all elusive. He had no clue at all, and he didn't have enough time. On the other hand, the top 100 evil cultivators were not good people. He didn't want to provoke them for the time being. The contribution points for not entering the top 100 were a little inadequate for him now. It was a pity that he couldn't wait until the spiritual power was absorbed to make the spiritual power in his body pure again before breaking through the bottleneck of the condensation period later stage. Otherwise, even without the help of external forces, he had a good chance to break through to the later stage. After Lu Ming scanned the silver elixir and the summer snail on his waist with divine thought, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, he didn't hesitate to spend a lot of contribution points and read a lot of classics that introduced elixir, but he still didn't find any results. Although he knew that this elixir was extraordinary, he naturally didn't dare to act rashly without knowing anything. This made him a little depressed. After a sigh, he could only put this matter behind him for the time being. Half an hour later, after Lu Ming left the Hall of All Things, he passed several towering peaks and a continuous mountain range. He came to the sky above a huge valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. There were more escape lights coming and going nearby. After glancing at the map mark of Tai Ching Gate in his hand, he confirmed that this huge valley was the sect market of Tai Ching Gate. Looking around, this market in the valley covered an area of about 1,000 acres, just like a small city. The entire market was centered on a bluestone square. The four directions of east, west, south, and north led to four main streets. The street in the south led directly to the entrance of the valley. On both sides of the street, there were densely packed attic houses of different heights. The entire market was arranged in a radial oval shape. Although it was the sex market, it was the same as other markets in the outside world. Flying was prohibited a few miles away from the market. After Lu Ming found an empty space to land, he slowly walked toward the entrance of the valley. As soon as Lu Ming entered the market, he immediately noticed that the streets in the valley were bustling with people. Some of the people were wearing outer disciple uniforms, but most of them were ordinary disciples. As he walked, he kept looking around. There were many shops on both sides of the road, and many of them looked quite large. Not long after, Lu Ming came to the central square of the giant valley. He saw that most of the square, which was hundreds of meters in size, was densely packed with stalls. What surprised Lu Ming was that most of the stalls in the market were set up by ordinary disciples, and only a small portion were set up by outer disciples. After Lu Ming walked around unhurriedly, he turned at a street corner in front and walked into an inconspicuous small shop at the corner of the street. Not long after, he walked out of it, turned into a narrow street, and walked into another shop. After about half an hour, when he walked out of a medium-sized shop again, he looked relaxed. The cloth bag around his waist had more than 400,000 spirit stones than when he entered the valley. He finally sold all the essence cores and materials obtained in the small flame world. Because it was the sex market, Lu Ming didn't have too many concerns. He just sold the materials to several seemingly inconspicuous but wealthy shops. As for the 10 spiritual power crystals of the Fire Spirit King, although they were excellent materials for alchemy, the amount of water was limited. With his previous alchemy skills, he couldn't reach the level of refining the elixir needed for the condensation period later stage. After thinking about it, he sold them at the price of 20,000 spirit stones each. Then he returned to the square again, went straight to the stalls that he had secretly remembered, and asked one by one about the elixirs that could help him break through the bottleneck. An hour later, Lu Ming said goodbye to a little bald old man with a smile on his face. At this time, in his summer snail, there were 2 pills that were blue and black. Lu Ming was very happy to be able to buy 2 elixirs that could improve the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck at once. After all, this kind of elixir was usually priceless. When he thought of the short bald old man with a hunchback, Lu Ming was still slightly surprised. This person was just an ordinary disciple of the condensation period early stage, but he could see what he needed. At the moment at a glance. He even took out these 2 elixirs directly. After a little identification, Lu Ming confirmed that these 2 elixirs were the black condensing pill and blue water pill mentioned in the previous classics that were helpful for breaking through the bottleneck. After a little bargaining, he finally bought the 2 elixirs at the price of 110,000 spirit stones each. He immediately quickened his pace and walked toward the other side of the square. However, after walking more than 1,000 meters away, he saw a group of people surrounding a female disciple who was setting up a stall, and there was a green talisman on the stall in front of the female disciple. The surface of this talisman was shining with green light, but the surface was covered with layers of superimposed silver spirit patterns, like a dense silk net. Lu Ming was shocked at first, then he took a closer look in disbelief. He found that this talisman was really the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman that could be exchanged for 20,000 contribution points. This spiritual talisman actually appeared at the stall in the sex market square, which naturally made him surprised and happy. If he could use spirit stones to buy the next talisman, it would naturally save the time to collect contribution points. Lu Ming immediately and quietly squeezed into the crowd to watch without making a sound. She saw an ugly, burly man in front of the stall was talking to the woman about something. Junior Sister Apprentice Jin Yuhuan, I heard that you only give away the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, but I need to take a trip with you to help you do something. Junior Sister Apprentice, do you think I can do it? The ugly muscular man was asking while releasing his condensation period later stage aura, and he stared at the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman on the stall with greedy eyes. If you promise to accompany me to a dangerous place and ensure my safety, this pulse-connecting spiritual talisman is the reward for this trip. A beautiful woman in front of the stall looked at the muscular man for a while, pursed her lips, and said very seriously, "Oh? Then what dangerous place does Junior Sister Apprentice Jean want me to accompany you to?" Hearing the female disciple's words, the ugly muscular man asked with a smile after turning his eyes. "Where is it? It's not convenient for me to tell you now. I can only tell senior fellow apprentice that this place is quite dangerous. Even if the outer disciple goes there, there is a high chance of death." The beautiful woman paused slightly, but she didn't mean to tell the ugly muscular man. When the onlookers heard this, they couldn't help whispering. Lu Ming also showed a hint of curiosity. Since she was willing to give away such a valuable pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, the place this woman mentioned was naturally not an ordinary place. Ordinary disciples might really be in danger of death, and she didn't tell him where it was in advance. To a certain extent, it was indeed a bit harsh. "Okay, no problem. As long as Junior Sister Apprentice gives me this pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, I will accompany you on this trip immediately." Somewhat out of Lu Ming's expectation, the ugly muscular man just thought for a moment, then he agreed with a flash in his eyes. He immediately asked about the departure time. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the beautiful female disciple. She flicked her sleeve, and an exquisite thick piece of paper appeared in her hand. She showed it to the muscular man and let him have a look. Sect contract? The ugly muscular man took the item and looked at it. His face changed drastically. Lu Ming's eyes condensed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his heart. This is not a piece of paper. It is clearly a weird talisman. The surface of this talisman was white, and it was densely imprinted with some seemingly ancient blood-colored runes. The corner of the paper was printed with the unique mark of Tai Ching Gate. What do you mean by this, girl? It's just a pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, and you want me to sign a contract? The ugly young man scolded. Since you promised to accompany me, what's wrong with signing this contract? Seeing this situation, the female disciple frowned and asked angrily. The ugly muscular man threw the contract at Jin Yuhuan. After a humph, he turned around and left the booth without saying a word. Obviously, he originally planned to trick the pulse-connecting talisman into his hands. As for whether he would really accompany this woman afterward, it was probably another matter. Although the other onlookers were also salivating for the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, they looked at each other and kept silent when they saw the contract in the woman's hand. Although Lu Ming didn't know what this contract was, looking at the real pulse-connecting spiritual talisman on the booth, his mind was thinking quickly. He was not far from the day of spiritual power absorption. It was imminent to break through to the condensation period later stage. Even with the 2 elixirs that he bought at a high price, he still felt that it was not safe. After all, his spiritual pulse aptitude was too low. If he wanted to accumulate 20,000 contribution points in such a short period of time to exchange for the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, he would have to complete those one-time high contribution point missions in the inner hall. If that was the case, it would be faster to just accompany the woman in front of him. It was just that this female disciple named Jin Yuhuan did not tell him where to go with her, which made Lu Ming a little worried. As for the sex contract, he didn't care too much. However, Lu Ming stood in place and pondered for a while. He still couldn't resist the temptation of the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, so he decided to go up and ask a few questions first. But just when he was about to step forward, a few men wearing outer disciple costumes suddenly appeared outside the crowd. They separated the crowd and walked to Jin Yuhuan's booth. Jin Yuhuan looked up and saw these outer disciples suddenly appearing, and her face changed drastically. She stared straight at one of the young men with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. She seemed to know this person. Junior sister apprentice Jean, you seem to have forgotten senior brother apprentice Shaw's instructions again. If you have nothing to do, don't give junior sister apprentice Jean any trouble. Another short and ugly young man with a bumpy face sneered and spoke first. After the short man reported Sha Tongtian's name, most of the onlookers were shocked, then there was another commotion. Sha Tongtian. The person who became an inner disciple at a young age in the Sha family? Someone whispered a few words, and most of the onlookers suddenly turned around and left without saying a word. Even the remaining people who didn't leave looked surprised. There was silence around Jin Yuhuan's booth for a while. Although Lu Ming didn't know the origin of Sha Tongtian, he heard from the onlookers that the Sha family seemed to have some background, and Sha Tongtian seemed to be famous among the outer disciples. After thinking about it, this woman could easily take out a pulse-connecting talisman, she must have some background. Senior fellow apprentice Sha asked us to pass a message to ask you how you are thinking about that matter. The young man with the protruding mouth and monkey cheeks saw the onlookers were silent, and he couldn't help showing a smug expression. He asked with a spurious smile. Jin Yuhuan glanced at the young man with a pale face, but her expression was cold and she didn't intend to answer at all. Junior sister apprentice Jean, it's not the first time we have come to you. As far as I know, your Jean family and Sha family have been family friends for hundreds of years. Such a beautiful thing is like icing on the cake. Why do you need to think about it? Another young man who looked like a scholar saw the woman was silent, and he persuaded in a softer tone. You guys give up, I will never agree to Sha Tongtian. Jin Yuhuan's face was pale at this time. She replied while gritting her teeth, but her eyes showed a bit of firmness. Hearing this, the young man with the protruding mouth and monkey cheeks and the short ugly young man were slightly surprised, And the young man who looked like a scholar couldn't help shaking his head. Since senior fellow apprentice Shaw said it first, who in the outer door will help you? Junior sister Jean, think about it again. We will come back again. The monkey-faced young man deliberately raised his voice and said a few words. After a few sneers, they didn't say anything else and swaggered away. At this time, Jean Yuan's face was livid. She looked up at the remaining onlookers, and everyone avoided her gaze. Her heart turned cold. She stood up and packed up her stall. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, she walked towards the exit of the market along Chaonan Street with a dejected expression. As soon as she left the market square, she gently made a hand seal, and a white cloud lifted her up, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this time, the few remaining onlookers in the vicinity started discussing again. As far as I know, the Jin clan and the Sha clan are indeed aristocratic families. However, that was several hundred years ago. At that time, both clans had an esoteric disciple of the Jin Dan realm. Moreover, both clans were on good terms with each other. It's a pity that since Jin Yuan's ancestor accidentally died, the Jin clan has gradually declined in the past 100 years. There are no crystallization period powerhouses in their clan now. Only Jin Yuan is left. She only became a condensation state outer disciple with the help of her ancestor. An old man in his 60s or 70s, wearing an outer disciple costume, said to a bearded companion next to him. I don't know much about the Jin clan, but I still know a little about the Sha clan. There are still several crystallization period clansmen in the Sha clan. Sha Tongtian's aptitude is good, and he is even more talented in cultivation. At a young age, he was chosen by the master of the Tianjian Peak and accepted as an inner disciple. He even reached the condensation period later stage in just a few years, and he is also a sword cultivator. He can be said to be the most promising disciple in the Sha clan. I heard that he is even favored by a grand elder. He may even become an esoteric disciple in the future. It's strange that with Sha Tongtian's current strength and the power of the Sha family, it's not easy to find a dual cultivation partner, but he asked for Jin Yuan. I don't know if there are other reasons. The bearded man said on the side. So, in recent years, the two families have become enemies because of this woman's vow not to do dual cultivation? The old man with white hair showed a hint of surprise when he heard the words. This woman has repeatedly refused Sha family's good intentions. She probably annoyed Sha Tongtian. This person warned those outer disciples and ordinary disciples who were close to Jin Yuan, stating that if anyone helped Jin Yuan, they would be going against him. Some people are afraid of causing trouble, so they have to alienate Jin Yuan. Otherwise, this woman will not appear in the market and use a valuable pulse-connecting talisman to seek help from others. The bearded man said slowly with a wry smile. After a while of discussion, others left one after another. Lu Ming on the side heard that Sha Tongtian was just an inner disciple of the condensation period, and he immediately thought about it. He suddenly walked quickly toward the direction where Jin Yuan left. As soon as he left the market gate, he flew away. On the south side of the Taiching market, after climbing over two hills that were hundreds of meters high, there was an extremely dense red maple forest. It looked like a sea of fire. There was often a poisonous insect red leafworm that fed on red maple leaves here. This insect had no other value except for being used to make some ordinary antidotes, so this place was rarely visited. A woman with a delicate face and a white brocade robe was standing in the depths of the dense forest. The expression on her face was uncertain, and she looked worried. It was Jin Yuan. An hour ago, not long after she left the market, when she just climbed over a hill to return to her cave house in the sect, a faint voice transmission suddenly sounded in her ear. Miss Jean, I'm willing to accompany you to the dangerous place in exchange for the pulse-connecting talisman in your hand. If you are willing, we will meet in the red maple forest south of the market an hour later. The person who sent the voice transmission seemed to have a high cultivation. Jin Yuan used mystic arts to detect the surrounding area of a few miles, but she couldn't find any trace of this person. After hesitating for a while, she still turned toward the red maple forest in the south. After waiting for about 10 minutes, there was a rustling sound in a certain direction of the forest, then a black figure flashed out. After another blur, a young man in a green robe appeared in front of Jin Yuan. It was Lu Ming. May I know, Before she said the word Jin Yuhuan scanned with mental power, and she looked at the young man in the outer disciple costume who was only at the condensation period intermediate stage in surprise. Miss Jean, I'm willing to accompany you to the dangerous place, and I promise to guarantee your safety. You are willing to give me a pulse-connecting talisman in the market. Is it still valid now? Lu Ming said straightforwardly with a straight face. It's true. It's just that, senior fellow apprentice, the place I'm going is extremely dangerous. If I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid. Jin Yuhuan looked at Lu Ming a few times. The young man in front of her looked ordinary, and his figure was just ordinary. His cultivation of the condensation period intermediate stage was lower than the muscular man of the condensation period later stage in the market. She showed a little hesitation on her face. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly. Suddenly, he groaned, and black gas rolled out of his body. With a crackling sound, one of his arms expanded several times, and he punched the ground fiercely. Suddenly, the woman felt an amazing spiritual pressure coming to her face. It was a bit more powerful than the average condensation period later stage disciple, which shocked her. Rumble, the ground also shook violently for a while. At the same time, a gust of wind swept in all directions, rolling up the dust in the sky. After the dust dispersed, a deep pit of several 10 meters on the ground was clearly visible. There were some red maple trees in the pit that were broken and scattered in the huge pit. Jin Yuhuan looked at the deep pit on the ground, and she couldn't help glancing at Lu Ming. Her face was full of surprise. I don't know if Miss Jean is satisfied now. Lu Ming put away the black gas and said with a faint smile. Your strength is amazing. If you are willing to accompany me this time, the pulse-connecting talisman will naturally be handed over after the matter is done. Jin Yuhuan said hurriedly with joy. Very good, but I also have 2 conditions. Lu Ming's face was calm as he raised his eyebrows and said. What requirements does senior fellow apprentice have? The woman obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to have conditions. She was slightly startled before she asked. First, I can sign the sect contract with you first, but the pulse-connecting talisman must be handed over to me first. Second, I don't want to be known by a third person for helping you. I don't want to offend an inner disciple and the family behind him for no reason. Lu Ming looked like he couldn't allow the other party to disagree. I will agree to Brother Lu's conditions. But this contract must also be signed on the spot. Jin Yuhuan's mind turned sharply. Recalling the trip to the market today, there would be very few people willing to offend Sha Tong Tian and help her in the future. After gritting her teeth, she agreed. After that, she took out the green sect contract from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming just glanced at it from a distance, then he put the contract on his forehead and scanned it with divine thought. A line of small words slowly emerged. The content was that the signatory had to go to a place with Jin Yuhuan within the next month and assist her to complete a matter within his ability under the condition of ensuring her safety. This is the sect contract specially made by our sect. Once it is signed with blood essence, both parties can only act according to the contract. If any party violates the above agreement, they will suffer the backlash of the contract. If it's light, their soul will be severely injured. If it's severe, their blood essence will be burned to death. Of course, if your cultivation is higher than the person who made the contract, you won't be bound by the contract. And this contract can only be made by people above the Jin Dan state. Jin Yuhuan saw a slight hesitation in Lu Ming's eyes, then she hurriedly explained. Lu Ming naturally didn't think about this violation of the contract. He immediately spat out a small cluster of blood essence, then he pointed at the contract with one hand. A green light flashed on the surface of the spell deed as the blood essence slowly seeped into it. The lower left corner of the spell deed immediately emitted a faint blood-red light. After a while, the blood-red light condensed and formed a strange blood-red glyph. He immediately returned the contract to Jin Yuhuan. After that, the woman looked at the blood seal on the contract, nodded with a sigh of relief, and also spat out a blood essence. She condensed another blood seal next to the blood seal formed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming looked at it, she carefully put the contract into her arms. Brother Lu, look carefully, this is the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman as a reward. Jin Yuhuan waved her sleeve, and a green talisman flew out and fell steadily into Lu Ming's hand. As soon as Lu Ming took the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman, he immediately glanced at it with his mind. After carefully checking it, he kept it in the sumeru snail around his waist. Although he looked calm on the surface, his eyes still showed unconcealable joy. "Miss Jean, can you tell me where the dangerous place is now? What do I need to prepare?" Lu Ming said, raising his head to look at the woman in front of him. "The place we are going this time is a cold pool. I want to take a treasure left by my ancestor, but this pool is extremely cold all year round. The cold air is very strong. Senior fellow apprentice needs to prepare a few fire attribute spiritual weapons." After Jin Yuhuan pondered for a while, she finally told Lu Ming something about the place they were going. Hearing that it was a cold pool, Lu Ming didn't care much, but when she mentioned the fire attribute spiritual weapon, he couldn't help feeling distressed. Previously, he had sold all the materials obtained from the small flame world in the sex market. Otherwise, he could use some of the fire attribute spiritual beast materials to directly exchange for similar spiritual weapons. It would definitely save a lot of costs. Especially the giant sun wood, it was an excellent material for forging fire attribute spiritual weapons. It seemed that he could only go to the market again. Moreover, he left the market in a hurry to chase this woman, so he had not purchased some things yet. "Senior fellow apprentice, is there anything wrong?" Jin Yuhuan noticed that Lu Ming's face was a little strange, and she asked softly. "No, we will leave in 2 days. In addition, Miss Jean, tried to leave quietly at that time. Don't attract attention." Lu Ming returned to normal and said calmly. Now that the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman was in hand, and there were 2 elixirs to assist him, his top priority was to end this matter as soon as possible and go back to his cave house to break through the bottleneck. As senior fellow apprentice said, "We will meet here in 2 days." Jin Yuhuan nodded and responded, then she raised one hand and launched a jade slips. Lu Ming grabbed it with one hand and stuck the jade slips to his head. After scanning it with divine thought, he nodded and put it away. "If Miss Jean doesn't have anything else to tell me, I'll take my leave first." Lu Ming cupped his hands and was about to leave. "By the way, I still don't know senior fellow apprentice's name, I wonder." A faint blush appeared on Jin Yuhuan's face. She lowered her head and asked softly. "I am Lu Ming." Lu Ming didn't say much. He made a gesture and flew toward the market in a black escape light. After Jin Yuhuan pondered in place for a while, she stepped on a white cloud and flew in another direction. 2 hours later, Lu Ming in a green robe once again appeared on a street in the Taiching market. After strolling around for a while, he walked into a spiritual weapon trading shop that was more than 10 feet high. The words Fanxiang Pavilion were written on the plaque at the door. As soon as Lu Ming entered the pavilion, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in coarse clothes sitting on a chair behind the counter. He was staring at a damaged flying knife in his hand. The trading of forging materials is on the 2nd floor of this pavilion. The forging and trading of spiritual weapons is on the 3rd floor of this pavilion. Feeling that someone entered the shop, the man did not look up, but he said faintly. Lu Ming didn't say anything and walked straight upstairs. On the 3rd floor, Lu Ming saw a handsome man in a white robe in his early 30s chatting with an ordinary-looking but hot young woman in the room. "Miss Fan, it seems that there is business. I still have something to do. I will chat with you another day." The man in a white robe saw Lu Ming coming in, and he got up and said goodbye to the woman. "After the spiritual weapon is successfully forged, I will send it to Mr. personally." The man in a white robe smiled politely at Lu Ming, then he strode to the stairs. "I'm Fan Xiaoxiang. May I ask if Mr. wants to forge a spiritual weapon or buy a finished spiritual weapon?" The woman asked after smiling charmingly at Lu Ming. "Do you have a fire attribute spiritual sword?" "I want one." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said calmly. "Mister, please wait for a moment. Lian Er, serve the tea." After the woman called a 15 or 16-year-old maid on the side, she walked to the back room calmly. The maid immediately poured a cup of spiritual tea for Lu Ming, then she stood aside silently. Lu Ming opened the lid slightly, and a fragrance came into his nose. After taking a sip, he whispered to himself, "Good tea," then he closed his eyes to rest. After 10 minutes, the hot woman walked out from the back room with 2 jade boxes, one long and one short, in her hands. Young master, you've waited for a long time. Here are 2 fire attribute spirit swords. One is a middle-grade spirit sword with 12 layers of restrictions, and the other is a top-grade fire attribute spirit sword with 29 layers of restrictions, Crimson Phoenix, that was just recently refined. The hot woman put the 2 jade boxes on the table and gently pushed them in front of Lu Ming. She said with a smile. Lu Ming opened the shorter jade box, and with a heat flow, a small crimson sword flew out. He made a sword gesture with one hand, and a symbol was shot on the small sword. After the small sword trembled slightly in the air, countless red runes appeared on the sword, and they quickly condensed into 12 thin layers of inscription around the sword that were buzzing. It really is an intermediate-grade spiritual weapon with 12 enchantments. It should be enough for this trip. After Lu Ming thought about it, he couldn't help but open the longer jade box out of curiosity. Suddenly, a wave of heat hit his face. A small golden sword with flames flowing on its surface made a clear sound and soared into the sky, floating in the air. The corner of his eyes twitched, but he silently raised his hand and launched several symbols at the small golden sword. The small sword shuddered before radiating brilliant golden light. Golden flames engulfed the entire small sword, and as the golden flames tumbled, the faint silhouette of a small golden bird appeared. As it flapped its wings, the temperature in the room abruptly rose by close to half a degree. Then the flame gradually dispersed. With a chirp, countless golden runes gushed out of the small sword, condensing into a series of blurry inscription arrays. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. After counting carefully, there were indeed as many as 29 layers. He couldn't help but be excited. After making another hand sign, the 2 flying swords in the air flew back into the jade box with 2 so-so sounds. May I know the price of these 2 spiritual swords? Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked with a calm expression. The intermediate-grade spiritual sword is 50,000 spirit stones, and the superb spiritual sword is 850,000 spirit stones. If Mr. buys the superb spiritual sword, the intermediate-grade spiritual sword will be given to Mr. for free. The woman offered without hesitation. To be honest, 850,000 spirit stones were not expensive in the eyes of Lu Ming. After all, this sword was a rare superb spiritual weapon. It was just that he didn't cultivate a fire attribute technique, so he didn't have so many spirit stones on him at the moment. After a moment of consideration, he pushed the longer jade box back to the hot woman and kept the smaller jade box. He then took out 5 upper-grade spirit stones from the cloth bag on his waist and gave them to the woman. Xianxia, put the jade box back. After a little hesitation, the hot woman kept the jade box and spirit stones, then she handed the jade box to the maid named Xianxia. After the maid took 2 steps forward and took the jade box, she walked straight into the inner room. I don't know what else Mr. needs. Can I help? The woman didn't seem to care that Lu Ming didn't buy the superb spiritual sword, and she continued to ask enthusiastically. A senior fellow apprentice asked me to come to the market to buy 2 high-rank soul-recovering bags, but this is a shop that sells spiritual weapons. I don't think you sell soul-recovering bags, right? Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled slightly. Previously, he had already wandered around the market. He saw many stalls and shops selling the low-rank soul-recovering bags that he used before, but this intermediate-rank soul-recovering bag, he asked a few shops and they said they didn't have it. High rank and above soul-recovering bag, this is rare. Mr. has found the right person. The hot woman looked at Lu Ming with a hint of surprise, then she smiled sweetly. Could it be that you also sell soul-recovering bags in addition to spiritual weapons? When Lu Ming heard the words, he was happy, but he didn't show any surprise on his face. Many of the soul-recovering bags used by Tai Ching outer disciples are made by my brother. It's just that my brother usually stays in his cave house. If Mr. really wants it, you have to wait for an hour. It's fine. Lu Ming took another sip of tea, pursed his lips, and closed his eyes to rest. The woman patted her waist and took out a golden talisman. After chanting, she pointed at it. The golden talisman burned in the air, and a golden light flashed through the window. The next moment, the talisman turned into ashes. Less than an hour later, a tall middle-aged man dressed in the attire of an outer court disciple walked upstairs. Xianxia, who needs an intermediate-rank soul-recovering bag? It's this Mr. The hot woman quickly got up and said with a sweet smile. I want to buy 2 high-rank soul-recovering bags. Do you have them here? Lu Ming also got up and said with a smile. So it's this junior. The tall man saw that Lu Ming was also wearing outer disciple costume, so he walked over with a smile. He pulled out 2 pitch-black leather bags from his waist and threw them over. Lu Ming caught the leather bag with one hand and immediately felt a rather strong cool air coming from it. The quality was obviously not comparable to the soul-recovering bag he used before. The few circles of black inscriptions on the surface of the leather bag were also unusually clear. May I know the price of these 2 high-rank soul-recovering bags? Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction and asked. 1 for 60,000 spirit stones, 2 for 100,000. The tall young man replied straightforwardly. Thank you, senior. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Ming took out 10 upper-grade spirit stones from his waist and handed them to the hot woman, then he went downstairs without saying a word. Not long after Lu Ming left. Fourth brother, 1 high-rank soul-recovering bag is worth 60,000, why are you selling it to this person for 100,000? The hot woman's beautiful eyes kept flickering, and she asked softly. Didn't sister say that this person is the one who sold those fire attribute materials before? As far as I know, the 8 outer courtyards of the sect recently had an entrance trial. The location is Small Flame World, and there seems to be some changes in it. More than half of the people died. This has never happened before. But this person not only survived, but he can also get so many materials. He is definitely not as simple as an ordinary outer disciple. The tall man said in a deep voice. I also think it's a bit strange. I think this person probably bought the soul-recovering bag for his own use. The hot woman showed a thoughtful look. In short, it's not a bad thing for us to have a good relationship with such a potential disciple. At this time, Lu Ming had already walked far away. Of course, he didn't know the conversation between the 2 siblings. After purchasing some fire attribute talismans and elixirs from several stalls, he left the market and flew toward the cave house on a black cloud. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the cave house, he went straight to the secret room without saying a word. As soon as he stepped into the secret room, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand, and a black gas rolled out. After the mist rolled for a while, a palm-sized silver bone scorpion was revealed, and it jumped onto his shoulder. Master. The tender voice of Bone Scorpion came into his ears. Lu Ming reached out and stroked the back of Bone Scorpion, then he put the original soul-recovering bag on the ground. He made a gesture with one hand and pointed at it lightly. A silver spirit pattern appeared on the bag, and it lit up slightly, then a large amount of cold air swept out from it. He immediately threw a newly bought high-grade recovering soul pouch into the air. At the same time, he changed his hand sign. The black inscriptions on the pouch lit up, and a strong suction force rolled out from the pouch. After the nearby yin qi condensed slightly in the air, it rushed into the leather bag. After a while, the yin qi in the original soul-recovering bag in the secret room was swept away by the high-grade soul-recovering bag. Then, Lu Ming grabbed in the air with one hand, and the new soul-recovering bag flew into his hand. After a simple communication with Bone Scorpion, Lu Ming patted the soul-recovering bag. Bone Scorpion turned around, turned into a black mist, and was sucked into the bag. Master, the new bag is much more comfortable. The soft voice of the girl came into his ear again, and there was a trace of joy in her words. Very good, as long as you think it's suitable. After Lu Ming confirmed that Bone Scorpion had adapted to the new soul-recovering bag, he was relieved and put the leather bag on his waist. He sat cross-legged, took out a jade box with one hand, and pointed at it with one finger. Swoosh. The lid of the box was opened, and the small crimson sword flew out of it, suspending above an array of 10 meters. At this time, Lu Ming chanted, and his 10 fingers flicked a series of symbols at the small crimson sword. The crimson spirit sword in the air suddenly trembled non-stop, and dense crimson runes appeared from it. The runes kept buzzing and exploded, turning into countless sparks that splashed in all directions. The small scarlet sword began to spin slowly in the flames. After half an hour, Lu Ming groaned and stopped his gesture. A burst of flame swarmed out from the surface of the crimson spiritual sword and rolled around. The first layer of enchantment on the spiritual sword became clearly visible. Due to the improvement of his realm and the Flame Cultivation Sutra, the time for Lu Ming to sacrificial refine this mid-grade spiritual weapon with only 12 restrictions was greatly reduced. After a day and a night, Lu Ming finally sacrificially refined all the 12 enchantments of this intermediate-grade spiritual weapon. After grabbing in the air, the crimson spiritual sword turned into the size of an inch and flew back to his hand. Lu Ming showed a satisfied expression as he put away the small sword and walked out of the secret room. After a short rest, he left the cave house again. A black cloud under his feet lifted him up, and he flew toward the agreed place with Jin Yuhuan. The next day, the sky was still dark, and the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain range was still in silence. On one of the mountains, a middle-aged woman in a white robe with an old face quietly left the cave house after looking around. She stepped on a white cloud and flew in one direction. After a few hours, in the mountain range that was more than 100 miles away from Thousand Spirit Mountain, the middle-aged woman found one of the unusually short peaks that was only 100 meters high and landed. At this time, on this mountain peak, a young man in a green robe was sitting cross-legged under a big tree. Suddenly, the corner of the young man's eyes moved slightly. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the middle-aged woman in front of him. He said with a slight smile, "I didn't expect Miss Jin's disguise technique to be so brilliant. I admire you. Senior fellow apprentice Lu is overpraising me. I was easily recognized by you." The middle-aged woman smiled, then she made a gesture and touched the top of her head. A white mist surged out from it. After it circled, it covered her. When the mist gradually dissipated, the woman suddenly turned into a girl with delicate eyes. It was Jin Yuhuan. The young man in a green robe was naturally Lu Ming, who was waiting here in advance. The only one who can appear here at this time is naturally Miss Jin. Lu Ming laughed when he heard the words. "Thank you for waiting here for a long time, senior fellow apprentice Lu," Jin Yuhuan said with a smile. "Miss Jin, you don't have to be polite. Let's go now," Lu Ming said calmly. Jin Yuhuan patted the leather bag on her waist, and a wisp of gray mist rolled out. With a sharp chirp, it turned into a gray bird with the size of a foot. The woman pointed in the air with one hand. The bird flapped its wings suddenly, and its size immediately increased several times. It turned into a gray giant eagle of several 10 meters with strange white spirit patterns all over its body. After the two rode on the back of the giant eagle, Jin Yuhuan gently patted the back of the giant eagle. The giant eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, setting off a gust of wind. It went straight in a certain direction. At the same time, in a snow-white mountain in the Thousand Spirit Mountain that was as straight as a giant blade, in a cave house at the foot of the mountain, the young man with a pointy mouth and a short man who had appeared in the market and threatened Jin Yuhuan were respectfully reporting something to a young man in a brocade robe with a long and narrow face. "Senior fellow apprentice Xia, someone saw junior sister apprentice Jin suddenly leave the cave house this morning, and she hasn't returned since. There must be something fishy about this matter. Should we send more people to look for her?" The young man with a pointy mouth and a short face rolled his eyes and said to the young man in a brocade robe, "No need, I know where she went. You guys don't have to intervene in this matter." The young man in a brocade robe sat on the wooden chair in the hall, constantly spinning the emerald jade ring in his hand, and said faintly, "Since senior fellow apprentice has made a decision, then we will not disturb you." After the young man with a pointy mouth and a short young man bowed, they turned around and left. The brocade-robed young man sat quietly on the chair and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he sneered and stood up. He strode out of the cave abode, an azure light rolled up from his body. He turned into an azure sword rainbow that pierced through the air. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan appeared in front of a towering mountain. At a glance, the mountain was densely covered with some weird dark green trees, which looked a bit gloomy and terrifying. Not long after, the giant eagle that the two rode crossed the mountain, and a long and narrow valley suddenly appeared below the two. Jin Yuhuan raised one hand and launched a yellow talisman out of thin air. After a slight ripple in the sky, it burst open, turning into a harsh sound echoing in the valley. After about half a cup of tea's time, 2 middle-aged men in white robes flew out of the valley. "Miss, you are here. This is..." When the two men saw Jin Yuhuan coming, they first looked happy, but after seeing Lu Ming on the side, they suddenly showed a little vigilance. Seeing this, Lu Ming just scanned with his mental power. Both men were Spirit Apostle intermediate stage. He didn't speak immediately, but he closed his eyes and rested on the back of the giant eagle. This person is Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu. He came to help me do something this time. You two have been guarding the entrance of the valley. Have any outsiders come recently? Jin Yuhuan asked. Reporting to Miss, since you left last time, no outsiders have come. One of the men with triangular eyes replied. That's good. You two continue to guard the entrance of the valley. Don't let strangers in. If there is any situation, inform me immediately. After Jin Yuan's beautiful eyes turned, she gave a few instructions, patted the giant eagle, and flew directly in with Lu Ming. Half an hour later, Lu Ming followed the woman into the valley. On a relatively flat high slope, the giant eagle landed. Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu, we are here. After Jin Yuhuan turned her head and said, she took the lead to jump off the giant eagle. After Lu Ming's figure flickered, he also appeared silently next to the woman. Jin Yuhuan waved her sleeve robe, and the giant eagle turned into a gray mist and went into the leather bag on her waist. Then, the woman took Lu Ming to a cliff near the high slope. She flipped her hand, and a jade pendant suddenly appeared in her hand. She waved it at the black stone wall in front of her. After a blue light flashed on the cliff, a rumbling sound came from inside. A huge stone cave of several 10 meters high suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan. A trace of cold air rolled out from inside, and the entrance of the cave was covered by a light blue light curtain. Jin Yuhuan next to him took out a red talisman calmly, crushed it, and patted it on her body. A red light shield wrapped her in it. There was a faint flame flowing on her body surface, and it exuded a trace of warmth. Lu Ming didn't move in the same place. He didn't care about this cold air as a physique cultivator. Jin Yuhuan stepped forward, made a gesture with one hand, and tapped lightly on the blue light curtain. A white light flashed. After the blue light curtain flickered a few times, it disappeared into thin air. Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu, let's go. After the woman said softly, she walked into the stone cave. After Lu Ming looked around, he followed her calmly. As soon as the two stepped into the stone cave, there was a burst of blue light behind them, and the blue light curtain appeared again. The originally dark and gloomy stone cave was illuminated by a glimmer of light due to the layer of translucent ice walls on the stone walls. The gray stalactites on the ceiling of the stone cave had already turned into sharp ice spikes. A few of them would fall from time to time, making pung-pung sounds. Except for some gray boulders, there was almost no grass in the stone cave. The deeper they went, the heavier the cold air, and the strong wind blew, making people feel more and more cold. Jin Yuhuan glanced back. After Lu Ming smiled at her and said he was fine, the two continued to walk deeper. After about 15 minutes, the two came to a huge grotto, and most of the grotto was occupied by a dark pool of an acre in size. The cave walls around the pool had long been covered by layers of thick ice, glowing with a faint light. There was a thin layer of black mist floating above the pool, and the surface was covered with a thin layer of ice. A gust of wind suddenly blew by, and some water vapor mixed with the black mist came to their faces, turning into dense ice particles that hit on Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan. Jin Yuhuan's red light curtain trembled slightly under the ice particles. The faint flame on the outer layer of the light curtain had become faint, and the entire light curtain gradually dimmed. Almost at the same time, outside the valley, there was a sudden whistling sound in the distant horizon, and a cluster of white light blasted toward the side. After the light faded, a white triangular flying car stopped right above the entrance of the valley. On the flying car, a young man in brocade stood on it with his hands behind his back, looking down blankly. In the cave, near the deep and cold pool. Miss Jean, this is the cold pool you mentioned before, right? Lu Ming frowned slightly. The coldness here was even more than he expected. There was a faint black mist above the pool. If he practiced the ice attribute technique here, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, for ordinary people, this coldness was extremely harmful. Yes, the ancestral relic that little sister mentioned before is at the bottom of this cold pool. However, this pool is extremely cold. I don't know when it attracted an ice silk beastkin insect. This insect's breath turns into ice. It is extremely powerful. Its cultivation has reached the condensation period later stage, and under the blessing of this environment, its strength has increased dramatically. Therefore, I need senior fellow apprentice Lu's help this time. After killing it, I can dive into the bottom of the pool with peace of mind and take out that treasure. Jin Yuhuan glanced at Lu Ming, and she finally spoke frankly. Lu Ming nodded and didn't say much. He thought he could still deal with a beastkin insect of the condensation period later stage. Seeing this, Jin Yuhuan showed a smile on her face. As she was about to say something, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound from her waist. The woman's face changed. As she flipped her hand, there was already a disc magical weapon. It was emitting a faint white light and trembling slightly. The scream was made by this thing. Not good, someone broke into the valley. As soon as the woman spoke, a clear voice came in from outside the cave. Junior sister apprentice Jean, we haven't seen each other for a long time since we parted at Woofing Mountain. This voice sounded like a young man. From his words, he seemed to be very familiar with Jin Yuhuan. Sha Tong Tian. Jin Yuhuan's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost when she heard the words. When Lu Ming heard this, he frowned. Sha Tongtian's informant in Taiqing Gate was so powerful. Jin Yuhuan had already left the sect in disguise, and she took a hidden route all the way, but he still chased her here so quickly. This was out of his expectations. It seemed that his understanding of the status of the inner disciple in Taiqing Gate was still somewhat biased. Of course, this also showed that Sha Tongtian should be extremely concerned about Jin Yuhuan, or he already knew the secret of the cold pool here. However, even if the opponent was an inner disciple, he was actually just a disciple of the condensation period later stage. Although Lu Ming felt a little troublesome, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of anything. Let's go out and take a look. After saying this, he flew out of the cave. Jin Yuhuan looked at Lu Ming's back, and her expression changed several times in an instant. Her lips moved twice, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After stomping her feet, she followed up. Outside the stone cave, a young man in a brocade robe was standing with his hands behind his back with a calm expression. Seeing the strange young man who flew out first, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. When Jin Yuhuan also followed, she landed less than a foot away from Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his calmness. He cupped his fist at the woman from a distance. Junior sister apprentice Jean, nice to meet you. When Jin Yuhuan saw the young man, her face immediately showed a hint of disgust, but then she thought of something. She looked around, and her face suddenly turned pale. Sha Tong Tian, where are the two people guarding the entrance of the valley now? Although the woman had already guessed the answer in her heart, she still asked coldly with a glimmer of hope. Oh, junior sister apprentice Yuhuan, are you talking about the two idiots who don't know what's good for them? Since they insist on stopping me, they have naturally become the dead souls under my green python sword. The young man in a brocade robe's long and narrow face showed a hint of gloominess. He said with a sneer. When Jin Yuhuan heard this, her body immediately trembled with anger. Her eyes looking at the young man in a golden robe were almost spitting fire. Junior sister apprentice, why are you still so stubborn at this moment? As long as you promise me, I will naturally help you easily solve a mere ice silk. Why do you need to find an outsider? The young man in a brocade robe didn't seem to see the anger in the woman's eyes, but he said calmly. His eyes flashed and looked at Lu Ming next to her. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, but his expression did not change at all. I don't care where you come from. If you know what's good for you, leave here now, and I can still treat it as nothing happened. Otherwise, I have to teach you a lesson. The young man in a brocade robe said faintly after taking back his gaze. I appreciate senior fellow apprentice Sha's kindness, but unfortunately, I'm sorry. I have signed the sect contract with Miss Jean. I have to protect her safety all the way on this trip. Maybe I can only learn from senior fellow apprentice Sha's means. Lu Ming couldn't help smiling slightly when he heard this. Very well, I have already given you the chance. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The young man in a brocade robe was expressionless. He immediately stopped talking nonsense and patted the white leather bag on his waist. Lu Ming's eyes condensed, and he immediately looked at the white leather bag on the waist of the young man in a brocade robe. The leather bag was white in color, and it was engraved with some scale-like runes. The breath it exuded was very different from the general storage bag and soul-recovering bag. There was a faint gloomy aura exuding from it. Swoosh, a clear water-like flying sword rushed out of the leather bag with a flash of green light. The young man in a brocade robe made a sword gesture, and the flying sword suddenly turned into a dazzling green light hovering in front of him. A sharp sword chi was exuding out. Sword controlling technique. Although he had heard that Sha Tongtian was also a sword cultivator, Lu Ming still sighed when he saw it with his own eyes. Speaking of it, since he came to the Middle Sky continent, it was the first time he met a real sword cultivator. Looking at the momentum of this flying sword, his sword controlling technique was definitely extraordinary. Jin Yuhuan took a step forward without saying a word and stood side by side with Lu Ming. She waved her hand and took out a long saber spiritual weapon. Lu Ming raised his hand, stopped the woman, and shook his head and said, "Miss Jean, leave it to me alone." After saying this, he ignored the woman's stunned expression. He also shook his sleeve and released the crimson flying sword that had just been sacrificial refined. Immediately, a 10 meters red light flew out and hovered above his head. Immediately, a gust of hot wind swept out in all directions. His intention of doing this was naturally to try the inner disciple who was recognized by Taiqing Gate as having outstanding aptitude. He wanted to see how strong he was when his cultivation was similar. "You also know sword controlling technique?" When the young man in a brocade saw the crimson sword light above Lu Ming's head, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he immediately sneered again. He changed the sword gesture in his hand. The green light that was hovering around him converged, and the water-like flying sword figure appeared again. It grew to the size of 10 meters and hovered in front of him. A cold word slash came out of the young man in a brocade's mouth coldly, the green giant sword blurred, and a green sword shadow slashed at Lu Ming overwhelmingly. "Back off!" Lu Ming shouted to Jin Yuhuan beside him. His pupils shrank slightly, and he made a sword gesture without hesitation. Suddenly, the red spirit sword went up with a bright red light. It stretched to 30 meters long in a roll, then it spun rapidly with the hilt as the center, turning into a huge red light disk of 10 meters in an instant. There was a muffled thunder-like sound in the entire air. As soon as the green sword chi approached, it was immediately absorbed by the red light disk and rolled into the vortex. In a moment, it turned into a shower of light fragments that splashed out. Every time the red light disk swallowed a green sword light, its size also became smaller as if it was consumed. At this moment, Jin Yuhuan had retreated more than 100 meters away, but she could still clearly feel the fierce sword chi in the wind. She was shocked. She was very clear about Sha Tongtian's strength, but she didn't expect that Lu Ming was still at the condensation period intermediate stage, but his strength was also so powerful. Judging from his previous performance, she thought he was just a physique cultivator, but he was also proficient in sword controlling technique. Looking at this momentum, he could even be on par with Sha Tongtian. "It seems that I really chose the right person." The woman's heart was slightly relieved, but her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the two in the battle. At the same time, she held the green long blade in her hand tightly. "Go." Sha Tongtian couldn't help but become anxious when he saw that his sword chi couldn't defeat Lu Ming for a long time. He changed his gesture, and the overwhelming sword light suddenly condensed into a green sword shadow of 10 meters in size, slashing at Lu Ming's red light disc. Chi La, the red light disc tried its best to resist for a moment, and it finally cracked in half. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the young man in brocade. As soon as he commanded, the green sword shadow slashed at Lu Ming's head without stopping. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and his figure flickered to the side. At the same time, he grabbed with one hand, and the crimson spiritual sword appeared in his hand again. He flicked it out again, turning into a crimson sword light that launched at the incoming attack. The sword shield technique was broken just now, and the sword chi on the flying sword was dispersed, but the flying sword itself was not damaged. In a hurry, the size of the crimson sword light was not as big as the green giant sword phantasm, but it was still 10 meters in size. As Lu Ming pointed in the air, it slashed at the green giant sword in a flash. There was a tearing sound. The two flying swords separated as soon as they touched. Lu Ming used the force to fly back for several meters. The crimson flying sword was knocked back for several meters. It drew a big circle in the air and returned to Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming raised all his spiritual power and poured it into the flying sword. The crimson spiritual sword suddenly seemed to have taken a tonic. With a shake of the red light, it turned into a huge sword shadow of several 10 meters long. It entangled with the green sword light that was coming at him. The two sword lights of similar sizes were intertwined, making a rumbling sound from time to time. Sometimes, the green light suppressed the red light, and sometimes, the red light restrained the green light. For a while, they were neck and neck. However, the situation on the field gradually became clear. The green sword light flew horizontally. As the sword light swallowed, it gradually suppressed the edge of the crimson sword shadow. Although Lu Ming got the Tai Gang sword tactics, he did not really practice other sword techniques after all. Moreover, the Summer Void Sword embryo was just condensed not long ago, so its power was limited. Therefore, he was naturally at a disadvantage in the sword controlling technique. Moreover, the green flying sword of the young man in brocade was a superb spiritual weapon. Its quality was also far higher than the intermediate flying sword that Lu Ming purchased from the market. In just 10 minutes, the crimson sword light gradually dimmed. Its size was also suppressed to only a foot long, and it had to retreat. Lu Ming let out a long sigh, and he immediately recalled the flying sword with one hand. Facing the oncoming sword shadow, he flicked his sleeve, and golden light spots flew out. Poof, the golden light spots turned into a layer of pale golden sand curtain that spread out. Then, he quickly made hand signs with both hands and flicked out several hand signs in succession, which disappeared into the sand mist in a flash. Boom, the golden sand mist rolled up and turned into layers of defense in front of Lu Ming. Seeing this, a sneer flashed in the eyes of the young man in brocade. He shouted loudly, and his 10 fingers moved like a wheel. He launched countless symbols at once. After the green sword light became blurred and expanded wildly, it turned into a 100 meters long green giant python the next moment. This person finally used the true magical power of Sword Cultivator. He actually made the flying sword materialize directly. With a swing of the tail of the green giant python, it turned into a series of green phantasms and crashed into the layers of sand curtain formed by the golden fallen sand. Pung! Wherever the green light passed, the surface of the sand curtain turned into countless gravel under the golden light. It couldn't stop it at all. Immediately afterward, a series of crisp sounds came out. The green giant python actually broke through several layers of defense at once. The next moment, it had already rushed to the front of Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming fiercely. Seeing this in the distance, Jin Yuhuan couldn't help but exclaim. There was a hint of coldness on Sha Tongtian's long and narrow face. He pointed a finger at the opposite side without any mercy. But Lu Ming just shook his shoulder, and his figure blurred. After the sand mist rolled back, he disappeared in a flash. The giant cyan python's aggressive attack did not expect to pounce on thin air. When the brocade-robed man saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, a figure flashed in the broken sand curtain above the green giant python. After the dragon roar and tiger roar sounded at the same time, Lu Ming, who was surrounded by billowing black gas, appeared from it. While the young man in brocade was stunned, a fist covered with crimson scales was launched fiercely, and it heavily hit on the head of the green giant python. The giant python immediately flew back with a wail, and the azure light around its body dissipated, turning back into an azure flying sword. Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. This is an intersect cultivation method. Why do you know this cultivation method? When Sha Tongtian saw the black gas on Lu Ming's body, he was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and his expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, he recalled his flying sword and looked down. The light on the cyan flying sword was faintly unstable, and there were some mottled marks on the blade. It seemed that the spirituality of the sword had suffered a lot of damage. The brocade-robed young man's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This cultivation method was naturally given to me by the sect. Do you still want to fight? As Lu Ming said faintly, he retracted the black gas on his body and launched a symbol. The sand curtain turned into a golden light and went into his sleeve. This Sha Tong Tian was really a strong opponent. The defense of the Golden Fallen Sand was strong. Except for the Fire Spirit King, this was the second time it was broken by the Condensation State Cultivator. However, his punch just now also made the opponent suffer a little. What's your name? There shouldn't be someone like you among the outer disciples before. Are you a new disciple? After the young man in Brocade's eyes flashed, he re-examined Lu Ming and said coldly. I'm just a nobody. Even if I say my name, I'm afraid senior fellow apprentice won't know it. Lu Ming laughed. Okay, I'll remember you. Since you must help this girl, then it's up to you. But next time, if you dare to stand in front of me again, it won't be so easy. A cold light flashed in Sha Tongtian's eyes. After saying a few words, he turned around and flew away without hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally slightly startled. His eyes flashed as he thought. I really didn't expect that Brother Lu is so powerful that you can actually force this person to retreat. Jin Yuhuan obviously didn't think so much. As soon as she saw the young man in brocade flying away, she immediately flew to Lu Ming's side and said with joy. Miss Jin is too serious. I'm just lucky. As an inner disciple, this person must have a lot of hidden means. That's all I can do. It's just that I'm a little curious. Previously in the sex market, I heard that this person has been pestering you. Now he came all the way to this deep mountain. Is there any special reason for this? Lu Ming smiled and suddenly changed the topic. This? Jin Yuan's face stiffened. If Miss Jin has something difficult to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said lightly. Senior fellow apprentice Lu is too serious. It's all because of senior fellow apprentice Lu's magical power that I can force this person to retreat today. How will I lie to you? Their Sha family has actually been plotting the treasure left by my Jin family's ancestor, so they keep troubling me. Jin Yuan's expression changed for a while, and she said vaguely. Really? Lu Ming showed a spurious smile on his face. Jin Yuan felt guilty when he glanced at her. She subconsciously avoided his gaze and lowered her head. In that case, you and I should take out your ancestral treasure as soon as possible, so as not to cause any trouble. Lu Ming smiled slightly, turned and walked deeper into the cave. This woman's words were vague. She must have hidden a lot of things, but he was not interested in asking. He accompanied this woman on this trip just for the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't continue to ask, Jin Yuhuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the distant horizon, then she turned and walked into the cave. Although Sha Tongtian left, I can't guarantee that he will come back again. There are no guards here. If someone suddenly breaks in, it will be troublesome. To be on the safe side, let's set up an array here. Lu Ming took 2 steps, then he suddenly stopped and turned around. Jin Yuhuan thought about it and felt that it made sense. This woman seemed to be very well prepared. She brought 2 sets of magic weapons to set up arrays with her. The 2 were busy at the entrance of the cave for 15 minutes. They set up a defensive array and a detection array, then they re-entered the depths of the cave. When they came to the cold pool again, Jin Yuhuan took out a dark red leather armor and a white jade talisman and handed them to Lu Ming. At the same time, she also took the same thing. This cold-resistant armor is made of the silk of the Millennium Fire Spider. Wearing it can resist the cold to a certain extent. Even if we enter the cold pool, it can protect us. However, we still need to consume our spiritual power to exert its full effect. Jin Yuhuan explained without waiting for Lu Ming to ask. As Lu Ming heard this, he scanned the leather armor in his hand with divine thought, and he felt a trace of heat coming from it. He immediately put it on, then he injected some spiritual power into it. Suddenly, the surface of the leather armor flashed with a dark red light, and a hot feeling appeared on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, his body seemed to be in a group of scorching sun. The surrounding cold seemed to disappear in an instant. The iceworm beastkin insect is extremely cunning, and its ice magical power is also very powerful. It is too dangerous to fight with it in the cold pool. We need to find a way to lure it out of the water. After Jin Yuhuan also put on the leather armor, she stretched out a white finger to fix the hair hanging from her temples and said cautiously. Of course. Miss Jin is so calm, you must have a way. I'm all ears. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. When Jin Yuhuan heard the words, she smiled modestly, then she continued after a slight hesitation, the beastkin insect hides at the bottom of the cold pool on weekdays, and it won't come out easily. But don't worry about this. I have prepared a special bait that can ensure that it can be lured to the vicinity of the cold pool. This white jade talisman is a concealment talisman. It can temporarily hide our aura. When it comes out of the water, you and I will attack together. One of us will block the entrance of the cold pool, and the other will try our best to kill it as soon as possible. If you want to trap this insect, it is better to set up a trapping array near this pool. Won't you have a greater chance of success? Lu Ming suggested. Never, this iceworm is very sensitive to enchantment. If we set up an array here, the iceworm probably won't even dare to come out of the cold pool. Jin Yuhuan said quickly. It turns out to be like this. Then let's follow Junior Sister Apprentice's plan. Lu Ming nodded and said nothing more. This woman knows the iceworm in this pool so clearly. It seems that she has studied it for a long time. This is even better. With such a careful arrangement, I believe we should be able to get rid of the iceworm smoothly. After the two discussed and made a decision, they immediately took action. Jin Yuhuan took out a half-foot-long wooden box from her waist, and there was a pale yellow talisman on it. The woman tore off the talisman without hesitation and opened the wooden box. As soon as the lid of the box was opened, a cloud of white smoke and cold air rolled out of it. A fist-sized white insect egg suddenly flashed under the cold air. At the same time, a faint fishy smell came from it. The woman moved her arm and carefully grabbed the insect egg. After her figure flickered, she went to the corner of the cave farthest from the pool and buried it firmly in the soil. At this time, Jin Yuhuan's figure flickered. She hid in another corner near the pool, and she crushed the jade talisman in her hand without saying a word. After a faint white light, the woman's figure gradually merged into the air. This is the bait, Lu Ming glanced at the unknown insect egg thoughtfully. He also crushed the jade talisman with his 5 fingers and hid on the other side. Half an hour later, the originally calm surface of the cold pond began to ripple. Then, a powerful wave of spiritual energy mixed with a burst of cold air spread out from the cold pond. It's really effective. That unknown insect egg can so easily lure out the ice silkworm of the condensation state later stage. It must not be an ordinary insect egg. Lu Ming's expression moved as he thought so in his mind. After a while, the ripples in the pool became bigger and bigger, and 1 or 2 bubbles could be seen from time to time, but there was still no sign of ice silk appearing on the surface. After Jin Yuhuan's previous reminder, Lu Ming also knew that this ice silk sensing power was very strong, so he didn't dare to explore with divine thought. He could only wait patiently by the side. Suddenly, there was a splash of water, and a cluster of white flashed on the surface of the cold pool. It seemed to be a part of the ice silk's body. Lu Ming frowned. As he was about to take action, after a white light flashed, the ripples on the water suddenly disappeared. It seemed that the ice silk had dived back. In desperation, he had to restrain his mind and wait quietly again. As a result, after about 10 minutes, the originally calm water suddenly tumbled violently, and a crystal white and almost transparent giant insect head emerged from it. The pair of green eyes on the top of its head glanced around vigilantly, then its whole body climbed out of the cold pool and quickly rushed to the nameless insect egg in the corner of the cave. It was the ice silk beastkin that Jin Yuhuan mentioned. The beast was about 20 to 30 feet in size, and its entire body was as white as a crystal. There were 7 or 8 dark green spots on both sides of its body, and it had a row of short insect legs. It crawled very quickly, almost as fast as flying. Looking at the naive appearance of this insect, Lu Ming couldn't help laughing a little, but he was shocked again. This ice silk had extremely high intelligence. It actually used such a trick before. This intelligence alone had already surpassed most beastkin. It really couldn't be underestimated. Ice silk came to the corner of the cave in a blink of an eye. It bit the insect egg, then it turned around and climbed back to the cold pool. At this moment, a white figure flashed out from another corner and blocked the entrance of the cold pool. It was Jin Yuhuan. Without a word, the woman quickly brought her hands together, and a green saber projection shot forth from her palms. It was none other than her green saber, and with a tremble, a saber projection that was around 10 feet in size materialized before slashing toward the ice silkworm's head. The ice silk beastkin insect was startled, then its compound eyes flashed with green light. It swallowed the insect egg, then it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of snow-white frost. When it touched the green saber light, it condensed into snowflakes that burst apart. Surging cold air rolled out and forcefully condensed the dark green saber light into a ball. So, the ice silkworm spat out another icicle, shattering the saber radiance. Jin Yuhuan was shocked. She made a gesture and tapped on her body. The red leather armor on her body flashed with a red light. A circle of reddish heat wave that was almost visible to the naked eye flashed out, blocking the snow-white frost that came at her face. The ice silkworm was obviously enraged. Its upper body stood up, and when it was about to move, a crimson sword light of tens of meters suddenly shot out from a corner with a gust of hot wind, slashing toward the beast's back. Ice Silk also seemed to realize that something was wrong. It screamed, and its whole body curled into a round ball. At the same time, a sharp cold air exuded from its white body. Almost instantly, its whole body was frozen into a silver ice ball. Jin Yuhuan's face turned gloomy. She changed her gesture, and the green saber in front of her turned blurred. Another green saber light slashed at the ice ball. Pung! Pung! The two saber lights slashed on the ice ball one after another, and it immediately flew out in the air. It slammed heavily on the mountain wall of the cave and rolled to the ground. Lu Ming raised his hand and recalled the flying sword blankly. His sudden sneak attack just now only left a sword mark on the ice ball, but it didn't hurt the ice silk beastkin insect inside. The saber light that Jin Yuhuan channeled didn't even leave a trace. This ice silk beastkin insect actually knows this kind of weird defense method. Jin Yuhuan's eyes flashed. She took out a yellow talisman and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, a yellow light merged into the ground silently. At the next moment, several earth thorns emitting yellow light suddenly rose from the ground not far away, accurately piercing the ice ball transformed by ice silk. Although it couldn't hurt it at all, it firmly pinned it to the rock wall. Multiple earth thorns. Lu Ming recognized this talisman at once. He nodded slightly and waved his hand. A golden light flew out of his sleeve, turning into golden sand in the sky. It condensed into a huge scissors that blasted at the ice ball. At the next moment, two golden saber lights crisscrossed at lightning speed and slashed at the ice ball. Kacha, a loud noise, the earth thorns that clamped the ice ball shattered one after another, and two deep marks suddenly appeared on the surface of the ice ball. A trace of green blood flowed out from it. A hoarse scream came from the ice ball. After a crisp sound, the white ice cubes fell one after another, revealing the ice silk's body inside. As soon as the beastkin insect's body spread out, it landed on the ground again like lightning. It swung its tail furiously, knocking the golden scissors away. Its crystal-clear snow-white body exuded traces of green blood. A pair of compound eyes flickered with green light as it stared at Jin Yuhuan, who blocked its way back to the ice pool. It was obviously enraged because of the injury. "Be careful, it is going all out," Lu Ming quickly reminded. At the same time, the crimson flying sword in his hand flew out and turned into a crimson sword shadow of 10 meters long, slashing at the back of ice silk. Jin Yuhuan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the words. She immediately took out another talisman. However, before waiting for the woman to activate the talisman, Ice Silk's dozen short legs turned into phantasms. Its figure blurred, then it directly bypassed the crimson sword light's interception like a phantasm, rushing toward Jin Yuhuan like lightning. The woman was taken aback. She couldn't bother to activate the talisman again. She quickly shook the green long blade in her hand and slashed out in a green light. However, the ice silkworm opened its mouth and spat out a white translucent thread, shattering the saber light and wrapping around the green saber in a flash. No matter how the spirit weapon struggled, it was unable to break free. Jin Yuhuan channeled the green long blade several times in a row, but she couldn't break free from the shackles of the fine silk. She couldn't help but look shocked. Although her long blade was only an upper-grade spiritual weapon, most of the enchantments were to increase the power and sharpness. She knew how sharp it was, but now it couldn't do anything to this white silk. Without the obstruction of the saber, the ice silkworm's figure blurred and it arrived in front of the woman like lightning. It opened its mouth and shot a row of sharp, sparkling icicles at the woman. A trace of panic flashed in Jin Yuan's eyes. With such a close-range attack, it was too late to use other means to resist. She could only pour spiritual power into the protective aura, intending to block this blow. But at this moment, a golden light flashed in front of the woman. A golden sand curtain suddenly flashed, and it rolled back into a cylinder, protecting her in the middle. It was Lu Ming who finally channeled the golden fallen sand to help. There was a crackling sound, a series of icicles hit the golden sand curtain, and they burst apart one after another. Several waves of piercing cold air rolled up, forming a thick layer of ice on the surface of the sand curtain. The next moment, under the golden light flowing on the surface of the sand curtain, the ice layer shattered and fell down inch by inch. But the ice silk didn't hesitate to spit out a large piece of white silk. With just a flash, it turned into a large net that covered the woman and the golden sand curtain. Then, the white silk net suddenly tightened, trapping the woman inside. Jin Yuan's face turned pale all of a sudden. No matter how she channeled various spells to hit the silk net outside the sand curtain, she couldn't break free at all. Fortunately, she was still protected by the golden sand curtain, so she wasn't in too much danger for a while. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared not far behind ice silk like a ghost. He made a sword gesture, and a 10 meters long crimson sword light slashed at the back of ice silk like a rainbow. Ice silk didn't seem to see it. The black spot on its back suddenly glowed with green light. 8 green lights condensed together and formed a thick light beam, blocking the falling sword light. Huh? Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim softly. He didn't expect ice silk to have this kind of means. When he was about to increase his spiritual power to break this light beam, ice silk turned back like lightning and spat a white silk at him. Lu Ming already knew the power of this silk, so he naturally wouldn't be tricked. His figure shook a few times, and he disappeared all of a sudden, then he appeared 80 meters away. This made ice silk dumbfounded. It actually froze in place for a while. Jin Yuan took advantage of the moment when ice silk was distracted by Lu Ming. She bit her silver teeth and spat out a small mouthful of blood essence that turned into a blood mist. At the same time, it went into the dark red leather armor under the guidance of her gesture. Suddenly, the abdomen of the dark red leather armor shone brightly. A crimson talisman array appeared in it, and it spouted a purple-red fire pillar after spinning. Poof, the silk net outside was immediately blasted out by the fire pillar. Jin Yuan was overjoyed. She leaped and flashed out of the silk, then she retreated backward. She waved her hand and took out a small blue flag. A cloud of white mist surged out and protected her. When ice silk heard the sound, its huge head turned back suddenly. Seeing the woman escaping from the silk, it suddenly squeaked. A strange green light flashed in its eyes. Boom. In the cold pool not far away, the water surface suddenly tumbled violently. A water column as thick as a bucket instantly soared into the sky, and it circled in the air and landed on the head of ice silk, forming a black water cloud of several 10 meters in size. Be careful, this beastkin insect is going to use some magical power again. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and waved one hand. The golden sand curtain not far away immediately rolled out and circled back to the air in front of him. Jin Yuan's face changed when she heard the words. Her spiritual weapon couldn't be used, and her strength had been greatly weakened. She immediately tapped on the ground and wanted to rush to Lu Ming's side. At this moment, ice silk spat out an ice mist into the water cloud above her head. A silver-white brilliance flashed in the water cloud, and the temperature in the cave suddenly dropped sharply. The already cold temperature suddenly became even colder. At the next moment, countless thick icicles blasted out from the water cloud like raindrops, covering the space of more than 100 meters. Jin Yuan's face turned pale. She couldn't care about running to Lu Ming anymore. She quickly channeled the small blue flag in her hand. A layer of blue light swept out immediately, forming an umbrella-shaped shield above her head. Pa pa pa. A series of chaotic sounds rang out, the densely packed icicles kept hitting the umbrella-shaped barrier. Even with the addition of magic power, the barrier quickly dimmed and trembled incessantly. What was even worse was that the blue glow emitted by the small flag was water attribute. When encountering this kind of extremely cold icicles, it was invaded by the cold air. It gradually condensed into icicles and fell off. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out, and the barrier shattered like a spider web. Jin Yuan's face became extremely pale. At this moment, a golden light flashed out. The sand curtain transformed by the golden fallen sand suddenly appeared in front of the female cultivator, blocking the icicle attack at the critical moment. Immediately afterward, a figure instantly appeared in front of the woman. With a stretch of his finger, the sand curtain suddenly condensed into a large golden hand. After a series of claw shadows, the remaining icicles that were shot at her were smashed into pieces and turned into a sparkling rain of light. "Thank you, Brother Liu." When Jin Yuan saw the person in front of her, she said quickly with joy. If it weren't for Lu Ming's timely appearance, even if she wouldn't die on the spot, she would definitely be seriously injured. Lu Ming didn't answer Jin Yuan, but a fierce look flashed in his eyes. While continuing to channel the golden fallen sand to resist the ice rain, he kept making sword gestures with one hand. The crimson flying sword in midair turned into a rainbow and flew away. It went to the head of Ice Silk in just a flash. A green light flashed in Ice Silk's eyes. The water cloud above its head rolled down in a white light, launching countless icicles again. The icicles burst apart when they collided with the crimson sword light, forming layers of ice crystals to resist the falling sword light. "Go." Seeing this, Lu Ming groaned. He flicked his sleeve, and the big hand transformed by the golden fallen sand was already blurred. It grabbed at Ice Silk fiercely. The beast was greatly alarmed to see this, and black specks of green light flashed over its body before blasting forth a thick pillar of light to meet the oncoming golden hand. Bang! Before the giant golden hand touched the light pillar, it exploded into a sky full of golden light. Countless golden lights immediately blasted at Ice Silk. At such a close distance, even the beast's rather profound protective secret technique could only withstand a small portion of the golden light. A series of puff-puff sounds came one after another. Several streams of dark green blood immediately burst out from the huge head of the ice silkworm, and several finger-sized holes were pierced through. The demonic insect immediately shook its head and let out a sharp cry. At the same time, the water cloud above its head also tumbled, unable to maintain its stability. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely, and he quickly pointed a finger in the air. The water cloud burst open, sweeping up gusts of frigid winds mixed with ice crystals in all directions. The crimson flying sword transformed into a streak of crimson light as it hurtled downward. After a flash, it disappeared into the crazed ice silkworm's head at lightning speed. After the ice silkworm's body stiffened, its green eyes instantly lost their luster. Its body fell to the ground with a bang, motionless. At this time, Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the crimson flying sword pierced through the ice silkworm's corpse and flew back into his sleeve in a flash. Finally killed it. I can kill this ice silkworm this time because of senior fellow apprentice's magical power. Seeing this, Jin Yuan couldn't hide her ecstasy. She bowed to Lu Ming and said. From the moment Lu Ming saved her to killing this ice silkworm with thunderous means, it only took a few seconds. This woman didn't even have time to step forward to help. Obviously, with the means of senior fellow apprentice Lu, even one person could easily kill this beastkin insect. Miss Jean is too polite. Since I have signed the contract, these are naturally what I should do. Lu Ming smiled slightly. After flicking his sleeve, he put away the golden fallen sand. Then he walked a few steps to the ice silkworm's corpse and grabbed in the air. With a whoosh, a fist-sized crystal core immediately flew out from the corpse and landed in his hand. After looking at it, he put it away, then he took out a storage amulet and launched a symbol. A white light flashed, the ice silkworm's corpse, which was 30 meters long, disappeared along with the silk around it. This ice silkworm had been cultivating in this cold pool for a long time. It was also a very rare beastkin insect, so its corpse was naturally an excellent material. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be polite about it. Jin Yuan had no objection to this. After all, this ice silkworm was almost killed by Lu Ming alone. Once this insect died, he could also successfully retrieve the treasure left by his ancestors. Okay, do you and I go into the cold pool to get the treasure now? Lu Ming turned around and asked. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, please wait a moment. I have consumed too much spiritual power in the battle just now. It will take a while to recover. Jin Yuhuan said with a red face. Alright, I also need to recover my spiritual power. Lu Ming nodded, then he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. He took out 2 spirit stones and began to recover. Seeing this, Jin Yuhuan's eyes flickered a few times. After a light sigh, she also found a corner, took out an elixir, and began to adjust her breath with her eyes closed. An hour later. Near the cold pool, Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan were standing quietly beside the pool. After some rest, Jin Yuhuan's originally pale face showed a trace of blood. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She took a deep breath and suppressed her churning thoughts. Then, she immediately jumped down. Lu Ming smiled slightly and jumped into the pool. As soon as he entered the cold pool, the cold-resistant armor on his body suddenly lit up with a faint red light shield, blocking the pool water outside his body. It's so cold. Even with the protection of the cold-resistant armor, Lu Ming still felt the bone-piercing chill. With a shiver, he channeled the tiger-dragon hell prison. Black gas rolled out of his body, dispelling most of the chill. Jin Yuhuan, who was in the red light shield in front, didn't dive for a few meters, and her face also turned pale. She quickly took out a fiery red elixir and swallowed it. Her face looked better. Let's go. The woman turned her head and smiled reluctantly, pointing down. The two immediately channeled their spiritual power and dived to the bottom of the pool. As the two dived deeper, the chill in the pool water became stronger. Lu Ming could still resist it with his profound spiritual power and powerful physical body. Jin Yuhuan swallowed several elixirs and cast a lot of talismans, but her teeth were still trembling from the cold. As the two dived deeper and deeper, the chill in the pool became even colder. Traces of cold air actually weaved into a net in the water, constantly surging into their bodies from all corners. The bone-piercing cold seemed to swallow them. After diving to a depth of 300 meters, the density of the cold air was more than twice as much as when they just jumped into the pool. Jin Yuhuan obviously couldn't hold it anymore. She quickly patted her waist, and a crimson bead spiritual weapon flew out. She kept making gestures with both hands. After a few red spirit patterns flashed on the surface of the bead, it released a faint red halo and a trace of warmth. When the bead slowly flew to the woman's chest, she felt a trace of warmth. Her expression relaxed, and she continued to dive down. However, after reaching a depth of 500 meters, even with the fire bead spiritual weapon protecting her chest, Jin Yuhuan still couldn't withstand this kind of strange coldness. Her face became paler and paler. Lu Ming himself cultivated the Yin attribute technique, so he had some resistance to the Yin cold air. Coupled with his pure spiritual power and powerful physical body, he still looked calm and at ease. As the two dived to a depth of more than 600 meters, Jin Yuhuan's face had turned blue. A thin layer of frost was clearly visible on her limbs, and her body gradually became stiff. It seemed that her body had reached its limit. If she forced herself to dive deeper, if the cold air entered her body, she would be seriously ill and her cultivation would be greatly reduced. If it was serious, she might be in danger of dying. Lu Ming glanced at her and saw that the woman didn't intend to return at all. She still wanted to dive deeper with a determined look. This woman's character was so determined that he couldn't help but admire her. After a thought, his figure moved slightly, and he came to the woman's side. He flicked his sleeve, and after a red light flashed, the crimson flying sword fell into his hand. He poured all his spiritual power into the flying sword. With a flick of his index finger, the crimson flying sword shot out and floated behind Jin Yuhuan. After Lu Ming made a gesture, the flying sword buzzed in the water. The 12 crimson patterns on the sword became clearly visible, and it exuded an amazing red halo. A heat wave immediately swarmed out, and the nearby cold air was dispelled. After a while, the paleness on Jin Yuhuan's face gradually faded, and there was a hint of redness on her face. The thin layer of frost on her limbs also melted in a blink of an eye. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your help again." The woman turned her head slightly to look at Lu Ming, and she said with a voice transmission. A grateful expression appeared on her face. "Miss Jean, you don't have to be polite. It's more important to go down quickly and take out the things. In this case, I can't hold on for too long." Lu Ming looked at the flying sword that had become crimson and replied calmly. Jin Yuhuan naturally nodded again and again. After about 10 minutes, under the protection of the heat wave erupting from the flying sword, the two successfully reached the bottom of the pool that was more than 1,000 meters deep. At a glance, a huge white disc array of 10 meters in the center of the bottom of the pool appeared in front of them. There were strange symbols imprinted on it, but there was a broken piece of a foot in the center of the disc array. Is the cold air of this pool related to this disc array? Lu Ming looked at the broken disc array in front of him with a thoughtful expression, and he thought in his heart. At this moment, Jin Yuhuan took out a white crystal fragment from her body and threw it into the air with one hand. After making a gesture, the fragment turned into a white light and flew into the broken part of the disc array. It was actually embedded in the disc array. Immediately afterward, the woman spat out a cluster of blood essence from her mouth. After pointing at the disc array, it turned into a few drops that flew into every corner of the disc array. At the next moment, the strange symbols on the disc array disappeared. Instead, a large number of white spirit patterns were looming. They wriggled in a ring shape on the disc array, and the speed was getting faster and faster. With a dazzling halo, a crystal-clear small white sword flashed out of the center of the disc array, then a terrifying cold air gushed out from the bottom of the small sword. Not good. Lu Ming frowned. Before he had time to make a gesture, this astonishing cold air turned the pool water within 100 meters into ice cubes along with the two of them. At this time, the small white sword floated quietly above the disc array. The sword body was crystal clear like glass. The surface of the sword seemed to have a substantial pale white halo slowly flowing, constantly releasing a burst of cold air to the surroundings. Every gust of cold air didn't travel far before it condensed into pieces of ice. It didn't take long for the bottom of the ice pool to become a world of ice. Although Lu Ming was sealed by the ice, he didn't really suffer any damage because of his leather armor and powerful physical body, but he couldn't help feeling a little shocked in his heart. Judging from the amazing breath exuded by this small white sword, it was even more powerful than the 9 Skulls shield with 35 enchantments. This sword was a real magic weapon, but at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from Jin Yuhuan. A golden light lit up on the chest of this woman, then a golden talisman appeared. It instantly turned into a cluster of golden light that burned fiercely, and circles of white light swept in all directions. The nearby ice quickly melted into water under the scattering of the white light. In less than a moment, Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan recovered their mobility. Lu Ming waved his numb arms a few times, and he couldn't help glancing at Jin Yuhuan on the side. As soon as the woman got out of the trap, she flashed to the small white sword without saying a word. Her arm stretched out like lightning and grabbed the small sword. The small white sword in her hand was constantly trembling as if it had spirituality. The cold light it emitted seemed to be extremely sharp. It cut open her palm, and blood flowed out. Jin Yuhuan didn't seem to care about this at all. She chanted while making another gesture. She opened her mouth, and a small blue sword phantasm flashed out of it. With a clear sound, it flashed into the small white sword in her hand. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming on the side couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This woman turned out to be a sword cultivator. What she spurted out seemed to be a sword embryo spirit. In the next moment, the small white sword suddenly trembled violently, bursting out a dazzling white light, and a faint sound came from it. When Lu Ming saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He wanted to see what was going on, but the white light suddenly disappeared, revealing the small sword once again. However, the surface of the small sword that was originally completely crystalline was now covered in layers of extremely fine talisman markings, and it emitted specks of crystalline light through the pool water, causing it to seem rather strange. Seeing this, the woman changed her gesture, and the small white sword instantly shrunk to the size of an inch. It jumped up in a flash and disappeared into her forehead. The moment the woman took out the small sword, the icy cold in the pond began to dissipate in an instant. It seemed that the reason why the pond was so cold was because of this small sword. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, it's done. Let's leave this place first. After Jin Yuhuan took a deep breath, she smiled at Lu Ming. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after this woman took this magic weapon, she immediately looked a little more cold. Lu Ming nodded. He made a gesture and blasted toward the top of the pool. Without the invasion of the cold air, Jin Yuhuan naturally stepped lightly on the bottom of the pool with one leg and followed Lu Ming. Half an hour later, outside the secret cave, Lu Ming was taking off his leather armor and returning it to Jin Yuhuan. This trip can be so smooth all thanks to senior fellow apprentice Lu's help. Jin Yuhuan took the leather armor and showed gratitude to Lu Ming. It's nothing. Since I have accepted your pulse-connecting talisman, these are naturally my duty. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. Senior fellow apprentice Lu has also seen that I am actually a sword cultivator. The reason why the Xia family asked Xia Tongtian to marry me as a dual cultivation partner is actually to covet this magic weapon left by the ancestors of the Jin family. Although this sword was only a low-grade magic treasure that had just left its embryonic form, and the sword embryo spirit inside had lost a lot of its spirituality because no one had continued to cultivate it, it was still enough for an ordinary family to prolong its existence. If it weren't for the fact that the Jin family is also an affiliated family of Taiqing Gate, and there is an elder of a mountain peak who has some connections with the Jin family, this magic weapon would have been lost a long time ago. The woman sighed as her crystal eyes flickered. She confided the truth to Lu Ming calmly. When Lu Ming saw this sword, he had already guessed it. He just nodded slightly and didn't say much. Jin Yuhuan continued to slowly say to Lu Ming, the reason why the Xia family wants me to be Shan Tongtian's dual cultivation partner is mostly because of this magic weapon called Ice Glass Sword. It was enchanted by my ancestor, and it can only be obtained by the direct bloodline of the Jin family above the condensation state. However, the Xia family has a mystic art that can seize part of the partner's bloodline aura through the dual cultivation technique. It can also be used to activate this flying sword. Hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly realized why this woman was so straightforward. She wasn't afraid that he would have other thoughts after seeing this magic weapon. Then I have to congratulate you. With this treasure, it shouldn't be too difficult for Miss Jean to regain her family's prestige in the future. However, since we have got what we need, let's leave this place, lest the Xia family comes again. Lu Ming looked solemn. Jin Yuhuan nodded slightly and patted her waist. After a sharp cry, a giant eagle with grey mist appeared in front of the two. After the two jumped up, Jin Yuhuan gently stroked the head of the giant eagle. With a clear and long cry, the giant eagle spread its wings and flew toward the direction of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range with a gust of wind. More than 10 days later, above a valley in a remote corner of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was a wave of ripples in the air. Then a grey giant eagle flew out of it, flapped its wings a few times and landed. Following which, two figures leaped down from above. It was Lu Ming and Jin Yuhuan who returned all the way. Along the way, this woman changed her silence when she left, and she gradually talked more. She talked about some things about the glorious period of the Jin family. Seeing this, Lu Ming asked her about the experience of sword cultivator and some tips of condensing sword embryo. He also inquired about the magic weapon and spiritual weapon. After all, this woman's ancestor once had a sword cultivator of the Jingdan state. Although the family had declined, the sword cultivator experience passed down was still there. If he could know a little bit, he could naturally avoid some detours in the future. Jin Yuhuan had saved him several times and successfully helped him retrieve the ancestral magic weapon. She told Lu Ming everything she knew about cultivation, which really benefited him a lot. Miss Jean, I didn't disappoint you this time. Since you have returned safely, we will say goodbye here. In the future, I will have to talk with junior sister apprentice about the way of sword cultivator. After Lu Ming said a few words to the woman, he said goodbye. No problem, then I will go first. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, take care. Jin Yuhuan chuckled when she heard the words. She jumped on the giant eagle again and left. Lu Ming looked at the leaving figure of the woman. After thinking for a while, a black cloud appeared under his feet, and he turned into a green light and flew in another direction. At the same time, in the cave house hall of a rather hidden mountain in the Thousand Spirit Mountain, an old man with a yellow face was sitting on a grey stone chair, looking at a young man in brocade next to him with a serious face. He was questioning in a low voice, Tong Tian, why don't you go all out to take down Jin Yuhuan, but you let her take back the ice glass sword? I don't believe that you can't do this with your ability. Second uncle, the ice glass sword is not very suitable for me. Moreover, even if I use the mystic arts to obtain the Jin family bloodline through dual cultivation to drive this sword, I can't really exert its full power. The same is true for Jin Yuhuan. Even if she uses the power of her bloodline to drive this flying sword, it can't be as smooth as the flying sword that she condensed herself. After all, she can't become a real sword cultivator powerhouse. I only wanted to condense my own natal flying sword magic treasure, so I didn't really care much about the ice glass sword. Even if I get this sword, I just intend to use it as a spare sword. Sha Tongtian replied calmly as if he didn't care. Oh? Since you really want to be a sword cultivator and don't want to take this shortcut, then I won't force you anymore. However, this is something that the family has been planning for a long time after all. If you have time, go back to the family and give an explanation to the other elders. In addition, you can have such awareness of sword cultivator, it can be seen that your perseverance is outstanding. As long as you can advance to the crystallization period, it is not impossible to become an esoteric disciple. After listening to this, the crystallization period elder of the Sha family stroked his beard and praised him instead of being angry. I will definitely try my best. Sha Tongtian's eyes flashed. He cupped his fist and replied respectfully. The old man nodded in satisfaction, got up, waved his sleeves, and left the cave house. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the cave house, he hung the "Don't Visit" token at the door of the cave, then he strode into the secret room. The stone door behind him closed silently. Lu Ming walked slowly to the middle of the secret room. He flicked his sleeves without saying a word. A black pill and a blue pill were spinning in his hands. They were the black condensing pill and blue water pill that he bought in the market that day. He carefully looked at the two pills in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. After 10 minutes, he kept the two pills and took out the pulse-connecting talisman from the summer snail around his waist. At this time, he was ready. He only needed to restore his spiritual power to the peak of the condensation period intermediate stage and find a place with heavy yin qi, then he could try to break through to the condensation period later stage. Since Lu Ming had made up his mind, he immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and quietly adjusted his breath. As a result, he sat for 3 days. When Lu Ming opened his eyes again with a change of expression, he felt refreshed. His whole person was full of energy again. He immediately got up. After a simple cleaning, he left the cave house and went straight to the Hall of All Things. Since Lu Ming entered the Taiqing Gate and became an outer disciple, it had been more than a year. He hadn't received the monthly contribution points, but he had more than 1,000 contribution points. An hour later, Lu Ming came out of the Hall of All Things with a calm face. The token on his waist had 1,500 more contribution points. At this moment, he had a total of more than 4,000 contribution points. This should be enough. After he muttered to himself, he flicked his sleeve and took out the map of Thousand Spirit Mountain. After scanning with divine thought, he put it away again. He made a gesture and flew toward the Taiyin cave of the sect. Before going, Lu Ming had naturally inquired about the situation of the Taiyin cave. The so-called Taiyin cave was actually a cave in the sect of the Taiqing Gate that specialized in collecting the underground yin wind. The cave was divided into small yin caves, which were specially used by some people who practiced yin attribute techniques in the sect. Due to the limited number of people that the Taiyin cave could accommodate, among all the disciples, except for esoteric disciples who could use it for free, the inner disciples only needed to pay a few contribution points, and the outer disciples needed to pay a little more. As for the ordinary disciples, they needed to pay a lot of contribution points, and they could only enter the cave when there was more free time. In addition, in order to prevent the yin qi in the cave from leaking, a grand elder of the sect also set a huge enchantment around and above the entire yin cave, so that the yin qi could only enter but not exit. Therefore, the density of the yin qi in the cave could be imagined. Even so, the density of the yin qi in the entire cave was different. The yin qi in a few yin caves was particularly concentrated, which was more than twice as dense as the thinner places. The yin qi in these places often had some special effects, which were helpful to cultivators in other aspects. However, this was not what Lu Ming could think about now, because these places were generally used by the inner disciples of the sect to cultivate. However, if he used this place to break through the bottleneck of the condensation period later stage, it would naturally be beneficial. Half a day later, in front of a canyon hidden between two emerald peaks in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, Lu Ming was standing at the entrance of the canyon, his green robe fluttering in the mountain wind. He narrowed his eyes and looked up and down in front of him. Not far from the front, on an open flat ground, there was a gray stone door that was several feet tall. In front of the cave was a gray boulder with the words Tai Yin Cave painted on it in large silver characters. Lu Ming walked slowly to the gate. After shaking the token on his waist toward the gate, a green light flashed into the gate. With a rumbling sound, the gate slowly opened. He calmly walked into the cave and was greeted by a small hall that was only 20 to 30 feet wide. There was a fist-sized moonstone at the top of the hall that emitted bursts of white light, illuminating the entire hall. Other than a few stone tables and chairs, there was no one else in the hall, making it seem empty. At the back of the hall, there was a narrow corridor that was 5 feet wide. Lu Ming was slightly stunned, then he walked straight toward the corridor. The corridor was only 100 meters long, and the end of the corridor was connected to a stone room of only 100 meters in size. In the center of the stone room was a blue array of 10 meters in size. The array was inlaid with a few light blue Yin attribute crystals. It should be a teleportation array. In front of the array, an old man in a yellow robe was sitting cross-legged on a futon with his eyes closed. Senior. Lu Ming couldn't feel the old man's cultivation at all. After his heart shuddered, he cupped his fist and said, "Which courtyard disciple are you from? You should know the rules, right?" The old man didn't open his eyes, but he said faintly, "Reporting to Senior, Junior is a disciple of the Piaohong courtyard. The contribution points are ready." Lu Ming replied respectfully. "Very well, the outer disciple needs to pay 100 contribution points a day to enter the Tai Yin Cave to cultivate. How long do you want to rent it?" The old man asked again with his eyes slightly open. "Junior wants to rent it for 40 days. Lu Ming replied calmly. After that, he took off the token from his waist and handed it to the old man. Such a long time was enough for him to consolidate his realm in the Tai Yin Cave. Moreover, the Tai Yin Cave was full of Yin Qi, which was also an excellent place for bone scorpion to cultivate. When the old man heard the words, he waved his sleeve without saying a word. A jade pen fell from it and tapped on the token lightly. After a flash of green light, the contribution points on the token were only left with more than 100 points. The old man took back the jade pen and threw it lightly with one hand. The token quickly flew back to Lu Ming's hand. "Okay, you can go in. Once the rental time is up, you will be automatically teleported back here." Lu Ming took the token, put it on his waist, bowed, and stepped into the center of the array. The old man in yellow robe flipped his palm, and a dark token appeared. He made a gesture and flew toward the array in the center of the stone room, then he silently chanted a few spells. Lu Ming only felt the ground under his feet tremble slightly, then there was a buzzing sound. A layer of faint blue light appeared around the array, and it disappeared in a flash. The old man closed his eyes again. Lu Ming only felt a dazzling blue light flashed in front of him. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was already in a stone cave with the size of half an acre. He only felt a bone-piercing chill sweeping from all directions. He felt that the natural energy in the nearby void was very thin, and it was filled with a rich Yin energy everywhere. The density of the Yin Qi around here was several times higher than the Yin cave in the Savage Ghost sect, which made Lu Ming happy. Taiching Gate was worthy of being one of the 4 ancient sections. Even the Yin Qi cave that a common sect had was far from comparable to an ordinary sect. Lu Ming looked at everything in the stone cave calmly. Apart from a flat boulder in a corner with a white futon on top, there was nothing else. The top corner of the stone cave was covered with dense and flashing gray spirit patterns. The spirit patterns were entangled with a little gray mist. It seemed to be some kind of enchantment. There were some simple black spirit patterns on the walls of the stone cave. It must be some ordinary defensive partition enchantment. Lu Ming patted his waist, and a black gas rolled out of the soul-recovering bag and turned into a mini silver scorpion a few inches long. "Master." As soon as the silver scorpion appeared, it waved its giant pincer. It seemed to be very happy. "The Yin Qi here is quite heavy. It should be a place you like. Go to that corner and practice by yourself. Don't disturb me without my order." Lu Ming pointed to a corner of the stone cave and commanded. "Yes, master." After Bone Scorpion's figure became blurred, it appeared in the corner of the stone cave. It turned around and waved its scorpion tail at Lu Ming, then it opened its mouth and breathed in yin qi. Lu Ming walked to the corner in a few steps, sat cross-legged on the futon, closed his eyes, and recalled the bits and pieces from the Sea Creature Clan War to entering Taiqing Gate. Now there was more than a month to break through the bottleneck. He didn't want to be affected by the emotional fluctuations caused by the unstable state of mind. One day later, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there were no distractions in his mind, and his spiritual power was at its peak. It's time. After he muttered to himself, he took out the black and blue pills from the Sumeru snail at his waist. He took out the pulse-connecting spiritual talisman and put it aside for later use. He picked up one of the black condensing pill with 2 fingers, put it in front of his eyes, and swallowed it after carefully identifying it again. This elixir melted in his mouth and became unusually slippery. It turned into a black blood gas that slid down his throat. The next moment, a cool air rose from the dantian position in his body, and it quickly swam between the surrounding meridians. Lu Ming only felt that the meridians in his body were suddenly unobstructed, and a sense of comfort rose. After he adjusted his breath for a while, he picked up another blue elixir blue water pill. After scanning it with divine thought, he also swallowed it. After a while, a burst of cold air suddenly spread in his mouth, then it turned into a blue yin qi that surged in his meridians. Lu Ming kept making gestures with both hands. After the blue yin qi and the previous black blood gas kept colliding in the meridians, they turned into a blue and black gas that ran quickly in the meridians. He scanned his body with his divine sense and found that the pale silver liquid in his spiritual sea was a bit thicker than before. This liquid was constantly absorbing the cold qi that drilled into every part of his body and kept rolling in his spiritual sea, releasing waves of amazing magical power fluctuations. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he immediately closed his eyes and silently refined the elixir in his body. This phenomenon lasted for 2 days. During this period, Lu Ming used divine thought to scan the situation of the spiritual sea in his body from time to time, quietly waiting for the critical period when the spiritual power fluctuation was at its peak, and the blue and black aura was always running quickly in his meridians. On this day, Lu Ming felt that the spiritual power in his body had been condensed to the peak, and the spiritual power fluctuations in the spiritual sea also reached the peak. When the peak no longer rose, he immediately picked up the pulse-connecting talisman and smashed it on his chest. Suddenly, a green light flashed, and a green glow flew out of it, wrapped his whole body in it, and quickly penetrated into his body. Lu Ming only felt a strong wave of spirit qi invading the 8 extra meridians in his body. Following a wave of numbness, his body suddenly burst forth with a burst of crackling sounds. All the meridians in his body suddenly expanded under the stimulation. Feeling the abundant spiritual power in his body, he couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This pulse-connecting spiritual talisman is really amazing. As this strong spirit kept shuttling in his body, the pale silver liquid that had released the peak spiritual power in the spiritual sea tumbled again. A pure spiritual power continued to gush out from the spiritual sea and merged into the meridians. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He suddenly groaned, then he put his hands together and separated them again. There was a burst of crackling sounds on his body, and his figure grew a few feet. At the same time, black gas rolled out from his body, turning into a rolling black mist that enveloped his figure. Afterward, he began to chant the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison silently, and he slowly closed his eyes again. In a blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. On this day, above the Taiying cave, a sudden yin wind was howling. Then, a huge enchantment on the top of the cave rolled out yin qi, condensing into grey clouds. At the next moment, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky, a lifelike black dragon and a giant tiger covered in black mist soared into the sky from the Taiying cave. They began to circle around each other, and the roar of the dragon and tiger lingered in the ears. Above the yin cave where Lu Ming was, strange grey spirit patterns suddenly appeared in the air. After flashing a few times, they trembled violently. A large amount of cold yin qi actually gathered here, and it gradually formed a huge vortex on the top of the cave. In the air around the vortex, there was a visible distortion in the space, then a spiritual pressure that was no less than the crystallization period followed closely behind the dragon and tiger. It rose into the sky and went into the vortex. Rumble. a loud noise resounded. After the vortex of yin qi condensed slightly, it collapsed in an instant, and waves of yin qi flew around. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everything gradually calmed down. Although each yin cave had a partition enchantment, some disciples who were cultivating in the nearby yin cave still felt the violent fluctuations of yin qi in the cave. At the same time, in the stone room of the Tai Yin cave, the old man in a yellow robe who was sitting cross-legged in front of the blue array opened his eyes slightly. It's just breaking through to the condensation period later stage, but the movement is so big. Although this tiger dragon hell prison is a bit rough, and the cultivation method is not in the eyes of some people, it is still a superior technique. The last time such a phenomenon appeared, I don't know how many years ago it was. I don't know which inner disciple made this breakthrough. The old man said to himself, then he closed his eyes with a calm face. At this time, the yin cave where Lu Ming was located was filled with black mist. The black dragon and tiger were fighting with each other. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and made a gesture. The dragon and tiger transformed by the black mist combined into a thick black gas, and it went into his head after circling. Congratulations, Master. Breakthrough. Condensation period later stage. At this moment, the girl's stuttering voice came into his ears. After Lu Ming smiled slightly at the corner where Bone Scorpion was, he stood up and stretched his hands. Immediately, there was a burst of firecracker-like sound from his bones. He clenched his fist again, and his arm instantly expanded. The black spirit patterns on his skin were looming. After turning around suddenly, he punched at the boulder without saying a word. Bang! The boulder shattered inch by inch, and the stones flew in all directions. Lu Ming took a deep breath and a satisfied expression flashed across his face. He had only used a portion of his strength in this attack. He then pointed a finger at the stone wall a few dozen feet away, and a wisp of black mist condensed on his fingertip before shooting toward the stone wall. The next moment, the void in front of the stone wall fluctuated, and a foot-wide hole appeared on the surface of the stone wall. Gray rock powder immediately scattered on the ground. Lu Ming pointed at the stone wall a few more times before he stopped with a satisfied expression. At this time, even if the meridian connecting spiritual talisman had lost its effect, the tendons and meridians in his body were slightly stronger than before. With a little urging, the spiritual power in the 8 extra meridians surged like a stream. In this case, the power of the cultivation method and mystic arts could also be increased for no reason. The spiritual power in his spiritual sea had almost condensed into a gelatinous state. The thickness of his spiritual power should be close to the early stage of the crystallization period, and his spiritual power had more than doubled. It was more than enough for the next mysterious bubble absorption. His FALI had increased tremendously. Under the effect of the dark bone method, the strength of his physical body had increased by 30%. In this way, he asked himself that his body was not only comparable to the ordinary crystallization period cultivator, even the crystallization period physique cultivator who specialized in physical body cultivation was not inferior. And now it had only been more than 20 days since he entered the yin cave, he still had more than 10 days to consolidate his realm at ease. He threw the 2 upper-grade soul-recovering bags and another leather bag on the ground, then he made a gesture and pointed at them lightly. After the patterns on the 3 spiritual bags flashed slightly, they continued to absorb the nearby yin qi. At this moment, he had already broken through to the later stage, so he could naturally replenish the yin qi in the soul-recovering bag without worrying about the density of the yin qi here. After a brief communication with Bone Scorpion, he sat cross-legged again, ready to consolidate his realm. After closing his eyes, a dark ancient book surrounded by black gas appeared with a flash in the sea of consciousness. It was the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. These days, he had been carefully figuring out the 3rd level of the technique in the book. According to the description above, after breaking through to the condensation period later stage, the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison could naturally cultivate to the 3rd level. But the 3rd level's technique was quite mysterious and difficult to understand. He had just figured out a clue. It seemed that it would take a long time to understand it thoroughly. Thinking of this, Lu Ming moved his mind, and the ancient book in the sea of consciousness began to flip page by page. Time flew by, a few more days had passed. On this day, Lu Ming was using the magical power of multitasking. While adjusting the spiritual power in his body and consolidating his realm, he was carefully comprehending the third level of the tiger-dragon hell prison through mental power. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from a leather bag thrown on the ground. Lu Ming opened his eyes in surprise, stopped his cultivation, and looked at the leather bag. This bag seemed to be the one containing the demon flying skull. Demon flying skull had been sleeping in the leather bag since it swallowed a lot of crystals, bones, and blood in the troll's head. There had been no sign of waking up. After Bone Scorpion woke up, its strength had improved greatly, and it even evolved a new magical power. This naturally made Lu Ming look forward to the advancement of the demon. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and launched a symbol on the leather bag. A cloud of black gas that was as black as ink came out from the leather bag. As it tumbled, there was a burst of strange laughter. After the black gas condensed, it revealed the true body of the flying head. After sleeping in the leather bag for so long, the flying head's green hair appeared even more dazzling. The small white heads on both sides of its head had also slightly enlarged, and a layer of grayish-black color could be faintly seen. The black gas on the surface of its body was thicker than before. But to Lu Ming's disappointment, the aura of this demon flying skull did not increase much. It seemed to still be at the condensation period intermediate stage. With a thought, he was about to communicate with this demon with the power of divine thought. Unexpectedly, Demon Flying Skull seemed to ignore Lu Ming's divine thought. Instead, after taking a deep breath, a greedy look appeared in its fiery red demon eyes. It opened its mouth and began to greedily devour the surrounding yin qi. The other two smaller white skulls also made a strange cry of excitement, and they also opened their mouths to do the same action. After a few seconds, a vortex quickly appeared around it. The yin qi in the yin cave rushed into its mouth from all directions. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly, but he did not make a move to stop it. He just watched quietly by the side. Squeak! With a scream, Bone Scorpion was lying at Lu Ming's feet. Master, what happened? Bone Scorpion raised its giant pincers and squeaked at the yin qi vortex. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the yin qi in the cave being swept away. It's okay, this is Demon Flying Skull absorbing yin qi. Lu Ming comforted Bone Scorpion and chuckled. Whether it was Bone Scorpion or Jiuying Demon Flying Skull, the pure yin qi here was beneficial to them. The more, the better. He could clearly feel that after Demon Flying Skull devoured the yin qi here, its aura actually became stronger at a lightning speed. After a full hour, the flying demon skull finally stopped its devouring action, as if it had not had enough. At this moment, in this yin cave, the originally rich yin qi had become a little thin. Some places in the cave that were originally covered by black gas also became clear, revealing a large black stone wall. These black stones were yin yuan stone, which could continuously absorb the yin qi underground and produce pure yin qi. However, the yin qi here had almost been swept away. It would probably take a few months for this yin cave to return to its original state. At this moment, the black gas around Demon Flying Skull was a bit thicker than before. Its aura had also increased a lot, faintly reaching the condensation period later stage. Kaka, the sound of bones rubbing came from the black gas. Demon Flying Skull constantly made a harsh strange sound like rubbing metal as if it was wailing in pain. Bone Scorpion on the side moved its body a little uneasily, and it squeaked a little. Lu Ming frowned slightly and released his divine thought again. At this time, he was finally able to contact Jiuying Demon Flying Skull. From the feedback he received, it turned out that although it had devoured a lot of troll blood, it lacked the nourishment of yin qi, so it had not been able to advance. After waking up this time and absorbing so much yin qi, it finally began to mutate. As the black gas that surrounded Demon Flying Skull tumbled violently, purple lights suddenly burst out from the black gas. After this continued for an hour, the purple lights intertwined and suddenly formed a purple light curtain that enveloped the flying head. In the light curtain, the black gas tumbled more and more violently. It suddenly spun up and was sucked in by Demon Flying Skull. At this moment, Demon Flying Skull had begun to change. The small heads on both sides of Demon Flying Skull shook suddenly. After a flash of green runes on the surface, they gradually turned into pure black color. A faint green light also appeared in the black eye sockets. Following that, the three heads let out a strange cry at the same time. Beside the two small heads on the two sides, the skin and flesh squirmed for a while. Shockingly, 3 protruding lumps of flesh appeared on each head, as if something was about to break out of the shell. This made the flying head look extremely ferocious. However, after these bumps only grew to the size of a bowl, they stopped abruptly. After the 3 heads of demon flying skull turned and looked at each other a few times, they showed a satisfied look at the same time. After a circle, it landed in the air close to Lu Ming, and it made a flattering cry. A hint of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face. He touched the head in the middle of the flying skull with one hand and instantly remembered the legend of the flying skull evolving into the 9 infants in the Savage Ghost Sect's ancient book. Now demon flying skull had transformed into the realm of the 6th grade demon, and its breath had reached the later stage of the condensation period. Its appearance even had a bit of the appearance of Jiuying recorded in the ancient book. Previously, when the flying head and bone scorpion advanced, they both experienced thunder calamity, but this time, nothing happened. Could it be that there was something strange going on? Lu Ming had some doubts after thinking about it. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Master." The flying head in front of him opened and closed its mouth, and actually made a sound. However, it was no longer the strange cackling, but the childish voice of a child. "You can speak too?" Although Lu Ming had some expectations, he couldn't help but feel a flash of joy in his heart. Being able to speak meant that the flying head was no longer an ignorant demon, but like Bone Scorpion, it had already started to gain intelligence. "Yes, Master. I slept for a long time, and when I woke up, my mind became much clearer." The flying head's mouth opened and closed, and said in a childish voice. Lu Ming nodded and pressed on the top of the flying head's head. Suddenly, a few strands of black gas appeared on his palm, and slowly seeped in. The flying head moved uneasily, but it quickly became quiet again. Lu Ming's expression relaxed, and he retracted his palm. The blood-packed runes he planted inside did not weaken because the flying head had developed its own consciousness. "Flying head, let me see your current ability." Lu Ming thought for a while and ordered. Hearing this, the flying head flew in a circle to the front of a stone wall. A crimson color flashed in its eyes, and a faint layer of green light appeared on the surface of its body. At the same time, the black gas on its body suddenly rolled and shrank. At the same time, its head full of green hair flung down, and the dense strands of hair shot out. The sound of the hair breaking through the air was loud, and it hit the stone wall of the cave. After a burst of sounds like rain hitting on banana leaves, the black Yingyuan stone impressively had many small, densely packed holes. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. This Yingyuan stone was not an ordinary stone. It absorbed a large amount of baleful energy all year round, and its hardness was below that of a normal magic tool. He didn't expect it to be easily pierced by the green hair of the flying head. The flying head let out a cackle, and the scattered long hair suddenly gathered together, and slashed down towards the stone wall. A green light flashed, immediately after a chi-la sound. A long and narrow crack about a foot deep suddenly appeared on the hard rock wall that was originally as black as ink. This degree of attack had fully reflected the strength of the condensation state later stage. The demon flying skull seemed to be a little addicted. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green flame at the rock wall in front of it. As soon as the green flame touched the black rock, it started to burn fiercely, turning the cave green. Then, a loud boom was heard. After the entire Yinchi cave shook violently, a large hole was burned into the originally thick rock wall, and green smoke billowed out. "Stop. If this goes on, this Tai-Yin cave will definitely be destroyed by you. At that time, I don't know how much contribution points those guys from the law enforcement hall will want me to compensate." Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand and stopped the flying head that still wanted to continue. The hair and green flame attack of the demon flying skull were much more powerful than before its advancement. It was almost the same as the strength of the general condensation period later stage cultivator. Coupled with Bone Scorpion, he now had 2 powerful helpers. Even if he encountered a strong enemy in the crystallization period, he would dare to fight head-on. The demon flying skull cackled, and the surrounding black gas tumbled. Its figure became blurred, and it loomed in the mist. The next moment, as the black gas faded, 9 demon flying skull figures suddenly appeared in the air. Cloning technique? Lu Ming was really shocked this time. He clearly saw that these 9 demon flying skulls were all real, not phantasms produced by their fast speed. The one in the middle was the main body of the demon flying skull, exuding the powerful aura of the condensation period later stage. The remaining 8 clones were slightly weaker, only the strength of the condensation period early stage. However, even so, this kind of magical power that could split into 9 was still extremely powerful. Even the fire spirit king of the crystallization period early stage would probably be unable to get rid of it for a while. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help flashing a fiery expression in his eyes. In the following time, because the Xianxia in the cave was swept away by the demon flying skull, Lu Ming kept the 2 spiritual pets into the soul-recovering bag, then he meditated cross-legged. Although the Xianxia in this place was almost swept away by the demon flying skull, it was better than the outside world, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. A few days later, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, only felt a slight tremor on the ground, then a blue light flashed. A blue array suddenly appeared under his body, then his vision blurred. He was already standing in the middle of the stone room of the Taiyin cave. The previous old man in yellow clothes was still sitting cross-legged on the futon in front of the array as if he didn't move at all. A few days ago, the vitality in the 5th acupuncture point fluctuated very violently. It was caused by you, right? The old man in yellow clothes didn't open his eyes, and he said faintly. Reporting to senior, it was me. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Being able to reach this step at such a young age, your aptitude is not bad. You can go now. The old man in yellow clothes waved his hand and stopped talking. Lu Ming was relieved. After bowing to the old man, he hurriedly left the place. Piaohong courtyard has found a good seedling. After Lu Ming walked away, the old man in yellow clothes muttered to himself for a while, then he continued to meditate. As soon as Lu Ming left the canyon where the Taiyin cave was located, he flew into the sky and blasted somewhere. He returned to his cave house after a while. In the secret room, Lu Ming sat quietly for a moment. After his mood completely calmed down, he channeled his mental power and entered the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the black and white celestial tablet was still floating there quietly. However, in the golden hourglass in the lower half, the silver sand was almost full. It seemed that the next spiritual power absorption was at most 1 or 2 months away. According to the rules of the celestial tablet, the spiritual power in his body would be greatly purified. In addition, he would have to stay in the mysterious space for 7 or 8 years. According to his last experience, during this period, whether he was practicing spiritual power or alchemy, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Especially the alchemy, there was no need to consider the problem of materials at all. He could refine as he pleased. This kind of treatment was the dream of any alchemist, and he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Moreover, this time, Lu Ming intended to have a good chat with Luo Hu about the mysterious bubble. The idea was made up in his mind. He naturally had to make good preparations for this matter in the next period of time. Lu Ming immediately took the ice silk corpse out of the storage amulet and spread it on the ground. The materials of this rare beastkin insect were very valuable. It was the best material to forge spiritual weapons. After some movements, Lu Ming dissected the corpse from the abdomen. He first took out a white silk cocoon the size of a wash basin, which was filled with the kind of silver-white silk. For this silk, Lu Ming was very impressed. It was extremely tough. Even an upper-grade spiritual weapon couldn't cut it. It was definitely an excellent material for forging spiritual weapons. He put away the silk very quickly, and dealt with the other materials in a simple manner. In the next few days, he meditated and cultivated in the cave house. After slightly consolidating his realm and restoring spiritual power, he left the cave house again. Half a day later, Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the Taiching Gate Market again. He looked up at the tall buildings in the distance, then he walked forward with a slight smile. Since joining the Taiching sect, he had visited this market many times, and he had gradually become familiar with this place. The bluestone square in the center of the Taiching Gate Market was mainly provided for the disciples in the sect to set up temporary stalls. It was also the most lively place. The things sold were very miscellaneous. There was basically everything. If you are confident in your own insight and vision, you can even try your luck here and do some low-selling business. As for the four main streets that connected the plaza, they were mainly shops that were open to receive customers. There was no lack of people hired by inner and outer court disciples to open them, and there were also some clans that were attached to the sects that were operating here. However, the items sold on each street had their own emphasis. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then he lifted his feet and walked to the West Street. There were people coming and going in the shops on both sides of the street. Compared to the previous 2 times he came, there seemed to be a lot more people. Many of them were wearing outer disciple costumes. Lu Ming thought about it, and a thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes. Most of the shops here could see some materials such as animal skins and bones. Some shops directly hung some beastkin specimens at the door. Lu Ming walked around casually and walked into a shop. A middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a white robe, was sitting behind the counter, holding a thick book in his hand, reading it with relish. As soon as he heard someone coming in, the man quickly stood up and said with a smile on his face, "Sir, do you have beastkin materials to sell?" Lu Ming frowned slightly, then he smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Gu, you are really forgetful. You don't remember me so soon. You are. Oh, it turns out to be Brother Lu. I didn't expect that in just a few days, your strength has improved greatly. You have actually broken through the condensation period later stage. This is really gratifying." The middle-aged man was startled when he heard the words, then he looked at Lu Ming carefully and said. The middle-aged man's name was Gu Jietian. Not long ago, when Lu Ming came to the market to sell the fire spirit materials he hunted in the small flame world, some of them were sold to this person. Gu Jietian was a bit bookish, but he was quite sincere. Especially he knew almost everything about all kinds of beastkin and beastkin insects, so Lu Ming had a good impression of him. In order to break through the bottleneck last time, I came to the market to buy some elixirs, then I was lucky enough to break through to the condensation period later stage. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said humbly. So that's the case. Brother Lu, do you have beastkin materials to sell this time? After Gu Jietian smiled, he couldn't wait to ask. His face was full of expectation. Lu Ming nodded slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw this. He turned his head and told the staff in the shop to look after the shop, then he accompanied Lu Ming into the inner room excitedly. In one of the guest rooms of the shop, Lu Ming took out a storage talisman from his waist and launched a symbol. As the storage talisman flashed, a white glow was emitted from it. After it rolled on the ground was covered with the ice silk's materials. This is? Gu Jietian lowered his head and picked up the skin of ice silk. After looking at it for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. Skeletonine ice silk. This is the material of a skeletonine ice silk. Gu Jietian raised his head abruptly and said in surprise. So this is the name of the ice silk? I'm not sure, but these are indeed the materials of an ice silk beastkin insect. Lu Ming glanced at this person and said calmly. Lu is so strong. Looking at the spiritual power contained in these materials, it should be a condensation period later stage skeletonine ice silk. This insect is cunning by nature. It's hard to see its true appearance easily, but you can actually kill it. Gu Jietian sighed a few times, then he lowered his head to look at these materials carefully. How could I have the ability to kill this beast by myself? I was only able to kill this beast with the help of a few of my fellow sect members. Lu Ming gave a laugh and casually said. Gu Jietian casually made a sound, but his eyes didn't leave the materials on the ground. He kept rummaging through them, and he only raised his head after a long while. These materials are very fresh, and their spiritual power hasn't been lost. If you sell them to my shop, I will pay this price. Gu Jietian gestured a number with his hand. 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and pondered. Brother Lu, since you are an old customer, I will not falsely quote the price. This ice silk is indeed a condensation period later stage, but the most valuable cocoon essence core of this beastkin insect doesn't even have it. This price is already very fair. I believe that if junior fellow apprentice goes to other shops, you will only get this price at most. Gu Jietian said with a smile. The silk and crystal core of this ice silk were still useful to Lu Ming, so he naturally wouldn't sell them. Otherwise, he could exchange them for a lot of spirit stones. Okay. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Gu Jietian smiled. He took out a storage talisman and swept it on the ground. A white light flashed by, then he kept these materials. After putting the storage talisman on his body, he took out 5 upper-grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu, did you come to the market this time just to sell these materials? If you need anything else, I am quite familiar with this place. Maybe I can give you some advice. Gu Jietian was very happy to make a deal so quickly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In addition to selling the ice silkworm materials, his main purpose for coming to the marketplace this time was to find 2 suitable pill recipes so that he could practice his alchemy skills in the mysterious space. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming walked out of the shop with a happy expression and headed straight for North Street. For Lu Ming at this stage, what he needed most was elixir that could speed up his cultivation and quickly restore his spiritual power. Considering his situation, the elixir that could enhance his spiritual power must be relatively easy to collect. Secondly, the elixir's effect must be strong enough to meet the needs of the condensation period later stage. As for the elixir that could restore spiritual power, the effect must be good enough to restore spiritual power in a short period of time. As for the refining materials, he didn't have to consider too much. After all, this kind of elixir was only used in battles, so the quantity needed would not be too much. Although the Hall of All Things also sold various elixirs that were suitable for all levels, he could find them there. A few days ago, he also went to see it, but the huge contribution points needed there really made him give up the idea of buying from there. As a result, Lu Ming could only try to find suitable elixir recipes from the market. Although this Gu Jietian was a bit bookish, he was quite familiar with the market. After learning about Lu Ming's needs, he immediately named a few shops and told Lu Ming with a mysterious look, "You will know when you get there." Half an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of a shop called Juyuanzhai on North Street with a helpless expression. This Juyuanzhai was already the 5th shop he visited. There were indeed a lot of elixir recipes in these shops, but most of them were elixirs needed for detoxification, healing, and breaking through bottlenecks. Even if there were a few elixir recipes that met his requirements for medicinal properties, the required materials were extremely difficult to collect. This naturally made him very depressed. It's really not easy to find a suitable elixir recipe. Forget it, if I have time to be upset, I might as well find the next shop. Lu Ming muttered a few words to himself, then he turned and walked into an elixir shop next to him. After a quarter of an hour, he walked out again with a disappointed look. Next shop. In the inner hall of a shop called Green Bamboo House, Lu Ming sat opposite to a gray-haired old man. "What type of elixir recipe does Mr. need?" "I'm not boasting, but I have studied elixir for most of my life. I have collected at least 180 elixir recipes," the gray-haired old man said while shaking his head. The elixir recipe that can enhance spiritual power must be able to meet the needs of the condensation period later stage cultivator. Lu Ming said faintly. "Okay, please wait a moment." The old man pressed his hand on the storage amulet on his waist. After a while, a white light flashed, and a white jade slips appeared in his hand. Lu Ming reached out to take the white jade slips, put it on his forehead, and closed his eyes. After a long while, he gently put down the jade slips and shook his head with a regretful look. "You don't have it?" "It doesn't matter, mister, please take a look at this." The old man didn't care, and he took out another jade slips. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head again with a regretful look. It didn't take long for 7 or 8 jade slips to be placed on the table. Lu Ming watched the gray-haired old man take out another red jade slips, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Although the old man was a bit boastful, he did collect a lot of elixir recipes, and the medicinal effects were also very good. However, there was still a gap from the elixir Lu Ming expected. The elixir recipes in this jade slips are some upper-grade elixir recipes that I have collected with great difficulty. Some are even first-class ancient recipes. The old man suddenly put away his previous playful expression and handed the jade slips to Lu Ming with a serious face. Lu Ming was slightly startled, then he nodded and took the jade slips again and stuck it on his forehead. With an attitude of trying, he released divine thought again to carefully browse the contents inside. Looking at the previous few pill recipes, they were indeed some of the best quality pill recipes. It was just that many of the ingredients required were unheard of. It was not easy to gather a single set, let alone prepare a few more. Lu Ming sighed slightly in his heart, and he immediately continued to read. After a long time, he suddenly frowned slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. After another while, he took off the jade slips on his forehead and handed the jade slips to the old man. "I want the cold condensing pill and golden yuan pill inside," Lu Ming said without hesitation. His hard work paid off. After searching for half a day, he finally found a suitable elixir recipe that completely met his requirements. These elixirs are all unpopular elixir recipes. It's not easy to refine them. The old man glanced at Lu Ming strangely and reminded him. "Thank you for reminding me, I want these 2 elixir recipes," Lu Ming said with certainty. This cold condensing pill was an elixir that enhanced an attribute's spiritual power. The main material used in alchemy was a kind of spiritual grass called green condensing fruit, and it must reach 200 years of maturity before it could be used as medicine. A large number of this kind of green condensing fruit spiritual grass were planted in Taiqing Gate, but it was not used to refine the cold condensing pill. Most of these green condensing fruits were used for other purposes. It was not that the effect of the cold condensing pill was not good. On the contrary, this elixir was very suitable for the cultivator of the condensation period later stage. The reason why no one refined this pill was that the success rate of refining the cold condensing pill was too low. Even the top alchemists in Taiqing Gate could only guarantee success once in 10 tries. As for other alchemists, the success rate was naturally even lower. However, although this kind of green condensing fruit could be bought in the sect, the price of more than 200 years was still amazing. No one had so many spirit stones and courage to buy a large number of this kind of century-old spiritual medicine to practice refining the cold condensing pill. As a result, this kind of elixir naturally became a useless existence. Another kind of golden yuan pill was an elixir that used the essence core of a condensation period golden yuan beast as the main material to refine to restore spiritual power. This pill was also an elixir with a very low success rate. Ordinary alchemists would not easily refine it. After some bargaining, due to the fact that the cold condensing pill recipe was too useless, they only negotiated for a few thousand spirit stones. Although the success rate of refining the golden yuan pill was low, there were still many alchemists studying it due to its good effect, so the price was not cheap. "Thank you, 55,000 spirit stones." The old man finally looked at him with a smile and said. Lu Ming nodded and simply took out 5 high-tier spirit stones and 5 intermediate-tier spirit stones. He handed them to the old man and signed a contract that said he couldn't pass it to others. The old man didn't say much at this moment. He took out a blank jade slips and began to copy. After less than 10 minutes, he threw the jade slips in his hand to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to catch the jade slips, and he scanned it with divine thought. After confirming that it was correct, he immediately bid farewell to the old man. After purchasing a suitable elixir recipe, Lu Ming's burden was finally lifted. He immediately wandered around the market for half a day, and he finally collected a few alchemy materials for the cold condensing pill and the golden yuan pill. In order to buy these materials, he almost spent all the spirit stones on him. After doing all this, Lu Ming didn't stay in the market for long. He left the market when the night fell, and he quickly returned to the cave house to cultivate behind closed doors. He just meditated every day, quietly waiting for the mysterious bubble to appear. Just like that, another month passed. On this day, when the last grain of sand of the hourglass pattern on the celestial tablet in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness fell, his spiritual sea suddenly trembled slightly. A crystal light flashed, and a crystal transparent bean-sized bubble emerged silently. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately touched it with a wisp of mental power. Bang! The bubble suddenly burst open, and an inexplicable suction came out of it. The spiritual power in his body surged in an instant, rushing to the spiritual sea in his body crazily. A huge vortex was faintly formed in his dantian. It finally started. Lu Ming murmured after a sigh of relief. Lu Ming felt that the spiritual power in his body was flowing away quickly, and his face was full of awe. At this moment, he had been waiting for a long time. He patted the 2 black leather bags on his waist, and 2 black mists rolled out. They condensed slightly on both sides, turning into a silver mini bone scorpion and a hideous demon flying skull respectively. "Master!" The voices of the girl and boy came into his ears. Lu Ming didn't speak. He just glanced at them and gave a simple command with divine thought. The next moment, Bone Scorpion immediately waved its pincers and hugged Lu Ming's thigh, and Demon Flying Skull released its silk to wrap around his arm tightly. Lu Ming nodded slightly. After carefully checking that all the materials in the Sumeru snail and the storage amulet were ready, he closed his eyes, made gestures with both hands, and began to control the speed of the spiritual power flow in his body. After the spiritual power was absorbed, he entered the mysterious space. As time slowly passed, his face gradually turned from the previous ruddy to pale, and the black mist that was rolling on the surface of his body became thinner and thinner. When 80 to 90% of his spiritual power was absorbed, the suction in his dantian suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lu Ming was slightly relieved in his heart. As a result, before he could think more, he only felt a buzz sound in his ear, then his vision went black. When he could see clearly in front of him again, he was already in a dusky space. This space was already an acre in size, and the area was much larger than when he entered last time. Lu Ming glanced at Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion beside him, and both of them were successfully brought into the mysterious space. "Okay, now we have time. You two go train well." Lu Ming waved his hand and said in a low voice. "Yes, Master." Bone Scorpion waved a pair of giant pincers and quickly jumped down. With a flash, it appeared in front of an air wall more than 100 meters away. At the same time, it swung its tail hook and stabbed at the air wall. Not to be outdone, the flying skull instantly transformed into 9 shadows, faintly discernible as they flew towards the other side of the chi wall. Seeing his spiritual pets starting to cultivate, Lu Ming glanced around and suddenly shouted, "Let's go! Senior Luo Ho, I have something to ask you. Please show yourself." His voice reverberated in the air, but after waiting for about a quarter of an hour, there was no reply. He called out a few more times, but after waiting for a while, he still didn't see the figure appear. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Rahu was unwilling to appear at this moment, or perhaps he had fallen into a deep sleep again. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to silently recall the contents of some ancient books that introduced the elixir system and types of the Middle Sky continent that he had read in the Hall of All Things. According to the records, the division of elixir in the Middle Sky continent's immortal cultivation world was extremely detailed. It had become a major system of the cultivation world, which was incomparable to the Yunchuan continent. Although the general cultivator only divided the applicable levels of elixir into simple spirit apostle level, condensation period level, crystallization period level and even gene down level, then according to the difficulty of refining, it was called low-grade or high-grade elixir. But in fact, each level of elixir could be divided into inferior, ordinary, and flawless grade elixir according to the degree of purity of the elixir. Every elixir that was refined inevitably contained some impurities that were not beneficial to the user, and they could be easily identified by various means. Among them, inferior elixir was elixir with more than 50% harmful impurities and less than 50% purity. Ordinary elixir was elixir with 50% to 70% purity. Flawless grade elixir was elixir with more than 70% purity. Among them, 70% to 80% purity could be called pellet grade elixir, 80% to 90% purity could be called earth grade elixir, and those with more than 90% purity could be called the rumored heaven grade elixir. Once the elixir was flawless grade, it could produce spirit patterns on the surface of the elixir, and the more spirit patterns, the higher the grade. These spirit patterns were also called elixir patterns. Therefore, even if one was not an alchemist, he could simply distinguish the grade of flawless grade elixir by the number of elixir patterns. Generally speaking, elixir with less than 3 elixir patterns was pellet grade, elixir with more than 3 and less than 6 elixir patterns was earth grade, elixir with more than 6 elixir patterns was naturally heaven grade elixir. Once elixir was flawless grade, regardless of its value or its price, it was incomparable with ordinary elixir. After all, the higher the purity of elixir, the higher the effect and the resistance it brought were far from comparable to the latter. Even some elixir with special effects may have a difference of 10% or even 5% purity, which could make a world of difference in the effect. In the Middle Sky continent, only the alchemist who could refine flawless grade elixir could be called the real alchemy master. Lu Ming now recalled that the Xianxia pill that Feng Yao refined for him in the South China Sea seemed to have 2 elixir patterns on the surface. He really deserved the title of alchemy master. Of course, the flawless grade alchemist who could refine spirit apostle level elixir and condensation period elixir were naturally very different. After all, the former could still rely on the power of the sector family to pile up a large number of materials and resources, the latter could only rely on their own alchemy talent. Lu Ming thought about it, and he vaguely remembered that when he entered the mysterious space in Yunchuan Xianjing, he once refined a pellet-grade elixir with 1 elixir pattern by refining a large number of the same spirit apostle level elixir. The same was true for the entire cultivation world. The higher the realm of cultivation, the more difficult it was to find an alchemy master who could refine elixir suitable for their level. As Lu Ming thought about it, he suddenly took out the jade box containing the silver elixir wrapped in tricolor flames from the sumeru snail around his waist. He opened the lid of the box, gently picked it up with 2 fingers, and looked at it carefully. After confirming that there were indeed 3 golden elixir patterns on the surface through the tricolor flames, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. He shook his head again and put the elixir away. Then let's start with the cold condensing pill. After muttering to himself, he immediately took out a pill recipe from his sleeve and studied it carefully. Half a day later, after some careful consideration, he immediately flicked his sleeve, and a faint silver cauldron flew out from it. After a blur, it became a few feet high and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he reached into his sleeve and took out a light yellow talisman. The surface of the talisman was covered with dense silver spirit patterns. It was an ordinary storage talisman used to store alchemy materials. He immediately crushed the storage talisman. After a yellow light flashed, a pile of materials needed for alchemy scattered on the ground. These materials were carefully distributed according to the proportion of materials needed for the cold condensing pill in the previous month. It was enough for him to use for alchemy for a day. Because it was in the mysterious space, the materials used for alchemy would not really be consumed, so in theory, he only needed to prepare 1 set of alchemy materials to refine elixir endlessly. However, he was always cautious and prepared 5 sets of alchemy materials. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He changed his gesture and launched a symbol at the silver cauldron. The silver spirit patterns on the surface of the cauldron suddenly flashed. With a rumbling sound, the cauldron cover slowly opened. He waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind blew past. The alchemy materials on the ground were rolled into the cauldron. He gently stroked the cauldron cover, and the cauldron cover slowly closed. After doing all this, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, chanted, and kept making gestures. Waves of symbols were constantly poured into the silver cauldron. After the cauldron trembled slightly, the crimson flame below burned and wrapped the silver cauldron. The next day, there was a sudden bang in the silver cauldron, then a burnt smell floated out of the cauldron. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He stopped his gesture and took out a group of black material residue from the cauldron. He then took out a pale yellow talisman from his sleeve, crushed it, poured the materials into the cauldron, and began the second alchemy. One day after a month, when Lu Ming took out a group of black residue from the silver cauldron in front of him again, he couldn't help frowning. This was already the 30th time to refine this cold condensing pill. He didn't even succeed in the first 30 times. He didn't even refine 1 elixir with the lowest purity. He thought he was a little careful in alchemy, but he couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed that the difficulty of refining the condensation period elixir was really higher than the spirit apostle period elixir. He got up and stretched his muscles, and after observing the cultivation of bone scorpion and demon flying skull, he sat cross-legged again and continued to refine elixir. Another month passed. Lu Ming was still sitting in front of the cauldron, concentrating on controlling the cauldron fire. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. 3 months later, Lu Ming looked at a cauldron that exuded a burnt smell of elixir, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. 6 months, time flies, a year passed in a blink of an eye. In the mysterious space, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged in front of the silver cauldron, looking at a silver elixir in front of him. A hint of joy finally appeared on his face. This cold condensing pill was the only success that Lu Ming had tried hundreds of times in the past year. This was thanks to his previous experience in alchemy. After a little appraisal with a simple mystic art recorded in the ancient book, the purity of this first cold condensing pill was only 30%. It could only be regarded as an inferior elixir that could barely be considered as a pill. Although it was only an elixir with 30% purity, it had greatly improved Lu Ming's confidence. For ordinary people, let alone facing hundreds of repeated failures, even if they faced dozens of failures, many people would have already given up due to collapse of confidence. He immediately put the pill into the jade box that had been prepared on the side, then he crushed a storage amulet, took out the materials, and put them into the silver cauldron in front of him. He began to concentrate on refining the elixir again. Since he had already succeeded for the first time, Lu Ming believed that the next time he refined elixir, it wouldn't be too long. One day after 2 years. When Lu Ming took out a cold condensing pill with 2 pale silver elixir patterns from the silver cauldron, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. This was the first flawless grade cold condensing pill that he refined in 2 years. Although it was only a pellet grade elixir with 1 elixir pattern, it had made great progress compared to the ordinary elixirs with low purity that he refined in the past 2 years. But at this time, the success rate of Lu Ming refining the cold condensing pill was still less than 30%. 3 years later, after constant repeated refining, the success rate of the cold condensing pill that Lu Ming refined finally reached as high as 70%. With luck, he could occasionally refine the earth-grade elixir with more than 80% purity. Refining the cold condensing pill could have such a high success rate. If it was in the outside world, most alchemists would be dumbfounded. After all, not many people would spend so much money to refine this pill repeatedly. Even if they had such financial resources, they couldn't collect so many materials. Even so, Lu Ming didn't seem to have the intention to stop. But in the next few months, Lu Ming found that although he was still refining this pill, both the success rate and the quality of the elixir had become significantly slower. After thinking about it, he judged that he had encountered a bottleneck in refining this pill. If he continued to refine it, he would only get half the result with twice the effort. Therefore, he decided to put aside the cold condensing pill and began to try to refine the second elixir, the golden yuan pill, recorded in the elixir recipe. With the previous experience of refining the cold condensing pill, the process of refining the golden yuan pill this time was much smoother. The elixir of the condensation period could always be used for reference. After only 9 months, the first pellet-grade golden yuan pill with a pale golden spirit pattern on the surface was successfully refined. Looking at the golden elixir in his hand, Lu Ming showed a hint of contemplation. Because the golden yuan pill was refined with beastkin's crystal nucleus as the main material, the beastkin's essence nucleus took quite a lot of time in the refining process. It took about 3 days to refine a furnace of elixir. Compared with the previous cold condensing pill, the efficiency of refining was significantly lower. The success rate of refining the golden elemental pill was greatly related to the quality of the golden elemental beast essence core. He purchased a total of 5 golden elemental beast essence cores. 4 of them were golden elemental beast essence cores of the condensation period early stage, and the other one was taken from a golden elemental beast of the condensation period intermediate stage. As he expected, the success rate of the golden yuan pill refined by the condensation period intermediate stage essence core was about 30%. After repeated practice, it was as high as 50% to 60% out of 10. The success rate of refining elixir with the essence nucleus of the condensation period early stage was less than 10%. After half a year of practice, the success rate was only between 20% and 30%. In addition, the grade of the golden elemental pill refined by the essence cores of different grades was also quite different. Even if the golden elemental pill refined by the condensation period early stage essence core was a low-grade elixir with a purity of only 30% to 40%. Occasionally, a few ordinary elixirs with a purity of 50% to 60% would be refined. The elixirs refined by the condensation period intermediate stage essence core were generally around 50% to 60%. Occasionally, flawless grade elixir could be refined. It seemed that the materials used to refine the condensation period high purity elixir were also quite critical. It would also increase the cost of raw materials, but it was still a good deal compared to the value of the elixir itself. Those flawless grade elixirs were generally priceless in the market, everyone was fighting for them. After Lu Ming thought so, he smiled slightly. He immediately put away the golden elixir. After stretching his hand slightly, he stood up and walked toward Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. In front of an air wall, Demon Flying Skull, which was wrapped in a cloud of black gas, was spitting green flames and constantly charging forward. He didn't know what kind of enchantment the gray air wall of the mysterious space was, but under the continuous impact of the green flames, bursts of strong spiritual power fluctuations shook on the surface. It caused layers of ripples in the air and slowly spread to the surroundings. Seeing Lu Ming coming over, Demon Flying Skull shook its head in the air, then a crimson light flashed in its eyes. A layer of green light was faintly visible on its body surface. Its hair stood up, and it shot densely at the air wall in front of it. After a series of crackling sounds, many tiny holes that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the gray wall of Qi. It was clear that the wall was a bit sharper than when he first entered the space, but after a short while, all of the holes were restored to their original state. Good job. Seeing this, Lu Ming nodded slightly and praised softly. As Demon Flying Skull heard the words, it flashed happily and circled around Lu Ming's body. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. This Demon Flying Skull not only sounded like a child at this moment, but even its temperament seemed to be a little similar. After he waved his hand to signal it to continue training, he turned around and walked in the direction of Bone Scorpion. Master. Bone Scorpion was different from Demon Flying Skull. When it saw Lu Ming walking over, it jumped to his shoulder and waved its giant pincers to rub his black robe. For Bone Scorpion's intimate action, Lu Ming was not annoyed. He reached out and gently stroked its somewhat cold back, then he told it to display the results of its recent training. Bone Scorpion immediately jumped down from Lu Ming's body, then it took a deep breath. After the silver light on its body surface shone, its body suddenly swelled to more than 100 meters. Seeing this, Lu Ming then took 2 steps back and stopped to observe carefully. The giant bone scorpion in front of him was covered in black mist, and the silver patterns on its back were flashing. The dragon head on the purple crystal-like tail hook that curved forward became blurred, and it turned into a faint purple light that almost disappeared. At the same time, there was a burst of extremely rapid chi-la sound in the air. The attack speed of the tail hook had impressively reached an incredible speed. As the sharp sound stopped, the purple dragon head behind Bone Scorpion flashed again. It seemed to look back at Lu Ming with pride, then it waved a pair of giant pincers. The black gas on the pincers flourished, and it fiercely swung at the air wall in front of it. Rumble. The gray mist on the surface of the air wall suddenly rolled violently, and there was a lot of faintly discernible black gas in it. After the mist slowly stopped rolling, there was a huge depression that was several meters deep on the air wall, and it was slowly recovering. Obviously, the black gas in it had the effect of hindering its recovery. Well done, you can stop now. After Lu Ming judged that Bone Scorpion's attack method had improved, he immediately waved his hand to signal it to stop. Luo, who once mentioned that the mysterious space was related to the seal of the ancient demon. If he accidentally broke the space wall, he really didn't know what consequences it would cause. After Bone Scorpion heard the words, the black gas on its body surface was withdrawn, and it turned into a few inches in size. After a shake, it landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming smiled slightly, then he gently touched Bone Scorpion's giant pincers, then he let it continue to practice together. After he issued the same command to Demon Flying Skull through divine thought, he turned back to the silver cauldron, sat cross-legged, and continued to refine elixir. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been refining the golden yuan pill for 3 years. At this time, he had almost mastered some of the tricks of refining the golden yuan pill. Both the quality and the success rate had been greatly improved. He could also occasionally refine a flawless grade elixir with the essence nucleus of the condensation period intermediate stage. Lu Ming was quite satisfied with this. Although the golden yuan pill was only a recovery elixir, the recovery effect was by no means comparable to ordinary elixir and spirit stone. In some occasions where spiritual power was urgently needed, the faster recovery speed of spiritual power could often determine the success or failure of the battle, or even life and death. And a pellet-grade golden yuan pill was enough to replenish most of his spiritual power in a meal. At this time, he also encountered a bottleneck in his practice of this pill. Even if he refined in the next few months, the improvement of his related alchemy skills was minimal. On this day, after he finished refining again and found that he did not improve, he immediately gave up the plan to continue refining. With a move of his mind, he gently pointed at the silver cauldron. Suddenly, the silver light in front of him dimmed, and it rose into the air. After a spin, it turned into an inch-sized fei ru in his sleeve. After thinking for a while, his figure became blurred. After another flash, he appeared in front of the celestial tablet not far away. There was still 1 to 2 years before the disappearance of the mysterious space. Now it was time to make good use of this elusive demonic pupil. This thing could replicate the situation of encountering strong enemies that he had experienced. There was no doubt that if he went into more training, it might greatly increase his actual combat ability. After all, the true strength of a cultivator not only depended on his cultivation, but also on his ability to adapt to the battle. After Lu Ming fell into the trap, he immediately stretched out one hand, patted the black vertical eye pattern on the celestial tablet, and injected a little spiritual power into it. As the celestial tablet trembled slightly, the black vertical eye slowly opened as if it were a living thing, revealing the silver pupil in it. This pupil moved up and down slightly, then it stared at Lu Ming, who was standing in front of the tablet. With the previous experience, Lu Ming immediately focused on the pupil in the black vertical eye. Immediately, his divine thought made a boom sound. After the surrounding space became blurred, he once again appeared in the cave where the giant demon head altar was previously sealed. Not far from him, a pair of ferocious eyes were staring at him. It was the demonized Xianxia, whose body was covered with black spirit patterns. Due to the limitation of the elusive demonic pupil, the illusion it produced could only be the battle scene of the opponent that left a deep impression on him. For this, Lu Ming only had 2 candidates, Siren King and the demonized Xianxia. Siren King's cultivation had reached the Jin Dan state, and his strength was too different. At that time, the two couldn't be regarded as a battle. Lu Ming just detonated the sword embryo to take one blow. In contrast, the battle with the demonized Xianxia, although it only lasted for a few seconds, the opponent didn't use any spiritual weapon. He was easily defeated by the demonized body and speed. For Lu Ming, who had improved a lot in terms of spiritual power and physical condition, he was just a suitable opponent. After Xianxia's demonization, even if the cultivator of the intermediate and later stage of the crystallization period encountered him, he would be seriously injured if he was not careful. Lu Ming saw the demonized Xianxia that suddenly appeared in front of him. His figure flashed without hesitation, and he blasted backward. At the same time, he made a gesture, and black gas suddenly surged out of his body. A dragon roar and tiger roar, a black mist dragon rushed out of his body. After a circle, it split into 2. The black gas on top of his head also condensed and turned into a huge black mist tiger. At the same time, Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and the golden fallen sand rolled out. It quickly turned into a golden sand mist to protect his body. Lu Ming knew how terrifying the demonized Xianxia was. If he was careless, he might die on the spot. At the next moment, there was a fluctuation behind him. A 10 meters black demonic claw phantasm suddenly emerged from the air behind him, grabbing at the vital part of his back. Lu Ming made a gesture, and the golden sand mist around him turned into a 30 meters giant golden fist, clashing with the black demonic claw. At the same time, he couldn't bother to turn around. He stomped in the air with one foot. His figure immediately stopped retreating, and he blasted forward. Boom! As soon as the golden giant fist behind him touched the black demonic claw, it collapsed with a burst of explosion, turning into golden sand again. As the black mist around the black demonic claw rolled, Xianxia's figure appeared in a flash. Lu Ming was already more than 100 meters away at this moment. After turning around, he made a gesture, and the golden sand in the air rolled directly at the demonized Xianxia. Feng Lanqi's figure collapsed with a muffled sound. It was just a phantasm afterimage. At the next moment, a few 10 meters in front of Lu Ming, a black figure appeared with a whoosh. It was the demonized Xianxia's real body. As soon as he appeared, his arms blurred without saying a word. A pair of 10 meters black claws suddenly separated from the black mist, grabbing at Lu Ming's face like lightning. Lu Ming was shocked. He couldn't recall the golden fallen sand to protect his body. He shook his sleeves and held a heavy water droplet in each hand. The crimson scales on his fists were stacked up, then he groaned. The mist dragon and mist tiger on his body pounced at Xianxia at the same time. Bang bang, there were two loud noises. In the air in front of Lu Ming, Xianxia's black giant claw had already grabbed the dragon's neck, and the other claw slammed on the giant tiger. The black dragon and the giant tiger only held for a moment, then they were crushed by the huge black demonic claw, turning into black mist and dissipating. At the same time, the demonized Xianxia's figure suddenly flickered, then he appeared in front of Lu Ming like a ghost. Lu Ming seemed to have been prepared. As his eyes flashed, he punched at Xianxia with both fists. But after a poof, Xianxia's face looked ferocious, then his figure suddenly disappeared after a burst of distortion. Lu Ming thought it was bad. Before he could turn around, he suddenly felt that the space around his body became tight, and it became as hard as steel. Then, a phantasm flashed in front of him. Xianxia appeared in a close distance like teleportation. After his vision was blurred, a sharp pain came from his shoulders. His two arms were torn off by Xianxia's lightning, and blood splashed out like a flower. Lu Ming's heart sank. Before he could react, he only felt a chill on his neck. He actually rose into the air, and the surrounding scenery also spun quickly. In the next moment, his vision went black, and he fell into darkness. After a buzz in Lu Ming's mind, he suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was already in a gray mysterious space. At this time, his face was pale. One hand was still pressed on the stone tablet in front of him, but there was a burst of weakness in his mind. Obviously, activating elusive demonic pupil consumed a lot of mental power. He retracted his arm, walked to a corner and sat cross-legged without saying a word. He used the technique of multitasking. While meditating to restore mental power, he recalled the scene of the battle with the demonized Xianxia. Compared with the last time when Luo who activated elusive demonic pupil, he was almost killed instantly in the battle with the demonized Xianxia. After breaking through to the condensation period later stage, under the circumstances that his spiritual power and techniques were greatly improved, he could at least hold on for a few more seconds. Of course, Lu Ming would naturally not be satisfied with this. He constantly replayed the battle process in his mind, carefully pondering every detail and negligence in it. After all, in the battle against the powerhouse, as long as there was a slight mistake, he would be seriously injured or even killed on the spot. After 2 days of meditation, he felt that his mental power had almost recovered. At this time, he had a detailed calculation again, and he had a new plan for the combat method. After Lu Ming finished thinking, he exhaled a long breath, stood up again, and strode toward the celestial tablet again. One day after a month. On a spacious plain, a cyan silhouette was shuttling back and forth between tall, grayish-white stone pillars at lightning speed. A few hundred meters behind him, another black phantasm chased him at a faster speed. The black phantasm didn't seem to care about the stone pillars in front of him at all. With a wave of his arm, several stone pillars were shattered. For a time, the rumbling sound came one after another in the stone forest, and the flying sand and stones were splashing everywhere. It was Lu Ming and the demonized Xianxia who were chasing and fleeing. In the previous dozen or so battles, Lu Ming had used all his means. However, whether it was the sword-controlling technique, golden fallen sand, or tiger-dragon hell prison, they couldn't hurt the demonized Xianxia at all. Even the combined attack of the heavy water droplet and the crimson scales could only resist the giant claw phantasm transformed by Xianxia's demonic energy. So this time, he decided to change his strategy and try to see how long he could escape. After all, in the process of battle, running away if he couldn't win was also a life-saving tactic. In terms of speed alone, Lu Ming knew that he was not the opponent of the demonized Xianxia. However, with the help of the complex terrain in the stone forest, he always kept the distance between him and Xianxia at a few hundred meters. However, after rushing out of the stone forest, he lost the cover, and the distance between the two slowly began to close. Just when the distance between the two was only 100 meters, Lu Ming in front of him suddenly stopped. He made a sharp turn in the air, and at the same time, a small crimson sword flew out of his sleeve. Suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound. After the small crimson sword made a crisp chirping sound, it turned into a 30 meters long crimson sword rainbow that blasted at Lanxi. The demonized Lanxi's figure just twisted slightly, and the crimson rainbow brushed past him. It only tore apart a few demonic energy on his body, but the demonic energy recovered in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Lanxi's figure appeared 30 meters away. At this time, it was too late to use the spiritual sword to fly back. As Lu Ming's thoughts turned sharply, he clasped his hands together and pressed it lightly. The two heavy water droplets merged together, then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out several clusters of blood essence. It turned into a blood mist that instantly wrapped the black bead in it. The surface of the bead immediately shone with blood light, and more than 20 blurred array phantasms appeared on the surface. Lu Ming's arms surged with black gas, then he threw the bead backward heavily. As soon as the explosion sounded, the bead turned into a cluster of blurred black light that blasted backward. When the demonized Lanxi saw this, he raised one hand and grabbed directly at the black light transformed by the heavy water droplet. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely, and he changed his gesture. After the heavy water droplet trembled slightly, the light cluster exploded out of thin air. The billowing black water vapor immediately rolled Lanxi, who was caught off guard. After a scream in the black water vapor, the demonized Lanxi rushed out in a flash. He was already covered with bruises, and the palm that he had just stretched out was bleeding. But the next moment, a wave of black demonic energy gushed out of his wounds. After a few seconds, they were all healed. But this move obviously completely enraged the demonized Lanxi. Black light flashed in his eyes, and he let out a roar before abruptly leaping forward, disappearing in a flash along the way. Lu Ming only felt a gust of wind above his head, and a black demonic claw grabbed down with a whistling sound. Lu Ming's complexion changed drastically. He hurriedly made a gesture, and a small black shield flew out from his body. After it spun, it turned into a huge bone shield. 9 skull phantasms emerged on the shield at the same time. After making a strange sound, they rushed at the giant claw in the air. At this time, Lu Ming's body shot backward again. Bang! At the moment when several skull phantasms flashed and disappeared, Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill on his chest. Another black demonic claw pierced through his chest from behind. His heart sank. He turned his neck and glanced at it. He only found out that the demonized Lanxi appeared behind him. Under the bloodthirsty gaze of the other party, he lost all consciousness the next moment. 8 months later, it was still in this stone forest. 100 meters above a small hill, a golden ball of 30 meters in size was spinning rapidly in the air. At this moment, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, several black mist gushed out of the golden ball. Suddenly, the golden ball shattered inch by inch, turning into golden sand all over the sky. The two black WYRMS and the giant black tiger emerged in a flash, but they dissipated in an instant. After the black mist dissipated, 2 figures fell from the air. It was Lu Ming and the demonized Lanxi. At this time, Lu Ming's face was pale and bloodless, but there was a hole of a foot in size in his chest. The hole was still entangled with a trace of black demonic qi. He endured the severe pain and opened one eye. He looked at Lanxi, who had already lost consciousness in the air. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. The next moment, he appeared in the mysterious space with a pale face. This was the first time that Lu Ming killed the demonized Lanxi after more than 70 battles. Although it was just perishing together, which was not applicable in actual combat, it was still a huge improvement compared to before. After all, with Lanxi's strength after demonization, even if he encountered an intermediate or later stage crystallization period cultivator, he might not be able to perish together with Lanxi. Of course, this did not mean that his strength was really stronger than the intermediate or later stage crystallization period cultivator. After all, he could do this because he had experienced so many battles. But even so, his actual combat ability was still a world of difference compared with before he entered the elusive demonic pupil practice. It was hard to say for the intermediate or later stage crystallization period cultivator, but if he faced the early stage crystallization period opponent in the general sense, he should have 70% to 80% chance of killing the opponent. As Lu Ming thought so, he walked to the corner of the space, closed his eyes, and continued to meditate cross-legged. One day after a year. On a pitch-black hillside. Lu Ming stared at the demonized Lanshi who had a broken arm and was bleeding not far away. His face was also pale, like he had consumed a lot of spiritual power. There was a fist-sized bloody hole on one side of his abdomen, but there was a little green light flashing on the surface, but there was no blood flowing out. A few seconds ago, Lu Ming used himself as a bait to lure Lanshi, who was following behind him, to launch an attack. However, he used the defensive power of the Crimson Scales and a bone-shrinking mystic art. At the moment when the demonized Lanshi's palm was inserted into his abdomen, he forcibly twisted to avoid the vital point, and he instantly slashed with the spiritual sword. At such a close distance, coupled with the use of his tyrannical physical body to deliberately suck the opponent's arm, even if Lanshi's figure was ghostly, he couldn't avoid this slash. As a result, one of his arms was chopped off. But if Lu Ming didn't immediately fly back and put a talisman that he had prepared on the bloody hole in his abdomen, he would have already collapsed. He had only recently come up with this method of fighting with one's back in a desperate situation. Furthermore, this was the first time he had successfully implemented it after experiencing a few actual battles. He had used the same method several times before. The scene of his chest being pierced directly because he couldn't avoid it was still vivid in his mind. After Lu Ming's previous experience, he was already very clear that after Lanshi demonized, as long as his head and other important parts of his body were not pierced, he could slowly repair it with demonic qi. However, in the case of a broken arm, the consumption of demonic qi to regrow it in a short time was very shocking. It was not an easy task. At this time, the demonized Lanshi was really unwilling to consume a lot of demonic qi to repair his limbs. After a strange roar, he rushed directly to Lu Ming aggressively. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his sleeve, and a stream of golden sand rolled out from his sleeve. It spun in the air and condensed into a few golden light curtains, blocking in front of him. He flew toward the foot of a hill that was more than 100 feet high not far away. His figure blurred and instantly disappeared. Although Lanshi lost an arm and his strength was greatly reduced, the layers of golden light curtain only lasted for a moment before it turned into golden sand and disappeared. At the same time, at the foot of the hill, Lu Ming appeared in a flash. He rubbed the two black beads in his hands, then they merged into one and kept spinning. After Lanshi broke through the sand curtain, he just scanned with divine thought. He accelerated in the air with a hideous face and appeared in front of Lu Ming again. Just as Lanshi's figure appeared, Lu Ming threw him forward with one hand. So. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, the black bead turned into a black afterimage and flew out. After spinning in the air, it turned into a small black mountain phantasm of 80 meters tall and fell down. Seeing this, the demonized Lanshi's figure only stagnated slightly, then he easily avoided the hill. After a rumbling sound, a huge pit of several meters deep appeared on the ground in front of him. Just when Lanshi sneered and wanted to jump over the hill, he rushed toward Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He changed his gestures, and a crimson-red light suddenly flashed out of the hill. It flashed under Lanshi's body, and it burst open in an instant, setting off a large fire wave that drowned Lanshi's figure. It turned out that Lu Ming quietly put the crimson flying sword under the nearby ground. At this moment, with the cover of the heavy water droplet, he made a gesture to make it explode. Lanshi was caught off guard. He could only hurriedly channel the demonic qi on his body to resist. Suddenly, the crimson fire and the black demonic qi intertwined in the air, turning into an amazing black and red fire pillar. There were several angry roars from it. Lu Ming didn't mean to stop at all. As he chanted, he pointed in the air with one hand. Golden light spots suddenly flickered around the black and red fire pillar, and it turned into a golden sand mist that surged forward. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Lanshi suddenly rushed out of the fire pillar, and he scattered the sand with a punch. But whoosh! A golden figure suddenly flashed out from behind him, and he hugged Lanshi tightly. It was the golden armor rune soldier transformed by the yellow turban soldier talisman. At this moment, there was a chi-chi sound. The sand mist that was originally dispersed suddenly turned into a golden chain, and it entangled the demonized Lanshi tightly in an instant. Even though Lanshi struggled desperately, he only had one arm now. Under the double binding of the golden armor rune soldier and the golden fallen sand, he couldn't break free for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming blasted with a series of afterimages. He retrieved the heavy water droplet with both hands, then he grasped it tightly. Black gas rolled out from his body, and it turned into 2 black mist dragons and a giant tiger. His 2 fists shook and immediately transformed into dense fist shadows, smashing directly at Xianxia. After a series of loud noises, the demonized Xianxia was knocked out like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Lu Ming groaned. His figure flickered again, and he appeared in front of the demonized Xianxia again. After his arm became blurred, his fist holding the heavy water droplet directly smashed into the opponent's body, then he instantly retreated backward, leaving the heavy water droplet in the opponent's body. The demonized Xianxia screamed, and he wanted to forcibly stand firm, but at this moment, the heavy water droplet in his body roared, and it immediately burst into a cluster of black light. The demonized Xianxia's physical body was extremely powerful. Facing this attack from the inside, he instantly turned into a blood rain and died. The nearby demonic qi also disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time. Although he was seriously injured, this was the first time in more than 100 battles that he defeated the demonized Xianxia and survived in the end. Although there were still many elements of luck in this fierce battle, it still showed that his actual combat ability had made amazing progress compared to the previous one. After he closed his eyes, there was a buzz sound in his divine thought. Time passed quickly, and another 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Lu Ming had fought with the demonized Xianxia more than 200 times through the elusive demonic pupil. Until the last dozens of duels, Lu Ming, who had greatly improved his actual combat experience, could barely win 1 out of 10 matches and perished together with the demonized Xianxia for 2 matches. As for the remaining 7 matches, he could also deal with the demonized Xianxia for more than 10 rounds through various means. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, recalling the flaws and loopholes in the previous battle with the demonized Xianxia in his mind. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the mysterious space, and there was a buzz sound in his ears. His eyes turned black. After a moment of dizziness, he appeared in the secret room of the cave house. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull also appeared by his side. At this time, the mysterious bubble in his spiritual sea had disappeared, and the funnel on the celestial tablet was turned upside down again. The gravel on it also began to drip down slowly. As soon as Lu Ming moved his mind, he suddenly felt a wave of extremely pure spiritual power surging out of the spiritual sea. He immediately closed his eyes with a dignified expression and made a gesture to adjust his breath. It was not the first time for Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull on the side to see this situation, so they immediately waited quietly. After about an hour, Lu Ming's expression moved, and he finally opened his eyes again with a relaxed face. "Master." Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull saw Lu Ming woke up, and they immediately called out with joy. "It's okay, you two have also gotten a lot of benefits this time. Okay, come in first." When Lu Ming heard the words, he replied with a chuckle, then he patted the leather bag on his waist, releasing a black glow that rolled Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull into it. After he instructed the two to continue to cultivate in the soul-recovering bag, he scanned his body with mental power. He felt the remaining spiritual power in his body at this moment. Although it was much purer than before, his cultivation had fallen from the condensation period later stage to the condensation period intermediate stage. This made him smile bitterly. It seemed that in the next period of time, he had to try to restore spiritual power as soon as possible. Fortunately, his level of refining the cold condensing pill had reached a very high level. As long as there was a continuous supply of this pill, he believed that he would be able to restore his cultivation soon. As Lu Ming thought of this, he calmed down his mood. He flipped his hand, and 2 storage talismans appeared in his hand. As he scanned with divine thought, one of them was empty. The elixir that was previously refined in the mysterious space naturally disappeared without a trace after coming to the outside world. The other storage talisman contained the alchemy materials of the cold condensing pill and golden yuan pill that were prepared previously. They were still intact. Lu Ming's thoughts turned slightly, then he immediately got up and left the secret room, walking to the stone room used for alchemy. In the stone room, Lu Ming calmly poured a small bottle of pale silver liquid into the cauldron, then he took out a handful of medicinal materials and threw them in, then he waved his sleeve to close the cauldron cover. Every single one of his movements seemed to be composed, and he'd done this string of movements countless times in the mysterious space, so he was naturally extremely skilled in it. After doing all this, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the cauldron. Under a flash of silver light, a red flame suddenly rose under the cauldron, burning the cauldron. As time slowly passed, a faint medicinal fragrance began to gently drift out. Lu Ming's nose trembled slightly. He only sniffed a few times, then he felt refreshed. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. After about a day, the medicinal fragrance finally gradually changed from light to rich. When the medicinal fragrance was rich to a certain extent, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He suddenly changed his gesture, and the red flame under the cauldron was extinguished instantly. "Open!" he shouted softly, and at the same time, he launched a symbol and hit on the cauldron accurately. After the silver cauldron trembled slightly a few times, the cauldron cover floated up by itself. As a burst of white smoke rose, a fragrance came along with it. In the cauldron, 2 thumb-sized, silver cold condensing pills were lying there quietly. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the elixir fell firmly into his hand. There were no elixir patterns on these 2 elixirs. Judging from his experience in refining the cold condensing pill, the purity should be between 50% to 60%. A hint of regret flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He put the elixir aside casually, then he flicked his sleeves to clean up the dregs in the furnace, then he started the next round of refining. At this moment, if an alchemist saw this situation, his nose must be crooked in anger. This was the cold condensing pill. Just successfully refining one pill was enough to make them happy, but they actually despised the quality of the elixir. More than 20 days later, Lu Ming used up the materials in his hand and finally refined more than 10 cold condensing pills and 3 golden yuan pills. He was quite happy to look at the glittering elixir in front of him. One of the cold condensing pills had a silver elixir pattern on it. It was a pellet-grade elixir. Being able to refine pellet-grade elixir meant that he had reached the level of the so-called alchemy master in the Middle Sky continent in refining the cold condensing pill and the golden yuan pill. He believed that even some alchemy masters of the Taiqing Gate might not be able to easily refine these 2 elixirs. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little proud and emotional. He played with the pellet-grade elixir in his hand, but he began to think about the use of these elixirs. If these 10 cold condensing pills were all consumed and refined, his spiritual power would immediately increase by a lot. It was not impossible to recover to the condensation period later stage. However, after thinking about it again and again, he still suppressed this idea. He decided not to take these elixirs first, but he was going to exchange them for spirit stones, then he would buy a large number of alchemy materials to continue refining elixir. In this case, as long as he repeated it a few times, the price difference in the middle was enough for him to earn a lot of spirit stones. From then on, he would never have to worry about the lack of spirit stones. Both the cold condensing pill and the golden yuan pill were hard to find by the condensation period cultivators. As long as he took them out, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find a buyer. Of course, this was because he had the mysterious bubble that could purify his magic power, so he didn't have to worry about the purity of the elixirs and the impurities that would affect his cultivation and break through bottlenecks in the future. If it had been an ordinary cultivator, even if they had such wealth, they would not have dared to consume elixirs so recklessly. After Lu Ming fell into the trap, he put down the elixir in his hand and took out a storage talisman to store all the elixir in. In the following time, he did not leave the cave house immediately, but began to carefully comprehend the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison. After all, pills and whatnot were just external forces. The most important thing was still the cultivation of one's own cultivation method. 1 month later. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the black ancient book flashed and turned into a cloud of black mist that slowly dissipated. His mind then withdrew from the sea of consciousness, but his face showed a depressed expression, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This time, it took Lu Ming more than a month to thoroughly comprehend the 3rd level. According to the records of the ancient book, the difficulty of cultivating the 3rd level of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison was far more difficult than the first 2 levels. The first layer of the cultivation method only required some ordinary yin qi to cultivate, and the second layer only required some external force to temper the body. However, not only was the cultivation of the 3rd layer slow, but when one reached the middle stage of the cultivation method, one would need to draw support from a kind of strong wind to cleanse the marrow of the body. Only then would one be able to truly cultivate the cultivation method to the grand completion stage. Although the sky wind cave that produced this kind of wind was of great benefit to those who cultivated the body and wind attribute spells, it was not naturally formed in the world. Even with the great power of Taiching Gate, it could only choose a special terrain in the Thousand Spirit Mountain and build one with great power. However, the amount of contribution points needed to enter it to cultivate was even more than the 5-element spirit cave. Even so, only the inner disciple was qualified to use it. Although the power of the strong wind had a great effect on refining the body, there was also a corrosive power in the wind which was very harmful to the human body. After a long time of corrosion, there would be other hidden dangers. Therefore, according to the ancient book of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, every time the cultivator entered the Skywind Cave, he must use a kind of mystic art that was enchanted by the elders of the sect in order to eliminate the consequences of the wind. When Lu Ming saw this, he suddenly realized something. In this way, even if the people outside the sect got the cultivation method of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, if they were not the disciples of Taiching Gate, they would probably not be able to cultivate this technique to a high level. Not only this technique, I'm afraid that the high-ranked techniques in the Taiching sect will have similar restrictions when practicing. If he really wanted to cultivate the third level of the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, he really had to become an inner disciple first. Then the top priority was to improve his own strength first and enter the finals in the major competition of the sect or go directly to the Heaven Tower. As for Lu Ming's current situation, he could speed up his cultivation progress by taking the cold condensing pill. As for other ways to improve as quickly as possible, he needed to consider cultivating several mystic arts and refining the 9 Skulls shield into a magic weapon. As long as he completed the 36th enchantment of the 9 Skulls shield and refined this shield into the prototype of a magic weapon, his strength would naturally increase a lot. Previously, according to the description of the flame cultivation scripture, he had prepared a lot of materials needed to refine the last enchantment. As long as he spent more spirit stones, the remaining materials could be collected from the sex market. Therefore, these two things that needed to be done required a large amount of spiritual stones to be completed. After Lu Ming thought about it carefully, he immediately stood up and walked to the door of the cave house. 2 hours later, a black cloud landed at the entrance of the sex market. After a flash, a man in a green robe with an ordinary face appeared. It was Lu Ming. However, he had changed his figure and appearance through the bone-changing technique, and his clothes were changed into a green robe. Lu Ming looked at the bustling crowd in the market, and his heart was slightly undulating. Although he had been here several times, he came here to buy things before. This time he came here to sell things, so his mood was naturally different. Lu Ming came to the east street of the market with ease. This place was relatively unfamiliar to him. He had been to the West Street and South Street several times, so many people should recognize him. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he simply chose to go to some shops that he had never dealt with before. It was safer. After he walked around a little, he immediately walked into an ordinary material shop. Behind the counter sat a woman in red clothes who looked in her 20s. She was slightly fat with a few small freckles on her face. Her appearance was very ordinary. "Friend, what do you want to buy?" The shop was relatively deserted, and there were no customers. When the woman in red saw Lu Ming come in, she immediately stood up with a smile. Lu Ming looked around and walked to the front of the counter. "Shopkeeper, do you buy elixirs here?" Lu Ming said with a chuckle. "Elixirs? My shop usually buys some. What kind of elixir do you want to sell?" The woman in red clothes' eyes lit up, and then she nodded. Lu Ming smiled slightly and took out a storage talisman from his waist. With a shake, he took out a square jade box and handed it forward. The woman in red clothes took the jade box and opened the lid. She saw 3 elixirs that were as white as jade lying quietly inside, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance floated out. Seeing this, the woman's heart was happy. Based on this rich medicinal fragrance, the elixir's purity was definitely not low. After some examination, she suddenly remembered something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Cold condensing pill. The woman in red clothes looked at Lu Ming in surprise, and there was a hint of excitement in her tone. "Shopkeeper, you have good eyesight. This is the elixir. Do you buy it here?" Lu Ming said faintly. Although the cold condensing pill was rare, because the main material of the elixir was the green condensing fruit, the medicinal fragrance was faint and slightly spicy. People who were familiar with elixir could recognize it at a glance. The cold condensing pill is of great help to the condensation period cultivator to improve spiritual power, and it is extremely difficult to refine. It is a rare elixir. My shop naturally buys it. The woman in red clothes glanced at the jade box again, and the fiery look in her eyes was clear. Lu Ming glanced at the woman in red clothes strangely, and he couldn't help but be slightly puzzled. Generally, when merchants purchased items, even if they liked it, they would find some excuses to belittle it so that they could lower the price. However, the woman in red clothes just mentioned the advantages of the cold condensing pill. He didn't know what she meant. He didn't know that the woman in red clothes was now at the condensation period intermediate stage, and her cultivation had reached the bottleneck. She urgently needed the assistance of elixir that could improve spiritual power. When she saw the cold condensing pill, she was pleasantly surprised, and she subconsciously set it out. This was also because this woman was young, and she hadn't developed her shrewdness. If it was a sophisticated person, he would definitely not be like this. In that case, shopkeeper, give me a price. If it is suitable, I will sell it here. Lu Ming gently pointed at the counter and said seemingly casually. When the woman in red clothes heard the words, her face showed a hesitant expression. She secretly considered for a moment and quoted a price. 15,000 spirit stones. The woman in red clothes glanced at Lu Ming, and immediately added, this price is already very high. Generally, the elixir of the condensation period can be bought with thousands of spirit stones. Lu Ming listened to this price and pondered. Let's do it this way. Since it is the first time that Mr. comes to our shop, I will give you these 3 elixirs as 16,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, the woman in red clothes was a little anxious. In order to buy this cold condensing pill, she gritted her teeth and immediately added another 1,000 spirit stones. After listening to the new price, Lu Ming smiled and nodded. This price was already much higher than the expectation in his heart. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, the woman in red clothes was relieved. She then took out a cloth bag and pushed it over, and the jade box was kept close to her body. Lu Ming scanned the cloth bag with divine thought. After confirming that the number of spirit stones in it was correct, he nodded and kept it without hesitation. Mister, may I ask if you still have this cold condensing pill in your hand? If you have, why don't you sell them to me? I believe that no one in this market will pay a higher price than me. The woman in red clothes looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes and said expectantly. Shopkeeper, you must be kidding. I spent a lot of effort to get these 3 cold condensing pills. If it weren't for the fact that I need spirit stones recently, I wouldn't sell them no matter what. The muscles on Lu Ming's face moved, showing a painful expression. It turns out to be like this. That's my extravagant hope. The woman in red clothes was slightly disappointed. My name is Yan Hong. If Mr. wants to sell elixirs in the future, you can come to my shop. I will definitely not let you go back disappointed. After thinking about it, the woman added. Lu Ming nodded noncommittally and didn't say anything else. Soon, he bid farewell and left. Not long after, his figure appeared in front of another shop. 2 hours later, there was no elixir left on his body, and it was replaced by more than 100,000 spirit stones. The popularity of the cold condensing pill and the golden yuan pill was far beyond his expectations. Among them, the pellet-grade elixir was sold at an astonishing price of 50,000 spirit stones. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he sold these elixirs in several shops in batches. He sold 3 or 4 pills at a time, trying not to attract attention. But even so, the actual situation was still somewhat contrary to his wishes. The overjoyed expression of the shop owner who bought the pellet-grade elixir, and the eager words of this person who repeatedly asked which alchemy master made this elixir, made him feel dignified at this moment. Since he planned to sell these 2 types of elixirs in large quantities, judging from today's situation, it was no longer suitable to sell them directly in the Taiching Gate market. The only thing he could do now was to choose another market far away from the sect. Otherwise, once it attracted the attention of others, the consequences could be imagined. After Lu Ming quietly changed his figure and face, he used all the spirit stones in his hand to purchase the green condensing fruit and other auxiliary materials needed to refine the cold condensing pill. The main material of the Golden Yuan pill, the Golden Yuan Beast Essence core, could not be bought at the moment, so he could only give up for the time being. After doing all this, he bought a detailed map of the surrounding area of Thousand Spirit Mountain and quickly returned to the cave house. In the next 10 days, Feng Zhou refined more than 30 cold condensing pills in one breath, and 2 of them reached pellet grade. These pills looked very pleasant, but if he wanted to exchange them for spirit stones, he would have to plan. Lu Ming took out the map he had bought from the market and studied it carefully. In order to save time, it was best not to go too far to the market square, but if it was too close to the Taiqing gate, it might attract attention. This was naturally a rather contradictory matter. After some careful consideration, he came up with a solution. Half an hour later, a black cloud quietly landed at the door of Xian Hall. After a figure flashed, Lu Ming appeared outside the hall. He stroked his sleeve with one hand and walked in with a calm face. The outer hall of the mystical palace was still crowded as usual. Lu Ming mixed in the passing disciples, looked up and began to browse the mission column on the Xian notice. The missions on this outer notice were still some ordinary missions with spirit stones, so he naturally didn't pay attention to them, but he didn't come for contribution points this time. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he raised the mission nameplate without hesitation. With a flash of white light, a crystal light flashed out from the Xian notice and fell into the nameplate. The mission of this sect was to go to an affiliated family of the Taiqing Gate and help its family to deal with the 2 powerful ghosts that suddenly appeared nearby. According to the mission evaluation, these 2 ghosts should have the cultivation of the condensation period intermediate stage. Lu Ming glanced at the nameplate in his hand. After asking a few words to a deputy on the side of the stone platform in the hall, he quietly turned around and walked out of the hall. A sturdy young man who was also wearing an outer disciple costume nearby couldn't help but look at Lu Ming's back in surprise. He just saw clearly that the sect mission that Lu Ming took was to go to the Kangman Mountain, which was far away from the sect, to exorcise the ghosts. This mission had appeared on the Xian notice for a few days. Not only the distance was far, but the reward was only 80,000 spirit stones to deal with the ghosts of the condensation period, so no one had been interested in it. He didn't expect that this outer disciple would actually take this mission. After the young man shook his head, he quickly put the matter behind him. After turning his eyes, he put his mind on the Xian notice again. A few days later, Lu Ming in a green robe came to the entrance of a teleportation hall in the sect. The hall was built in the middle of a mountain. It looked quite spacious with an area of more than 10 acres. In the green hall, dozens of teleportation arrays were shining with various colors of light. There was a nameplate next to each teleportation array, which wrote the names of the areas near the Taiqing Gate. Next to each teleportation array, there was a deputy disciple of the Taiqing Gate in blue and white clothes, and there were people coming in and out of these teleportation arrays from time to time. This made the hall buzzing sound constantly. The colorful lights flowed one after another, which looked quite spectacular. It was the first time for Lu Ming to come here. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race, the Taiqing Gate's various facilities were huge and complete. It was far from what a small sect like the Savage Ghost sect could compare with. He walked around the hall a little, and he soon found a small teleportation array. "Senior fellow apprentice, are you going to use the teleportation array?" The deputy disciple next to the array saw the outer disciple costume on Lu Ming, and he asked with a smile on his face. Lu Ming nodded, took out his identity nameplate, shook it slightly, and a small white light appeared to show the location of the sect's mission. The teleportation array here could be used by all the disciples of the Taiqing Gate as long as they paid a certain amount of contribution points. However, if the sect's mission needed to teleport, it could be used for free. After the deputy disciple looked at the mission location marked on the nameplate, he nodded, took out a jade card, and a white symbol fell on the array. Lu Ming strode into the array, and the deputy disciple saw this and made another symbol. The teleportation array suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, and it made a low buzzing sound. After Lu Ming's figure shook for a while, he disappeared in the array in a flash. The next moment, after the white light flashed, when Lu Ming saw the scenery in front of him again, he was already in a gloomy hall. Like the teleportation hall of the Taiqing Gate, this place was also made of green boulders, but the area was obviously smaller by a dozen times. But even so, Lu Ming could clearly feel the faint fluctuations of spiritual power coming from the spirit patterns on the four walls of the hall. In the hall, there was a middle-aged man dressed in the costume of the Taiqing Gate. There was no one else except him. This middle-aged man also exuded the aura of the condensation period. Although he saw Lu Ming teleporting over, he just nodded slightly with a very cold expression. "Senior fellow apprentice, I'm a disciple of the Piaohong Courtyard. May I ask how far is this place from the Kangman Mountain? How do I get there?" Lu Ming walked down the teleportation array, cupped his fist, and asked the middle-aged man. "West, 30,000 miles. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. There was a trace of impatience on his face, but he still replied coldly. Lu Ming didn't care. He asked 2 more questions. After getting the answer, he thanked the middle-aged man and walked out of the green stone hall. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Lu Ming was slightly startled. This bluestone palace was actually built on the top of a towering mountain, and it was surrounded by mountains that were filled with greenery. This place could be said to be full of green mountains and lush with vitality. Of course, in other words, it could also be said to be uninhabited. After staying in this place for a long time, anyone would become extremely indifferent. Lu Ming suddenly sympathized with the deputy disciple who was sent here. After shaking his head, he chose a direction and soared to the west. A few days later, Lu Ming finally came to a small continuous mountain range. Before coming here, he habitually checked a lot of classics about this place. The name of the Kangman Mountain had the word barbarian, which was indeed worthy of the name. In addition to the good scenery here, everything in sight could be said to be a barren scene. Not only the spirit was very thin, but there were also no special mineral deposits and spirit medicine. Along the way, he didn't even see a city of mortals. It was truly desolate. Although Lu Ming was a little puzzled as to why there was a cultivation family here, he still planned to complete the task first. Not long after, he came to a towering mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was always a layer of yellow mist floating. It was obviously a large mountain protection illusion array that covered the scenery behind. However, with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could vaguely see the buildings inside. "It's here, right?" After Lu Ming murmured, he raised one hand, and a large fireball soared into the sky. It rose to a high altitude and exploded. As a result, in less than a moment, a black dot flashed out of the mountain peak. It was a huge black eagle, and it was rushing over. On the back of the eagle, there were 2 young men in yellow clothes. They were both at the spirit apostle stage. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, the 2 looked at each other. There was a hint of alertness in their eyes. They cupped their fists and asked at the same time, "I don't know Senior's name, and why did you come to my Su family fort?" "I am a disciple of Taiqing Gate. Under the order of the sect, I specially came to visit," Lu Ming said lightly. "Taiqing Gate? Senior, do you have the proof of being a disciple of Taiqing Gate?" When the 2 young men heard this, they were taken aback. The older young man quickly bowed and said respectfully. After Lu Ming left the teleportation place, in order to avoid trouble, he changed his clothes of Taiqing Gate. At this moment, he only wore an ordinary green shirt. His appearance was also ordinary. It was no wonder that the 2 people were suspicious. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed. Before he could answer, there was suddenly a thunderous voice from the opposite mountain. "Presumptuous! In front of the envoy of Taiqing Gate, don't talk nonsense." As soon as the voice fell, a yellow cloud rose from the opposite. On it stood a tall old man. Huang Yan came to Lu Ming and the others in a few seconds. A tall old man stood on the cloud with a dignified face. He was obviously a person who was used to giving orders. He glared at the 2 young men, then he bowed to Lu Ming and said with an apologetic face, "Sir Envoy, these juniors are ignorant. Please forgive them if they have offended you." "It's okay. Are you the Su family's master Kaiyang?" Lu Ming naturally wouldn't care about these little things, so he said with a slight smile. "Sir Envoy has a sharp eye. I'm the Su family's patriarch." The tall old man's face stiffened. He was surprised. For a while, he didn't understand how the person in front of him saw his identity. Lu Ming smiled slightly. With the other party's condensation state cultivation and the tone of reprimanding the two Su family disciples, how could he not judge the other party's identity? As for his identity as a Tai Ching Gate disciple, most likely the other party had received the news in advance that someone had accepted the mission from his family. He might even have a certain understanding of his appearance. Otherwise, he would not come out to greet him so easily. The two young men on the Black Eagle hurriedly stepped forward to greet him in fear. Under the command of the tall old man, they immediately went to the mountain behind to report. Not long after, the enchantment outside the mountain peak fluctuated, and a passage was slowly opened. "Sir Envoy, please come to the castle first." Seeing this, Su Kaiyang immediately ended the small talk in his mouth. He made a respectful gesture with one hand. Lu Ming was not polite. After nodding, he floated into the passage. As a result, after flying for 100 meters, a yellow brilliance flashed in front of him, revealing a rather magnificent and tall castle-like building below. At a glance, the highest point of the castle was more than 300 meters. It was surrounded by layers of shadowy buildings. The outermost was a tall city wall that surrounded most of the mountain peak in the middle. "Our place is very simple, please forgive us, Sir Envoy," Su Kaiyang said to Lu Ming while leading Lu Ming to an inner hall door of the castle. "You're too kind, family leader Su," Lu Ming replied calmly. A moment later, the two of them landed on the ground. There were already several yellow-robed old men standing at the entrance, and they came up to greet them. "You must be the high emissary of the Tai Ching Gate. I am Su Yunjin, the first elder of the clan. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." The one who spoke was a skinny old man with yellow hair and beard. The people behind him seemed to be following his lead. "Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here on the orders of the sect to complete the task entrusted to me by the Su family." Lu Ming looked around and returned the greeting with a smile. At the same time, he took out his outer disciple nameplate and tossed it over. It turns out that Envoy Lu is the outer disciple of the Tai Ching sect. His future must be bright, and it is just around the corner for him to reach the crystallization period. "Come, let me introduce you to the elders of my Su clan." The skinny old man caught the token, and after checking it, his yellow eyes lit up. He immediately said with a laugh as he put away the token in his hand. Then, together with Su Kaiyang, he began to introduce the people present one by one. These elders of the Su family were all cultivators of the condensation period. The skinny old man had the highest cultivation at the condensation period intermediate stage. The others, including the patriarch Su Kaiyang, were all at the early stage. Although these people were all calm, Lu Ming had already discovered with a slight scan of divine thought that these people present, except for the Su family's patriarch, everyone else had some blood surging, and there was a hint of black gas faintly on their faces. They were obviously seriously injured. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Ming walked into the hall of the castle under the escort of several elders. After they were seated according to the host and the guest, a maid immediately served tea. "This yellow dew tea is a specialty of my Kangman Mountain. Although it is not an upper-grade spirit tea, it is still sweet and moist with a long aftertaste. Sir Envoy, please have a sip." Su family's patriarch sat opposite Lu Ming and said with a smile. "The tea can be drunk slowly, but the sect's mission said that there are two powerful ghosts near this place." "What is the specific situation?" Lu Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip, then he said. When the Su family people present heard this question, they couldn't help but look at each other awkwardly. "I didn't expect Sir Envoy to be an impatient person. In fact, even if you don't ask, I will say it." Seeing this, the skinny old man coughed lightly and said. "It's like this. Our Su family originally had a mineral vein in the east of the Kangman Mountain. We have been mining some ordinary ores for more than 100 years, so nothing major has happened. But 2 months ago, 2 disciples of the family were ordered to go on a routine patrol, and they suddenly disappeared in the mining area. We sent people to look for them for a few days, but we couldn't find them. At first, we thought they just went somewhere else, so we didn't pay much attention. But a few days later, 2 more junior disciples of the family disappeared in the mining area. One of them was even a cultivator of the spirit apostle later stage. This matter naturally alerted us. After some investigation, we found that 2 powerful ghosts of the condensation period intermediate stage appeared in the depths of the mine, and they took away those disciples to absorb their essence. Su family naturally couldn't allow such a situation to exist, so we gathered many people to fight against them. I was also present at the time. Unfortunately, those 2 ghosts were far too powerful, and we were all severely wounded after a brief exchange of blows. In that critical moment, we had to activate one of our clan's treasures to escape with great difficulty, the skinny old man said, and all of the Su family clansmen present wore helpless expressions. Lu Ming's expression did not change when he heard the words. He didn't answer as if he was waiting for the old man to continue. The 2 ghosts are still entrenched in the mining area, so we have to temporarily block the mineral vein. Since such a big event happened, we can't do anything with our strength alone. We can only ask the Taiching sect's envoy for help. The skinny old man smiled a little self-deprecatingly, and he finally slowly said the entrusted matter. In that case, you only saw 2 ghosts. Is it possible that there is a third one? Lu Ming suddenly asked after a little hesitation. This shouldn't be the case. When we fought with the 2 ghosts that day, we could barely escape. If they have accomplices, we can't escape so easily. The skinny old man thought for a while and replied. Su Kaiyang also nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming also felt that the other party's words made sense. As far as he knew, ghosts usually liked to suck the essence of living people to nourish themselves, and a spirit apostle was equivalent to dozens of mortals. If the 2 ghosts had other companions, they shouldn't let these condensation period cultivators go for nothing. I don't know the specific appearance of the 2 ghosts. I also have some understanding of ghosts. Maybe I can speculate the origin of the ghosts? Lu Ming touched his chin and asked thoughtfully. As for his understanding of ghosts, he knew quite a bit. The barbarian ghost sect was a sect that specialized in researching these demons and ghosts. In the barbarian ghost sect's ancient book, the 100 Ghosts parade painting left by Grandmaster Luin recorded a total of 108 kinds of ghosts. When these 2 ghosts fight, they will control a large area of ghost fog. They are especially good at hiding their tracks and launching surprise attacks. We were not able to clearly see their true appearance. The skinny old man said with a red face when he heard this. Hearing this, Lu Ming was speechless for a while. These elders of the Su family were really useless. It was fine if they couldn't beat the enemy, but they were killed before they could even see the enemy's appearance. It seemed that their actual combat ability was definitely not too high. Although those ghosts are powerful, with the help of the High Ambassador and us old fellows, we will definitely be able to defeat them. Fellow can be at ease. Although our Su family can't compare to those large clans, we still have some rare ores left behind by our ancestors in the storehouse. If Fellow doesn't mind, after we get rid of these 2 evil ghosts, you can pick a few. The Su family leader saw that Lu Ming had a thoughtful expression and quickly said. Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard this, but quickly understood. These Su family elders were afraid that he would retreat after hearing that the opponent was too powerful. At this time, Su Kaiyang was really anxious and fearful. Although the Su family was also under the Taiching Gate, the family had long been in decline and their resources were really incomparably tight. This time, when something like this happened, although they had asked for help from the Taiching Gate, because they needed to first treat the injured members of the family, they had already spent almost all of the spirit stones in the family. At that time, they could only take out 80,000 spirit stones as a reward for the mission. It was really incomparably shabby. If Lu Ming in front of him didn't care, perhaps there really wouldn't be any other disciples of the Taiching Gate coming. At this moment, seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be hesitating, although the Su family leader was greatly distressed about the lack of refining materials in the family, he could only grit his teeth and promise. Everyone, please be at ease. Since I have accepted the mission, I will naturally complete it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the sect when I return. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times, but he said with a light laugh. That's great. The High Ambassador must have had a hard time coming from afar. Rest for today. The mission is not urgent, so it won't be too late to work on it tomorrow. There will be a banquet in the mansion tonight, and I hope Fellow can come. The Su family leader was relieved and said with a face full of smiles. The other elders, including the skinny old man, also heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming was indeed a little tired all the way, so he didn't refuse. After bidding farewell to everyone, he came to the guest room prepared by the Su family to meditate and rest under the guidance of a servant. As for the banquet, it was naturally euphemistically declined. Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the Su family castle accompanied by another middle-aged scholarly elder of the Su family and flew to the mineral vein of the Kangman Mountain. The Su family grand elder originally wanted to gather all the people and go together, but he was politely declined by Lu Ming. 2 ghosts at the intermediate stage of the condensation period weren't enough for him to worry about. At the same time, in a side hall in the Su family castle, the Su family patriarch and several elders were gathered here, discussing something. Big brother, this high envoy Lu only brought Su Yi along this time. Could something have happened to him? You know, those 2 ghost creatures are very powerful. If something happens to this person, Taiching Gate will investigate. Su Kaiyang said to the skinny old man with some worry. It shouldn't be. Since this person is so conceited, he should have some means. Not to mention that Su Yi is cautious by nature. His 5-star shield's defensive ability is quite good. Even if he can't defeat the ghost creatures, he should be able to retreat safely. The skinny old man touched his beard and said slowly. Maybe this person's comforting words worked. The other elders present all looked relieved. Obviously, they all had this concern before. The skinny old man smiled bitterly in his heart. He was also worried about this. Previously, he scanned with divine thought and found that Lu Ming was the same as him, only at the condensation period intermediate stage. However, since Lu Ming insisted on this, he couldn't disobey. If he angered this person, it would be bad. Kaiyang, order to activate all the enchantments of the Su family castle. In addition, release all the red-eyed eagles to pay close attention to the movement in the mining area. If there is any accident, we can't ignore Lu. We must rush over immediately. After the skinny old man pondered, he said to the Su family patriarch. That's good. Su Kaiyang readily agreed and immediately gave the order. Just when the Su family was worried, Lu Ming and Su Yi had already arrived at the Su family's mineral vein in the east of the Kangman Mountain. The mineral vein here was located in a canyon. The surrounding mountains were full of traces of mining. As far as the eye could see, there were some damaged wood and rocks all over the ground. After walking in the canyon for about 15 minutes, the 2 came to a mine cave of several 10 meters in size. Some thick logs were casually set up at the entrance of the mine cave. Looking into the cave, it was dark inside. It seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. Lu, the 2 ghost creatures are hiding in the depths of this mine cave. Su Yi, dressed as a scholar, glanced at the depths of the dark cave, and his eyes twitched. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, and he was about to step into the cave. The middle-aged scholar hesitated for a moment before reminding, those 2 ghosts are very elusive. You must be careful, fellow Taoist. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lu Ming looked back at the person, smiled, and walked in first. The middle-aged Confucian scholar gritted his teeth. He held a small shield in his hand and hurriedly followed. The entire mine tunnel was winding and rugged, continuously extending diagonally into the underground. A fluorescent stone was inlaid in every small distance on the passage, so the light here wasn't too dim. However, both of them were cultivators of the condensation period. Even in the dark, they could still identify the way with divine thought. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the 2 of them had already gone several hundred feet deep into the ground. There's quite a bit of yin qi in this mine. They're probably mining yin-attributed ores, right? Lu Ming released divine thought to scan around as he walked. He faintly felt that there was a trace of yin qi in the air here, so he asked faintly. As you can see, a yin-ink vein mine was recently discovered in the depths of the mine. It was originally being mined before the incident. The middle-aged scholar looked a little nervous. He also used divine thought to explore around him, and he replied. It turns out to be like this. No wonder the 2 ghost creatures will be entrenched in the depths of the vein mine. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He glanced at the darkness ahead, then he stretched out his hand and patted lightly on the stone wall beside him. The 2 walked for a while, and a fork appeared at the end of the tunnel ahead. Under the guidance of the middle-aged scholar, the two walked to the right. After a few turns, the top of the cave, which was originally several 10 feet high, gradually became only 10 feet high. The surrounding Xianxia suddenly became a lot thicker. This place has entered the activity range of the two ghost creatures, the middle-aged scholar reminded. At the same time, he took out an emerald green talisman. As a result, before he finished speaking, Lu Ming next to him suddenly moved. His shoulder was suddenly tightened, and he was pushed back several 10 feet from the ground. At the same time, a Ying wind whistled past in front of him, a jet-black ghostly hand that had appeared out of nowhere almost brushed past his body. A chi sound was heard, the ghost hand drew 5 black lines in the air. The nearby wall was like tofu. 5 deep claw marks of several feet were left. "Thank you, Brother Lu." The scholar reacted and thanked him again and again, but his face was pale, and his back was full of cold sweat. If it weren't for Lu Ming who pulled him, he might have died in this blow without any protection. Lu Ming didn't seem to hear it. He looked ahead with a cold face. In the tunnel ahead, a thick black mist appeared out of nowhere. In the black mist, a blurry tall black shadow with a pair of blood-red eyes was particularly eye-catching. It was staring at Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Ghost creature. As soon as the scholar saw the ghost shadow in the black mist, he immediately shouted with a heavy heart. He hurriedly crushed the talisman in his hand, and a green egg-shaped light shield appeared on his body. At the same time, he chanted a technique, and the small shield in his hand became several times bigger. It floated up and blocked in front of him. Lu Ming raised one hand without saying a word, and a few long deep green wind blades blasted out with a whistling sound. At the same time, he shook his other sleeve, and a small crimson sword appeared in his hand. The ghost shadow's figure shook slightly, and the black mist in front of him rolled down. It condensed into a black gas wall in the blink of an eye. When the wind blades flew into the wall, they were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no sound at all. With a boom, the black gas wall burst open on its own, turning into a rolling black mist that rolled toward Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his wrist. After the small crimson sword trembled for a while, a dazzling red sword light suddenly burst out from the tip of the sword. "Go!" he shouted in a low voice, and a 30 to 40 feet long crimson sword light instantly blasted out from the small sword. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, it directly penetrated the black mist. So, the crimson sword light didn't stop at all. It pierced through the mist and went straight to the ghost shadow behind. Gui Ying's blood-red eyes seemed to reveal a bit of fear. He suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls of thick black gas, temporarily blocking the crimson sword light. He immediately turned into a gust of black wind and flew backward. The sword light and the black gas intertwined for a while, and finally collapsed at the same time. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he didn't chase. As a result, when the ghost shadow just escaped for more than 100 meters, the wall on one side suddenly burst open. At the same time, dense green silk ejected out, turning into a large net that covered the ghost shadow. The ghost shadow was caught off guard, and it was in a narrow mine. There was no way to avoid it. He could only scream and wrap himself in the black mist to take the attack head-on. Poof! The big green net flashed away, and the ghost shadow and the black gas around him were all caught in the net. A strange laughter came from the stone wall. Under a flash of black light, a round head-like thing flew out. It was the demon flying skull. It turned out that after Lu Ming entered the mine, the seemingly casual palm on the cave wall had already released the demon flying skull and bone scorpion secretly. They were lurking around like a shadow all the way. With the help of these two condensation period later stage cultivators, he wasn't afraid of the two ghost shadows at all. Hearing the strange cry of the demon flying skull, Lu Ming smiled slightly. As he was about to fly over, he frowned slightly. His figure blurred and disappeared in place. At the same time, another cloud of black mist had flashed behind him and passed through his afterimage. "Lu, be careful, this is another ghost shadow." The series of changes before made the middle-aged scholar react. Seeing Lu Ming barely avoided the sneak attack of the other ghost shadow, he couldn't help but shout in shock. He then waved one hand and took out a silver awl. But before the Su family elder released the spiritual weapon, Lu Ming had already seemingly flicked his wrist casually. Dense sword shadows flashed, and they turned into a hill that surged forward. As the crimson sword shadows flashed, there was a howl in the black mist. The howl was full of pain. An earth-shattering sound rang out, countless crimson lights burst out from the black mist and tore it apart, revealing the ghost figure inside. This ghost had a green face and fangs, a pair of red eyes like copper bells, its body was covered with fine and short hair, its 5 fingers were hooked like eagle claws. It turns out to be a green-face ghost. Lu Ming glanced and muttered to himself. This ghost was covered with scars. It was obviously injured by the blow just now, but there was no blood flowing out of the wound. It just kept emitting wisps of black gas. The green-faced ghost stared at Lu Ming in front of him with a pair of big eyes. There was a trace of fear in its expression. It suddenly turned around and wanted to escape into the depths of the cave. But at this moment, under the ground where it was standing, a purple light flashed suddenly. A pair of giant pincers broke out of the ground and clamped the bare feet of the ghost. The green-faced ghost was shocked. After a loud roar, it struggled desperately with its legs. At the same time, its pair of hideous claws also turned into a claw shadow and clawed at the giant pincers. But after a muffled sound, the silver giant pincers didn't move at all. There was not even a trace on the surface. The next moment, a wisp of black and purple mist appeared on the giant pincers. As soon as it touched its feet, its skin and flesh festered and withered quickly. The green-faced ghost immediately let out a miserable scream. The black gas rolled down its body, and its claws doubled in size. It attacked the giant pincers even more crazily, but it was still useless. At this moment, there was a swoosh. A blurred crystal shadow instantly ejected from the ground behind the ghost. With just a blur, it pierced through the back of the ghost's head. The green-faced ghost screamed, and black gas gushed out of the big hole in the back of its head. Bone Scorpion was on the ground. It suddenly ejected its tail hook like lightning, and it easily succeeded in one blow. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would probably die on the spot. But the ghost's upper body shook a few times, and its head suddenly turned 80 degrees strangely. It stopped screaming, then it suddenly let out an extremely sharp howl. When the middle-aged scholar not far away heard this sound, his heart suddenly became hot. His chest felt like it was punched heavily, and he almost spat out blood. 100 ghosts cry. Lu Ming's mind moved, and he instantly remembered this ghost spell. This was a ghost technique that many middle and high-rank ghost creatures could use. It could affect people's mind. If it was used unexpectedly in battle, it could make the opponent's blood flow and spiritual power collapse. It had the same effect as the fire spirit howl he encountered in the small flame world. However, this level of ghost cry couldn't affect him much at all. His face turned gloomy. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and a crimson rainbow flashed out. It only circled around the ghost, then it flew back again. With a put-on, the green-faced ghost's expression instantly solidified. The upper half of its body immediately slid to the ground, and the lower half also fell back after shaking. At this moment, there was a roar from the cave in the distance. Listening to the sound, it was another ghost. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced faintly. At the other end of the mine, another green-faced ghost was tightly entangled by countless strands of green hair. The black mist around it turned into several snake-shaped black shadows that were constantly tearing at the green hair, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. Demon Flying Skull used some kind of magical power, but it was clinging to the ghost's neck like a maggot. The 3 heads, one big and 2 small, were biting the ghost's vital point. This seemingly fierce green-faced ghost could still roar and struggle in the silk net at first, but after Lu Ming looked at it for a few seconds, its voice suddenly became weak. At the same time, its body shrank and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it could no longer move. Lu Ming nodded. His figure flashed, and his sleeve flicked again. A red light flashed in the air. The red flying sword had penetrated into the chest of the green-faced ghost, and the tip of the sword came out from its back. Then the cold sword light trembled, and it slashed from the bottom up. A strange howl came. This green-faced ghost was split in half by a sword, it couldn't be more dead. From the appearance of the two green-faced ghosts to Lu Ming easily killing them with the assistance of the two spiritual pets, it was only a few minutes. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming had a casual appearance, as if he did not use much strength at all. This naturally made the middle-aged scholar surprised and happy. When Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull retracted their magical powers and flew to Lu Ming again, the Su family elder immediately put away the small shield in front of him, hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his fist, and said respectfully, "I didn't expect that Lu not only has amazing strength, but he also has two such powerful spiritual pets. It really opened my eyes. These two spiritual pets, if I'm not mistaken, should both have the strength of the condensation period later stage. TSK, you are worthy of being the disciple of Taiqing Gate. With such powerful spiritual pets, I'm afraid you can dominate those below the crystallization period. You're overpraising me. I only got these two spiritual pets by chance." Lu Ming replied with a slight smile, then he patted his waist. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull immediately turned into two black gas and went into the leather bag on his waist. Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar bowed slightly again and thanked him. "This is my duty. You don't have to thank me. If there is nothing else, let's go back now." Lu Ming's gaze swept around, and after he did not find any other abnormalities, he immediately said so. The middle-aged scholar naturally agreed without any hesitation. So the two immediately returned the way they came. After leaving the mine, they flew toward the Su family's house. A few hours later, in the hall of the Su family's house, Lu Ming sat calmly on a chair. Around him were several Su family elders such as Su Kaiyang. The middle-aged scholar who accompanied Lu Ming to the mine pit before was also among them. These Su family cultivators had learned from the middle-aged scholar about the powerful strength that Lu Ming had shown in the previous battle. In addition to excitement, they naturally became more respectful to Lu Ming. "Envoy Lu, this is the reward promised by the sect. This time, the envoy came to help us from thousands of miles away. On behalf of the Su family, I thank the envoy again. In addition, these things are some rare forging materials left by the ancestors of the Su family. If you like it, you can take a few." After a while, the Su family master and the skinny old man walked from the back of the hall. They took a few steps forward and took out a bag of spirit stones and put it on the table. Then the elder of the Su family next to him flicked his sleeves. After a flash of white light, there were a dozen more jade boxes next to the bag. "If this is the case, then I won't be polite." Seeing this, Lu Ming said faintly. He first put away the bag of spirit stones, then he looked at these jade boxes. After a quarter of an hour, accompanied by the Su family cultivators, Lu Ming walked out of the hall. He made a gesture, and a black cloud lifted him up. He instantly turned into a black light and flew away. After just a few seconds, he turned into a black light spot and disappeared into the distant sky. The skinny old man breathed a sigh of relief at this time, turned around, and asked the middle-aged scholar again. "Seventh brother, you said that this person actually has two ghost creatures of the condensation period later stage with him. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The skinny old man frowned and asked in a low voice. "Reporting to elder brother, I scanned the mine several times with divine thought and confirmed that both of them are at the condensation period later stage. Not only that, High Envoy Lu was also a sword cultivator, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He killed the two green-faced ghosts with a single strike in practically the blink of an eye. You and I know the strength of these two ghost creatures." The middle-aged scholar didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly replied. "If what you said is true, this Envoy Lu is definitely not as simple as the condensation period intermediate stage. He must have deliberately concealed his cultivation and didn't want us to know. Fortunately, we treated him like a distinguished guest, otherwise, I don't know what trouble he will cause. But since he left so quickly, he probably has other important things to do. Never mind, these are not what we need to care about." Su Kaiyang's face changed slightly when he heard the words. This time, Patriarch did a good job. We took out those materials for him to choose, which is considered as a good relationship with this person. If this person's cultivation can go further, maybe he can become the new backer of our Su family in the Taiqing Gate in the future. The skinny old man said with a sigh, then he waved his sleeve and walked into the hall. When the Su family people heard this, they looked at each other and didn't say much. They followed in one after another. Lu Ming, who was already more than 100 miles away, naturally wouldn't know the conversation of the Su family after he left. He was playing with a thumb-sized emerald green bead in his hand with a smile on his face. This thing was called Ganxiao bead. It was the crystallization of a strange insect's excretion. It was extremely poisonous, but it was very rare. It was one of the auxiliary materials for Lu Ming to forge the Nine Skulls shield. Lu Ming was naturally very satisfied with this unexpected gain. He suddenly put away the bead, took out a map of the nearby area that he had prepared. After a while, he put away the map, stepped lightly on the black cloud under his feet, turned around, and flew in another direction. After flying all the way west for half a day, a seemingly ordinary lake appeared not far in front of Lu Ming. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. From time to time, there were groups of fish swimming by. There were also a few gray wild cranes flapping their wings and playing by the lake. Lu Ming stepped on the black cloud under his feet and landed by the lake. He made a strange gesture in front of his chest, then he flipped his other hand and gently patted the air in front of him. A burst of black mist shot forth, and the space several tens of feet in front of him trembled slightly as a layer of ripples abruptly appeared. Then the scenery in front of Lu Ming suddenly blurred. A lush green valley suddenly appeared. He could vaguely see some cultivators flying into the valley from all directions. From time to time, there were a few escape lights flying out of the valley. This valley was the real destination of his trip, a remote market that was tens of thousands of miles away from Taiching Gate, Blue Lake Market. After he looked at it for a while, he turned into a black escape light and flew into the valley. After half a day, Lu Ming walked out of the market with a satisfied face. Although this Blue Lake Market was not big, it had a complete range of shops, spiritual weapons, materials, talismans, etc. Lu Ming quickly sold out the elixirs that he had previously refined in batches. Perhaps because of the remoteness, the price of elixirs here was 10% higher than the sex market. This also made him earn a lot more. At this moment, the spirit stones on him had reached more than 300,000. In the following time, he went to several shops in the market, spent tens of thousands of spirit stones, and collected a large number of alchemy materials except for the green condensing fruit. After doing all this, he left the market and flew to the Greenstone Hall where the teleportation array was located. More than 10 days later, in a shop in Taiching Market, Lu Ming was carefully looking at a dozen fist-sized green fruits in a white jade box in front of him. There was a layer of faint green spirit patterns on the surface of these fruits, and they exuded a fragrance from time to time. It was a batch of green condensing fruit that was nearly 300 years old. Most of the green condensing fruit purchased before were about 200 years old, but these 300 years old green condensing fruit in front of him made his heart move. As a matter of fact, the difference in the age of the main material of alchemy would directly affect the quality of the final elixir, let alone the difference of 100 years. "I want all of these, how much is it?" Lu Ming asked calmly. "A total of 80,000 spirit stones." A middle-aged woman with a graceful figure said after glancing at Lu Ming. After hearing the words, Lu Ming thought for a while, then he took out 8 upper-grade spirit stones from the cloth bag around his waist and handed them to the middle-aged woman. After that, he kept the white jade box and left the shop without saying a word. A few days ago, after returning to the sect, he did not rush back to his cave house. Instead, he went to the sex market again and purchased a lot of green condensing fruits from many different shops. It was the first time he saw this batch of 300 years old fruits. It was enough to improve the medicinal power of his elixir by a lot. After he took all of them, he flew back to the cave house. As soon as he stepped into the cave house, he closed the door tightly and hung a reject guest notice, then he strode straight into the alchemy room. This time, the door of the alchemy room was closed for more than a month. When the door of the alchemy room opened again, a young man with messy hair and a shabby green shirt walked out. It was Lu Ming. And there were more than 40 cold condensing pills in the storage amulet around his waist. He patted the dust on his green shirt. After thinking for a moment in the hall, he turned and walked to the cave house's secret room. In the secret room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the center with a jade box in front of him. There were several silver elixirs in it. He gently picked one up with 2 fingers, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breath. This cold condensing pill did not melt in his mouth like other elixirs, but it slid directly into his abdomen. The next moment, he felt a cold air spread in his abdomen, and it began to swim in his meridians. At this time in his dantian, there was a warm feeling, then a steady stream of spiritual power gushed out from it, and it once again converged into his limbs. After Lu Ming felt a heat all over his body, another cold air quickly condensed in his abdomen. Under the cycle of hot and cold, Lu Ming felt that the spiritual power in his body was slowly increasing. After cultivating behind closed doors for more than half a month, after taking about 20 cold condensing pills, he finally made up for the spiritual power lost by the mysterious bubble. His realm also naturally recovered to the condensation period later stage. At this time, Lu Ming didn't mean to leave the secret room in a hurry, but he immediately closed his eyes and couldn't help but read the Tai Gang sword tactics in his divine thought. With his current cultivation, he could already cultivate the other 2 sword cultivator abilities. The first was called Sword Finger. According to the Tai Gang sword tactics, as long as the sword embryo spirit was planted in the body and the spiritual power was cultivated to a certain level, the spiritual power in the body could simulate the sword chi and directly shoot it out with the finger. Although the power was not as strong as the real sword, the advantage was that it was easy to use. In some cases, it could even play the role of surprising and seriously injuring the opponent. The sword finger in Tai Gang sword tactics could use a unique method to cultivate the sword chi into a spiral shape, making the power far better than similar mystic arts of other sword tactics. However, because of this, Tai Gang sword finger had a high requirement for the tenacity of the cultivator's meridians. If he didn't meet the requirements and forcefully cultivated it, or the cultivation was improper, it might cause the meridians to rupture, or the sword chi in the body would lose control and explode. Therefore, the general condensation period later stage cultivator really couldn't cultivate this technique. But for Lu Ming, who had cultivated the Dark Bone secret art and Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, this was naturally a piece of cake. As for the second magical power, it was the body and sword fusion that Lu Ming had long dreamed of. When he first met Ji Tianmei in Shirtua Mountain that day, Lu Ming witnessed the terrifying power of this body and sword fusion technique. It was just that this kind of magical power could only be displayed when the sword controlling technique was practiced to the initial success level. Although Lu Ming hadn't deliberately practiced the sword cultivator technique in recent years, he frequently used the sword controlling technique in battles with others. In addition, he fought with the demonized Xianxia in the elusive demonic pupil illusion. He used the sword controlling technique countless times, so his mastery of it had reached the initial success level. Therefore, he could also practice the body and sword fusion. If he practiced this magical power, he must drip a drop of blood essence into the sword every day, and he had to use the relevant symbols mentioned in Tai Gang sword tactics to refine it for 7 days and 7 nights before he could master it. In a sense, this magical power was also the basic technique of the real sword flying technique. So Lu Ming immediately memorized these 2 parts of the sword tactics, preparing to use all the remaining materials for alchemy while practicing these 2 sword cultivator techniques. On a certain day a month later, a series of crackling and popping sounds came out from the cave abode. During this period, in addition to refining the cold condensing pill, Lu Ming spent the rest of the time comprehending and practicing this magical power of the finger sword. He seemed to have reached the beginner level, and he could use it. Lu Ming in the secret room tapped lightly on a gray boulder of 10 meters in the corner of the secret room with one hand, then he flicked his finger. With a chi sound, a vast expanse of white sword chi shot out. The boulder was penetrated in an instant, leaving an inch-sized hole. Lu Ming raised his mouth slightly, raised one arm, and flicked a few times in the direction of the boulder. The sound of breaking through the air was loud, a series of sword chi blasted out from his fingertips, and they all went into the boulder in a flash. At the next moment, there were 5 half-inch-sized holes on the boulder, but these holes were only about a foot deep, and they didn't penetrate the boulder. If this finger sword was condensed and launched by a single finger, the condensed sword chi in the body would be relatively concentrated, and the power would be great. If the finger flicked instantly, although the power was small, the time to condense chi would be greatly shortened. From condensing sword chi to launching from the fingertips, it was almost completed in an instant. With Lu Ming's current spiritual power, he could launch 5 sword chi instantaneously at most. In contrast, although the sword light transformed by the sword weapon was more powerful, it would inevitably take some time to launch. It was definitely not as convenient and hidden as this finger sword. When Lu Ming first started to practice the finger sword, he had encountered some problems, such as how to control the direction of the sword chi. When he channeled the sword gesture for the first time to force the sword chi from his body to his fingertips, an inch-sized transparent light ball condensed on his fingertips, and he lost control of it in the blink of an eye. The light ball burst apart when it was just a few 10 meters away from his hand. After more than 10 days of continuous practice, he finally trained the sword chi to the state where he could freely control it, and he could control the power of the finger sword by adjusting the time of condensing chi. At this moment, while Lu Ming was thinking, he changed the gesture in his mind. A white sword chi that was obviously much thicker than before immediately spun and bounced out. It flashed into the gray boulder in the far corner. This was the spiral-shaped sword chi that he officially channeled. Boom, there was a burst sound. The gray boulder exploded in an instant, and the densely packed gravel shot out in all directions in an instant. Lu Ming's face was slightly startled when he saw this. Although he knew that the finger sword technique recorded in Tai Gang sword tactics was much more powerful than the ordinary finger sword, the scene in front of him was still beyond his expectation. Such an amazing power was almost no less than the sword light released by an official sword weapon. If ordinary cultivators of the same level were to take this finger sword without any defense, their protective aura would be broken instantly, and they would be seriously injured. After the joy in Lu Ming's heart, he quickly returned to calmness. He then spent another half a month to refine all the remaining materials into elixir, then he sat cross-legged again and carefully meditated on the body and sword fusion mystic art. After another 10 days, after Lu Ming almost understood this sword technique, he resolutely began to sacrifice to the sword weapon. After he flicked his sleeve, the small crimson sword flew out. After a spin, it became 5 meters in size and floated in the air 20 meters away from Lu Ming. He lifted a finger and forced a drop of blood essence from it. He changed his gesture and gently pointed at the blood essence. The blood essence instantly blasted at the flying sword. As soon as the blood essence entered the sword, it turned into a blood silk that wandered on the sword. The small sword suddenly trembled and made a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Lu Ming silently recited the sword gesture in his heart. At the same time, his 10 fingers kept changing gestures, and they all disappeared into the small sword. Suddenly, after the surface of the crimson flying sword flashed wildly a few times, the crimson runes lit up, and it emitted a dazzling light. A strange scene appeared. Wisps of red glow appeared out of thin air on the surface of the flying sword, and they slowly drifted toward Lu Ming. They lingered around him layer by layer. After a while, Lu Ming was wrapped tightly in the glow, and he closed his eyes and stopped moving. One day and one night later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped his gesture. The next moment, the crimson light in front of him faded, revealing Li Mina's flying sword body again. At the same time, the crimson glow around Lu Ming also dissipated. He raised one hand and forced a drop of blood essence from his fingertip again. He flicked it on the flying sword again, and it quickly merged into it. 7 days and 7 nights later, in the center of the secret room, a mass of crimson light rolled violently, and a long roar came out from it. Bang, the light burst open, revealing the figure sitting cross-legged inside. Collect. Lu Ming groaned and waved in the air with one hand. The small crimson sword in front of him suddenly let out a sweet sound as the light converged. It circled in the air and flew into his sleeve. This mystic art of body and sword fusion is really amazing. It can actually transform the sword light released by the spiritual sword and merge it into my body. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he murmured excitedly, then he closed his eyes and continued to meditate. A few days later, in the hall of Lu Ming's cave house, there was a whistling sound from time to time. A crimson sword light flashed from the hall, and it appeared at the end of the passage the next moment. In the blink of an eye, the red light flashed, and the escape light returned to the hall. The speed was so fast that it was as fast as lightning. Suddenly, the crimson brilliance faded, revealing a young man holding a crimson spiritual sword. It was Lu Ming. According to the records of Tai Gang sword tactics, this body and sword fusion mystic art could not only greatly increase the escape speed, but the sword light wrapped around the whole body was instilled with all the spiritual power of the caster. Its power was far from comparable to the basic sword controlling technique. If the enemy was in the air near the escape light, they would be affected to varying degrees. If they were forced to approach, their skin would be torn apart. Therefore, once this technique was used, it was still a combination of attack and defense to a certain extent. Its only flaw was probably that casting this technique was a kind of desperate attack that consumed too much spiritual power. With Lu Ming's current spiritual power, he couldn't hold it for too long. And once this method failed, it was equivalent to taking the initiative to send himself to the opponent, so he must be very cautious. For Lu Ming, his sword-controlling technique had only reached the level of minor success. If he wanted to exert the true power of the sword-controlling technique, he still had to go through continuous actual combat experience. After mastering both mystic arts, he immediately decided to go to the market to buy some alchemy materials and continue to refine some elixirs. With a thought, he put away the small crimson sword and immediately left the cave house. He stepped on a black cloud and flew toward the Xian Hall. After taking a mission to collect spiritual medicine from the Xian notice, he left the sect and flew toward a canyon. In the next 2 or 3 months, he took some missions with ordinary difficulty and low contribution points, but they were far away from the sect. It was just that every time he went, there would be a small and medium-sized market nearby that was not very eye-catching. After selling the more than 20 cold condensing pills in his hand in batches, he bought a lot of auxiliary materials needed for refining. As for these sect missions, for him, whose strength was no weaker than the crystallization period, it was naturally effortless for him to complete them smoothly. One day after 3 months, on the 3rd floor of a large shop in the Taiching Gate Market, Lu Ming was sitting on a brown wooden chair with a thoughtful look. In the past few days, he had visited many shops in the market of Taiching Gate that he had never visited before. As long as the green condensing fruit met the requirements, he would buy them all. If it weren't for the fact that other auxiliary materials were ready, but he still lacked some green condensing fruit, he would not come to this large-scale shop again to inquire. But what made him happy was that the shopkeeper said that there were indeed a dozen green condensing fruits of about 200 years in the shop. If these dozen were counted, it was just enough to use up the remaining auxiliary materials to refine elixirs. Sorry for the long wait, this is the green condensing fruit you want. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a gray robe walked upstairs with a yellow jade box in his hand, and he respectfully placed the jade box in front of Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming got up and returned the salute. He immediately took the jade box and patted it lightly with one hand. After the faint yellow spirit patterns on the jade box flashed, the lid of the box slid open, revealing more than a dozen fist-sized green fruits. For Lu Ming, who had seen hundreds of green condensing fruits, there was no need to identify them carefully. After a rough glance, he determined that these green condensing fruits were indeed about 200 years old. But he still grabbed a green condensing fruit in one hand, put it in front of his eyes, and carefully put it back into the jade box. These are indeed 200 years old green condensing fruits. May I ask the shopkeeper, how much are these green condensing fruits in total? Lu Ming looked up at the middle-aged man and asked in a deep voice. There are a total of 13, each of them is 6,000 spirit stones, a total of 78,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man said with a silly smile. 78,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming's face sank, and he looked non-committal. Mister, if you really want it, 70,000 spirit stones will do. Forgive me for being presumptuous. It seems that this is not the first time Mister has come to our shop to purchase green condensing fruits. I wonder what kind of elixir you are planning to refine with the green condensing fruits. Our shop also purchases all kinds of elixirs all year round. If Mister has finished elixirs, you can come to our shop to sell them. The price will definitely satisfy Mister. The middle-aged man gave Lu Ming a discount quite readily, then he asked softly with a smile on his face. I'm just buying raw materials for an alchemy master in the sect. I don't know what kind of elixir he wants to refine. Lu Ming frowned, but he replied very calmly on the surface. I'm also familiar with most of the alchemy masters in this sect. I wonder, shopkeeper, I've been instructed not to reveal the identity of this master to outsiders. Well, I still have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Lu Ming didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking. He put away the jade box, took out a cloth bag with spirit stones from his waist and put it on the table. After bowing slightly, he hurried downstairs and left the shop. Although he had carefully purchased a large number of auxiliary materials from other markets, because this green condensing fruit could only be found in the sex market nearby, he had to purchase a large number of them here. However, this move was obviously too eye-catching, and it had attracted the attention of those who were interested. After Lu Ming thought about it, he decided that he could no longer buy this elixir in the sex market so wantonly. After returning to the cave house, he went behind closed doors for more than a month before he finished refining all the remaining materials in his hands. At this time, in the sumaru snail around his waist, there were already hundreds of cold condensing pills. Among them, there were even 7 pellet-grade elixirs and 1 earth-grade elixir. Lu Ming played with the earth-grade elixir with 4 elixir patterns, and he immediately pondered. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the value of flawless grade elixir of the condensation period. Basically, flawless grade cold condensing pill could be sold for about 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones, which was almost 10 times more than the ordinary cold condensing pill. But for other similar condensation period elixir that enhanced spiritual power, the price of ordinary elixir was similar to that of cold condensing pill, but after flawless grade, the price of ordinary condensation period elixir could only be sold for about 30,000 spirit stones. It was far less than the price of flawless grade cold condensing pill. It was only several times the price of ordinary elixir. During this time, he also asked a middle-aged shopkeeper about the purchase price of the earth-grade cold condensing pill in a shop outside the sect. As a result, the shopkeeper, who seemed to have the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, immediately grabbed his hand excitedly. He offered a sky-high price of 500,000 spirit stones without hesitation, and he even said that it was negotiable. This caused Lu Ming to be greatly astonished. If he didn't hurriedly say that he was just asking casually, he might not be able to leave so easily. After this experience, he inquired a little in other markets, and he finally knew what was going on. It turned out that there were many cultivators who relied on swallowing a large number of elixirs to improve spiritual power. Because they took too many elixirs, their bodies had developed a certain resistance to various elixirs. If they wanted to rely on the same elixir to break through the bottleneck in the future, the effect would be greatly reduced, or even completely ineffective. There were very few people who could refine the cold condensing pill, and there were even fewer who could refine flawless grade. To some extent, if it was taken when breaking through the bottleneck, it was also a better elixir to break through the bottleneck. There were countless cultivators or cultivation families who failed to break through a certain bottleneck many times. They were thirsty for these unorthodox flawless grade elixirs. They even offered a sky-high price to buy them in the market all year round. In this way, the flawless grade cold condensing pill would be much more expensive than other common elixirs of the same grade. On the one hand, the earth-grade elixir had excellent effects. On the other hand, it was very rare, so the price was even higher. It could be sold at such an incredible price in the market. Therefore, Lu Ming dared not let others know that he had the ability to refine the cold condensing grade elixir. Otherwise, even if the Taiching Gate knew about this, the best result was to keep him in captivity and let him refine elixirs day and night. Lu Ming naturally refused to do this kind of thing that would sacrifice himself to benefit the entire sect. After thinking about it, he put all the elixirs in his hand into the jade box. He had decided that the next time he would go to a large market outside the sect that could collect a large number of green condensing fruits. In this way, whether it was the sale of elixirs or the procurement of raw materials, it would all be completed outside the Taiching Gate, so it would not attract anyone's attention. After he finished thinking, he immediately left the cave house and flew toward the Xian Hall again. This time, after Lu Ming selected on the Xian notice, he took a mission located outside the Taiching Gate's influence area. The specific content of the mission was to guard the sect's forging shop in a remote large market for a period of 1 year. He could return to the sect within 1 year. The reason was that the original outer disciple needed to leave for a period of time due to some matters. He would return within a year at most, so he needed to find another outer disciple to take care of it temporarily. However, because the contribution points for this mission were not much, and it took a long time, although it had been posted a month ago, no one had taken it. However, such an unpopular sect mission, for the current Lu Ming, was exactly in line with the standards in his heart. Moreover, a year's time was enough for him to buy materials, refine pills, and sell pills in the market outside the sect. He could make a lot of money. After he took the sect mission, he immediately inquired about it from a deputy disciple. He learned that to go to the Changyang market, he must use the special long-distance teleportation array in the sect, and then pass through several other teleportation arrays before he could reach the market where the mission was located. He immediately returned to the cave house, sorted out the materials needed, and planned to set off the next day. Early the next morning, at the foot of a relatively hidden mountain in the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, a black cloud flashed by, and a young man in a green robe fell from the black cloud. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, the sky was still bright, and he came to the special teleportation place in this remote place. At a glance, there was a seemingly ordinary stone hall with a height of 80 meters at the foot of the mountain. There were two green giant stone statues holding huge axes at the door. The door was closed, and the surface was covered with a white enchantment. Lu Ming stepped forward and shook the sect token on his waist gently at the enchantment on the door. A faint green light suddenly flashed from the token and shot onto the light curtain. After that, the surface of the stone door lit up slightly, and it opened with a chi-la sound. As soon as he walked into the stone house, a fat disciple dressed like a deputy walked over with sleepy eyes. "Junior fellow apprentice, is there an urgent task? You are really early." The fat disciple rubbed his eyes and said slowly with a reluctant look. "Sorry to disturb senior fellow apprentice's rest. It's also my first time coming to this special teleportation array. This time I took the sect's task to go to Changyang Market." Lu Ming bowed respectfully. "Oh, Changyang Market. Come with me." The fat disciple paused slightly when he heard the words. He opened his eyes and carefully looked at Lu Ming in front of him, then he waved his sleeve, turned around, and walked to the back of the stone house. Lu Ming showed a trace of doubt, but he didn't say much. He followed the fat disciple and walked in. What surprised Lu Ming was that behind the stone house was a platform built in the cave. The platform was about an acre in size, and there were more than a dozen teleportation arrays densely arranged. Compared with the ordinary teleportation arrays in the sect before, Lu Ming didn't see a single person here. Most of these teleportation arrays teleport to some relatively remote places outside the sect. If you want to go to Changyang Market, you will inevitably have to teleport a few more times on the way. The fat disciple explained to Lu Ming with a smile. Lu Ming nodded calmly when he heard the words. After you teleport over, there will naturally be someone guarding the array there. You just need to tell him that you want to go to Changyang Market, and they will tell you which teleportation array to teleport through. The fat disciple gave a few more instructions. Thank you, senior fellow apprentice. Lu Ming cupped his hands and thanked him. Alright, let's go to the teleportation array in the corner over there. The plump disciple pointed at a faint red array on the leftmost side of the platform. When Lu Ming heard this, he walked over without a word. The next moment, the sect's token on his waist emitted a dazzling light. The teleportation formation under his feet emitted a red light that soared into the sky, and he disappeared on the spot. This junior fellow apprentice actually came so early. Sure enough, people who go to the Changyang Market are a bit weird. No wonder, only these weird people can deal with the Bat clan. After the fat disciple muttered to himself, he went back to the stone house and slept. Lu Ming only heard a sharp sound in his ears. After blacking out, he suddenly appeared in a hill thousands of miles away from the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Not far away from him, there were about 5 or 6 teleportation formations. Senior brother, where are you going? A young man who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old immediately came forward and asked after a slight bow. Go to the Changyang Market. Lu Ming replied blankly. If you are going to the Changyang Market, please go to the blue array in front. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fist and thanked him, then he walked into the blue array. Immediately afterward, after a blue light flashed, he disappeared again. After teleporting like this 4 times in a row, Lu Ming appeared in a green valley full of exotic flowers and plants. He walked around the valley a little and found that there was only one array belonging to Taiqing Gate, but there were several similar teleportation arrays. There were also several other people teleporting out from different arrays. Judging from their aura, most of them were condensation period cultivators. Lu Ming didn't pay much attention to these people. He stepped on the black cloud and flew away directly. Along the way, he silently recalled some of the relevant information he checked about the Changyang market before he set off. According to the information, this place called Changyang Market, because of its special location, it was the junction between Taiqing Gate and many other forces. Therefore, not only there were shops of Taiqing Gate, but there were also shops directly opened by many other forces. Even Haran Academy, one of the 4 ancient sects, and the famous Bat clan were also in it. There were also people who were as high as the Jin Dan realm and as low as the Spirit Apostle stage. The Green Sprout mountain range where the Bat clan lived was only a few dozen miles away from the Changyang market. After Lu Ming thought about it, he had an idea in his mind. Next, he flew for more than 10 days in a row. After passing through a barren rocky mountain range, an open flat land of hundreds of acres appeared in front of him. There was a small town that was half village and half city on the flat land, and he could vaguely see several escape lights flying in and out of the city. After another 10 minutes, Lu Ming came to the air not far from the market. He didn't land directly, but he glanced at the situation of the entire market. Compared with the sect market, the Changyang market was naturally huge, and it was divided into 2 entrances, the east and the south. The center of the market was a small lake of more than 10 acres, and it was surrounded by khaki walls of different heights. The surroundings of the lake were densely packed with buildings of different heights. After Lu Ming thought about it for a while, he landed at the entrance of his market, strode in, and went straight to the forging shop of Taiqing Gate. Not long after, on the west side of the market, in a forging shop with a plaque of Bai Lian Pavilion. In the living room on the 2nd floor of this shop, Lu Ming was talking with a tall and thin young man with a smile on his face. "Junior fellow apprentice, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. To be honest, there is an urgent matter in my family that I need to go back to deal with, but I can't find anyone to replace me. It wasn't until half a month ago that I received a message from the sect saying that junior fellow apprentice is willing to come here to replace me temporarily. It really solved my urgent need." The tall and thin young man named Soothsong said enthusiastically. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally said a few polite words. "By the way, I don't know how to address junior fellow apprentice." The tall and thin young man scratched his head and asked with a smile. "I'm Lu Ming of Piaohong Courtyard." Lu Ming said with a smile. "It turns out to be younger brother Lu. My family affairs have been delayed for a long time. I'm afraid I have to leave immediately. If everything goes well, I can come back in half a year. It will definitely not take more than a year. Shopkeeper Yi and the 2 forgers in the shop used to be Taiqing sect's disciples. Just let him inform us about some matters related to this place." The tall and thin young man said a bunch of things, showing an eager expression. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he nodded. "Thank you, younger brother Lu. Let's go through the handover procedures." The tall and thin young man was overjoyed when he saw this. After thanking him, he immediately took off his sect nameplate from his waist. Lu Ming also took off his nameplate from his waist and raised it in front of him. The tall and thin young man patted on the token with one hand. A blue halo shot out and flashed into Lu Ming's token. Then he took out a box from the storage amulet around his waist and handed it over. He explained the contents in it. Lu Ming took the box. While memorizing the young man's description, he scanned the box with divine thought. After confirming that there was no mistake, he kept it in the storage amulet. "This is fine. Thank you, younger brother Lu." The tall and thin young man seemed to be relieved and said with joy. "Senior fellow apprentice Su, you don't have to be so polite." Lu Ming put away the thing in his hand. "The business transactions here are usually handled by shopkeeper Yi. The one behind the counter on the 1st floor of the shop is him. Junior brother Lu, if there's anything you don't understand in the future, you can ask him about it. I've already told him before. In addition, in this Changyang market, the Bat clan and the Haran Academy are not to be trifled with. Younger brother Lu, remember this." After that, the tall and thin man bowed to Lu Ming again, then he left excitedly. He went downstairs and walked out of the shop, walking out of the market. After Lu Ming stood quietly by the windowsill for a while, he turned around and walked out of the living room. "Senior, do you have something to tell me to do?" As soon as Lu Ming came out, a servant in green clothes standing not far away immediately ran over and asked carefully. "Invite the shopkeeper and several forging masters in the shop up. I have something to explain." After Lu Ming instructed, he returned to the private room. "Okay, I will go now." The servant agreed, turned around, and ran down. After a while, the sound of someone climbing up the stairs could be clearly heard. Then, an old man in brocade clothes and two sturdy middle-aged men appeared at the stairs one after another, and they walked straight to the living room where Lu Ming was. Except for the three of them, there was no one else nearby. The shop assistants and servants in the shop were tactfully avoiding them. "Shopkeeper Yi, and the two masters, you don't have to be polite. Please come in." As soon as the three of them arrived at the door, Lu Ming's calm voice came from inside. After the three of them looked at each other, the old man reached out and pushed the door open, walking in with the other two. Lu Ming sat quietly on a chair in the room, looking at the three of them with a slight smile on his face. "Greetings to Sir Envoy." The old man, Shopkeeper Yi, hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward and saluted. Seeing the old man doing so, the two middle-aged men hesitated for a moment and also saluted. "You don't have to be so polite. I'm afraid we will have to work together for a while in the future." Lu Ming stood up and said very politely. For example, Shopkeeper Yi and the two forging masters were all ordinary disciples of Taiqing Gate. Later, because they were old and had no hope of being promoted to an outer disciple, they simply applied for a transfer to Chanyang Market, married a wife, and took care of the business for Taiqing Gate. This kind of thing was really common in Taiqing Gate. Many ordinary disciples who were not strong enough and didn't want to be restrained by others in the sect would do this. But this kind of disciple, after a certain period of time, if they didn't make any special contributions, they would be removed from the list of ordinary disciples in the sect. They could be regarded as another kind of peripheral staff of Taiqing Gate. The two middle-aged men were both at the condensation period early stage. Shopkeeper Yi was the oldest, but he only had the strength of the spirit apostle later stage. However, this kind of strength was naturally enough to be a shopkeeper. The three of them were naturally very respectful to a real outer disciple like Lu Ming who had a promising future. "The three of you must have heard that senior fellow apprentice Su has to leave for a year temporarily. During this time, I will temporarily take charge of this by Lian Pavilion. I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Piaohong Courtyard. You can just call me by my name in the future. I don't know anything about business, so I will leave the business of the shop to you guys. Everything can be handled as usual. There is no need to make any changes." Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled slightly and continued. "Envoy Lu, don't say that. In the future, we still need the envoy to take charge of the shop. We will naturally do our best to do other trivial things." Shopkeeper Yi immediately took a few steps forward and said with a smile. When the other two craftsmen heard this, their expressions relaxed. This temporary disciple seemed to be a reasonable person. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business, which made them secretly relieved. So after they talked for a while, Shopkeeper Yi asked the two middle-aged men to return to the forging room, and he personally took Lu Ming around to familiarize himself with the Bailian Pavilion. When Lu Ming just came in, he just glanced at it roughly. At this time, under the guidance and patient explanation of the old shopkeeper, he naturally had a new understanding of the Bailian Pavilion. The first floor was the shop's facade. It looked quite quaint and imposing. Rows of shelves and counters were filled with some magical weapons, spiritual weapons, various ores, and so on. The second floor was separated by two private rooms and a living room. It was specially used to receive some distinguished guests or carry out some private transactions. The layout was very elegant and generous. The private rooms had the soundproof enchantment of Taiqing Gate. Even the crystallization period powerhouse couldn't detect the situation inside from the outside. As for the third floor, the place was much smaller. This was the quiet room for the disciple to meditate. The backyard on the first floor of the Bailian Pavilion was the forging workshop. Most of the talisman weapons and spiritual weapons placed on the counter were directly forged in the workshop. Lu Ming had no experience in forging, so it was really eye-opening at this moment. Finally, shopkeeper Yi brought Lu Ming to the basement of the Bailian pavilion with a solemn expression. This underground chamber was only a few dozen feet in size and was about the height of a person. The walls and floor were made of a kind of dark green dock stone. This special ore was not only extremely hard, but it also had the effect of isolating divine sense. In the middle of the secret chamber was a circular formation about 10 feet in size. It was faintly flashing with white light. This is the long-distance communication array with the sect? Lu Ming's expression changed as he asked in surprise. Yes, the communication magic circle here is directly connected to the sect's deacon hall. Usually, when something big happens, they will use this magic circle to report it to the sect, shopkeeper Yi said with a solemn expression. According to the rules of the sect, in this Bailian pavilion, only the disciple in charge is qualified to use the token. Envoy Su should have given the activation token to Envoy Lu, right? On the surface, the Bailian pavilion was a forging shop, but it was actually a stronghold set up by Taiqing Gate. As for the other so-called Taiqing Gate shops, they were actually opened by some inner and outer disciples of the sect or dependent families. This Changyang market was a place under the joint jurisdiction of several major forces. It was strictly prohibited to fight in the market. The disciple in charge of the Bailian pavilion usually represented Taiqing Gate to play a deterrent role. He might not necessarily be a strong person. Brother Su has indeed given it to me. Lu Ming nodded and replied. Later, the two quickly left the secret room and came to the quiet room on the 3rd floor. There were 3 rooms in the quiet room. The layout was very simple. The outermost room was a living room with a mahogany table and a few chairs of the same texture. The middle room was a bedroom, and the innermost room was a secret room. Of course, there was also the same enchantment here. No one would disturb him when he cultivated here. After Lu Ming looked around, he was more satisfied with the environment here. Shopkeeper Yi, you go ahead with your business. If there is something in the shop, use this to send a message to me. It's my first time coming to the big market outside the sect. I want to go around and familiarize myself with the environment. Lu Ming took out a white disc and handed it to shopkeeper Yi. After thinking about it for a while, shopkeeper Yi agreed. Later, after the two casually talked about some things, Lu Ming walked out of the Bailian pavilion. He faintly learned from shopkeeper Yi that over the years, due to the prestige of Taiqing Gate, no one dared to make trouble here, so the disciples in charge usually didn't have to stay in the shop. He didn't walk far before he arrived at a remote place. He activated the bone-changing technique, and after a burst of crackling sounds, his body suddenly grew a lot taller. At the same time, black gas rolled out of his body. After a while, he turned into a tall and sturdy man with a dark face. He had thoroughly understood the technique he learned from the Savage Ghost sect over the years. Coupled with the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, not only could he change his height and body shape, but he could even make some simple adjustments to the bones and skin color of his face, easily changing into another appearance. After that, Lu Ming once again walked into the crowd of the market and wandered around. Changyang Market was indeed a large market. The shops on both sides of the street, regardless of the number or scale, were far more than the small markets he had been to before. There were also a lot of cultivators wandering around here. They were constantly going in and out of various shops. The bigger the shop, the more frequent the flow of people in and out. Lu Ming walked around and walked into a shop that seemed to be quite large. This shop was divided into several areas. Spiritual weapons, elixir, and materials were all sold. After a while, Lu Ming walked out. Although the expression on his face was very calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He didn't buy anything inside just now, but he inquired about the price of various elixirs at the elixir counter. As he expected, the cold condensing pill was also a very rare elixir in this Changyang market, and the price was also very high. He seemed to casually inquire about the purchase price of the cold condensing pill from the shopkeeper, and he was even more delighted to find that the price given by the shopkeeper was a little higher than the previous markets. In the following time, Lu Ming went to several other shops. After some inquiries, the results were almost the same, which made him more satisfied. In addition, after visiting several material shops, he found that this Changyang market might be located at the junction of several major forces. All kinds of alchemy materials were quite complete. Most of the raw materials needed to refine the cold condensing pill could be easily purchased. Even the alchemy materials for another elixir that he was good at, the golden yuan pill, were also available. The only regret was that the green condensing fruit in 2 shops was only about 100 years old, which was not enough to refine the cold condensing pill. In a seemingly old attic shop. Mr. wants to buy green condensing fruit that is more than 200 years old? The shopkeeper was a white-haired old man. He looked up and down at the black-faced macho man transformed by Lu Ming, and he asked with a strange face. Exactly, do you have it in your shop? Lu Ming nodded and asked faintly. Forgive me for being ignorant. The elixirs that can use the green condensing fruit, such as Yuling powder and dragon courage pill, are more than 100 years old. Why do you want the green condensing fruit that is more than 200 years old? The shopkeeper asked while twisting his snow-white beard. When Lu Ming heard the old man say so, he just smiled and said nothing. The old man quickly came to his senses, coughed dryly, and said awkwardly, I have said too much, but I don't have the material that Mr. wants. You might as well go to the southwest of the market to look for it. The Bat Clan shop there should sell it. Bat Clan shop? Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard the words, then he cupped his fist and thanked him, then he turned and walked out of the shop. According to the guidance of the old shopkeeper, he soon came to the southwest of the market and found several buildings with different styles. Unlike most shops that were built with bluestone, these buildings were built with a kind of black lacquered wood. The surface was covered with green vines that were as thick as a wrist. It must be the shop opened by the Bat Clan. He chose the largest 2-story attic and walked in. This shop had a signboard with the words Bat Spirit House hanging on it. The shop's facade had 2 large bays. It was not small in the market. The inside was also divided into several areas. There were elixirs, talismans, materials, and spirit grass on the counter. Behind these counters stood a few manservants in black clothes. Each of them had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. The Bat Clan was a kind of alien race that evolved from the ordinary human race. Their appearance was almost the same as that of ordinary human beings. The only more obvious external feature was a pair of extremely thin fleshy wings that would appear from their back when they were fighting with others. In addition, the vision of these Bat Clan people might be slightly worse, but their hearing was far better than ordinary humans. Lu Ming didn't see if these manservants were really Bat Clan people. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked along the counters. As a result, when he saw the 3rd counter, his eyes lit up, then he walked over quietly. There were some fist-sized round green fruits on this counter. They were the green condensing fruit. These fruits were arranged according to their size. According to Lu Ming's experience, some of the bigger ones on the far right seemed to be 300 or 400 years old. Do you want to buy the green condensing fruit? The manservant behind the counter immediately said with a smile on his face. How much are these green condensing fruit? Lu Ming didn't speak immediately. After looking at it carefully for a while, he looked up and said faintly. According to the age of the green condensing fruit in this shop, there are 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, and 400 years, so the price is naturally different. Among them, 100 years of maturity is 2,000 spirit stones, 200 years of maturity is 4,000 spirit stones, 300 years of maturity is 6,000 spirit stones, and 400 years of maturity is 12,000 spirit stones. The black-cloaked manservant replied neatly. Lu Ming nodded secretly. This price is reasonable for the green condensing fruit. I have walked around the market, and it is rare to see green condensing fruit that is more than 200 years old. I didn't expect you to have a lot of them here. Lu Ming said seemingly casually. Senior, it must be your first time coming to the Chanyang market, right? The manservant heard Lu Ming's words, and he didn't answer immediately. He immediately asked respectfully. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. It's not surprising that Senior doesn't know. This green condensing fruit has a wide range of uses, and my Bat Clan also grows it in large quantities. The manservant in black clothes explained to Lu Ming with a hint of realization. As far as I know, spiritual medicine like green condensing fruit is very harsh on the growing environment, and the older it is, the more difficult it is to survive. Many human clan cultivators can only grow some 100 or 200 years old. I didn't expect that you can cultivate this 400-year-old green condensing fruit. Lu Ming touched his chin and said with some admiration. Senior, although the environment of green condensing fruit is special, the Green Sprout Mountain Range where my bat clan is located is special. It is suitable for planting in large quantities. Moreover, my clan has been planting this spiritual medicine since ancient times, and I have mastered many cultivation mystic arts. These 300 or 400 years old ones are not really the best. My clan can even cultivate 1,000 years old green condensing fruit, but it is generally placed in the annual auction in the market. When the man in black clothes said this, he was obviously proud. 1,000 years old green condensing fruit? Lu Ming couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The green condensing fruit was originally a kind of medicinal material with a wide range of uses. If it reached 1,000 years old, it would really be regarded as a treasure. Changyang Market is the closest to the Green Sprout Mountain Range, so it is naturally the main place for my bat clan to dump the green condensing fruit. So if Senior needs green condensing fruit that is less than 500 years old, our shop can generally guarantee a certain amount of supply. The man in black clothes said again. By the way, since your shop has a lot of green condensing fruit, do you sell cold condensing pills? Lu Ming seemed to think of something and asked casually. Cold condensing pill? Although this kind of elixir is mainly made of green condensing fruit, my bat clan doesn't have an alchemist who can refine this elixir, so we don't sell this elixir. The man said without thinking. It seems that cold condensing pill is also quite scarce in the Changyang market. I saw several other shops buying this elixir at a high price. They even offered a high price of 6,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming sighed when he heard the words. This is normal. The cold condensing pill is extremely difficult to refine. The shops in the market have been buying it at this price all year round. Our shop is the same. Unfortunately, there have been very few people selling this elixir. Otherwise, even if the price is higher, our shop will also buy it. The man in black clothes said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words, but he naturally wouldn't rush to sell the elixir here. He immediately bought a batch of 300 years old green condensing fruit and left. He did not return to the Bailian pavilion immediately, but he continued to wander to other types of shops to see if there were anything else he was interested in. Changyang Market was located at the junction of several major forces. In addition to the Bat clan, there were a few other alien races, so there were indeed many rare things that ordinary markets didn't have. Lu Ming looked all the way, and he really felt that he had gained a lot. Half an hour later, when he came out of a talisman shop, he had a few newly purchased talismans on him. He glanced around and found that there was a spirit beast shop next to him. Lu Ming had bone scorpion and demon flying skull, so he had little interest in spiritual pets. He didn't have more energy to cultivate them, so he immediately ignored it. But when he passed by the door of the shop, he suddenly heard a long-lost voice in his ear. Slow down, you go to the shop in front, I feel a little breath of true demonic qi. It was Luo Hu's voice. True demonic qi? This is impossible. There are Jin Dan state cultivators in the Changyang market. How can I not find it? Lu Ming was shocked at first, and his voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. What do you know? This trace of true demonic qi is covered by something. Ordinary people can't sense it at all. I can only confirm its existence with the power of the cage. Okay, don't talk nonsense, go to the shop and find the thing with true demonic qi. Before he finished speaking, Luo Hu's impatient voice sounded in his ear again. Lu Ming rolled his eyes secretly, but he didn't dare to disobey Luo Hu's words. He immediately turned around and pushed the door into the shop. The shop was not big. It seemed to only have a storefront and a backyard. There were some cages in the front hall, which contained some small spirit beasts. He could faintly hear a trace of roaring and panting in the backyard. It should be some relatively large spirit beasts. Lu Ming walked into the front hall. There were already 2 cultivators in scholar robes and a thin middle-aged man talking about something. There were a dozen jade boxes on the counter, and 2 of them had been opened. There seemed to be some unknown insect eggs inside. Seeing Lu Ming walk in, the tall and skinny man apologized to the 2 people and walked over with a face full of smiles. Mister, are you looking to buy spirit beasts? Although this shop is small, we sell all kinds of spirit beasts from the spirit apostle stage to the condensation period. Mister, just do your own thing. I'll just look around first. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. When the thin and tall shop owner heard the words, he was slightly disappointed. After nodding at Lu Ming, he quickly walked over to greet the previous two customers. Of the two cultivators in scholar robes, one looked to be in his 40s. He had a square face, and he looked quite dignified. The other was very young, only in his early 20s. He had straight eyebrows, and he looked very handsome. No matter if it was their attire or bearing, rather than cultivators, it would be better to say that they were scholars among mortals. Every single movement they made gave off a sense of scholarly elegance. For Lu Ming, who walked in the door, the two glanced at him, then they ignored him and continued to choose the things in the jade box. Lu Ming automatically ignored the attitude of the two people toward him. After looking around at the things on the nearby shelves, he followed Luo's instructions and walked to the counter quietly. He seemed to casually pick up a jade box on the side and looked at it carefully. In the jade box was a finger-sized green insect egg. The surface was covered with some black spots. It looked very ordinary. At this time, the young scholar was also holding an egg-sized beast egg in his hand, bargaining with the thin and tall shop owner. Don't look, with your knowledge, you can't see the peculiarity in it. It's the one in your hand. Lu Ming was studying the insect egg in his hand carefully, and Luo's taunting voice came again. Lu Ming was speechless for a while. He immediately held the insect egg and shouted directly to the thin and tall shop owner, I want this egg. How many spirit stones? 35,000 spirit stones. When the thin and tall man heard the words, he glanced back and quoted the price without thinking. As a result, after some bargaining, Lu Ming finally bought the so-called green yarn cicada's egg at the price of 30,000 spirit stones. Seeing this scene, the young scholar on the side glanced at Lu Ming. He seemed to be a little impatient for interfering with his transaction. At the same time, under Luo's instructions, Lu Ming divided a trace of the cold power contained in the Tiger Dragon Hell prison into 3 waves and slowly injected it into the insect egg. Buzz, the insect egg trembled slightly, and the black spot on the shell exuded a faint black light. It was just a flash, then it quickly dimmed again. Lu Ming's face was overjoyed. The moment the black light shone, he also invaded it with divine thought, and he did feel a familiar cold aura. That is indeed the true demonic aura. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar turned his head and looked over. His eyes fell on the green insect egg in Lu Ming's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He put the insect egg back into the jade box, then he turned and walked outside. Take care. The middle-aged scholar's eyes flashed. His figure suddenly flickered, and he blocked in front of Lu Ming. What can I do for you? Lu Ming was slightly startled seeing this. I'm willing to pay 50,000 spirit stones to buy the green yarn cicada's egg in your hand. The middle-aged scholar said slowly after glancing at the jade box in his hand. The handsome young man on the side also walked up. He glanced at the middle-aged scholar in surprise, then he looked up and down at Lu Ming. He seemed to be a little puzzled. Sorry, I don't intend to sell this insect egg. Lu Ming naturally shook his head and refused. The middle-aged scholar frowned, and a gloomy expression flashed in his eyes. His body immediately revealed a majestic aura. It was the spiritual pressure of the early stage of the crystallization period. 80,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged scholar said coldly. Lu Ming sneered in his heart, and he was unmoved by the spiritual pressure. He had seen a lot of cultivators of the crystallization period. He even killed the fire spirit king of the early stage of the crystallization period in the small flame world. Why would he care about this spiritual pressure? Moreover, if he entered the condensation period later stage and entered the illusion, he would still be a little afraid of the early stage of the crystallization period, but now he wouldn't care at all. I have already said that this insect egg will not be sold. Lu Ming still refused. When the middle-aged scholar heard this, his face suddenly became a little ugly. Don't be ungrateful. You know that we are from the Howren Academy, and my master's junior is the outer courtyard deputy. For this insect egg, you just spent 30,000 spirit stones to buy it, right? You have earned 50,000 spirit stones in a blink of an eye. What are you dissatisfied with? Although the young man next to him didn't know why the middle-aged scholar wanted to buy this inconspicuous thing at a higher price, he immediately interrupted and revealed his identity. The threat in his words was obvious. "Oh, it turns out to be fellow cultivators of the Haran Academy. Nice to meet you." Lu Ming's heart moved. He glanced at the scholar robes on the two, and he finally frowned slightly. "One last time, 100,000 spirit stones, give me the insect egg." Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar said blankly again. As Lu Ming heard the words, his face changed a few times. He suddenly sneered and left the shop from the sight of the middle-aged Ru Heng, leaving the two people of the Haran Academy with a stunned look. Others might be scrupulous about the name of the Haran Academy, but Lu Ming, as a disciple of the Tai Ching Gate, naturally wouldn't care. In the shop, the middle-aged scholar's face was a little pale, and his hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly. After the young man reacted, he was even more furious. He was about to chase out angrily. "Wait a minute, since he is not willing to sell, then forget it." The middle-aged scholar reached out and pulled the young man, and the gloomy expression on his face slowly faded. "Masters Junior, do we really let him leave like this?" The young scholar complained angrily. "Don't forget, fighting is not allowed in the market. Do you still want to break this rule?" The middle-aged scholar's face had recovered its calmness. Obviously, his usual self-cultivation was very good. In contrast, the young scholar was much worse. "But," the young scholar said unwillingly, "there's no need to say any more. Since the insect egg was taken by the other party first, it is naturally his freedom to transfer it. Let's go." The middle-aged scholar shook his head. A hint of gloominess flashed in his eyes, and he stepped out of the shop. The young man muttered in a low voice and quickly followed out. After leaving the door, he hurriedly asked, "Masters Junior, what is so special about that green gauze cicada egg? Why would Masters Junior pay such a high price to buy it? If I'm not mistaken, it should be a mutated green gauze cicada egg." The middle-aged scholar spoke to the young man with a voice transmission while walking. "Mutated insect egg?" The young man was shocked when he heard the words. "Yes, I sensed a trace of turbid air on that insect egg. The green gauze cicada is a beastkin of the illusion insect, so it is impossible to have such an aura. The mutated insect egg is extremely rare, and its price is more than 10 times that of the same kind of ordinary insect egg." The middle-aged scholar said faintly. "There is such a thing. Damn it, it was bought by that person." The young man was taken aback when he heard the words, then a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. 10 times the price of ordinary insect eggs, that was to say, the mutated green gauze insect egg was worth at least 300,000 spirit stones. If this egg hatched into an adult insect, and it had other mutated talents, the price could immediately increase by several times. Such a large sum of spirit stones naturally made the middle-aged scholar, a crystallization period cultivator, very tempted. On the other side, after Lu Ming left the spirit beast shop, he quickly blended into the crowd and continued to wander in the market. After half a day, he looked at most of the shops before finding a secluded place to restore his original appearance, then he returned to the Bailian Pavilion. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Bailian Pavilion, he entered the secret room on the 3rd floor without saying a word. He launched a symbol to activate some simple enchantments in the secret room, then he sat cross-legged on a futon. After he adjusted his breath, he immediately took out the jade box from his bosom and opened it. He took out the green yarnworm egg and looked at it carefully again. This green insect egg was only the size of a thumb. Aside from some black spots on its surface, there was nothing special about it. Even if he injected ordinary magic power into it, he would not be able to sense any changes. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to ask Luo Ho face to face. So he closed his eyes, and at the same time, his spiritual force swept the sea of consciousness, and slowly poured his spiritual power into the celestial tablet. As a result, after a while, the celestial tablet shone brightly. His vision darkened, and he dragged the green yarnworm egg directly into the mysterious space. When he slowly opened his eyes, he found that Rahu was already waiting there. "Senior Rahu, can you tell me the relationship between this egg and true demonic aura now?" Lu Ming didn't talk nonsense and said straightforwardly. "I can't be sure now. I have to check it myself first." After Rahu said lightly, he waved his hand gently. Lu Ming only felt that his fingers trembled, and the insect egg immediately flew out of his hand. It slowly fell into Rahu's hand the next moment. Luo Ho used some mystic arts. After chanting, the green yarn cicada egg instantly released a large white halo in his hand, and there was a strange wave coming out. In the next moment, from the black spots on the insect egg, streams of turbid black gas darted out and condensed in the air around the insect egg. On the other side, Lu Ming vaguely felt the cold and turbid breath again at this time. After a while, Rahu finally showed a hint of joy on his face, and he nodded and said, "This egg is really not a green yarn cicada egg. This is the egg of the mind imitation insect that can be ranked in the top 30 of the ancient strange insects. However, for some reason, this insect egg has been contaminated by the true demonic aura, and it has become a demonic insect egg in a sense. Therefore, there are black spots on the surface, and it looks like an ordinary green yarn insect. Because of the demonic aura, it has been unable to hatch. Since it can be ranked in the top 30 of the ancient strange insects, what kind of magical power does this mind imitation insect have?" Lu Ming was also shocked when he heard Rahu's words, and he blurted out, "After hatching, the larvae of this insect are weak and can even be said to have no combat ability at all. Furthermore, they only have one innate ability, which is that they can perfectly copy the mental strength of the person who recognizes them as their master. When needed, they can transfer the mental strength to the owner, and then they can recover the consumed mental strength at the same speed as the owner. In other words, if someone gets such a mind imitation insect, he can expand his mental power by more than twice in an instant. The recovery speed is also more than twice that of ordinary people. After all, the owner and this insect can recover the consumed mental power at the same time." Rahu looked up at Lu Ming and explained blankly. After Lu Ming heard it, he was dumbfounded. Although the young man transformed by Rahu said it casually, the ability of this mind imitation insect was too unbelievable. Not to mention others, if he had this insect, not to mention that he could greatly shorten the intervals of his usual cultivation and could cast some mental power mystic arts, the benefits of using the mind imitation insect's mental power to enter the illusion created by the elusive demonic pupil were amazing. After all, with his current recovery speed, he basically had to meditate for a day and a night to recover all the consumed mental power. After leaving the mysterious space, in order to cultivate and for fear of any accidents, he naturally couldn't easily enter the mysterious space and consume a lot of mental power to activate the illusion created by the elusive demonic pupil. Now, if he could hatch this mind imitation insect egg, everything would be different. As long as he consumed some of his spiritual power, after entering the celestial tablet, he could let the mind imitation insect consume his mental power, so that he could easily enter the illusion. He didn't have to wait for the mysterious bubble to absorb spiritual power before practicing the elusive demonic pupil. As Lu Ming thought so, he couldn't help but look at the insect egg in Rahu's hand with joy. He immediately asked straightforwardly, "Senior just said that this insect egg has been contaminated by the true demonic aura, so it can't be hatched. Senior should have a way to remove this true demonic aura, so this insect can hatch." This mind imitation insect egg has been contaminated by the true demonic aura. Even if it is forcefully hatched, it will immediately explode with the demonic aura. Rahu replied with a sneer. Rahu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on him. His heart instantly turned cold. However, with the power of this cage, there is a way to absorb a part of the true demonic aura in this insect's body and let it hatch safely, but you still have to do it according to certain requirements. After Rahu sneered, he suddenly changed the topic. "Senior, please tell me." Lu Ming had a glimmer of hope in his heart, and he immediately cupped his fist and asked. "After this insect hatches, you must keep this insect close to you, so that the cage can absorb the true demonic aura in the insect egg at any time. However, you can use this method because you have the power of demonic thought in your body. Otherwise, if it is someone else, they will eventually be contaminated by the residual demonic aura in the insect's body, and they will go mad and die." Rahu glanced at Lu Ming and said slowly. After listening to this, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling shocked, but after thinking for a while, he cupped his fist and asked directly, "Senior Rahu, you didn't meet me before, but I don't know why you changed your attitude this time. Not only did you remind me to buy this insect egg with true demonic aura, but you also told me the hatching method of this insect egg. I once said that unless it's about the cage itself, I will never help you. It's the same now. I can hatch this insect, but you must promise me one condition. Rahu looked slightly gloomy, and he said slowly with a cold gaze. Senior, please go ahead. Lu Ming was already prepared, so he asked calmly. In order to make up for the needs of the cage, when the mind imitation insect is cultivated to adulthood, this insect must be placed in a mysterious space to let the cage continuously absorb its mental power for more than 100 years. Because once this insect reaches adulthood, it can replicate twice the mental power of the owner, which is enough to meet part of the energy needed by the cage and itself. Of course, the mysterious bubble can also constantly absorb the true demonic aura from the mind imitation insect to repair the seal. Rahu said calmly. Junior can agree to Senior's conditions. Although a hint of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face, after thinking quickly for a few times, he immediately agreed. Rahu nodded when he heard the words, and he also showed satisfaction. But Senior, I still have a concern. Since this mind imitation insect contains the true demonic aura, and I carry it with me, will it be seen through by the powerful figure? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked again. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you carry this insect with you, the power of the cage will naturally cover the true demonic aura on this insect. Luo said calmly with a calm face. Immediately afterward, Rahu chanted a strange gesture and pointed at the insect egg lightly. The black demonic chi on the insect egg suddenly gathered. In the next moment, Luo flipped his hand over, and the black chi swayed in the air before disappearing into his sleeve with a whoosh. I have used the power of the cage to take away the true demonic aura on this insect egg, but this is only a temporary measure. It won't take long for this insect to produce the true demonic aura again. You must hatch the insect egg during this period. In addition, this insect egg has been sleeping since ancient times, and its vitality has been reduced to the lowest. If you want to hatch it smoothly, you must let it replenish its vitality. You need to find some 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence to soak it. After Rahu explained again, he threw the insect egg back to Lu Ming with one hand. The true demonic aura on it was removed so easily. Lu Ming grabbed in the air, and the green insect egg fell into his hand. At this time, the black spot on the insect egg had disappeared without a trace. After looking at it for a while, he carefully put the insect egg away. Okay, I have told you what I should tell you. You can go now. After Luo said faintly, he waved his sleeve robe, and a gust of wind swept out. Before Lu Ming had time to ask something else, he only felt that his vision turned black. The next moment, he returned to the quiet room on the 3rd floor. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly. It didn't seem to be the first time he received this kind of treatment. The feeling that Luo gave him was as if he didn't want to have more contact with him at all. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he was very worried about the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence. After all, things like the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence were naturally something that could only be found by chance. Even in the market, it couldn't be easily found. At least these days, he didn't see similar things being sold in the shops he visited. After Lu Ming thought about it, he immediately closed the enchantment in the secret room, then he walked out of the quiet room and walked downstairs. In the next 3 days, he would leave the shop every day when he was free and visit all the shops of interest in the market. 3 days later, in a place near the central lake in the free trading area, there was a huge hexagonal building with an area of more than 10 acres and a height of more than 100 meters. 2 tall men in white robes were standing motionless on both sides of the gate. Judging from the aura they exuded, they faintly had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage. On the large board hung high above the entrance, the words Thousand Association Merchant Association were painted in gold. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it shone with a piercing golden light, appearing exceptionally eye-catching. Moreover, from time to time, there would be people going in and out of the door. They wore all sorts of clothing and did not look like people from sections. This was the largest auction hall in the Xianxia market. Beside the bulletin board on the side of the building, a middle-aged man in a green robe was reading the announcement on it. After 4 months, after the man in green robe said to himself faintly, he turned and walked to the door. This is my first time coming to the Xianxia market. I wonder if there are any restrictions on the number of participants in the auction held by your Chamber of Commerce? The green-robed man bowed slightly and asked one of the white-robed guards with a smile. The white-robed man had no intention of responding to him and continued to stare ahead expressionlessly. Seeing this, the green-robed man shook his head and turned to leave. Brother, please wait a moment. I am Zhuji of the Sword River Association. I am one of the people in charge of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce's auction house here. How should I address you? At this moment, a handsome young man in his 20s wearing a light red robe walked out of the hall and called out to the middle-aged man very politely. Greetings, fellow Daoist Shua. My surname is Yi, and I'm a loose cultivator. The middle-aged man turned around and asked unhurriedly. It turns out to be Mr. Yi. This is your first time coming to the Changyang market, so you probably don't know much about our Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce's auction. Our Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce is actually a chamber of commerce composed of nearly 1,000 chambers of commerce of different sizes. Although the sphere of influence of each chamber of commerce is not large, the chamber of commerce composed of thousands of chambers of commerce can't be compared with the 4 ancient sects and the 8 major families, but we still have a place in the middle state. The young man in red robe explained slowly. When the middle-aged man heard this, there was a slight surprise on his face, but he recovered his calmness in an instant. Mr. Zhua, I wonder if I, a loose cultivator, can enter this auction without an invitation? The middle-aged man asked after a thought. This auction doesn't have any restrictions. Fellow Daoist can participate as long as you bring enough spirit stones. If fellow Daoist has any items that you wish to auction, I can also introduce you to the appraisers of our auction house. After passing the appraisal, you can participate in the auction. After the transaction is completed, we only charge 10% of the commission. The young man in red robe said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhua. I still have to go to the market to buy some materials, so I will leave first. I will come back to participate in 4 months later. After the middle-aged man cupped his hands, he turned around and left. After a while, he disappeared in the street of the market. The young man in a red robe watched him leave with a strange expression on his face. He immediately turned around and strode into the auction hall. Not long after the middle-aged man walked into a deserted alley, a young man in a green robe slowly walked out of it. The young man was Lu Ming. I didn't expect the power of this Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce to be bigger than I imagined. After he sighed softly, he walked toward the Bailian Pavilion. In the quiet room on the 3rd floor of the Bailian Pavilion, Lu Ming's face was expressionless, but his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. In the corner of the quiet room, there were several jade boxes on a wooden table. After the previous few days of wandering, he had already understood the general situation of the entire market. He also carefully selected a few shops that he thought were more reliable. He planned to sell the remaining cold condensing pills in batches in a few days. But he didn't think about how to deal with the remaining flawless grade elixir. After all, flawless grade elixir was different from ordinary elixir. If it was not handled properly, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After Lu Ming thought quickly, he made a decision. After putting away the jade box on the wooden table, he concentrated on meditating on the futon. At noon the next day, Lu Ming turned into different people. After wandering around the market, he immediately divided the cold condensing pills into several batches and sold them to the relatively reliable shops that he was optimistic about a few days ago. Then, he turned into the largest Bat Clan elixir store. This time, in addition to the black-clothed servants, there was also a 30-year-old shopkeeper in the shop. As soon as he saw someone enter the shop, he walked out from behind the counter and greeted him with a smile. I'm the shopkeeper here. Do you need elixir or alchemy materials? The Bat Clan shopkeeper said with a kind face. I want to sell some elixir in exchange for some matured alchemy materials. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and said impolitely. Oh? This place is not very convenient. Please follow me to the 3rd floor to talk in detail. The Bat Clan man looked at the young man in green robe in front of him slightly. After rolling his eyes, he said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded and walked to the stairs without saying a word. Yanner, take care of the business. After the Bat Clan man instructed, he also walked upstairs quickly. The third floor of the pavilion was separated by elegant rooms. There were a total of 4 rooms. 2 of them were open, and the doors of the other rooms were closed. It seemed that there were people inside. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately released his mental power to scan, but he couldn't probe into the elegant room at all. It was clear that there was a rather profound divine thought isolation enchantment. After that, he chose an elegant room with an open door and slowly walked in. The elegant room was only about 50 to 60 feet in size. A few pots of green plants were placed around it. In the center, there was a round wooden table and a few chairs. On one side of the wall, there was a painting. In the painting, there was a group of black-robed men with wings on their backs. They were fighting a vicious purple-flecked dragon. On the other side of the wall, there were some dark red runes engraved. Lu Ming released his mental power to probe a little, but he couldn't penetrate it. The originally dim runes suddenly flashed, emitting bursts of red dazzling halo. Lu Ming immediately withdrew his mental power, then he sat on a wooden chair. The runes on this wall are the isolation enchantment unique to our Bat clan. It can isolate all mental power. Even if your cultivation is high, you can't explore it at all. You can rest assured about this. As for the painting you saw before, it was a battle between our Bat clan's old ancestor and a certain evil dragon tens of thousands of years ago. The Bat clan shopkeeper walked in not long after Lu Ming sat down, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in his hand. He said with a smile, "That's great." Lu Ming nodded and said as he heard the words, "Sir, please have the spiritual tea first." The Bat clan man put the tea on the table and waved with one hand. The door of the elegant room was slowly closed. "Okay, sir can talk about what materials you need now. In addition, what elixir do you want to exchange?" After the Bat clan man sat down, he asked with a slight smile. As Lu Ming heard the words, he took out a green jade box from his waist and put it on the table. "I want to exchange some green condensing fruit that is more than 500 years old." As for what elixir to exchange, the shopkeeper will know at a glance. Lu Ming gently pushed the jade box in front of the man in black clothes, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The Bat clan man reached out and took the jade box, then he patted it gently with one hand. The jade box opened slowly after a flash of green light. A chill suddenly spread, revealing 7 green elixirs in the jade box. "Cold condensing pill." The man couldn't help but exclaim, then he carefully picked up one of them with his slender fingers. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. On the elixir that was glowing in green light, 2 silver spirit patterns were faintly visible. Immediately after that, the man in black clothes put it back in the jade box, then he picked up another one and looked at it. 7 of them are actually pellet grade. After the Bat clan man checked all the 7 elixirs, he looked at Lu Ming with a look of surprise. "I wonder how many 500 years old green condensing fruit can these cold condensing pills be exchanged for?" Lu Ming said unhurriedly. "If sir wants to exchange all of them for 500 years old green condensing fruit, our shop is willing to exchange 15 of them." The Bat clan man hesitated slightly when he heard the words, then he gritted his teeth and said. Lu Ming's face changed slightly when he heard it. He had already inquired about it before. He knew that the 500 years old green condensing fruit was at least 30,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the man in front of him intended to befriend him, so he offered the price of 15 green condensing fruits? Sure enough, before Lu Ming spoke, the Bat clan man said again. "If sir has a higher grade elixir, our shop may be able to exchange it with the 1,000 years old green condensing fruit." The man said eagerly. "Shopkeeper, let's complete this transaction first. It's not too late to talk about other things." Lu Ming said noncommittally when he heard the words. "Sir, please wait a moment." The man in black clothes realized that he had lost his composure. After an awkward smile, he immediately closed the jade box on the table, then he got up and walked out of the elegant room. After about 10 minutes, the Batman walked in again with a smile on his face. He was holding a gray wooden box of a few feet in size in his hand. He put the wooden box on the table, tapped it lightly with his slender fingers, and a blood-red gas went into the jade box. The jade box popped open, and the 15 green fruits inside exuded a faint green light. For Lu Ming, who had seen countless green condensing fruits, he just scanned with divine thought to confirm the maturity of these green condensing fruits. Then, he stroked it with one hand, and the wooden box was kept into the summer snail at his waist. "Shopkeeper, I still have something to do, so I will leave first. As for the higher grade elixir, I will consider it," Lu Ming said faintly. Lu Ming wanted to be vague. He never thought of revealing that there was a higher grade elixir, but after thinking about it, this earth grade elixir must be sold somewhere, and this Batman shop was indeed a good trading partner. Moreover, he was really interested in this 1,000 years green condensing fruit. "Take care. If you come to this shop again next time, just look for me directly." After the Batman put away the jade box with the cold condensing pill on the table, he said with a smile on his face, then he accompanied Lu Ming downstairs. Lu Ming didn't stay long. As soon as he left the shop, he strode away and disappeared in the crowded street the next moment. In the remaining time, he transformed into a dozen different people. He used all the spirit stones in his hands to collect a large number of other auxiliary materials needed for alchemy and some condensation period golden yuan beast essence cores, then he returned to the Bailian pavilion. For a period of time after that, except for going downstairs to check the shop when necessary, he stayed in the secret room on the 3rd floor most of the time. While continuing to practice the two-sword cultivator magical powers, he continued to refine the 2 elixirs intermittently. After more than 2 months, he finally finished refining a large number of materials. This time, he refined more than 100 condensed pills in one go. Among them, there were more than 30 common-grade pills and 4 earth-grade pills. In addition, there were more than 10 golden elemental pills and a mortal-grade pill. The reason why he could get so many flawless grade elixirs at once was obviously related to the fact that the green condensing fruit used in this alchemy was the main material of 400 to 500 years. The quality of the elixirs refined was naturally greatly improved. After some consideration, he divided the ordinary quality cold condensing pills in his hand into several batches and sold them to many elixir shops in the market, leaving only more than 20 ordinary elixirs for his own use. As for those flawless cold condensing pills, Lu Ming kept all of them after consideration. Although he had been very cautious, the appearance of so many cold condensing pills still caused a commotion in a huge market like Changyang Market. Although there were many elixir shops in the market, for those who really wanted to know the quantity and origin of various elixirs in the market, they had a general idea in their hearts. Any slight movement could attract the attention of some forces, not to mention a large number of cold condensing pills of unknown origin. Now even the slowest person knew that there might be a real alchemy master who was good at refining cold condensing pills in the market. As an unorthodox elixir that could increase spiritual power, many forces were naturally interested in this alchemy master. They began to secretly send people to investigate. In the bustling area near the northeast corner of Changyang Market, there was a street shop that was more than 100 meters long. The exterior decoration of the shop was gorgeous and grand. The red lacquer door was bright and clean. In the middle of the shop entrance, there was a large mahogany plaque with Haran Medicine Shop written in red paint. This was an elixir shop opened by the Haran Academy in the market. It was richer than the Bailian Pavilion of the Taiching Gate. In a hall of Haran Medicine Shop, the space was not big, but the furniture and decoration inside revealed a kind of antique atmosphere. It seemed to have existed for a long time. In the middle of the hall, a middle-aged man in a scholar robe was sitting, playing with a small white jade-carved vase in his hand. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the middle-aged scholar from the Haran Academy whom he met in the Spirit Beast shop a few days ago. The young scholar was standing quietly on the side at the moment. In addition, there was an old man with white hair, reporting something to the middle-aged scholar with a respectful look. Shopkeeper Su, so to speak, the person who came here to sell cold condensing pills at that time was a middle-aged man in a grey robe. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged scholar suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yes. Because it is a rare elixir like cold condensing pills, I personally received the transaction at that time. The person asked for a private transaction, so I couldn't ask him about the source of the elixir. After the transaction was completed, the person left quickly. The old man with white hair replied respectfully. Does that middle-aged man have any characteristics? The middle-aged scholar frowned slightly. That person is about 40 years old. His figure and appearance are very ordinary. His cultivation is only at the condensation period. As for his specific realm, I can't see it without fighting. Shopkeeper Su recalled and said. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar didn't speak for a while, Shopkeeper Su hesitated for a while and continued, I have already sent someone to investigate. The number of cold condensing pills that appeared this time is about 200. They are scattered in 8 shops. Moreover, according to our informants, the person selling elixir in each shop is not the same person. There are old and young people. Almost every time, it is a new face. It seems that the alchemy master is very careful. He doesn't want to attract attention, so he sends a different person every time, or there is always only one person, but that person is constantly changing his appearance. The middle-aged scholar speculated after a little hesitation. What Elder Bai said is correct. Many people also think the same way. Shopkeeper Su flattered without leaving a trace and said with a smile. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Shopkeeper Su. Although he didn't say it, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He enjoyed this clever compliment very much. This middle-aged scholar was a crystallization period elder sent by the Haran Academy here. He was also the master's uncle of the young scholar next to him. The young scholar was the disciple in charge of the Haran medicine shop here, so it was no wonder that Shopkeeper Su was so respectful. Masters Jr., could it be that the alchemy master changed his appearance and sold these cold condensing pills personally? The young scholar who had been standing quietly by the side suddenly interjected. It shouldn't be. The identity of the alchemy master who can refine cold condensing pills is not ordinary. It is unlikely for him to do these small things of selling personally. Those people or just one person should be the alchemy master's subordinates or followers. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. The young scholar nodded when he heard the words, and he stopped talking. No matter what, our Haran Academy must try its best to win over this alchemy master. If it succeeds, it will be regarded as a great contribution to the academy. The higher-ups will not hesitate to reward him. Shopkeeper Su, if someone comes here to sell cold condensing pills again, you must try to keep him here, and then quickly inform me. The middle-aged scholar instructed in an unquestionable tone. Yes, I will give the order. Shopkeeper Su bowed and nodded to the young Confucian scholar. Then, he quickly walked out. On the southwest side of Changyang Market, in the largest Bat clan shop, a conversation was also going on. Fu Min, 2 months ago, you sent a letter saying that you bought several cold condensing pills from a mysterious person, and they are extremely rare pellet-grade elixirs. After several elders in the clan saw the elixirs, they attached great importance to it. Elder Fu Li even praised you at the elders' meeting. The person who spoke was a beautiful young woman with an exquisite figure. She was sitting on a chair in the secret room on the top floor of the shop. Her every move was flirtatious and extremely fascinating. As a member of the clan, these are all things that I should do. Elder Fu Li and Madame Wan have overpraised me. In front of the beautiful young woman, a man in black clothes stood there respectfully. He was the shopkeeper in black clothes who previously used the 500-year-old green condensing fruit to exchange for Lu Ming's elixir. But I heard that a large number of cold condensing pills have appeared in the market recently. Is it also from the mysterious person? The beautiful young woman said. Reporting to Madame Wan, it should be so. This time, there are more cold condensing pills, and the person also sold some in our shop. The shopkeeper in black clothes said, taking out 2 jade boxes. Are there any flawless grade elixirs? The beautiful young woman took a jade box and found that there were 10 round cold condensing pills in it, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance. No, they are all ordinary quality elixirs. The shopkeeper in black clothes said with a wry smile. The beautiful young woman's face suddenly showed a disappointed expression. She picked up a cold condensing pill, put it under her nose and sniffed it carefully, then she said, the purity of these elixirs is not low. They are far above the ordinary condensation period elixir. It seems that the person who refined the cold condensing pill is a real alchemy master. Madame Wan is right. The 20 cold condensing pills we purchased this time are all ordinary elixirs with 60% to 70% purity. They are only one step away from flawless grade. The shopkeeper in black clothes said so. Fu Min, you received the mysterious person twice. Did you inquire about the alchemy master behind this person? The beautiful young woman closed the jade box and asked after a slight hesitation. That person is very strict. He was very cautious when he came to sell elixirs twice. He didn't mention the origin of the elixir. I was also afraid of annoying this person, so I didn't dare to ask more. The shopkeeper in black clothes shook his head and smiled bitterly. You are cautious. This is very good. The beautiful young woman nodded. However, this cold condensing pill is related to a major event in the clan. Elder Fu Li specially instructed that if this person comes again next time, we must ask if he has earth-grade elixir in his hand, or if the alchemy master behind him can refine the earth-grade cold condensing pill. If that person doesn't want to say more, and we push too hard, will we offend the alchemy master? The shopkeeper in black clothes said with some worry. You don't have to worry about this. I brought some 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit with me this time. I believe it can calm the anger of the alchemy master. The beautiful young woman said confidently. Yes, I understand. The shopkeeper in black clothes said solemnly. Surrounding this batch of cold condensing pills that suddenly appeared, there were frequent storms in the market for a while, and the undercurrent was surging endlessly. But no matter which force, before figuring out the true origin of this alchemist, they all tacitly instructed their disciples not to offend the person who came to sell elixir. Most of the capable people had a very eccentric personality. If they annoyed the alchemy master who obviously didn't belong to anyone, it would be terrible. As a force of Taiqing Gate, the Bailian Pavilion naturally received the news quickly. On this day, on the third floor of the Bailian Pavilion, shopkeeper Yi stood respectfully in front of Lu Ming. He was reporting something. Envoy Lu, do you know that a large number of cold condensing pills suddenly appeared in the market, and an alchemy master came here and hid quietly? I haven't heard of this yet. I've been practicing behind closed doors these days. Did such a thing happen in the market? Lu Ming raised his brows and said as if nothing had happened. There was a look of interest on his face. This matter has already spread in the market. It is said that there are hundreds of elixirs circulating. Many merchants are inquiring about the source of these elixirs. Shopkeeper Yi was obviously very interested in this matter. As far as I know, the cold condensing pill is a kind of elixir that is extremely difficult to refine. How can there be so many of them at once? Is someone refining this elixir in large quantities? Lu Ming touched his chin and said noncommittally. Many people also guessed so. Now it seems that there must be an amazing alchemy master in the Changyang market. Shopkeeper Yi said with a wry smile. Shopkeeper Yi is also interested in this person? Lu Ming took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. This person is good at refining rare elixirs like the cold condensing pill. If we can recruit him into the sect, we will naturally make a great contribution. Shopkeeper Yi said solemnly. Okay, then I will leave this matter to Mr. Yi. Lu Ming said calmly. Yes, I will try my best to find this alchemy master. Shopkeeper Yi said with joy when he heard this. If he was the one who found it, he would have made a huge contribution. Then the old man changed the topic and talked about other things in the Changyang market. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Shopkeeper Yi got up and left. Lu Ming also put down the blue and white porcelain cup in his hand, and a faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. Even though he had been very careful when he sold the pills twice, he still couldn't escape the eyes of those with ulterior motives. With so many forces looking for him, going out to purchase alchemy materials was a bit risky. As for the matter of alchemy, he could only wait until the limelight had passed. In the following time, Lu Ming cultivated behind closed doors every day, and he luxuriously took a cold condensing pill every few days to slowly refine the medicine. While his magic power was steadily improving, he also put on the agenda to find the blood essence of the 10,000-year-old spirit turtle and upgrade the prototype of the Nine Skulls Shield magic treasure. These two major events were related to his future cultivation plan. The essence blood of a 10,000-year-old spirit turtle was extremely rare, and he could only try his luck. As for the materials needed to refine the last restriction of the Nine Skulls Shield, Lu Ming had already found most of them, and he still lacked 3 supplementary materials: Filthine liquid, demonic crow crystal, and spirit essence powder. These three materials were not easy to find. Filthine liquid and demonic crow crystal were rare inattribute materials, and spirit essence powder was a very rare spiritual material. Lu Ming took more than 1 million spirit stones from selling the cold condensing pill. In addition to cultivating, he began to search in the Chengyang market. Fortunately, he had almost visited the market a few days ago, so he was not clueless at this moment. Chengyang Market, in an alley near the southeast corner, there were many shops of different heights on both sides, which sold all kinds of items. In a shop selling forging materials, Lu Ming walked out helplessly after talking with a shopkeeper in a yellow robe with an apologetic expression. In the past few days, he had visited many shops. What made him a little frustrated was that not only he had no clue about the blood essence of the 10,000-year-old spirit turtle, but he also couldn't find any of the three supplementary materials. With his identity, if he asked the Bai Lian Pavilion to look for it, it would be much faster. However, in this way, it might also attract the attention of some people in the sect. At that time, it would be troublesome. Just as Lu Ming turned to walk to the next material shop, a male voice suddenly came from behind. "Mister, please wait for a while." Lu Ming stopped and turned around. He saw a man in a green shirt in his early 30s standing not far behind him, looking at Lu Ming with a smile on his face. "I don't know who you are. Why do you stop me?" Lu Ming frowned. He faintly felt that the person in front of him was a bit familiar, so he asked in a cold voice. "I'm Lu Yanping. I've been seeing Mr. looking for something for the past 2 days. I have lived in the market for many years. I believe I'm more familiar with the situation here than Mr. I should be able to help you and save some time." The man in green shirt smiled and didn't care about the indifference shown by Lu Ming. "Mr. is following me?" Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. A thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered. He did encounter this man in green shirt by chance when he was looking for materials in the past 2 days, but they were just passing by. They didn't talk to each other, so he naturally didn't pay attention to him. "Please forgive me, Mr. I don't have any ulterior motives. I'm just a broker in this Chengyang market." The man in green shirt saw Lu Ming was a little annoyed, so he quickly waved his hand and explained. "Broker?" When Lu Ming heard it, his face eased a little. He looked up and down at the man in green shirt for a moment, but he didn't speak immediately. Instead, his mind turned sharply. For these brokers, Lu Ming was no stranger. He was also a person who often visited the market. He knew that brokers were generally divided into 2 types, bright cuckold and dark cuckold. Bright cuckold was simply a middleman for some foreign cultivators to inquire about information, and he would receive some remuneration from it. On the surface, dark cuckold did the same thing as bright cuckold. At the same time, they were also spies of some local forces, revealing the information of the people who hired them to others. He didn't have much affection for these people before, and he had never cooperated with them. After all, they had a lot of secrets. Although he didn't know what kind of broker this person was, he had been looking for materials for 2 days, and he hadn't found anything. If he continued to search, it would probably be a waste of time. If he cooperated with these people who were familiar with the market, he might be able to give it a try. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the man in green shirt secretly thought that there was a chance. He immediately waited patiently by the side. "How long have you been in this market?" After thinking silently for a moment, Lu Ming asked calmly. "Not too long, about 10 years. The man in green shirt replied with a slight smile. "How much is the fee?" Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. With more than 10 years of experience, this person should be quite familiar with the Chengyang market, so he asked, "It depends on what you are looking for. If you are not in a hurry, why don't we find a place to sit down and talk slowly?" The man in green shirt suggested. After a quarter of an hour, the two sat in a fragrance house restaurant in the market, ordered 2 cups of tea, and chatted while drinking. Filthine liquid, demonic crow crystal and spirit essence powder are indeed some rare materials. They are not easy to find. Lu Yanping listened to Lu Ming's request, put down the cup, bowed his head, and pondered. "Mr. Lu, don't tell me you have no clue?" Since he had made up his mind to cooperate with this person, Lu Ming calmed down instead. The three materials you want, the first two are fine. Although they are rare, as far as I know, there should be stock in this Changyang market. However, I'm not sure if I can find the spirit essence powder. Lu Yanping spread his hands and said with a smile. As for the fee, you can pay me 2,000 spirit stones for each material I buy. Lu Yanping added after thinking about it. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, and he quickly nodded and agreed. Although the fee was not low, if he could find the materials smoothly, he would naturally not be stingy with a mere few thousand spirit stones. Deal, but I have to say that I have to wait until I get the materials before I can pay you. Lu Ming pointed at the table and said. Of course. In that case, I will take you to find filthy liquid and demonic crow crystal first. There should be a shop that has these two things. Lu Yanping said and stood up. I have one more thing to ask. If Mr. Lu can help me find the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle, I am willing to pay double the reward. The man in green shirt just got up, and Lu Ming whispered. This time, after thinking for a while, Lu Yanping did not answer immediately. After a while, he slowly replied, the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle is not comparable to those materials. It is a real rare treasure. I can only inquire about it for you. Whether you can find it depends on your luck. Very well, then I will count on you. Lu Ming naturally had no opinion on this. The two then left the Piaoxiang house and mixed into the crowd on the street. Lu Ming followed Lu Yanping for about 15 minutes, then he appeared in a dark alley. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he still followed silently. After the two walked for a while, Lu Yanping stopped at the door of an inconspicuous shop. This small shop didn't even have a plaque. It was squeezed in the middle of several nearby shops. There was only a small door more than 2 feet wide. It was really shabby. The material that Lu wants to buy is not an ordinary thing. It can only be found here in the entire Changyang market. The man in green shirt explained, then he took the lead to push open the half-closed door and strode in. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then he also stepped in. As soon as he walked in, he glanced around and saw a few wooden shelves in the room. There were some ordinary materials for alchemy and forging casually placed on them. A skinny old man with yellow hair and beard was sitting on the recliner behind the counter, closing his eyes to rest. Lu Ming glanced at the old man with divine thought, and his eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise. This skinny old man looked ordinary, but he was actually a cultivator of the condensation period later stage. Old man Gao, I'm here to introduce you to a business. Lu Yanping shouted as soon as he entered the door. He seemed to be very familiar with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper lazily looked up at Lu Yanping, then he glanced at Lu Ming who was following behind. He seemed to notice Lu Ming's strength of the condensation period later stage, so his casual expression changed slightly. It turns out to be Kid Lu. The guest you brought this time is not bad. Old man Gao smiled and stood up from the recliner. Isn't that so? How can I? Lu Yanping suddenly became energetic when he heard it. Fellow, what do you need to buy? Old man Gao didn't wait for Lu Yanping to finish speaking and asked Lu Ming with a smile. This Lu wants filthy liquid, demonic crow crystal and spirit essence powder. Do you have them here? Before Lu Ming spoke, Lu Yanping had already said it first. There are still some stocks of filthy liquid and demonic crow crystal, but there is no spirit essence powder. This kind of superb forging material is worth at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This small shop can't afford it. The skinny old man glared at Lu Yanping, then he said with a frown. Lu Yanping heard the words, glanced at Lu Ming, shrugged slightly, and made a helpless expression. Could shopkeeper Gao please take out the materials for me to have a look? Lu Ming said calmly after a moment of silence. Although there was no strange expression on his face, he was actually very surprised in his heart. Although there was no spirit essence powder, it was already a great harvest to be able to buy demonic crow crystal and filthy liquid. The skinny old man turned around and walked a few steps inside without saying a word. He took out a jade token and waved it on the wall. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound. An entrance with the height of one person appeared on the wall, then he walked in. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This small shop really has some tricks up its sleeve. The skinny old man doesn't avoid outsiders from entering the secret room. He must have something to rely on. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. After a while, the old man came out again with a cloth bag in his hand. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. The skinny old man waved his hand to close the secret chamber before handing over the cloth bag. Lu Ming nodded and opened the cloth bag, revealing the contents inside. There was a small white jade bottle and a square wooden box. He first picked up the jade bottle and opened the stopper. Suddenly, a faint black gas came out of the bottle. He looked into the bottle and saw a pitch-black viscous liquid inside. There was a faint chill coming from it. Lu Ming looked at it carefully for a while, then closed the bottle and opened another wooden box. Inside was a purple crystal the size of a fist. All right, I'll take both of these items. Shopkeeper Gao, please name your price. Lu Ming said with satisfaction after inspecting the items. The skinny old man opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Lu Yanping had already interjected. I say, old man Gao, this is the first time that Lu has come to your small shop. You can't ask for a random price. Little Lu, I know how to do business. I don't need you to teach me. The skinny old man glared at the man in green shirt again and said. Fellow Taoist, I won't say anything about the demonic crow crystal. The fixed price is 110,000 spirit stones. I bought the filthy liquid from other places at a high price, 150,000 spirit stones. No bargaining. Old man Gao said faintly. Lu Ming thought for a while. This price was a little more expensive than the market price he knew, but considering the scarcity of materials, it was worth this number. However, if he could lower the price, he was not willing to pay more spirit stones. He immediately glanced at Lu Yanping next to him casually. Lu Yanping understood. He coughed and began to talk about the price with the skinny old man. After some bargaining, these two materials were finally sold for 240,000 spirit stones. After putting the materials into the storage amulet, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Now there was only one spirit essence powder left, then his 9 skulls shield could start to forge the 36th enchantment. When he thought of the power after upgrading to the prototype of the magic weapon, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of enthusiasm. After completing the transaction, the two did not leave the shop immediately. I say, old man Gao, about spirit essence powder, do you really have no way? Lu Yanping asked with a smile. Will I lie to you? Why wouldn't I sell it if I have it? The skinny old man rolled his eyes and said with annoyance. Hee, of course, I don't mean that. In 2 months, isn't it the big auction in the market? Have you got any news? Lu Yanping said with a smile. No, I haven't heard any special news here. Old man Gao shook his head and said. I wonder if shopkeeper Gao has the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle, or is there a clue about this thing? When Lu Ming heard the words, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but after thinking about it, he asked again with the idea of giving it a try. The blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle is not as good as the previous few things. I haven't even seen it before. Old man Gao glanced at Lu Ming and said. Although Lu Ming already knew the result, he still couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the words. The two immediately bid farewell. The old man left the shop and soon returned to the Fragrance House restaurant. In the Chongyang market, old man Gao has the most connections when it comes to forging materials. Even he can't buy the spirit essence powder you need. I guess it's the same in other shops. Lu Yanping took the bag handed over by Lu Ming, scanned it with divine thought, and said slowly. Mr. Lu, just try your best. If you can't find it in the end, don't force it. Lu Ming smiled slightly. I'll ask the others about it. I'll definitely give you an answer in 2 days. Lu Yanping said seriously after a moment of consideration. Lu Ming immediately agreed with him on the next meeting time, then he quickly left the restaurant. 2 days passed in a flash. Lu Ming kept to the time and came to the Fragrance House restaurant again. At the same position, Lu Yanping was already sitting there waiting. Lu Ming's eyes moved. In addition to Lu Yanping, there was a slightly fat middle-aged cultivator at the wine table, and he looked over with some amazement. Lu is here. You are really on time. Lu Yanping saw Lu Ming and stood up with a smile. Sorry to keep Brother Lu waiting. Mr. Xian is also here. What a coincidence. Lu Ming didn't wait for Lu Yanping to speak again, and he turned around and nodded to the middle-aged cultivator. Lu, long time no see. The middle-aged cultivator quickly stood up and cupped his fist. You two know each other? This time it was Lu Yanping's turn to be a little stunned. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He wasn't an acquaintance with this middle-aged cultivator. He just met him once. It was 2 months ago in the Bailian Pavilion. A middle-aged cultivator and another Bat clan cultivator were interested in a spiritual weapon at the same time and had a dispute. Shopkeeper Yi asked Lu Ming to come forward. After some mediation, the spiritual weapon was sold to this person. Xian talked about the meeting between the two. He naturally said that Lu Ming was the disciple in charge of Taiqing Gate. It turns out that Lu is actually the outer disciple of Taiqing Gate. I'm sorry. When Lu Yanping heard Lu Ming's identity, he was shocked. He quickly cupped his fist and saluted again. Taiqing Gate was one of the ancient sects of the human race. It was respected in the Middle Sky continent. Even if he was just an ordinary disciple in the sect, he was not comparable to ordinary casual cultivators like him. Mr. Lu is too polite. Lu Ming returned the salute and said faintly. After some pleasantries, the three sat down again and talked about business. Mr. Lu, I wonder if there is any news about the materials. Lu Ming asked straightforwardly. In the past 2 days, I have asked a lot of friends, and I did get some news. In fact, the source of this news is Mr. Ku, so I invited him and Lu to meet today. I didn't expect everyone to be acquaintances. Lu Yanping nodded and smiled. I just heard it from hearsay. I think Brother Lu also knows that the annual auction of Changyang Market will be held in less than 2 months. Xian said with a slight smile. Yes, I did hear about it. Lu Ming said as usual. Bailian Pavilion, as the sphere of influence of Taiqing Gate, was naturally clear about the news of the auction. The scale of this auction is unprecedentedly grand. The host of the auction is the top 10 Tianluo trading firm in the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce. There are many rare treasures in the auction. According to reliable sources, a bottle of soul essence powder that fellow Taoist wants will also appear at the convention. Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Is this true? Lu Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard the words. Brother Ku's news source is very reliable, so Brother Lu can rest assured. However, the other thing that Brother Lu needs is the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle. I asked a lot of friends, but I still couldn't find it. I'm really sorry. Lu Yanping said on the side. The blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle is originally something that can only be found by luck, so I naturally can't blame Brother Lu. Lu Ming comforted him casually, and his mind quickly turned to the auction. About this auction, there are rumors that there are more than 10 superb spiritual weapons, and there are even more elixirs and treasures. I even heard that the finale of the auction is a prototype of a magic weapon. That is something that even the powerhouse of the Jin Dan state is envious of. Xian couldn't help but praise. Prototype of a magic weapon. Lu Ming was also shocked when he heard the words. This kind of treasure couldn't be bought with spirit stones alone. According to the rules of previous years, a cultivator of a big sect like Brother Lu who is in the market will definitely receive an invitation to participate in the auction. Although spirit essence powder is precious, it is just an ordinary treasure in this auction. If you spend more spirit stones, I believe it is easy to get it. Lu Yanping touched his nose and said with some envy. Lu Ming nodded silently. He already had a plan in his mind. Although he already had more than 1 million spirit stones in his hand, which was amazing compared to most of the condensation period cultivators, if he wanted to participate in the auction of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce in the Changyang market, it seemed that it was not enough. With the influence of the Changyang market in the nearby area, not to mention the crystallization period cultivator, even the existence of the Jin Dan state was not a rare thing. 1 million spirit stones might be an astronomical number for the existence of the condensation period, but it was nothing for the cultivators above the crystallization period. According to Lu Ming's understanding, It was impossible for a treasure like the prototype of a magic weapon to have a base price of 2 or 3 million spirit stones. Although he wasn't interested in this, if there were other treasures that he liked, he naturally didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. After all, an auction of such a scale was not often seen. At present, if he wanted to obtain a large number of spirit stones in more than a month, the only way was to refine more flawless grade cold condensing pills. Especially the earth-grade cold condensing pill, each one was worth more than hundreds of thousands. Even if it was inconvenient to sell it in a short period of time, he could mortgage a lot of spirit stones at the auction or exchange it with other items. It was not impossible to exchange for some things he needed. After Lu Ming made up his mind, he asked the two about the specific matters of the auction, then he left. He didn't rush back to the Bailian pavilion, but he disguised himself again and turned into a muscular man with a black face. At this time, he still had a lot of auxiliary materials needed for alchemy, but the most important material, the green condensing fruit, was gone. After Lu Ming thought about it, he took the flawless grade elixir and quietly found the elixir shop opened by the Bat clan. As soon as he stepped into the shop, the Bat clan man in black immediately walked out from behind a counter and greeted him directly. "Sir, let's go upstairs to talk." Before waiting for Lu Ming to speak, the Bat clan shopkeeper invited Lu Ming to the VIP room upstairs without saying a word. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he heard the words. He didn't say much and strode upstairs. At the same time, on the other side, a middle-aged man who was sorting out medicinal materials like a pharmacist in the shop raised his head and glanced at the muscular man with a black face transformed by Lu Ming with a pair of bloody eyes. Then he lowered his head and continued to busy himself. After about 10 minutes, in a rather elegant secret room on the 3rd floor of the shop, the man in black clothes was looking at Lu Ming with an embarrassed look. There was a green jade box on the table between the two. The jade box contained more than a dozen pellet-grade cold condensing pills that Lu Ming had recently refined. "Mr. Yi, although the price of these 10 cold condensing pills is equivalent to 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit, the clan is ready to auction the treasured 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit. I really can't decide on this matter. Please forgive me." The Bat clan shopkeeper slowly pushed the jade box back to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard this, he frowned slightly and touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. "However, if fellow Daoist is able to take out an earth rank or above medicinal pill in exchange, you might be able to change the clan's decision. I think since the master behind you can refine so many pellet-grade elixirs at once, he should also have an earth rank or above medicinal pill, right?" The Bat clan shopkeeper suddenly changed his tone and probed Lu Ming in a low voice. Lu Ming did not answer the other party's question, but after picking up the teacup and taking a sip, he pondered. The Bat clan man also waited nervously. After half a meal, Lu Ming seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He sighed softly, then he took out another snow-white jade box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. After gently stroking his sleeve, the jade box slowly opened. Suddenly, a green light rolled out with a chill. In the jade box, there was an elixir with green light, and 4 elixir patterns were clearly visible. "Earth rank elixir." The Bat clan shopkeeper blurted out in surprise. He immediately showed a look of joy and said, "That's right. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. I will report this to the clan." As soon as the Bat clan shopkeeper finished speaking, he immediately raised one hand, and a strange disc array that was only an inch in size flew out of his sleeve. After spinning in the air, it turned into a foot in size and fell into his hand. Then the man chanted and made a gesture. A line of small words flashed into the disc array. The next moment, he flipped his hand again. After the disc array made a buzzing sound, it turned into an inch in size and flew back into his sleeve. "Mister, the clan has received my message, and they will send someone here soon. Please wait a moment." Lu Ming nodded, put away the jade box, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breath with a calm face. After a while, a young woman wearing a black dress and a black silk scarf walked upstairs and gently pushed the door in. After Lu Ming scanned slightly with divine thought, his expression moved. This woman's aura was unfathomable. She was at least at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. "This must be Mr. Yi. I'm late, sorry to keep you waiting." The young woman chuckled and bowed to Lu Ming. "I don't dare, Madam is." Lu Ming hurriedly got up and cupped his fist. He didn't dare to neglect and replied. You don't have to be so polite. I heard from the shopkeeper that you want to exchange Earth-grade elixir for the 1,000 years green condensing fruit. As the daughter of the patriarch, I can make a decision on this matter. Can you take out the Earth-grade elixir first and let me check it? The young woman in black shirt smiled lightly, and she whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately bowed and left the elegant room, then he closed the door. Lu Ming glanced at the young woman in black shirt in front of him. After thinking for a while, he took out the snow-white jade box again, put it on the table, and opened the lid with one hand. A thick medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Seeing this, the young woman in black shirt moved her expression. She stretched out a slender finger and hooked it gently. The green elixir in the jade box bounced out and fell into her jade hand. Then she narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the elixir in front of her for a long time before nodding with joy. She smiled and said to Lu Ming, Mr. Yi, this earth-grade cold condensing pill is enough to exchange for 1,000-year-old green condensing fruit. I don't know how many you want to exchange. If you can exchange more than 3, our shop is willing to add some spirit stones to you. Lu Ming tapped the round table in front of him with his fingers. His face looked as usual, but he quickly analyzed the pros and cons in his mind. Mr. Yi can rest assured that we Bat clan people have always kept our word. I can guarantee that I will not leak the transaction, and I will never cause any trouble for you. The young woman in black shirt seemed to notice Lu Ming's hesitation, and she said again. Since Madam has put it this way, I will no longer hide it. I have 5 earth-grade cold condensing pills in my hand. I want to exchange for some 1,000 years green condensing fruit. It would be better if I can exchange them for some spirit stones. After Lu Ming listened, his eyes flickered a few times, and he finally said with a sigh of relief. Then, he took out 2 identical green jade boxes from his waist and placed them on the wooden table in front of him. 5. The beautiful eyes of the young woman in black shirt were full of joy. Although she estimated that Lu Ming had more than 1 earth-grade elixir in his hand, she didn't expect him to have so many. Even for an alchemy master, the probability of refining an earth-grade elixir was quite small, let alone the cold condensing pill which was known to be difficult to refine. Lu Ming slowly opened the 2 jade boxes. In each jade box, there were 2 pills that were glowing with a green light. The young woman waved with one hand, and a jade box fell into her hand. She carefully checked these earth-grade elixirs one by one. Mr. Yi, please wait for a moment. When the young woman in black shirt checked the earth-grade elixir in the 2 jade boxes and confirmed that there were no mistakes, she breathed a sigh of relief. After saying that with a smile on her face, she walked out of the secret room and whispered a few words to the Bat clan shopkeeper waiting outside the door. When the Bat clan man heard the words, he immediately agreed respectfully and walked downstairs quickly. I have ordered someone to get the 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit for Mr. Yi. How about 5,000-years-old green condensing fruits plus 1 million spirit stones? The young woman in black shirt returned to the elegant room and immediately said to Lu Ming with a smile. 1 million spirit stones. Lu Ming was also delighted when he heard the words. Although the other party clearly wanted to be on good terms with him, 1 million spirit stones still exceeded his expectation. Of course, since the other party was willing to give it, he would naturally agree without hesitation. About a quarter of an hour later, the Bat clan shopkeeper came in with a wooden box in one hand and a bag of spirit stones in the other. Mr. Yi, these are 5,000-years-old green condensing fruits and 1 million spirit stones. Please count them. The young woman in black shirt raised one hand, and the wooden box and the cloth bag flew up from the hands of the man in black shirt, and they landed steadily in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the leather bag and scanned it with divine thought, then he nodded and kept it at his waist. He then opened the wooden box to check the green condensing fruits in it. As soon as he opened the wooden box, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Peering through the misty green light, he saw 5 fist-sized green fruits neatly placed inside. Lu Ming stretched out 3 fingers and carefully picked up one to check it carefully. The size of this 1,000-years-old green condensing fruit was not much larger than the 500-years-old one, but the green spirit patterns on the surface were clearer. It was different from the hundreds of years old fruit. The body surface was faintly exuding a cool breath. According to the ancient records, this kind of cool aura could only be emitted by green condensing fruit that was thousands of years old, and one of the green condensing fruit exuded a cool aura that was obviously better than the others. According to Lu Ming's judgment, it should be about 1,300 years old. Lu Ming's heart thumped twice immediately. Not bad, it is really 1,000 years old green condensing fruit. Lu Ming praised with a hint of satisfaction on his face. It's good that Mr. Yi is satisfied. If there are a lot of cold condensing pills in the future, no matter what grade, our Bat clan is willing to buy all of them, and we can continue to provide green condensing fruits of various years. If you need it, we can also help you collect auxiliary materials or even some other materials. I can guarantee that I won't leak any information about you to anyone else. As for the trading location, if you trust us, we can still do it in this shop. If you have other doubts, you can also choose the location at will. The young woman in black shirt said very sincerely. Let me think about this. Lu Ming's heart moved slightly. If it could really be so, it could really save him a lot of trouble, but he said without showing any expression on his face. Then, he put away all the green condensing fruits on the table, got up and bid farewell to the young woman in black shirt and the Bat clan shopkeeper, then he left. When the Bat clan shopkeeper in black clothes sent Lu Ming away and returned to the secret room upstairs, he immediately greeted the young woman with joy. He cupped his fist and said, "Congratulations, madam, with these elixirs, young master has great hope to break through to the crystallization period in the near future." The young woman in black shirt also nodded with joy when she heard the words. At this time, another person walked in silently outside the rice room. It was the middle-aged man who was sorting out the medicinal materials behind the counter downstairs. Your pupil technique is really good. Can you observe whether this person uses a disguise technique? The young woman in black shirt asked in a deep voice with her eyes flashing. Reporting to the madam, I observed with the mystic art of the blood pupil. This person should have used some kind of mystic art to change his bones. I think this face is definitely not his original appearance. In addition, this person is really young, and his cultivation is really at the condensation period later stage. The middle-aged man bowed and replied respectfully. Why, madam, do you think there is something wrong with this person? The shopkeeper in black clothes leaned over and asked. I do have some doubts. If this person is really a subordinate or disciple of the alchemist, logically, he won't bring so many earth-grade elixirs with him. Moreover, he can make the decision to exchange elixirs so easily, which is also worthy of some suspicion. But his age is so young, it doesn't look like it. Forget it, regardless of whether he is the alchemist himself, this alchemy master who can refine the earth-grade liquid condensation pill is most likely a casual cultivator who is unwilling to be restrained by the big forces. Otherwise, he won't be so cautious. Even the major forces in the market just paid a little attention to him, and he immediately stopped selling elixirs to the outside. The young woman in black clothes said so after thinking for a while. Madam is right. But if this person is really a casual cultivator, it is a good thing for our Bat clan. Our clan is good at growing spiritual medicine like green condensing fruit, but there are not many high-rank alchemists in the clan. However, cold condensing pill is an elixir that can enhance spiritual power. Our clan will never mind having more. The middle-aged man said. Since that's the case, our clan must rope him in and give him more benefits during normal transactions. If we can make this person work for us, then we won't have to worry about pills anymore. And if he still has the earth-grade elixir in his hand, maybe there will be a few more crystallization period cultivators in the younger generation of our clan. The young woman in black shirt nodded when she heard the words, then she turned to the shopkeeper in black clothes and said. This subordinate understands. Please rest assured, madam. The black-clothed man hurriedly replied respectfully. On a street in the southwest corner of the market, Lu Ming, who had transformed into a black-faced man, seemed to be walking aimlessly through the crowd. This exchange could be said to be quite fruitful. In addition to the 5,000 years old green condensing fruits, 1,000,000 spirit stones also solved his urgent need to participate in the auction. After he returned to the Bailian pavilion, he immediately instructed shopkeeper Yi to take care of the shop. He would be cultivating behind closed doors for half a month. If there was an emergency, the shopkeeper could tell him through the communication disc array. After the instruction, he entered the secret room on the third floor of the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. 10 days later, in the secret room, Lu Ming looked at a green condensing fruit in his hand. It was the one that was 1,300 years old. In the jade box beside him, there were 12 pellet-grade cold condensing pills and 8 earth-grade cold condensing pills quietly. 7 of them had 4 spirit patterns, and the other one was slightly entangled with a trace of cold air. It was an earth-grade elixir with 5 spirit patterns. A few days ago, he had refined the remaining 4,000 years old green condensing fruits, and he vaguely felt that his alchemy skills seemed to have improved a little more than before. These 1,000-years-old green condensing fruits are used as raw materials to refine flawless-grade elixirs. I wonder if this 1,300-years-old green condensing fruit can reach a higher level. A fiery color flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. Then he waved his sleeve robe without hesitation and launched a symbol. With a rumble, the silver cauldron in front of him trembled slightly, and the cauldron cover slowly opened. He threw lightly into the air with one hand, and the green condensing fruit flew into the cauldron. Immediately afterward, he patted the ground with one hand, and a breeze rose from the ground. Several other auxiliary materials were swept into the cauldron by the wind. He waved his sleeve robe again, and the cauldron cover slowly closed. Then his 10 fingers changed, and he chanted at the same time. The silver runes on the cauldron lit up slightly, and a crimson flame suddenly sprang up from under the cauldron. 3 days later, the silver cauldron was suspended in the air, and the lower part was wrapped in a crimson flame. Lu Ming paced around it regularly, and he launched a symbol from time to maintain the temperature of the crimson flame. At the same time, he looked thoughtful. As the use of the green condensing fruit continued to increase, the time to refine the cold condensing pill also increased. With Lu Ming's current level, he could refine a batch of elixirs in half a day with the green condensing fruit that was less than 200 years old. It would take 1 day to refine a 500 years old one, and it would take about 2 days to refine a 1,000 years old one. This 1,300 years old green condensing fruit had been refined for nearly 3 days, but the elixir was still not out of the cauldron. This made Lu Ming feel a little nervous, but at the same time, he faintly looked forward to it. Suddenly, a wave of icy coldness came from within the secret chamber. Strands of gloomy energy rapidly gathered over from the cracks within the secret chamber, and they transformed into expanses of grayish-white clouds that appeared above the small silver cauldron. The small silver cauldron also began to make a low whisper. Lu Ming only felt a cold chill penetrated into his body, and he instantly drove the spiritual power in his body to dispel the chill. At the next moment, the gray cloud suddenly tumbled violently, and it went into the cauldron. At the same time, the crimson flame below also disappeared instantly. There was a boom, the cauldron seemed to have exploded, and a gust of cold air swept around instantly. Such a vision made Lu Ming's heart shudder. His eyes immediately condensed, and he hurriedly looked over without blinking. After about 10 minutes, the cold air gradually dissipated, and everything in the secret room returned to calm. Lu Ming frowned and waved his sleeve to open the lid of the cauldron. Swoosh, a green light soared into the sky, revealing 5 green cold condensing pills in the cauldron. Upon closer inspection, one of them only had 3 spiritual inscriptions and was a mortal-grade spiritual inscription. The other 2 had 4 spiritual inscriptions, and one was surrounded by cold air with 5 faint spiritual inscriptions. As for the one in the corner, it was actually wrapped in a thick white mist, and it was impossible to clearly see how many spiritual inscriptions it had. He immediately waved with one hand, and 5 elixirs flew out of the cauldron and fell into his hand. After putting the other 4 into the jade box one by one, he carefully checked the last cold condensing pill. As Lu Ming moved his mind, a black gas emerged from his fingertips. He carefully dispersed the white mist on the surface of the elixir, then he squinted his eyes to take a closer look. The next moment, the expression on his face gradually changed from expectation to a hint of joy, and he finally laughed out loud. 6 spirit patterns, there are actually 6 spirit patterns. This is already close to heaven grade. He held up the earth grade elixir with 6 spirit patterns that he refined for the first time with one hand. He was extremely excited. At the same time, he vaguely understood that the strange phenomenon just now must be caused by this elixir. He put this elixir into a cold gray jade box alone, and he carefully put it into the summer snail at his waist. Then, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. In an inn-room near the Bailian pavilion, a young man in a green robe who was about 20 years old with an evil face was hugging two beautiful women on his left and right. After sensing a slight fluctuation and a faint chill, the man in a green robe's face changed slightly. He glanced faintly in the direction of the forging shop outside the window. "Young master, did something happen?" One of them, a graceful girl with a golden hairpin on her head, put her hand on the young man's chest and asked. "Nothing, there is just a green peacock flying in the sky." The young man in a green robe withdrew his gaze and grinned. "Mister, where is the peacock? Why didn't I see it?" Another girl with a hot figure in revealing clothes leaned into the young man's arms and asked softly. "It's here." The young man in a green robe made a gesture with one hand, and a green mist gushed out of his body. It instantly condensed into a green peacock in front of him. Following that, a burst of laughter came from the side room. Outside the door of the room, a macho man with a height of more than 10 meters stood there motionlessly with his arms crossed like an iron tower. He completely turned a blind eye to the laughter that came from time to time in the room. In the secret room of Howren Medicine Shop. The room was filled with white smoke, and there was a burst of cold air coming from the center from time to time. Who caused the spiritual fluctuation? It almost interfered with my cultivation. The white smoke tumbled in an instant, and it shrank to the middle, revealing a man's figure in it. It was the middle-aged scholar from the Howren Academy that Lu Ming met in the Spirit Beast shop last time. The middle-aged scholar immediately walked out of the secret room and glanced in the direction of the forging shop at the Taiching Gate. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, but he finally shook his head and returned to the secret room. He continued to concentrate on cultivating with his eyes closed. At the same time, in a side hall of Howren Medicine Shop, the young scholar was sitting on the wooden chair next to the tea table, looking at a thin man who was only at the spirit apostle stage in front of him with a gloomy face. "I let you investigate for so long, but you don't even have the slightest clue about the man with a black face. What a waste," the young scholar reprimanded coldly. "Please forgive me, mister. However, the person you mentioned may have already opened the Changyang market." The thin man didn't dare to look up and replied in a low voice. "Humph, didn't you claim to know everything in this Changyang market? Can't you find out whether the man with a black face has left or not?" The young scholar snorted coldly with a very dissatisfied look. Obviously, this disciple of the Howren Academy was still obsessed with the mutated insect egg. "Yes, mister, please give me a little more time. I will definitely find out the whereabouts of this person." The thin man's heart turned cold, and he said hurriedly. "Very well, if you don't find out the whereabouts of this person, don't appear in front of me again." The young scholar couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He slapped the coffee table, stood up, and walked straight to the second floor of the forging shop. At the same time, in another seemingly ordinary shop near the Bailian pavilion, a woman in purple clothes with an ethereal temperament was playing with a palm-sized golden turtle in her hand. Behind her stood an old man in green clothes with a kind look on his face. "Old Xiao, did you notice anything about the spiritual fluctuation just now?" The woman in purple clothes suddenly looked back at the old man beside her and asked faintly. "Reporting to Miss, according to my judgment, someone should have refined some kind of rare spiritual weapon or elixir. As an alchemist, when I was lucky enough to refine an earth-grade elixir with 5 elixir patterns, there was a similar phenomenon. When refining a superb spiritual weapon with higher enchantments, a similar situation should happen. Although this person used enchantments to isolate most of the fluctuations, since he came from the forging shop of Taiching Gate, it is most likely the latter." The old man in green clothes bowed slightly and explained slowly. "Old Xiao, please send someone to check if Taiching Gate has sent any forging master to guard here recently." The woman in purple clothes ordered after thinking for a while. "Yes, I will send someone to do it." After the old man in green clothes bowed again, he walked out of the secret room. In the following period, Lu Ming went to the Bat Clan's shop to exchange 13 pellet-grade and 4 earth-grade cold condensing pills with 4 spirit patterns for more than 3 million spirit stones. He spent most of his time in the shop. Although the Bat Clan shopkeeper was surprised that Lu Ming could refine earth-grade medicinal pills so quickly, he also thought that these were all the medicinal pills refined from the 1,000-year-old green condensing fruit. Although he was amazed in his heart, he wasn't too shocked. At this time, there were more than 500 upper-grade spirit stones in the spirit stone bag around his waist, and there were 5 earth-grade cold condensing pills with 4 spirit patterns, 2 with 5 spirit patterns, and 1 with 6 spirit patterns. Half a month later, the auction finally began. Near the lake in the center of the market, a middle-aged man in a green robe walked out slowly from the side alley. After tidying up his sleeves, he walked straight to the auction building. It was Lu Ming who had changed his appearance. Half a month ago, as the messenger of Taiching Gate, he really received an invitation letter from the auctioneer, the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not intend to use this item. Instead, he decided to disguise himself again and enter the auction as an ordinary casual cultivator. At this moment, it was the eve of the auction. From time to time, groups of cultivators gathered from all directions and poured into the gate. After Lu Ming observed for a while, he paid a sum of spirit stones and entered the auction hall under the watchful eyes of the guards. After passing through a spacious corridor filled with bustling people, it was the inner hall of the auction. It was divided into 2 floors. The casual cultivators without an invitation letter could only enter the hall on the first floor, and the second floor was prepared for some special guests who had received invitations. Lu Ming picked a rather hidden corner on the first floor and sat down quietly. At the same time, he began to look around at everything in the auction hall. Surrounding the huge square platform in the middle, there were layers of stairs distributed in a fan-shaped shape around the venue on the first floor. Each step was filled with seats. Lu Ming roughly calculated that the entire venue on the first floor could accommodate thousands of people. It was about an hour before the start of the auction, and there were few empty seats here. With this scale alone, the auction in Changyang Market had far exceeded the auction that Lu Ming participated in the Sea region. The seats below were all ordinary seats. There were VIP boxes on both sides of the second floor of the venue, which were obviously reserved for some powerhouses with status. Since Lu Ming came in, he vaguely noticed that many people had walked into the box through his powerful mental power. Each of these people had a deep aura. Many of them were powerhouses above the crystallization period. It was not surprising that there were 1 or 2 Jingdan realm powerhouses among them. Once these people entered the private room, they would no longer be able to detect anything. After another half an hour, no one came in from the entrance of the venue. Bang! As the door at the entrance slowly closed, a golden beam of light suddenly lit up on the high platform in the middle. There was a platform-like thing slowly rising inside. At the same time, the noise in the venue also stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden beam of light in the middle. The golden light slowly dissipated, and there were 3 more people in white robes on the jade platform. In the middle was an old man with white hair and beard. Under the gaze of so many people, he still had a lazy look. The 2 middle-aged men on the left and right sides, one had a fair complexion, and the other had a dark complexion. At this moment, they were also calm under the attention of the crowd. Lu Ming's eyes twitched. The aura of these 2 middle-aged men was dignified. They were obviously powerhouses of the crystallization period. The old man with white hair was sitting there, but under the scan of divine thought, his figure seemed to be invisible as if he would disappear at any time. This old man was actually a powerhouse of the Jingdan realm. After the middle-aged man with white skin on the left glanced at the audience, he said with a loud voice with a smile on his face, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the auction held by our merchant union. This auction is hosted by me. The rules are the same as usual. After calling out a base price, everyone will bid with spirit stones. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can also sell other treasures to our association in exchange for spirit stones. Of course, if you don't agree with the price set by us, we can also hold a live auction for you. In short, we will never let you feel that you are losing out." The middle-aged man with white skin's words were reasonable, and the cultivators below naturally had no objection. The white-haired old man and the dark-skinned man on the right had already walked to the 2 chairs behind Empress Dowager Yu without saying anything and sat down respectively. "Okay, since everyone has no objection, then this auction will start now." The middle-aged man with white skin looked around, then he announced loudly. His voice resounded through the audience. As soon as the voice sounded, a maid in white clothes walked out from the backstage. She held a white jade tray in her hands, and the tray was covered with a big red cloth. Under the gaze of everyone, she walked up the jade platform calmly. The middle-aged man with white skin reached out and uncovered the red cloth on the tray, revealing a half-foot-long odd-shaped blade. The first auction item, superb spiritual weapon, green sound blade. It contains 28 enchantments, and it also has the magical effect of illusory sound when attacking. It can make the opponent fall into an illusion unknowingly, and their spiritual power will be greatly reduced. The base price is 800,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must be no less than 30,000. The middle-aged man with white skin said loudly. As soon as the voice sounded, there was a whisper in the venue. Although a saber was not as sharp as a sword, it was more tyrannical. Among all the spiritual weapons, its offensive power was second only to a sword. If this green sound saber was used by a saber user who was good at close combat, with the illusory sound combined with the afterimages, it would appear and disappear unpredictably, catching the opponent off guard. Not to mention others, even Lu Ming was also a little tempted. 800,000. Someone shouted immediately. 830,000, 870,000, 900,000. Lu Ming looked at the people who were bidding enthusiastically. After a while, the price was raised to more than 1 million, then he shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. From the bottom of his heart, although he also wanted to add a superb spiritual weapon, he wouldn't consider the price of more than 1 million. After all, his goal today was spirit essence powder. Although he had a lot of spirit stones on him, he wouldn't spend too many spirit stones before he got this item. As a result, after a fierce bidding, this green sound blade was bought by a man in black clothes for 1.2 million spirit stones. Lu Ming looked at the private rooms on both sides. The people who just bid were all the cultivators below. The distinguished guests in the private rooms seemed to look down on the green sound blade, and they all remained silent. The next auction item is also a superb spiritual weapon, Soul Destruction Fan. This fan is made of demon blood jade, and it is mixed with demonic mandrel chi. It contains 30 enchantments. The base price is 800,000 spirit stones, and each bid increment must be no less than 30,000. The people below the stage sent a white jade tray. This time, there was a fan lying flat on the tray. The fan's bone was white, but the fan's surface was pitch black. There was a purple skull embroidered on it. Lu Ming was silent for a while. Another superb spiritual weapon appeared, but this time it is a demonic treasure. 800,000 spirit stones. As soon as the middle-aged man with fair skin spoke, someone immediately bid. 850,000. The one who spoke was a cultivator in a blue robe with a sinister face. He was playing with a white bone scepter in his hand. He looked like an evil cultivator at first glance. 880,000. Someone raised the price again. 900,000. The man in a blue robe snorted as if he was determined to get this item. 930,000, 1 million. The man in a blue robe seemed to be a little impatient, and he directly broke through the 1 million mark. A superb spiritual weapon was generally worth between 800,000 and 1 million, unless it was some treasures with special effects, such as the green sound blade that was auctioned in the last auction. However, this soul destruction fan obviously didn't have that special ability. 1 million. This time, the voice came from the VIP private rooms on both sides, and it directly increased by 100,000. Many people in the venue were slightly surprised when they heard this, and they all looked over. Unfortunately, there was an enchantment on the private room. Neither eyesight nor divine thought could penetrate it. The person who bid was actually a young man in a green robe in his 20s. He was sitting in a box on the east side at the moment, holding a golden fan. Two beautiful female cultivators were leaning on him, and they were blowing fragrance into the young man's ear from time to time. The tower-like man was still like a statue, quietly standing at the side. 15 million. The man in a blue robe glared at the direction of the box and continued to increase the price. 1,200,000. The green-robed youngster's face revealed a trace of a sneer, and he closed his fan with a snap. 3 million. The man in a blue robe gritted his teeth when he heard the price. Most of the people in the venue had the mentality of watching a show at this time. This price was obviously in a fit of anger. 4 million. The young man in a green robe added another 100,000 indifferently. The man in a blue robe heard the price. After gritting his teeth for a while, he finally sat back in his seat with an angry face. Soul Destruction Fan was finally bought by the young man in a green robe at the price of 4 million. Fighting with me, you really overestimate yourself. In the box, the young man in a green robe saw the unwilling expression of the other party, and he seemed to enjoy it very much. He snapped his fingers and smiled proudly. Young master, the quality of this Soul Destruction Fan is ordinary. It doesn't seem to be worth this price. The tall and muscular man suddenly said. His voice was hoarse like iron pieces rubbing against each other. It's not worth it now, but this fan is made of demon blood jade. If I take it back and add 2 layers of blood transformation enchantment, the price will at least double. The young man in a green robe opened the fan again and fanned gently. The beautiful female cultivators on both sides came closer again. The tall and muscular man was silent for a while. He seemed to be convinced by this reason, but he spoke again after a while. The auction has just begun. The real good things are at the back. Young master should leave some spirit stones. Many big shots have come to this auction. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The young man in a green robe said lightly. In a box on the west side, a young girl in purple clothes, with an extraordinary temperament, glanced at the box where the young man in a green robe was. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, but she quickly retracted her gaze and continued to play with the golden turtle in her hand. At this moment, in the auction venue, the atmosphere reached a small climax because a demonic spiritual weapon was sold at the price of 4 million. Many people whispered and discussed. The middle-aged man with fair skin had a smile on his face. As the auctioneer, he hoped to see this kind of bidding behavior. An ordinary item could often be sold at a very high price because of this. Not long after, another auction item was brought up. It was a book with a fiery red cover. The next item is the Fire Attribute Technique Burning Sky Technique, a complete set of incantation that can cultivate from the condensation period to the peak of the crystallization period. The base price is 100,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase is no less than 5,000. This burning sky secret was also quite famous in the area of Changyang Market. More than 100 years ago, a famous crystallization period cultivator, Fen Tianren, mainly cultivated this technique. After the middle-aged man with fair skin introduced it, many cultivators were tempted. After several rounds of bidding, it was finally bought by a condensation period cultivator at the price of 210,000 spirit stones. After a few rounds of bidding, it was finally bought by a condensation period cultivator at the price of 210,000 spirit stones. In the following auctions, a few more supreme-grade offensive spiritual weapons appeared one after another. There were flying daggers, flying forks, a high-grade spiritual robe, and a mid-grade spiritual pill furnace, and so on. The next treasure is the finale of this auction, Qing Yuan Sword Record, which records the lifelong cultivation experience of a Jin Dan State sword cultivator. The next treasure is the finale of this auction, Qing Yuan Sword Record, which records the lifelong cultivation experience of a real pellet state sword cultivator. The next treasure is the finale of this auction, Qing Yuan Sword Record, which records the lifelong cultivation experience of a Jin Dan State sword cultivator. I won't say more about the preciousness of this book. As the middle-aged man with fair skin spoke, he gently lifted the red cloth on the auction stage with one hand, revealing a light cyan thread-bound book. There were 4 ancient seal characters written on the old cover. As the middle-aged man with fair skin said, he gently lifted the red cloth on the auction stage with one hand, revealing a light green thread-bound book. The old cover was written with 4 ancient seal characters. The experience of Jin Dan State sword cultivator. When Lu Ming saw this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Although he majored in Tai Gang sword tactics, the cultivation experience of Jin Dan State sword cultivator must have its own uniqueness. The great reference value for his future cultivation was self-evident. At this moment, someone was already bidding. 1 million spirit stones. 1,100,000. Many people present were tempted by this swordsmanship book, but they were very cautious in the beginning. Besides, it was the guests on the first floor who were bidding. There was no sound from the VIP boxes on both sides for a while. 1,300,000 spirit stones. The bidder was no stranger to Lu Ming. It was the man in blue who competed with others for the soul destruction fan. 1,500,000. This time, it was Lu Ming who shouted the price. Many people's eyes swept back and forth along with the bidder. More than 1 million spirit stones was a huge sum of money. Ordinary casual cultivators had at most hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Most of the people who were still bidding were supported by some forces. 1,800,000. In the box, the green-robed youth held the windowsill with his hands and looked very interested. He didn't look at Lu Ming and the others below. Lu Ming sighed and didn't continue to increase the price. The venue was quiet for a while. 1,800,000 spirit stones wasn't something that any force could come up with. Only some big families or sect could come up with it. The green-robed youth saw that he had once again suppressed everyone, and he suddenly became more complacent. 2 million. An abrupt voice came from one of the boxes on the west side. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the crowd. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that there were many people with strength in this venue. In the box, the green-robed youth's face instantly became gloomy. He waved his hand to separate the two women beside him and turned to look at the source of the voice. A strange green light began to flash in his eyes. It seemed that he was using some secret method to spy on the box. Wait a minute, young master. I recognize the voice just now. The one who bid is an expert of the Jin Dan realm. Young master, don't act rashly. After all, this is not the sect. The tall and strong man moved and blocked in front of the green-robed youth in the blink of an eye. An expert of the Jin Dan realm. The green-robed youth's face turned cold. After a while, he nodded bitterly and sat down. An expert of the Jin Dan realm was a real expert wherever he was. Even in a super sect, he was a high-level existence. Even with the green-robed youth's arrogant character, he didn't want to offend him. The friend in the box bid 2 million. Is there any higher bid? If there is no higher bid, this Qingyuan sword book will belong to this friend. In the middle of the venue, the middle-aged man with fair skin asked in a clear voice. After waiting for a while, whispers rose and fell, but still no one called out a price. The middle-aged man immediately knocked on the table and announced the ownership of the sword book. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. He watched with some regret as a maid in white clothes came forward and took the jade plate down, then she quickly sent it to the box. The next item is a rare elixir of the condensation period, Star Doe Pill. This elixir, the auction continued. In the following time, the auction began to take out some rare elixirs and materials for auction. Although these things were not as valuable as the previous Qingyuan sword book and some superb spiritual weapons, the bidders were still scrambling. However, most of them were from some small sects and casual cultivators. The people in the boxes on both sides rarely asked about it. Lu Ming also cheered up at this time and carefully paid attention to every auction item. Looking at this trend, the spirit essence powder should be on the stage soon. Finally, after a large piece of 5 elements refined iron was bid by a casual cultivator for 180,000 spirit stones, a maid in white robe brought a small transparent jade box. There seemed to be a small pile of white powder in the jade box. There was nothing special about it. But as soon as this thing appeared, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the spirit essence powder that he had been looking for a long time. The next auction item is a forging material, spirit essence powder, that is very rare in the outside world. I think everyone knows that when the superb spiritual weapon is promoted to the magic weapon prototype, it needs a lot of auxiliary materials, and spirit essence powder is one of the widely used ones. The middle-aged man with fair skin looked around the venue and saw many people were eager to try. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he continued to say loudly, "Those who want to forge the magic weapon prototype must not miss this opportunity." Now the bidding starts. The base price is 500,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must be no less than 10,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin aroused the desire of many people in a few words. 500,000 spirit stones. A man who looked like a casual cultivator immediately shouted the price. 550,000. A female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat spoke. 600,000. The casual cultivator frowned and immediately increased the price. 650,000. The female cultivator sneered and added 50,000 at once. The casual cultivator glared at the female cultivator fiercely, but he didn't increase the price. The female cultivator's face under the bamboo hat flashed a hint of smugness. 700,000 spirit stones. Another voice sounded in the corner. It was Lu Ming. The female cultivator looked at Lu Ming angrily, then she snorted and said, 750,000 spirit stones. 800,000. Lu Ming's face didn't change. 900,000. This friend, if you can pay a higher price than this box of soul-shocking powder will be yours. The female cultivator sneered. As soon as the female cultivator's voice sounded, a faint voice sounded. 1 million. It was not Lu Ming who said this, but an old man with gray hair in the venue on the first floor. The female cultivator wearing a bamboo hat frowned and glanced at the old man. She seemed to know him, and she was quite scrupulous, so she didn't contradict him. Isn't that the forging master of Quanju Building, Master Zhao? Master Zhao is a forging master. No wonder he can afford such a high price. Does he want to forge the magic weapon prototype? There were some who recognized this person, and they immediately started discussing in low voices in surprise. The market price of spirit essence powder was about 600,000 or 700,000, but this item was extremely rare. It was normal to sell for 100,000 or 200,000 more, but 1 million spirit stones was obviously too expensive. It was almost the price of a superb spiritual weapon. Master Zhao bids 1 million spirit stones. Is there a higher price than this? The middle-aged man with fair skin shouted with a happy face. 1 million spirit stones. Lu Ming shouted calmly. Most of the people in the venue looked at Lu Ming incredulously, and many people began to shake their heads. 2 million spirit stones. This friend, I have a great use for this item. I hope you can do me a favor. The old man surnamed Zhao turned his head and glanced at Lu Ming, then he said with a frown. Really? But it's a pity that I'm also determined to get this item. Maybe I can only compete with the master. 5 million spirit stones. Lu Ming said non-committally, and he added another 300,000 spirit stones. There was an uproar in the venue. Many people looked at Lu Ming with a surprised gaze. The old man surnamed Zhao also flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he slowly sat back in his seat. He didn't increase the price for a long time. Obviously, even with his net worth, he was not willing to buy a material at twice the price. This friend bids 5 million spirit stones. Is there a higher price? The middle-aged man with fair skin was overjoyed. He immediately looked around the venue again, and he especially looked at the old man surnamed Zhao for a moment. Then, this spirit essence powder belongs to this Taoist. Seeing that the old man had no intention of bidding again, the middle-aged man with fair skin finally made the decision after shouting 3 times. Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this point. Although if someone increased the price next, he would definitely follow. If he really spent so many spirit stones, he would naturally feel distressed. After a while, a servant came over and led him to a small hall on the side of the venue. A maid in a white robe brought a jade plate with spirit essence powder. Lu Ming paid the spirit stones readily, opened the jade box and looked at it carefully. As expected, the purity was very high as recorded in the ancient book. He nodded in satisfaction, put it away, and quickly returned to the venue. In this way, the primary purpose of participating in the auction was considered to have been accomplished. At this moment, Lu Ming still had about 3,500,000 spirit stones on him. If there were any treasures that suited him, he could bid for them to his heart's content. In the following time, the auction items were some elixirs that could be used by the condensation period and crystallization period cultivators. There were also some domesticated adult spirit beasts. Among them, there was a fire-eared rat that suited Lu Ming quite well. This kind of spirit beast had an extremely sensitive sense of smell and was adept at digging holes in the ground in search of heaven and earth treasures. It was a treasure-seeking rat. Unfortunately, before Lu Ming could get a word in, a woman in black had already won it for the high price of 500,000 spirit stones, which made him somewhat speechless. After the time it took to finish a meal, the dark-skinned man suddenly stood up and walked to the high platform. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. When he opened it again, there were 4 yellow beads in it, and he placed it on the auction platform. Then, the dark-skinned man's figure flickered and he returned to the foot of the high platform. The middle-aged man with fair skin coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Next is the auction time of the finale treasure of this auction. The first item is these 4 puppet warriors." As the middle-aged man with fair skin said, he reached out to grab a bead and threw it. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed, and a 10 meters tall golden armor puppet appeared on the high platform. He chanted, made a gesture with one hand, and pointed at the puppet in the air. A golden rune shot forth from his hand before vanishing into the golden armored puppet's glabella in a flash. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared on the puppet warrior, and a huge spiritual pressure suddenly broke out. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise in his eyes. According to this aura, this golden armor puppet faintly had the strength of the condensation period later stage. As the golden armor puppet moved its hands and feet, its figure became blurred. The next moment, it appeared several 10 meters away like lightning and launched a punch in the air. Hum. There was a buzzing sound in the air. An invisible fist force came out of its body, and it pulled out a 100 meters long white air wave in the air. The golden armored puppet moved again, unexpectedly arriving before the shockwave even though it had moved later. Then, it turned around and punched out again. The 2 fist energies collided, and after a dull bang, they disappeared into nothingness. The golden armor puppet flashed with an afterimage, and it returned to the middle-aged man with fair skin. The whole process was as fast as lightning, and it was completed almost in an instant. In the venue, many cultivators were shocked when they saw this situation. The strength of this puppet made everyone's heart burn with excitement. Everyone, these 4 puppets are produced by the Nature Work sect, one of the 4 ancient sections. Everyone has also seen that each of these puppet warriors has the powerful strength of the condensation period later stage, and their speed is as fast as lightning. They have completely overcome the shortcomings of the puppet warriors. What's even rarer is that when these 4 puppet warriors join forces, they can set up a set of 4 symbols array, which is enough to fight against the cultivator of the early stage of the crystallization period. The middle-aged man with fair skin took advantage of the shock on everyone's face to throw out another argument. When the cultivators in the audience heard this, some of them had already shown a look of surprise and joy. However, to control the 4 puppets, the consumption of mental power is also very astonishing. It is far more than controlling ordinary puppets, so I hope you can act according to your ability. Now, the bidding begins. The base price of the 4 puppet warriors is 2 million spirit stones. Each bid increase must not be less than 100,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin slowly reminded, then he announced the start of the auction. The base price is 2 million spirit stones. Many people were discouraged when they heard this number. For ordinary cultivators, even if they spent their whole life, they might not be able to take out so many spirit stones at once. For some small families and sects, if they wanted to take out 2 million spirit stones, they had to sell a lot of things. However, these people couldn't afford it, but there were naturally others who could. 2 million spirit stones. Someone immediately made a bid. The bidder was in a VIP box on the west side. The girl in purple clothes had been silent since the beginning. 2,200,000. The voice of bidding came from another box. 2,500,000. This time, it was the previous young man in green robe. He suddenly winked at the tower-like muscular man on the side, then the muscular man nodded and took 2 steps forward. My young master is determined to get this set of puppet warriors. I hope you can give me face. As soon as the voice sounded, a monstrous black flame immediately appeared in the box, vaguely transforming into a giant python phantasm with wings on its back. Under this violent aura, the entire room began to tremble like a leaf in the wind. It's the powerhouse of the crystallization period. This is the mystic sky python of the demon mystic sect. Someone immediately recognized the giant python phantasm released by the muscular man, and he exclaimed out loud. Suddenly, the entire hall on the first floor was quiet. 2,800,000. An abrupt voice sounded from the corner again. It was Lu Ming. This set of puppet warriors also made him excited. If he could buy it and carry it with him, it was equivalent to carrying a powerhouse of the crystallization period with him. The increase in combat power was not just a little bit. As for the powerful mental power required to control it and the threatening words of the young man in green robe, he was not worried at all. The young man in green robe's face suddenly became livid. He looked at Lu Ming below through the box, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hee, you demon mystic sect people are used to being domineering in the sex lair. Do you want to bully others here? Unfortunately, I don't give you face. A silvery laughter came from the opposite box. The words were full of sarcasm. As the young man in green robe heard the words, his face turned hideous. He looked at the muscular man who was surrounded by black flames again. In the next moment, the black flames above the box suddenly erupted, and a seemingly substantial spiritual pressure immediately pressed down on the opposite box. At the same time, the old man in green robe next to the girl in purple clothes sneered. After his figure flicked, he suddenly appeared above the box. At the same time, his sleeve flicked, and his body suddenly emitted a deep aura. There was a muffled boom sound. Two huge spiritual pressures collided fiercely in the air, and the entire space trembled suddenly. Those who were slightly weaker in the venue suddenly felt suffocated when they were touched by the overflowing spiritual pressure. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. With his strong physical body and pure spiritual power, he was not affected much. Right at this moment, an even more vast aura forcibly inserted itself into the hurricane, separating the two bursts of spiritual pressure. Behind the high platform, the old man with white eyebrows, who seemed to be sleepy from the beginning to the present, suddenly opened his eyes a little. Both of you, this auction is a competition of financial resources. It is strictly prohibited to fight in the process. This is just a warning. If you commit it again, please leave immediately. The old man with white eyebrows said slowly, but the warning meaning in it could be heard by anyone. Old Xiao, forget it. The girl in purple robe called softly. The old man in green robe snorted coldly and slowly converged the aura on his body. The majestic black flames on the other side also gradually disappeared. It turns out to be the Ouyang family, one of the 8 major cultivation families in the central state. The famous crystallization period alchemy master, Xiao Zi. In a box on the east side, the middle-aged scholar of Howran Academy was sitting peacefully, but when his eyes fell on the old man in green robe, he couldn't help showing a surprised look. Demon mystic sect, Ouyang family, I didn't expect them to come to a small place like Changyang Market to join in the fun. The young scholar on the side shook his head and said in a puzzled manner. It's not surprising that such a situation occurs. These two forces are originally hostile to each other, and they don't see eye to eye. The middle-aged scholar said with a sneer after he recovered from the surprise on his face. The Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce really can't be underestimated. They can actually get the puppet warriors of the Four Symbols sect. Masters Jr., this set of puppets is so exquisite, should we bid for it? The young scholar was not interested in the dirty tricks of the two forces, but he was firmly attracted by the puppet warriors on the high platform. No need, the price of this set of puppets is too high. It's not very practical for me. Forget it. The middle-aged scholar said lightly. This series of events caused the atmosphere of the entire auction venue to be a little quiet for a while. The old man with white eyebrows had already returned to his lazy appearance at this time as if nothing had happened before. Ahem, the next fellow bids too. 8 million spirit stones for this set of puppet warriors. I wonder if there is anyone who has a higher bid. The middle-aged man with fair skin saw the incident had calmed down, and he quickly continued to host the auction. 3 million. The young man in a green robe in the box glanced coldly at the old man with white eyebrows on the high platform, and he bid again with a gloomy face. 5 million. The young girl in a purple robe in the opposite box did not show weakness. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He immediately shut up honestly. If he continued to compete, not only would it be meaningless, but he didn't have enough spirit stones. I bid 4 million spirit stones. This set of puppet warriors is mine. The young man in a green robe sneered and said coldly. At this time, no one in the entire venue joined in the bidding anymore. They were looking at the two boxes in shock, secretly sighing at the amazing financial resources of the two forces. 5 million. The young girl in a purple robe still said unhurriedly, ignoring the dirty words of the young man in a green robe. 5 million. The young man in a green robe stood up and quoted an astonishing sky-high price. His voice was extremely gloomy. On the other side, the young girl in a purple robe nodded slightly. She seemed to be thinking about something, then she sneered and gave up bidding. In the end, this set of puppet warriors was bought by the young man in a green robe at the price of 5 million spirit stones. After a pause, the middle-aged man with fair skin made a gesture of invitation to the dark-skinned man on the side. The dark-skinned man nodded slightly. He turned his hand and took out a delicate brocade box. After opening it, there was a small black ring lying in it. Those who are knowledgeable among you must have recognized this item. Yes, the next finale item is the Sumera ring. The storage space within it was 500 feet wide, and it could be said to be a treasure among storage tools. The base price of the auction is 1 million spirit stones, and each bid increment must be no less than 50,000 spirit stones. After the middle-aged man with fair skin introduced the auction item, he announced the start of the auction. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of whispers instantly arose from below. Obviously, many people coveted this storage ring to the extreme. Even in the Middle Sky continent, the storage devices used in the cultivation world were mainly storage amulets. Not only was the storage space for storage talismans very small, but they were usually only a few dozen feet in size. Anything slightly larger couldn't be stored inside, and most of the restrictions on them had a time limit. As for ordinary storage artifacts or spirit artifacts, they were either too large in size, or their space was not as large as storage amulets. Therefore, only a few reputable figures and sects or disciples of large families could possess a storage artifact that had a large storage space and was easy to carry around. For example, the Sumera conch that Lu Ming obtained from the sea race was only 30 to 40 feet in size. Even so, it was still a treasure that could only be found by luck. This small Sumera ring had a storage space of 500 feet. This was naturally something that ordinary cultivators would want to take for themselves. However, the high price of 1 million spirit stones had also completely dispelled most people's desire to compete for it. Lu Ming looked at the exquisite ring on the high platform, and he was also tempted. During this period, he bought a lot of alchemy materials everywhere, so he often felt that storage amulets were a little inconvenient. He had to spend a lot of time sorting them out, but the ring in front of him was exactly what he needed. 1 million spirit stones. There were still people with rich financial resources. Soon, someone made the first bid. 2 million. 25 million. 3 million. The people who competed for it gradually became lively. After a while, the price had been raised to a quite high position. However, these bidders were all the cultivators below. Few VIPs on the second floor bid. In their eyes, this item didn't seem to be a particularly rare item. 8 million spirit stones. The one who bid was the Quanja Building's master forge surnamed Zhao. 9 million. In the box on the second floor, the young scholar of Howran Academy also joined in. The two had been bidding against each other for a while. 1 million. The old man surnamed Zhao's voice sank. The item that he was interested in had been competed with him twice in a row. He was already faintly unhappy. 2,200,000. The young Confucian scholar sneered. The old man surnamed Zhao was silent for a while. At this price, the spirit stones on him were already not enough. 25 million. At this moment, another voice came in. The old man surnamed Zhao glanced and was slightly surprised. The bidder was looming in the corner. This person has such a strong financial resources. He spent 5 million spirit stones to buy spirit essence powder before, and he still has the strength to bid now. Is he a disciple of a big sect or a member of a cultivation family? The old man surnamed Zhao criticized a few times in his heart, but he still shook his head and withdrew from the bidding. 3 million spirit stones. The young scholar saw that someone came to intervene, so he looked at Lu Ming coldly and bid again. 2. 35 million. 2. 4 million. 2. 5 million. When Lu Ming shouted the price of 2. 5 million, the middle-aged scholar next to the young scholar reached out to stop him from continuing to bid, and he said faintly, "It's just a storage ring. There is no need to spend too many spirit stones. If you can help me successfully win over the alchemy master for the sect this time, I will let Master Tang refine one for you personally. Even if the capacity is not as large, it is enough for you." "Thank you, Masters Junior." The young scholar immediately nodded with joy when he heard this. In fact, he knew in his heart that it was not worth it to buy a storage ring with this number of spirit stones. He was just a little impulsive just now, and he didn't want to suffer a loss in front of others. Since no one is bidding anymore, then this ring will also belong to this man in green robe. With the storage ring sold at this price, the middle-aged man with fair skin was already very satisfied. He looked around and saw that no one was competing for it, then he looked at Lu Ming gently and announced loudly. After a while, Lu Ming was in a side hall, and he happily handed over the spirit stones. In this way, he only had 1,000,000 spirit stones on him. There should be one more item for the finale, right? Lu Ming turned his hand and put away the brocade box, then he asked the waiter in green robe. "Oh, yes, there is one last item." This waiter was just an ordinary spirit apostle stage cultivator. He didn't seem to expect Lu Ming to suddenly ask a question, so he answered in a panic. Lu Ming nodded, then he left the room and walked to the venue. Needless to say, the last item in the finale was the real highlight of this auction. Could it be that this last treasure is actually? Recalling the rumors he heard in the market, his heart moved, and he secretly guessed. Finally, it was the last auction. The middle-aged man with fair skin on the high platform suddenly changed his previous smiling face and suddenly became solemn. The dark-skinned middle-aged man next to him also looked solemn. Even the old man with white eyebrows of the Jin Dan stage in the middle sat up straight at this moment. He changed his sleepy look, and his expression was extremely dignified. The next treasure, which is the last item of this auction, is the real finale item. I believe that everyone present should have heard some rumors before. The middle-aged man with fair skin said and nodded to the dark-skinned middle-aged man nearby. The dark-skinned man breathed a sigh of relief, took a step forward, and appeared on the high platform. Then he waved his hand forward slowly. A ray of light flashed, and a small wooden shelf appeared out of thin air on the auction platform. A half-foot-long emerald knife was placed horizontally on it. The blade of the knife was slightly curved, and its entire body was dark green. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. The body of the knife was emitting bursts of faint green light, and countless tiny runes would appear on its surface from time to time. The golden hilt of the knife was inlaid with a glistening emerald, and it looked very mysterious. Even if no one activated it, the emerald green knife still trembled slightly like a dormant beast. It seemed to be full of spirituality. Under a closer look, there seemed to be traces of red lines constantly penetrating from the wooden shelf below, entangling the emerald green knife layer by layer. However, the next moment, it was cut off by the light emitted by the knife. This cycle kept repeating, but the knife couldn't break free. As you can see, the last auction item is the prototype of the magic weapon with 36 enchantments, Luo Yu knife. This item was made by Master Fei of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce. He collected countless natural treasures and spent a full 5 years to refine it. I won't say much else. I believe everyone knows in their heart. The middle-aged man with fair skin said slowly. This is the prototype of a magic weapon. This is the first time I saw it. Such a strong pressure. I just used divine thought to sense it, and it was dispersed before I touched it. It really is a superb treasure. If I get it, I'm afraid even a superb spiritual weapon will be broken in half by this knife. For a time everyone was talking excitedly, and some people exclaimed in amazement from time to time. Some people who already knew the inside story in advance couldn't help but be excited when they saw the real object. They couldn't wait to grab it. Without further ado, the auction will start now. The base price is 4 million spirit stones, and each bid increment must be no less than 100,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin glanced around, and he was obviously very satisfied with the reaction of the people at the scene. He immediately announced loudly. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a big red gauze to cover the emerald green knife. This kind of attempt to cover up caused some people's dissatisfaction, but with the name of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce, no one really said anything. Instead, it aroused the desire in everyone's heart. 4,000,000 spirit stones. An inconspicuous man in a gray robe sitting in the corner immediately bid. 4,500,000. Immediately afterward, another person shouted loudly. It was a young man who looked like a casual cultivator. He gritted his teeth as if he was going to bet everything on this. Lu Ming glanced at this person and knew that this person had no hope at all. The bidding had just begun. Without extremely strong financial resources, it was impossible to buy it successfully. He himself looked calm. With more than 1,000,000 spirit stones on him, it was not even enough to buy a corner of this knife. At this moment, he stayed here to watch the excitement. 6 million. In a box on the east side of the second floor, after this voice was shouted, the young individual cultivator collapsed like a deflated ball. Obviously, 5 million was the limit he could bear. 4,800,000. Another person in the private room added another 200,000. 5 million spirit stones. 2 million. It didn't take long for the people on the first floor to be silent. Now, the people who were still bidding were in the VIP boxes on the second floor. 3 million. This time, it was the voice of the green-robed youngster. 5 million. A low voice sounded from a box on the west side. The green-robed youngster's expression changed. He remembered this voice. It was the Jin Dan stage master who had spent 2 million spirit stones to buy the Qingyuan sword record. Those masters finally began to make their move. The green-robed youngster sneered. In terms of strength, he was much weaker than those masters. However, in terms of financial resources, he would not necessarily lose to them. 7 million. The green-robed youngster did not show any weakness. 6 million. The low voice seemed to be a little impatient, and the price suddenly exceeded the 6 million mark. The green-robed youngster was stunned. The spirit stones on him were originally enough to compete with those Jin Dan stage masters. However, he had spent a lot of spirit stones to buy the puppet warrior. Now, he was obviously a little short of money. Haha, Layman Qing also took a fancy to this magic weapon prototype? Coincidentally, I am also a little interested in it. 3 million. An illusory old voice echoed in the venue like a ghost. However, no one could tell where the voice came from. This aura obviously belonged to a Jin Dan stage master. Old Devil Yen, you are also here? However, since this item has caught my eye, I must obtain it. 6,500,000 spirit stones. Layman Qing's voice rang out slowly. When Lu Ming saw this, his heart trembled slightly. There really were Jin Dan stage experts participating in the auction, and there were two of them at once. 8 million. Without waiting for old Devil Yen to make a bid, the voice of the purple-clothed girl with the surname Ouyang immediately sounded out. She actually dared to compete with an existence at the Jin Dan realm without any scruples. 7 million. Layman Qing was silent for a long while before his deep voice rang out again. In the private room, the purple-clothed girl revealed a troubled expression. The attributes of this Luoyu saber matched her, so it was something she had to obtain. Previously, she had let go of many good items in the auction just for this final bid. But now, it seemed that she did not have enough spirit stones on her. Soon, she made a decision. After a while, an old man in a green robe walked out of the private room slowly, and he flew to the side of the high platform. He cupped his fist at the middle-aged man with fair skin and said slowly, "My miss doesn't have enough spirit stones on her. According to what you said at the beginning of the auction, it should be possible to exchange the spiritual item for spirit stones on the spot, right? It turns out to be Master Xiaozi." "Yes, of course, this is possible. May I know what the master is going to exchange for spirit stones?" After the middle-aged man with fair skin saw the person, he immediately replied with a bow. The old man in a green robe nodded slightly, then he took out an inch-tall translucent gourd-shaped container. The gourd was engraved with a strange purple rune mark, and there was a small golden liquid in the gourd. Lu Ming in the audience glanced at the golden liquid in the gourd container from a distance, but he couldn't help flashing a trace of doubt in his eyes. The middle-aged man with fair skin also took the gourd with a puzzled look. He opened the lid and looked at the golden liquid inside, and a hint of surprise flashed on his face. Then he threw the gourd container to the middle-aged man with dark skin behind him. After this person glanced at it, he nodded slightly and passed it to the old man with white eyebrows. Finally, after the gourd turned around, it returned to the middle-aged man with fair skin. After the three communicated through voice transmission for a while, the middle-aged man with fair skin announced loudly, "This thing is the extremely rare 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence. There are more than 10 drops in this gourd. The vitality is extremely rich. Whether it is used to refine medicine or directly consumed, it has the wonderful effect of increasing spiritual power and nurturing essence." When Lu Ming in the audience heard the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence, he was shocked at first, then he was ecstatic. Even though he had always been calm, he never thought that he would easily encounter what he was looking for here. However, Lu Ming didn't have many spirit stones on him. He only had 1,000,000 or so. Obviously, he couldn't bid for this thing directly. It seemed that he could only exchange the elixir in his hand for spirit stones directly. "Please auction it on the spot. The base price is 2,000,000 spirit stones." The old man in a green robe waited for the middle-aged man with fair skin to finish speaking, then he said to him. There was a lot of discussion in the venue. In the face of the appearance of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence, many people showed an eager expression. Lu Ming saw it, and he couldn't help frowning. In a box on the second floor, a middle-aged man dressed as a warrior frowned slightly. He seemed to be dissatisfied that the auction was interrupted. In another VIP box, an old man in black clothes sneered and closed his eyes to rest. According to the owner's request, 10 drops of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence will be auctioned on the spot. The base price is 2,000,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must be no less than 50,000. The middle-aged man with fair skin put the gourd container on the auction stage and announced with a smile. For this kind of temporarily added item, the Commerce Alliance could draw a certain share, so it was naturally so. 2,000,000 spirit stones. Someone immediately called out the price. 2,100,000. 2,250,000. The 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence was obviously famous, but it was rarely sold. There were many people who wanted to get it. Before Lu Ming bid, many people had already raised the price. It didn't take long for the price to be raised by hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Lu Ming watched quietly. Since he was determined to get this thing, he simply waited until the price was high to join the competition. 2,600,000. When an unknown cultivator suddenly shouted out a high price, the others who were still pestering him immediately quietened down. Although the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence was precious, there were only 10 drops. This price was already very high. 2,700,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming raised his hand and reported a price. 2,800,000. The man's face changed when he heard the words. He hesitated for a while, but he still bid higher than Lu Ming. 3 million. Lu Ming's voice was emotionless, showing his determination to win. The cultivator's face suddenly became silent. At this price, if he continued to compete, it had far exceeded his budget. After his face changed for a while, he immediately gave up decisively. In the box, the girl in purple clothes glanced at Lu Ming with interest, and a smile appeared on her face. She was very satisfied that 10 drops of 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence could be sold at this price. In this way, she had enough spirit stones to fight for the Luoyu blade. Soon, the middle-aged man with fair skin announced the result of the auction. There was a hubbub around. In the previous meeting, Lu Ming had already bid for 2 things, both of which were valuable. Many people in the venue had noticed him. Now that he had won the bid for the 3rd time, many people immediately looked over and discussed in low voices. I remember that he was the one who bought that storage ring just now. This person is really rich. He has spent 3 or 4 million spirit stones before, and he still has the financial resources to bid for this 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence. He is probably sent by a big force, but why doesn't he go to the box on the second floor? For the discussion around, Lu Ming didn't seem to hear it. Not long after, a servant came over and led Lu Ming to the side hall to deliver the goods. Since the auction of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence was over, when the middle-aged man with fair skin on the high platform was about to announce the auction of the Luoyu blade, a black light flashed on a box, and the tall macho man appeared again. He took out an item and said, "My young master doesn't have enough spirit stones, so he plans to auction this item." The middle-aged man with fair skin was startled when he heard the words. As Lu Ming was about to walk out of the hall, he heard the movement on the field and immediately looked back. The servant who led the way noticed his gaze, and he immediately said obediently, "Does Senior want to go to the next auction? If so, you can pay the spirit stones later." "No need, let's go." Lu Ming quickly retracted his gaze. The tall macho man took out a demonic spiritual weapon, so he naturally wasn't interested in it. In a small room in the side hall, a young woman in red clothes of the condensation period was sitting inside. There was a gourd container on the table beside her, which contained a small half of the gourd golden liquid. Lu Ming strode in. After glancing at the young woman, his eyes kept falling on the gourd container. "Mister, can you let me see this 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence?" He didn't talk nonsense, and he said straightforwardly. "Since Mister bought this item, of course you can." The young woman in red clothes was slightly stunned, but she immediately said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded his head and sat down on the chair next to the young woman. He carefully picked up the gourd container, opened the lid, and carefully sniffed the air. A rich sweet smell assailed his nostrils. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. "Yes, this is the 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence." After Lu Ming closed the lid, he put the gourd container back on the table. "This item has been personally checked by the elder of our Chamber of Commerce. Mister should have seen it with your own eyes just now. Don't you believe it?" The young woman in red clothes said with a slight frown. "It's never wrong to be careful." "Okay, since the item is correct, let's start the transaction," Lu Ming said with a slight smile. As he said, he took out a leather bag and a jade box, and he said, "Here are 1 million spirit stones and some elixirs. I don't have enough spirit stones, so I will use items of equivalent value to exchange. There should be no problem, right? According to the convention of the auction, it is naturally possible. But if Mr. uses items to exchange, it will naturally be slightly lower than the market price according to the rules." The young woman in red clothes snorted softly. She was quite dissatisfied with Lu Ming's attitude of talking to himself, and she nodded coldly. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He flicked his sleeve and threw the leather bag and jade box on the table, waiting for the other party to check. Seeing this, the red-robed young woman first checked the leather pouch. After confirming that there were 100 high-grade spirit stones in it, she then picked up the jade box. After opening the lid of the box, there were 4 pills that were neatly arranged in a green light. "This is cold condensing pill, and they are all earth-grade elixirs." As a consecrator of the auction house, the young woman in red clothes was naturally a knowledgeable person. She recognized the origin of this elixir with a little identification. Each of these emerald green elixirs had 4 obvious elixir patterns, exuding a refreshing fragrance. They were the genuine earth-grade cold condensing pill. "Yes, this is the elixir," Lu Ming said blankly. He didn't have enough spirit stones on him, so he had to use some cold condensing pills to offset the price. The young woman in red clothes showed an excited look on her face. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. She seemed to remember the recent rumors in the market. "Why, are these elixirs not enough? As far as I know, this earth-grade cold condensing pill is worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. 4 of them are just enough to offset the 2 million. Lu Ming raised his brows and said coldly. "Please don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. The value of these 4 elixirs is of course enough." The young woman in red clothes woke up when she heard the words, and she said with a smile. "Okay, in that case, then the money and goods are settled. I will take away this 10,000 years blood essence. As Lu Ming said, he kept the gourd container on the table into his sleeve. He stood up and walked out. "Mister, please wait. May I know, where did you get these elixirs?" When the young woman in red clothes saw Lu Ming was leaving, she quickly chased him and asked in a hurry. "Why? Do you still need to ask about the origin of things when your auction house collects collateral?" Lu Ming said with a cold face. "No, I'm just asking." The young woman in red clothes forced a smile on her face. "I bought this elixir from a shop. I can't tell you anything else." After Lu Ming said this, he no longer looked at the young woman and strode out. This kind of attitude that didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex made the red-clothed young woman extremely angry in her heart. Only when Lu Ming's figure had completely walked out of the room did her state of mind gradually calm down. After standing in place for a moment, the red-clothed young woman suddenly put away the leather bag and the jade box on the table. Then, she turned around and walked to the other side of the hall. Lu Ming walked out of the side hall and stood in one of the passageways leading to the auction venue. Seeing that no one was chasing after him, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. From the change in the expression of the young woman in red, he knew that the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce must also be investigating the cold condensing pill in the market. Selling 4 Earth-grade cold condensing pills just like that must have aroused their suspicion. However, for the sake of the 10,000-year-old spirit turtle's blood essence, he couldn't care too much for now. Moreover, with the strength of the Thousand Association Chamber of Commerce, there were many alchemy masters in it. Even if the cold condensing pill was relatively unorthodox, it wouldn't make the other party do anything to ruin their reputation. What's more, he changed his appearance to participate in this auction, so he naturally had less scruples in his heart. As he was thinking, a series of footsteps interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. "Senior, has the transaction been completed?" The person who came was the servant in green clothes just now. When he saw Lu Ming, he quickly bowed. "And, is the auction over?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. "The final auction is now in progress." As the servant in green clothes said this, there was a clear voice from the venue. 8 million spirit stones. It was the voice of the young woman in purple clothes. Lu Ming nodded to the servant in green clothes and walked out quickly. In the venue, the young woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family and the Jin Dan realm powerhouse named Layman Qing were still bidding fiercely. The price had been raised to more than 8 million. Lu Ming had something in his mind. He didn't seem to notice the fiery atmosphere in the venue. He looked up and glanced at the entrance of the venue. The door of the auction was closed tightly. It seemed that it would not open until the end. While everyone's attention was focused on the auction in the venue, Lu Ming quietly walked to the entrance, found a place to sit down as if nothing had happened, and waited quietly for the end of the auction. After another quarter of an hour, the auction finally came to an end. The young woman in purple clothes of the Ouyang family finally won the magic weapon prototype Luo Yu blade with a sky-high price of 9.3 million spirit stones, beating Layman Qing and the young man in green robe. After the middle-aged man with fair skin made another generous speech, he announced the end of the auction. As the door of the venue was opened with a rumble, Lu Ming immediately got up and left the auction hall quickly in the flow of people. Along the way, he made several turns and appeared in some alleys. He didn't know when, but he had disguised himself as a horse-faced man and left the marketplace. After confirming that no one was following him, Lu Ming found a place with no one and changed back to his original appearance. He took a detour and entered the market from the other side of the gate, quietly returning to the Bailian pavilion. In the secret room on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a yellow futon, carefully looking at an inch-high translucent gourd-shaped container in his hand. The gourd was engraved with a strange purple rune mark, and there was a small half of the gourd of golden liquid in it. It was the 10 drops of 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence that he exchanged with 5 Earth-grade elixirs at the auction. After observing for a while, he took out a jade box from his chest and took out the mind imitation insect egg. After holding it gently in his hand, he closed his eyes and slowly poured spiritual power into the celestial tablet in the sea of consciousness. The next moment, there was a buzzing sound in his ears. After his vision turned black, he entered the mysterious space again. Senior Luo Hu. In front of Lu Ming, a young man in a green robe was standing in front of him with a calm expression. I didn't expect you to get the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle so soon. There are still 10 drops. It seems that it should not be a problem to hatch this mind imitation insect egg. Luo Hu said faintly. Senior, please tell me how to mix and use the blood essence of this 10,000 years old spirit turtle. Lu Ming bowed slightly and asked straightforwardly. Luo Hu did not answer when he heard the words, but he raised one hand, and a jade slips flew out of his sleeve and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to catch the jade slips and stuck it on his forehead without saying a word. Summerling grass, blue water liquid, 100-flower grass, Huayin fruit. The jade slips recorded the auxiliary materials of this Yuan replenishing spiritual solution, but most of them were common materials in the market. It was obviously not difficult to collect them. If there is nothing else, please go back. As Luo Hu said, he raised one hand slightly and wanted to drive Lu Ming out of the mysterious space. Senior, please wait a moment. The demonic qi on this mind imitation insect, please be sure to expel it again. Lu Ming said hurriedly, for fear that he would be driven away by Luo Hu in the next moment. Luo Hu opened his eyes at this time and stood up. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. It has been a few months since the last time I absorbed the true demonic aura. The true demonic aura on this mind imitation insect egg should have recovered. Give it to me. Luo Hu glanced at Lu Ming and said blankly. Lu Ming stretched out one hand and opened his 5 fingers, revealing the insect egg in his palm. Luo Hu just moved his finger slightly, and the insect egg flew up from Lu Ming's hand and slowly fell into his hand. Immediately afterward, he used a mystic art like last time to collect the demonic qi on the insect egg into his sleeve. Okay, you can go now. Luo Hu's index finger moved slightly and flicked the insect egg lightly. After the insect egg flashed in the air, it quickly shot into Lu Ming's hand. Before Lu Ming could say anything, he only felt a gust of wind. The next moment, the scene in front of him blurred, and he returned to the secret room. This Luo Hu's behavior is really unpredictable. After Lu Ming said to himself, he closed the enchantment of the secret room and left the secret room. Now he only needed to gather the auxiliary materials, then he could make this qi replenishing spiritual solution. After a short day, Lu Ming collected some other auxiliary materials from several medicinal shops and returned to the secret room on the 3rd floor of the Bailian Pavilion. After some preparation, Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and began to mix the spiritual solution according to the method described by the jade slips. He first stirred and ground the dry auxiliary materials into a small bowl, then he poured a little blue liquid as a catalyst to mix it into a bowl of blue-brown medicinal liquid. Finally, he took out the small purple gourd and slowly dripped the blood essence of the 10,000 years old spirit turtle into it. There was a qi sound. As soon as a drop of golden blood essence dripped into the small bowl in front of him, the originally calm blue-brown medicinal liquid suddenly rippled, and a layer of faint golden light appeared. As the 10 drops of blood essence were all integrated into it, the blue-brown medicinal liquid had become golden brown, and the golden light also became a little dazzling. At the same time, a warm air burst out from the surface of the spiritual liquid. Lu Ming curiously touched it with a finger. Suddenly, a warm flow began to penetrate into his body from his fingertips, and it quickly rushed into his meridians. His limbs and bones felt comfortable. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and he hurriedly made a gesture. After a while, the warmth gradually dissipated, and his body returned to calmness. At this time, the spiritual power in his body seemed to have improved a little as if he had just taken a big tonic. This spiritual solution is really extraordinary. It has such an effect just by touching it a little. As Lu Ming was satisfied, he immediately took out the mind imitation insect egg and carefully soaked it in the small bowl. As soon as the insect egg was immersed in the golden brown liquid, a silk-like golden water vapor rushed into its body desperately. The insect egg suddenly seemed to have vitality, and it slowly bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. This phenomenon lasted for about half a cup of tea's time before the egg finally stopped absorbing water vapor. It became a little bulging and floated quietly in the water. Lu Ming did not leave the secret room, but he had been sitting on the side with anticipation, quietly observing the subtle changes of the insect egg in the small bowl. After a few days, although the insect egg no longer absorbed the silk-like water vapor, under the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, the color of the surface of the insect egg gradually changed from the previous pale green to pale gold. A few more days passed. With a click, an inaudible crisp sound came. A slender crack suddenly appeared on one side of the insect egg in the small bowl. Then, a light golden transparent insect the size of a thumb struggled to crawl out of the crack and swallowed the golden spiritual liquid in big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Lu Ming flashed a hint of joy in his eyes. He did not disturb the insect and continued to observe. After a while, the little worm finally stopped swallowing the spiritual liquid in the bowl. Its originally faint golden transparent body had surprisingly become a little more solid. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately waved his hand, and the pale golden insect flew out of the small bowl and fell into his palm. He began to observe it carefully. This young mind imitation insect looked like a silkworm. There was a rice grain-sized eye on the top of its head, and its whole body was golden. As soon as it fell into Lu Ming's hand, its body kept squirming, and it spat out some pale green liquid from time to time. Only then did Lu Ming remember that the insect hadn't recognized a master yet. With a thought, he waved his sleeves. Pu-pu, several green formation flags flew out and blasted in all directions, disappearing into the ground. After making a gesture with one hand, a green array of 10 meters appeared under his feet. He gently placed the larva in the middle of the small array, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood essence on the golden larva. At the same time, he chanted. The next moment, a few bowl-sized green spirit waves burst out from the center of the magic circle, forming a light shield in the center of the magic circle, covering the little insect in it. At the same time, a green rune emerged from the magic circle and went into the body of the larva. Not long after, in the light shield, the larva that was squirming gradually quieted down. It lay motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming stretched out a white finger and tapped it lightly, trying to communicate with it using the psychic method. What he didn't expect was that as soon as his finger touched the larva, a weak and strange mental power was transmitted from his finger, and it quickly grew stronger. This caused Lu Ming to be slightly startled, but he immediately chanted an incantation. He urged the green inscriptions in the formation to shoot one after another into the larva's body. After another hour, the unfamiliar spiritual energy that came from the little worm finally became inseparable from it. As time passed, it continued to grow stronger. After a simple communication, Lu Ming finally confirmed that the insect had recognized him as its master. As soon as he touched it, it began to copy the owner's mental power. He was finally happy in his heart. He immediately began to channel his mental power and began to fuse and communicate with it. After another day and night, the insect's mental power finally reached the same level as Lu Ming's own mental power. At this point, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then he waved his hand to remove the array, and he took the insect into his hand again. He made a gesture and slowly injected spiritual power into the celestial tablet in his sea of consciousness. After Lu Ming blacked out, he entered the mysterious space. This time, in the gray space, there was no figure of Luo Hu. Lu Ming had long been accustomed to the elusiveness of Luo Hu. He immediately walked slowly to the celestial tablet without thinking much. After using divine thought to communicate with the larva in his palm, he ordered it to release its mental power into the elusive demonic pupil in front of him. As soon as the golden insect closed its eye, a powerful mental power was released from its body and went into the elusive demonic pupil in front of it. There was a buzzing sound. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt a buzz in his divine thought. The scenery in front of him blurred instantly, and he entered the illusion again. The demonized Xianxia not far away, his figure flickered, and he pounced like a ghost. After a while, Lu Ming and the demonized Xianxia fought fiercely, and they finally perished together. He finally returned to the mysterious space with a satisfied look. Lu Ming looked at the mind imitation larva in his hand. Seeing that it seemed to have exhausted its mental power, it began to enter a dormant state. He immediately put it into a small spiritual pet bag with a slight smile and kept it close to his body. After he was done, he let out a long sigh and glanced around the room. He found that the golden brown spirit liquid in the small bowl on the stone table was still emitting a trace of warmth. It was obvious that it still had some effect. With a thought, he suddenly remembered the 8-tentacle sea beastkin's egg that had been unable to hatch before. At that time, this insect egg's breath was also weak, and it was almost lifeless, so it couldn't be hatched. Perhaps soaking it in the spiritual liquid of this 10,000 years old spirit turtle's blood essence can be the same. As Lu Ming thought so, he immediately took out the insect egg from the sumeru snail around his waist and gently put it into the spiritual liquid. Sure enough, in the small bowl, the golden water vapor went into it again. The surface of the insect egg flashed with a blue shimmer, and it gradually showed signs of life. It was just that compared to the situation of the mind imitation insect egg at the time, it was obviously countless times slower. It seemed that it would take a long time for this insect egg to really recover. When Lu Ming saw this, he was still overjoyed. After thinking about it, he took out the gourd container that previously placed the blood essence. After making a gesture, the mouth of the gourd trembled slightly, and a white glow was released. After a roll, the spiritual liquid and the 8-tentacle sea beastkin's egg were put into the mouth of the gourd. Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and the gourd in his hand disappeared in a flash. After touching the sumeru ring on his finger, he showed a satisfied expression. So. He sat cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breath. Half a month later, the impact of the auction slowly dissipated. During this time, Lu Ming would use the mind imitation insect to enter the illusion of the mysterious space every day to fight with the demonized Lanxi. After that, he would also take some time to inspect the situation in the Bailian pavilion. He gradually became familiar with the two forgers in the forging shop. On this day, Lu Ming once again disguised as a black-faced macho man and came to the Bat Clan's shop. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the shop, the middle-aged shopkeeper in black greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, please go to the 3rd floor and sit for a while. My princess instructed that if I see you coming, I should inform her immediately. She will arrive later," the shopkeeper in black said respectfully. Lu Ming nodded slightly and didn't speak. He walked to the 3rd floor familiarly. After a few minutes, in an elegant room on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming was sitting in it, sipping a cup of spirit tea with a slightly bitter taste. At this moment, the door of the elegant room was gently pushed open. Madame Wan walked in with a black veil on her face again. "Sorry for letting Mr. Yi wait for a long time." The young woman in black shirt walked to Lu Ming and sat down slowly. She said softly, "Madam, you don't have to be so polite." Lu Ming replied politely, "Mr. Yi, I wonder if you have considered my daughter's proposal last time?" The woman in black shirt said with a chuckle. "Since Madam mentioned this again, I will say it directly. After careful consideration, I think Madam's proposal is fair and reasonable, so I decided to sell all the cold condensing pills to your shop in the future in exchange for green condensing fruit and spirit stones. But you also have to agree to 2 conditions." Lu Ming said in a deep voice with a straight face. "As long as you can provide our Bat clan with cold condensing pill, you can ask for anything. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you," the woman in black shirt said with a smile in her eyes when she heard the words. "First, all the transactions between me and your shop must be kept strictly confidential. No news must be leaked. Once the news is leaked, all transactions will be suspended. Second, some other auxiliary materials may be used in the process of alchemy. I hope your shop can help to collect them together," Lu Ming said slowly with a calm face. "Mr. Yi can trust our shop and hand over the elixir to us. It is our shop's honor. These 2 conditions are absolutely not a problem." The young woman in black shirt agreed as she heard the words. "Very well, I also hope to exchange for a batch of green condensing fruit this time." As Lu Ming said, he took out a snow-white jade box from his sleeve and placed it on the table in front of the young woman in black shirt. The young woman in black shirt flicked her finger lightly. After the jade box was opened, 2 green elixirs were revealed. They were an earth-grade cold condensing pill with 4 spirit patterns and a 5 spirit patterns. After the young woman checked the elixir carefully, she was delighted at first, but then she frowned slightly. After a pause, she spoke again. "Mr. Yi, the best quality of the green condensing fruit in our shop is about 800 years old. I don't know if you are interested in it. If you need a higher quality, I can order someone to pick it again, but I'm afraid you have to wait for a while. 800 years old is fine too." After Lu Ming thought for a while, he made a decision. Although the 800 years old green condensing fruit was definitely not as good as the 1000 years old green condensing fruit in alchemy, he just wanted to use his spare time to refine some elixirs in exchange for some spirit stones to make up for the deficit of spirit stones brought by the auction. Another reason was that except for a few earth-grade cold condensing pills in his hand, he had sold all the other lower-quality elixirs before the auction. He also needed to take some pallet-grade elixirs to improve his spiritual power. Thank you for your understanding. Next time you come, our shop will definitely prepare the green condensing fruit that is more than 1,000 years old. The woman in black shirt seemed to be prepared. After a smile, she flipped her hand, and a green wooden box appeared in her hand. Mr. Yi, these 800 years old green condensing fruit should be enough to exchange for 2 earth-grade elixirs, right? After the woman in black shirt opened the wooden box, she placed it in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a green condensing fruit and placed it in front of him with a blank expression. His mind turned quickly. According to his estimation, this 800 years old green condensing fruit was at least 200,000 spirit stones per piece. 6 of them were naturally more than enough to exchange for 2 earth-grade elixirs. Deal, these are some other materials my master needs. Thank you for the trouble. As Lu Ming said, he just got up and kept the wooden box. Then he took out a jade slips from his sleeve and handed it to the woman. It recorded the auxiliary materials he needed for alchemy and even some materials needed for forging. Mr. Yi is welcome. I will send someone to collect these materials for you as soon as possible. The young woman in black shirt put away the jade slips without looking at it and said with a smile. Thank you, madam, I still have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer. After Lu Ming cupped his fist, he got up and left. After the young woman in black clothes watched Lu Ming leave with a smile, she turned around and returned to the shop. The shopkeeper in black clothes had already waited respectfully on the side. This person has agreed to sell all the cold condensing pills to us in the future. These are some materials he needs. You can order people to collect them for him as soon as possible. The young woman in black clothes took out the jade slips and handed it to the shopkeeper in black clothes. At the same time, she instructed faintly. Congratulations, madam, this person can refine elixir for our Bat clan. In the future, we don't have to worry about elixir for the condensation period to enhance spiritual power to break through the bottleneck. I will do what madam ordered. The black-cloaked man took the jade slip, and after a few words of compliment, he retreated with a happy expression. After the man in black clothes left, the young woman in black clothes stood there with a trace of hesitation on her face. After a while, she turned into a black mist and disappeared on the spot. After Lu Ming replenished some auxiliary materials in the market, he returned to the Bai Lian pavilion and refined elixir behind closed doors again. After more than half a month, he used up the green condensing fruit in his hand, and he refined nearly 70 cold condensing pills again. As he expected, about half of them were flawless grade elixir, but there were no earth grade elixir with more than 5 elixir patterns. After Lu Ming put all the elixirs into a few boxes, he began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. He walked back and forth in the secret room unconsciously. Every few steps, he stopped, touched his chin, and looked like he was thinking. He then took a few more steps and stopped to continue thinking. Lu Ming had now prepared the last material for forging the 9-doubt skull shield, spirit essence powder. Everything was ready except for the final push. As for this superb spiritual weapon that was close to the prototype of a magic treasure, he naturally wouldn't allow other craftsmen to refine it, so as to avoid more trouble. It seemed that he could only refine the last layer of the restriction inscription array by himself. After thinking about it, he decided to practice the method of increasing the enchantment of the spiritual weapon. After all, this method was recorded in detail in the Flame Cultivation scripture. As long as he was familiar with it, he should be able to learn it. In the next few days, Lu Ming began to busy himself in the market square. In addition to selling a few cold condensing pills at the Bat clan's shop in exchange for hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, he also bought a few classics related to the magic weapon prototype in other shops. After purchasing a few inferior-grade spiritual weapons at random, he returned to the Bai Lian pavilion with satisfaction. In a forging room in the backyard of the Bai Lian pavilion, Lu Ming was talking with 2 forgers in the pavilion. Master Li, Master Hua, I have a few ordinary low-grade spirit weapons. Although they don't have much power, it would be a pity to just throw them away. So, I want to refine them a little. I hope I can add a few more layers of restrictions. Is it possible for you two masters to give me some pointers? Lu Ming asked the two refiners in a seemingly casual manner. Envoy Lu, if you want to add a few layers of restriction inscriptions to some inferior-grade spiritual weapons, it is not difficult. You just need to collect some basic forging materials and materials related to the additional attributes needed by the spiritual weapon, then refine them. Of course, some of the heat and refining time are not easy to master. One of them, a skinny man surnamed Hua in his 30s, said so. Then, if it's an upper-grade spiritual weapon or superb spiritual weapon, how do I add the restriction inscriptions? Lu Ming looked curious and continued to ask. The principle of refining the restriction inscriptions of high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual weapons is basically the same as that of low-grade spiritual weapons. It also requires materials with additional attributes and some supplementary materials to refine. The specific supplementary materials required depends on the situation. Generally, there are also relevant records in the ancient books of refining that can be used for reference. Among them, the forging of the superb spiritual weapon and the addition of restrictions also require some rare spiritual materials. But even if all the materials are collected, the difficulty of refining is still much higher than that of the inferior-grade spiritual weapon. I have been forging for more than 30 years, and I can't guarantee that I can successfully refine it in one go. If I fail, it will damage the spiritual weapon itself. Generally, the restriction inscriptions of the spiritual weapon are already determined when it is first refined. It is still very risky to refine it later. Moreover, the higher the restriction inscriptions, the more difficult it is to succeed. Another middle-aged man with a sturdy figure said to Lu Ming without thinking. The young man surnamed Hua nodded again and again after listening. Thank you for your guidance. Since this is the case, I will first occupy a forging room and try it out. Lu Ming heard this and asked with a smile. There are generally 2 spare rooms in the forging room. Envoy can choose one to use at will. The young man surnamed Hua said, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After listening to it, Master Li on the side also had an imperceptible shock on his face. After all, he also thought that Envoy Lu wanted them to help add enchantments to the spiritual weapon, but he didn't expect it to be forging himself. Lu Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. Without another word, he walked into an empty forging room and closed the door. Then, he looked at the various forging tools in front of him. Because he had read some other books related to forging before, he already knew the forging process of increasing the spiritual weapon's restriction inscriptions. As for the relevant materials, he had already prepared them. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he immediately flipped his hand, and a black iron ruler appeared in his hand. 10 days later, there was a muffled boom in the forging room, then a burst of gray flame scattered everywhere. In the forging room, Lu Ming, who was a little dusty, quickly stopped his gestures. The array of 30 meters under him suddenly dimmed, revealing a gray flying knife of a foot long floating in the center of the array. At this time, the flying knife was already dim. Most of its spirituality had already been lost. The original 5 enchantments were now only 2. The reforging this time was obviously a failure. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual weapons scattered on the other side, and he couldn't help shaking his head with a wry smile. In just these few days, the forging materials that he had prepared previously were almost used up. Of the 8 inferior-grade spiritual weapons, except for a small blue bell with 3 enchantments that he was lucky enough to add 2 enchantments to, the rest were mostly failures. Among them, half of them were like the flying knife in his hand. The restriction inscriptions were reduced, and they lost their spirituality. They were basically unusable. It could be said to be scrapped. Obviously, the bending method forging wasn't as smooth as he imagined. After Lu Ming looked at the flying knife in his hand, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy some inferior-grade spiritual weapons to continue trying. After all, forging was the same as alchemy. Without the assistance of the mysterious space, he could only gradually master it through continuous practice. So, Lu Ming got up, patted the dust on his robe, walked out of the forging room, and went back to the room on the 3rd floor to freshen up. Then, he walked toward the spiritual weapon shop on the street of the market. At the same time, in a huge underground secret room of a shop not far from the Bailian Pavilion, a trace of strange purple glow floated from every corner of the secret room, enveloping the entire secret room, forming a faint purple light curtain. In the light curtain, a girl in purple clothes was staring at a white flying knife in front of her with a solemn expression. She launched gestures from time to time. Below the flying knife was a dense crisscrossed groove of 10 meters in size. The light blue liquid in the groove was slowly squirming. If you looked closely, you would find that there were faint spirit patterns on the surface of this spiritual liquid. On the other side, an old man was constantly changing his fingers. At the same time, he launched gestures into the groove on the ground. The blue spirit patterns in the groove flickered, and it slowly formed an array. At this time, the girl in purple clothes groaned and spat out a cluster of blood essence at the flying knife in the air. Suddenly, the surface of the flying knife was shining in white light. It trembled in the air, and it made a harsh sound at the same time. The old man quickly launched a few gestures, and the blue liquid in the groove surged. Then, it turned into a blue water vapor and blasted at the flying knife. At the same time, a series of low and obscure spells came out of the girl in purple clothes. A strange scene appeared. The blue water vapor around the white flying knife suddenly condensed and formed a ball shape, wrapping the flying knife tightly. It kept spinning in the air, and it made a buzzing sound from time to time. The girl in purple clothes frowned slightly, then she stopped the spell in her mouth. She squinted her eyes and stared at the blue ball in the air. After about 10 minutes, the buzzing sound in the ball disappeared. The old man on the side changed his gesture and pointed into the air. The blue ball turned into a water vapor and dissipated, revealing a white flying knife. The girl in purple clothes showed a purple face. After waving at him, the flying knife hovered in the air as if it was alive, and it slowly fell into her hand. Congratulations to Miss for completing the sacrificial refining of this flying knife. The old man stopped his gesture and said with a slight bow. The prototype of this flying knife magic weapon is finally refined. If it weren't for Elder Qiao's help and the secret elixir that temporarily increased my spiritual power to the limit, I'm afraid I can't refine it with my own strength. The girl in purple clothes wiped the sweat on her forehead and said softly. This is also Miss Good Fortune. You are indeed fated with this magic weapon. The person in the original clan once predicted on a whim that Miss would have a big opportunity in this area. Maybe he was talking about this treasure. The alchemy master named Xiaozi said slowly as he stroked his long white beard. This shouldn't be the case. Although this magic weapon is of great use to me, with my identity in the clan, as long as I can advance to the crystallization period, there will be a magic weapon prototype for me. Besides, with that person's identity, how can a magic weapon prototype enter his eyes? Is it a big opportunity? The woman in purple clothes shook her head and said after hearing this. Miss is right. With that person's divination skills, a mere magic treasure prototype is indeed not enough to enter his eyes. After Xiaozi heard this, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. End of chapter 546. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.